Yeah. Oh, why they do my voice like that? Alright, we back. Do a few hours before we gotta call it a day. And run this back again. I did it yesterday, but yeah, I guess I get a new crowd on it. And on this, LOL, once you cross me over, you're done for life. And better hope you never see me again. Oh my. He said he is an unforgiving person. Then came up with the Dr. Evil laugh with it. Oh my.
What's up, kid?
What up, man? You alright?
Yeah, yeah. Man, I was like that for many years, man. I was like, you.
I
I,
feel you on that.
it's like once somebody touched me, that's it. It's like we was never gonna be friends. You know how them people like fighting and make up? No, I don't make up.
Mm. Oh
I like
my, right.
every time I see you, I would try to kill you. Yeah, I was one of the ones that held the grudges for life, but all that was doing was making me sick. You know,
Facts. Facts.
yeah,
Facts.
yeah.
People don't see that.
Yeah, yeah, they don't see that. Yeah, exactly. It actually brings you down. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, I was like that, man. I was like every time I saw a person, I had to try to kill. I was like, yeah, this ain't sure.
The time to dodge this person over there looking silly over there trying to act like you don't see him, and especially
Yeah,
if it's somebody at your job, it's gonna be
yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm like that ain't gonna work. I be having to be hunting people down for life, man. Every time. I was like, nah. I said that's not a good plan.
nah, it ain't. No, it ain't.
Yeah.
He's sitting there while they done living their life, and
When I break up
you
with it,
try.
it ain't no coming back. That is, I still do that. It ain't no
Mm-hmm.
back, ain't no talking no more. I'm a ghost.
Space Ghost.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, my first wife, my second wife, my third wife, ain't never seen them, never talked to them
He
again.
said he made sure you got the forget part up out of there. And
Yep,
now,
get me for real. I'm still like that. Woman cross me, you done.
I'm like, who is this? I don't even know your name. Your name is Numbers now. What is this?
Who's
I had a
that?
kid with you? Oh my, I didn't know that.
Who's that? That's
That's
me.
good.
Yeah, dude, your alter ego.
Let me see. I gotta download this other video.
What you just came on? Oh, you been
Yeah,
on?
I just got on. Gotta get this
Yeah, I was
changed.
trying to get it fired up real quick, but I guess wasn't enough people in there. Put that in there. Once you cross,
Hmm.
like, I was figuring there'd be a whole bunch of people go, what?
Yeah, oh yeah, we'll see how it be now. We gonna see. I ain't forgiving anything. I just be want to see, cause usually I just want to see what everybody got something they be chained to.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Man, I was getting pissed all the day watching people trying to explain to idiots in adult terms. I'm like, you got pretend they're three. Not like that's the only. I'm saying you're speaking over their head. They're gonna keep arguing down. Y'all talking about two different things. They don't know the definition of what they're talking about, and they sitting there
Hmm.
and tell them, "No, you're wrong." Like, "No, I'm right. I'm telling you." I'm like, "You don't even know the definition. You arguing over a word. You don't even know the definition."
Right, exactly. Like, what is you right for though?
It was about racism.
Uh huh.
About we was trying to explain. They were trying to explain to them in adult terms the difference between prejudice and racism. Man, they was
Hmm.
going back and forth for 3 hours. I said, I got to get the hell out of here. I could try to like, let me get in there. I can break it down real. I speak 3-year-old also.
A goo goo and a gaga.
Yeah. I'm like, they're not gonna understand you. You keep telling them that y'all gonna be. I mean, they had a bunch of people in the comments agreeing with the idiot that doesn't even know what he was arguing over. And they just kept telling the host, "You took the L. You took the L." I'm like, I'm going crazy in the comments. Like, let me get up there. I was like, let me explain it to him like a 3-year-old. What's the difference? And I said, first of all, y'all got to learn. I mean, all the people in there, I just kept typing in there. I was like, I kept typing in RIF. You know what that means?
Hmm. All right.
And it's fundamental.
Oh.
They sat there, kept reading the definition to them, and they were still arguing. I'm like, can you comprehend? Did you? I'm like, Lord, they must don't teach comprehension no more in school. I don't know what the hell. I'm like, you got to understand what you're reading. They said,
Mm-hmm.
in there, see, it says that. I'm like, no. I'm like, you got to put the whole sentence together to understand what it means. But it was like adults trying to teach kindergartens, man. I'm like, all these people are idiots. That fires me up, man. Dumbness drives me nuts. I gotta learn to stay calm on that, but dumbness drives me nuts.
Yeah, it be like that. Yeah, I feel you. Everybody think different. That's what it is.
Yeah, but I keep trying to say, it's not how you feel and how you think. It's facts. That's what, I'm like.
Facts over feelings.
I know you feel like it say that, but it don't. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, well, feel it means this. I said the key word feel. I'm telling you what it do mean. Going crazy in the comments, man. I was like, God, I said that's what you got.
What was they talking about? They just arguing the definition, I guess.
Again, the definition of racism for 3 hours straight.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's same 3 or 4 people kept on. But, there ain't no but to it. Read the definition, comprehend it. Well, they kept saying it was the same thing, prejudice and racism. You know, it's two different things. Prejudice comes from experiencing, and you like if you get bit by a snake, then you prejudice because you know snakes bite. That's
Yeah,
prejudice.
prejudice is all over thing. But
Prejudice
it
is
is prejudiceness inside of racism, though. It's
you
just like
because they saw the word, right? See what I'm saying? They didn't understand, comprehend the whole thing. That's why it's two different.
I think I had a laugh about that though.
Yeah, see,
I feel like they evenly both wrong though. That's the reason why racism going so much easy.
right is right. If you read the comprehension, if you can comprehend, you can understand.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was saying. I was going, God damn. I was like, damn, I think that was they taught reading comprehension in the first 3 grades, I'm pretty sure. I was going nuts, man. I was like, how did you graduate if you can't even comprehend a sentence? I was going nuts. I'm like, I said, if you can comprehend, you can do anything, any job. If you can read the instructions, follow and do it, you can do anything. If you comprehend what you're reading. I'm like, you just don't read the words and don't know what the hell they mean. I'm like, yeah, I can spell it. I can read it. Yeah, but what does it say? Can you explain? They can't. I was like, yeah. You know, like I say, they know the definition of each word, but they don't know what the complete sentence is. You know what I mean? It's the same.
Wow.
Yeah, it's like that's called comprehension, people. I was like, I said, I need all of y'all to go back through K-12 and then come back and see me. Yeah, they was getting mad at me. The host wouldn't bring me up because he felt insulted too. Because I'm like, you an idiot for arguing with him. I'm like, you talking adult language. They not in your same league. You still arguing 2 or 3 hours on the same freaking point. Just get on with the rest of the subject. And I was like, just got fed up. I mean, it's like 4 in the morning and shit. I'm like, see, I'm still wired up from that. I ain't been to sleep yet. I was getting ready to start live to talk about incomprehension. Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, come on up. Yeah, like I said, I was thinking about starting my own damn live. It's just on reading comprehension, period. It's some people want to come up, yeah. You see them?
They popped up. Somebody coming up.
Few people. Jacob. And
Let's see something real quick.
Anya.
Dang, what the heck? This thing tripping. I don't see nothing on my thing ain't lit. Ain't
In the
showing
screen?
nothing.
Oh, there's
Yeah.
Heaven. She's in there.
I see heaven popping up. Sent from heaven.
Hello, Heaven.
Like it's loading up. I don't know what's the deal with
Uh,
that. So, uh, I think let me get these lights up real quick so I can get on this For You page.
you know, I knew a girl named Heaven about 30 years ago. I mean, she looked like Heaven too. Beautiful. But she didn't like
I be
boys.
seeing a lot with the name backwards and stuff. Nevaeh.
Yeah, Nevaeh. That's the name of my little sister's trucking company, and that's exactly how the reason why she named it that. Nevaeh,
Mm-hmm.
spelled backwards. Nevaeh Trucking in Maryland. That's my sister's company. But yeah, that damn yeah, that girl didn't like boys, man. I was so mad. I'm like, I want her to turn her straight. That's how beautiful she was.
Oh my, it be like that.
Yeah,
It's
man.
like it's just a waste of a good looking
Uh-huh.
woman. It's like, be mad at him.
Yeah, that's why I kept. Man.
See, hold up, real quick. Let me see. Is it what she?
Still acting up. Yeah,
Let
we
me see.
brought you
I
up. Your
got you.
picture was there.
I got
It went and then it disappeared
you.
again.
Should
Yeah.
work. Maybe it worked the opposite way. Yeah, no, I gotta send it. All right. Delete this. Do this. Trying to multitask. Multitask. Oh, boy,
I
they
just thought
said
about
not today. You might have to
Oprah
do an update or
color
something. That's
purple.
what it is. Do I got to update? Let me.
Uh,
It's this one. Oh yeah, update or something that you got to do. What it is? That's what it is. Let me go ahead and download this real quick. But yeah, all right. So what we got on there? You said okay. You said that once they gone, they gone. So you said you ain't. So overall, you said you ain't. You said you're not forgiving them. So that's what we got out of that one. That I
uh
don't know, Mal. I don't care.
huh.
We
What's unforgivable?
out of sight, out of mind type situation. I think.
What he said? We said what? Oh, you said your second question. What is unforgivable to you? That's it. When
Yeah.
I
What's
break up,
unforgivable?
it's unforgivable.
Oh my. Why? Why is that?
I don't know. My family like that. 'Cause my dad same way.
Oh, okay. We
He
get somewhere. It's a root. It's a root. Okay.
for like 30 years.
I got family that's like that too. That's funny how you said that because that fourth question, that's what that's coming up to. But yeah,
Yeah, my family
you don't
like that.
believe people make mistakes sometimes, or
It's just certain people. Like I, 'cause one of my sisters, she like that. She, she like don't talk to nobody in the damn family.
mm-hmm. Okay, let's see if this account work then for you. Let's see if we can get her in here.
I
With the
told
backup.
her she could help. She needed to see a counselor. I think she got a lot of childhood trauma.
Oh.
Yeah, she don't. I'm trying to think. Out of it's 7 of us, and she don't talk to one, two, 3 of them. Don't she ain't talked to them, her brothers and sisters in 30, 40 years
Oh my.
over some stupid shit. Yeah,
Slick mouth. You
like
might have
she,
to.
matter of fact,
You said what?
yes, yeah. I was getting ready to say she just got married October 8th, and only people at the wedding was me and my brother Steve, the other 5. We no, and my sister Minnie. The other 4 was not invited. I was like, "Wow, you still mad from childhood shit?" Yeah, yeah. She gonna eat herself up, man. She stressed out. Least little thing she fly off the handle. Yeah, I told her she needs psychiatric evaluation. She diabolical. She flicked on me today. I told over a freaking dude on TV, a Hispanic dude. He's preaching about the border, but he on the Republican side. Like I'm like, don't you know you Hispanic? He talking about you too. He's on Trump's side. Trump, did you see that? What Trump said? He said he said black people, Hispanics, and Asian people are destroying our country, mixing with bad blood. He said that shit at the caucus,
I ain't shocked no more, man. Anything
and he
come
was
out his mouth.
and he was on his side. I was like, "Don't you know where you live in Texas? That used to be your country, Mexico, fool." I was just screaming at the TV. And my sister said, "He's just doing it for trying to get power and political power." I said, "That's not the point." I said he should be ashamed of himself. He's like, "Why should he be? He's doing what he's trying to do. He's trying to get the white man's favor so he can be elected." I'm like, I was like,
Sound like
you
I
don't
broke my
throw
neck.
people under the bus. He should be ashamed of himself. No,
At least
why?
we know Moni stuff worked. There we go. Welcome.
Got hey, Moni, got one person made it through. Haven't
Hello.
She
get up.
she might have
Yeah.
got to get that update. That's what
Oh,
Kevin
you
gonna have to do. Get that update.
No, I was just trying to tell her like just turn your camera on and you'll
oh,
be all right.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All
Oh,
right.
look, she came on another
MJ, what's
account.
the deal?
oh, lost
You
another
put
one.
the camera on your knee or something. You ain't gotta put it on if you're scared to get on cam. Throw it on your knee real quick. Look at the ceiling or something, and then turn it back off. Yeah, no.
We just lost the other lady. She gone. That just came up.
No, she just came up. I think she about to go on.
Oh,
She's
okay.
just hitting the likes and stuff. Can't tap in the box. See something real quick. Good afternoon, MJ.
Must be tapping
I'm
like
thinking
crazy.
about the show.
What you got? Like one viewer got 920 likes already. What's no. So I
What's
tapping.
that?
No, no.
See something real quick. Trying to multitask real quick. I'm trying to get this other video done, but I gotta do a few things. See if that video cuts out.
Hey, Kevin. You know what happened to me this morning?
What
Um,
that?
I did a response video to this comedian on here, and he sent me 100 tokens. He said, "You right? That was right on point."
Oh wow.
Yeah. And all I said was 2 words. I said, yeah." And he said, "That's on point." And he said 100 tokens.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, all I said was, yeah. I think he was talking about how some racism shit. And I was like, yeah. He was like,
He
telling one
said,
of them.
say less. That's all you had to say. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right, let's see. I got that. All right. Let me get some invites out, I guess. So, we got that. All right. Get some of my eyes in here. See if they've been cheating on my live lately. It's alright, though. It's alright, though. Get some more
I'm gonna see if I can
cheating
find
on my live.
what he was talking about.
Here's up in here. Grudges up in here. Who is that? I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. It's been a while. That, um, who, who, crazy. I'll bring her in here so she can show people how to have a successful or what it takes to be in a long-term successful relationship. Yeah, no. I'll bring her on one of them days. Put her in my back pocket for now. I guess I do mine while a few people ain't in here.
You still trying to
Get my
still
stuff going.
still ain't working?
Let me see. I don't even think she came back. She might have to do an update or something. All right, so let me do mine then real quick. Because I'm a little bit different, man. It take a lot of healing to have this, man. I didn't think the same way. But I realized how much holding a grudge has affected my life. I had to look at it different. So,
Yeah, see somebody else say the same thing. Yeah.
hmm so what is forgiveness to me? All right, to me, um, I would say it is. It ain't what's coming out the mouth. It's just the way how you treat a situation. Uh, the way you look. I guess the way you treat a situation or a person, a thing or whatever, and realize that um everything just don't go the way you want it to, as much as you want it to, but so I would say it's like doing the opposite of what's expected. Like if you expected to, you feel somebody deserve to get socked in the mouth or something like that, instead you just let that situation go, and just move on for real. If you can't handle it, just move on. That's how I look at it. That's where the let go part come in. They always like to mix in with the forgive and forget. So forget part is really just letting go of the situation and not be dumb enough to fall for it. Well, depending on what happened though, but still be um just let it go, man. Because everybody, the thing is, I realize everybody got their way of how they express their traumas and back. Can you bring me up again? Let's try. Let's try. But I realize that.
Remember what we was
Well,
talking
I
about?
guess that's my word. What the heck? So what is unforgivable to me? Now, nothing. Nothing ain't unforgivable, but it might be some stuff that I might have to take time to figure out how to forgive because I always keep in mind, I always just try to figure a way to forgive a situation because I have a lot of grace for humans in general because, everybody different, man. And I think, then my tie in number three, how do I forgive? I had to realize that everybody got a mind of their own. They think different. And just because, and I put myself in other, not really put in other people's shoes, but I just look at it like I guess I'm fully aware that everybody grew up different and always learn how to become the bigger person, or try to be the bigger person and stuff in situations. Even if it's at that ain't at that moment, it's like I don't have to be the one that prolongs something longer than because somebody else doing it. Or I look at it that I don't have to match somebody's energy as much as I could. I think it comes with a lot of humbleness to even have some type of forgiveness. So I'm good. I just sit back and listen to everyone. I love your platform. I appreciate you, MJ. Appreciate you, man. Uh, so yeah, I just look at it. And I know everybody don't do that, but I think a lot of forgiveness and grudges, like it do a lot of healing too. I mean, I think that's one of the major parts of a healing process. And another way, how do I do it is and I'm gonna tie it to that's what the bonus come in though, because I realize I ask people this for a reason. What haven't you forgiven yourself for? So a lot of times people can't forgive because they never forgive themselves. And I think once you can forgive yourself for everything, you can forgive everybody else for everything. And it's just the way you look at it. And the reason why I say you can forgive everybody else because you realize that where your mind is at, you got to realize that everybody's mind is like not like your mind. So you can't be mad at somebody because they don't think the same as you. That's not reality. If you feel like you the smartest, and that's what a lot of people be thinking and stuff. You so smart, but you dumb down when it comes to a situation that when it come to you, like, why did you treat me that? Like, but I thought you was smarter than them. So if you smarter than them, you should be the even more of a bigger person to let this situation go. Like, okay, they made a dumb decision then. If you got that type of mentality, but some people be so smart and still look at it like, well, you're supposed to know better. But if you smarter than them and then tell them that they know better, like that don't make sense. So, um, I like I said, it's about always and that's with anything, man. Some stuff is real deep. It's real deep, and I know it seems like it's hard to be forgiven of, but you got to realize this is another way I look at it. I realize everything in our life happened for a reason, even if I don't like it. I also look at it that my life ain't just only meant for me and stuff, so I know that things that come in my life is what's up, Katie. Welcome to the live. And I realized that you know things really in our life is really meant just to learn from, adapt with, or overcome. I don't believe in that karma stuff or whatever. I don't be like, oh, this happened to me because of that. So that's I think a lot of that stuff be tying into why we can't forgive certain situations and stuff, and then we be want to wish things back on other people. And I mean, because the thing is, like I said, I look at it the opposite way. If I want forgiveness, these are the same people that we want you to understand them. Like, well, I made a mistake, or the people that make an excuse for the stuff they do. But then when it comes to somebody else, you don't let them have an excuse. So I just always be trying to be fair. I always try to think in fairness, man. If I look at it, if I want it from somebody else, why I can't give it to somebody else? That's with anything. That's even with like love. If I want love, give love, and then even if you don't give it back, like this is what you want from other people, though. So it's like be an example of what you want from others. That's how I look at it. Even if others don't treat you, because it's like why not? Why break your character of what you say you built yourself as because somebody else doing it? Like, is you really solid in what you say who you say you are? You can't be solid. But a lot of people just like to hear themselves. They just talk. They just be like, well, I'm a good person. I'm this and all that, but you never like show. But soon as somebody else, they step in your life and show you different, then you all of a sudden you a chameleon, and now you do this thing. That's why I'm not big on that matching energy stuff because I feel like that's just fakeness. You know what I'm saying? Like if you can't say that you this solid person, but then you let another person make you not solid. I put it that way. Not much. I'm glad someone is on the same page as I. Oh, cool, 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 sweet. I'm glad, man. I hope so, man. I talk about so much, but it's just I just be one of open minds. I do different topics and stuff just to see where everybody at, and I do realize how important I be talk. That's why I'm on part 11 of this because I realize a lot of people, and that's why like, everybody be so mad on this app because they don't know how to let stuff go. That's why they get in one breakup and then all of a sudden it's all men, all women, stuff like that. They get in, they don't know how to let stuff go. And like, I think once you build that mentality of when you built that mentality that, okay, this didn't work in my life for a reason. So then that's when you like, all right, so what did I have to learn from this? So most of the time it's stuff we got to learn from the reason why it don't work the way we don't doesn't work, and we correct ourselves. And it kind of help you build to be a stronger person. Be like, all right, maybe I got to hit this from a different angle. Okay, this ain't work, so maybe I got to try something better. Then I realized that even when stuff happen in our life, it usually be better stuff in the future. But if the thing is like, if you keep focusing on negative stuff, it's gonna happen. And that's why I use my energy to look at it the opposite way, because it's different between optimistic mentality and a pessimistic and stuff. The thing is, both of them is in this world, but it's just it's the way you react to these things is what kind of change your outcome. So it's like, if I know both of them is in my life, why not focus on something that's gonna make me move forward? So that's why I say I rather look at the good and the bad. I know some people like, oh, that's dangerous, don't do that. Why you? But don't be stupid with it. You ain't gotta be stupid. But I'm just saying, like, look at it that these things, something happened in your life, like when you lose friends or a long, a long term family member that been in your life and was right or that whatever. But sometimes you just gotta let situations go, especially if you a person that's trying to grow and another person isn't. You just can't. You can't hold hand. You can't be attached to people that's just not on the same, that's not trying to move up with you. That's just what it is, and that's just reality. I know it's a hard thing to do, but it's like at some point you have to be selfish because you only live in your life on certain situations. You can only help who is willing to help, but you can't really help a person that ain't trying to help themselves because you're gonna be digging yourself in the hole that's back with them and stuff. So that's the reason why. That's what I say about that. When people love saying that little match energy stuff. It's man, I ain't down with that. That's that pride and ego stuff, and everybody be thinking that they can be the meanest, and I'm the strongest and stuff. Everybody got that. Nah, everybody's a thug on here. Everybody that, but all that is just trauma responses, trauma exchanges and stuff. Because I think a lot of people really want to be a good person for real, but you know, they just grew up in an environment where it built them that way and stuff. But they don't realize that it's stressing them out more than anything. It's hard to sit here and act tough all these times. It's hard to do that or whatever. I mean, it's easy to express that stuff, but it's easy to get hurt in the same process too. As it make you easier to get to that grave quicker, easy to hit that hospital. But like, why live that type of lifestyle when you want so much better for your life? So you gotta do something different. You got to. Everybody in this earth has been hurt, and that's why it's so easy to express your hurt. Everybody has been through that, so that's why I can understand why a lot of people could be pessimistic, because that's how they look at it. They fear a lot. Every day I be trying to talk to myself on different things, because like, of course, life gonna be still life. I'm human just like everybody else. Having anxiety, all that stuff be real and stuff, but I just be having to talk to myself just to calm myself down. Like, hey, things gonna happen in our life. Things gonna either be men in my life or not. And all I can do is try my best every day. That's how I look at it. And I'll shoot. I just leave life in my higher being's hands, I mean, because I ain't bring myself here though, so it came from somewhere, and I know that it's a purpose why I'm here. Like, everybody have a purpose, even if you don't know it. So that's how I look at it. But like I said, most of the time, how do I forgive or how I learn how to forgive is just really I think the biggest part, and that's with anything with healing, with building confidence. Uh, it's just look at things at a different point of view rather than just yourself. Because if you just focus on yourself, then that, like, most of the time it'd be a negative thing. Oh, this person has did this because it had to be that and all that stuff, or they must have been them. But I just look at it as in, like, you know, I look at it besides just me. I just look at it to let stuff go. I'm like, you know what, that person, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what type of day they had. But some people be like, I can care less about what they day. But why you not caring less? But you caring less about their day, but it's making you care more about them and how they treated you too at the same time. So it's like, do you really care? That you still caring in some type of form though. So I rather I'd rather be like, you know, maybe this person had a bad day. I had a good day. They had a bad day. That don't mean I have to have a bad day because they bad day happen to, give a bad moment towards me. But it's just like I said, it's really just about just looking at it in other people's other people's shoes and stuff. Because like I said, all of us is really just humans. All of us think the same, and we want everybody to think like us. We want everybody to express their. I wouldn't do that. I know we always say that a lot, though. But whatever they did, they did it. You might not did it, they did, and that be the problem. Like we keep thinking every human's supposed to be like us. Everybody not gonna think like us. Everybody not gonna move like us. Who is to say who's real or fake? Cause you could be just as fake as the person you call it fake. Everybody been having a moment. Everybody want to say they good, but we all bad people that's trying to be good, and that's just a flat out fact. I know people be like, "Oh, it's in our nature that we're supposed to.
Yeah.
We don't need a book to show us good, right or wrong. We don't need somebody to, no. All this stuff had to be taught. Like if it wasn't for our parents, a book, it could be religion, whatever your religion is. If it wasn't for y'all it teaching us right or wrong, we'll go off our nature. People can easily say that, well, it's inside of us to know, but no. I mean, a lot of this stuff it has got taught to us. As if that wasn't the case, you shouldn't have to tell. If it's natural, right? Test this out. That's how I
Mhm.
know people just be talking. If it's so natural to know right from wrong, then don't talk to your kids when they grow up. Don't say no to them. Don't do none of that stuff since it's so natural, right? So
All right.
that's why I'm saying that will contradict the whole thing of like, oh well, I know right and wrong. I don't need a book to show me this. I don't need nobody to tell me what's right or wrong. No, you don't. Nobody in this
You know
earth
what the
do. We
word
all
is,
had to get
Kevin?
taught this stuff. You
You
said
know what the
what?
word is? You know what the word is? I think it's empathy. You got to be able to see it from the other person's point of view.
Yes. Yep.
That's what it is. That's what I lacked for a long time. Yeah, you
Yeah.
got yeah.
That's what it is.
I like it. Everybody ain't Vulcan like me from another planet. With no emotion. You know what I mean? And just the
Everybody got
facts.
emotion. They just express it different ways. That's all it is.
Right, right. Yeah, they tell me like, wait, man, you
We can
cold.
hide it
That's what
under
they
a
used to say
smile,
all
but
the
it's still
time.
inside of us.
Yeah, 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 yeah. That's why I call myself the real smart. Like I got a little bit of human in me too. Yeah, yeah. Like Elliot Ness, what he say? Just the facts, man. What was that show? Back in the day. Just the facts, man.
If you're around someone that has or have a bad day, just throw out good energy. Exactly. I kind of feel that, Miss Katie, and I would say that too. I think how I kind of taught myself that because I did say when I made this change in my life, and like I said, I'm gonna keep throwing that book out there. It wasn't. I ain't read it. It is a book though, but it was an audio book I listened to while I was at work. It was like 5 hours long, and it made me realize that we can be whatever we want to be. It's called Atomic Habits, right?
Oh
So it's like
yeah.
we are all built off a habit. That's why we are the characters we is. Just like I think kind of how you was mentioned about how your family is. But it's just that's like I guess they call it like a curse, right? Family curse, but really it's habit. It's just habits, and we see our
It's
family
habit.
do it, and then we
Yeah.
kind of learn from it and build up off, it, and
Exactly.
then we be like, oh, this is me. You know what I'm saying? But no, you really like if you wasn't around the environment you was in, you wouldn't be that same type of character. That's why
Right.
I tell
You can
people that be like,
change.
you said
Yep.
what?
You can change. Yeah.
Yeah, you could. Everybody can change though. They
They
just
say
choose not to. They comfortable.
they say you are a reflection of the six closest people around you. All you got to
Yeah.
do is change your surroundings, and you can become a totally different person. That's what I
Yeah.
figured out. That's what I
Yep,
figured
just
out.
change who
Yeah.
you, not even who you hang with, but it's just how much time you spend with certain
Right.
situations. Because that's the same thing. Music can do that to you. The
Yeah. Yeah.
television, all that stuff can do just as much impact in your life, though. It's
Yeah.
just what you focus
Exactly.
your energy on and stuff. You have to take time
Exactly.
and build habits and different things and stuff. That's why everybody be coming to this. I can't do it. I can't. And this is just me. Like, no, no, it's not, man.
No,
Because
it's not.
nobody
Right.
really know who me is. We just don't
Right.
know. Because it could
But
change as long as we could change every last year or something like that.
what's
Like,
that
who was
word?
the you fake one, the
Product.
fake you.
Right.
You
You're a
know?
product of your environment. That's the word.
Yeah,
That's the word. You're a
yeah.
product of your environment. Because, like I said, if you could really concentrate, you can change your narrative, and you can be whoever you want to be. This guy on YouTube. He was a former CIA agent, and he was saying how they infiltrate. And he said you just totally just change who you are. You could do it in your mind. It's a skill. but anybody
Mm-hmm.
could do it. Like I said, it's like how come you always be happy and upbeat and laughing all the time? Like, because I chose to be that way. I said I used to be the
Facts.
opposite. I used to be when somebody said good morning to me, I used to say, "What's good about it?" That was my attitude, and I had to check. I was like making myself miserable. And then once I started studying that stuff, I'm like, damn, I could just be whatever I want. But like, yeah, it's that easy. You could choose to be mad all the time, or you could choose to be happy. It's
Right.
that easy. You don't think it is, but it is. You just gotta think about it. You
Yeah, you
choose
gotta
to
focus
be.
on it.
Yeah, yeah. You can't let other people control your emotions, and that's what a lot of
Exactly.
people on this
Exactly.
app do. They let other people control their emotions. You can't do that. you can't.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
You said why I always have a negative attitude. Exactly. Well, the thing is, I can understand it though. That's why I be trying not to be. I had to learn that a lot of my situations I be disingenuous on different situations because I've been through it and stuff. So I can't understand why a lot of people have negative attitudes and why everybody attached to toxic rooms and all that stuff. Because like I said, I was once that one person, but it's just like some people just
Figured it out.
haven't took the time. They trying to
Yeah.
find themselves through uh
It
different
takes. You
people, relationships, through validation, through other, that's what they do nowadays and stuff. But it's just like it's so easy to fall into the negative because, like I said, everybody in life has started off with some type of hurt, and then from that hurt, it's like usually make negative decisions after that. It usually don't be nothing
Right.
good. It's something you got to get motivated out of,
Right.
or somebody got to talk you through them situations. That's the reason why we need one another to a certain extent, not rely
Yeah.
on one another. Because I know we like saying that, so we think that needing and relying is
I
through
had to
everything.
learn,
But
man.
we all
I had
need
to
somebody to
learn.
talk to, huh?
Yeah. I said I had to learn. I was like miserable for 50 years. In the last 10 years, I ain't been nothing but happy. Everything I want, everything I thought, I just thought, and I became it. If you think right, you
Yeah,
can become what you want. It's crazy, but I didn't learn that until I was over 50 years old. But yeah, and then it's like everything just
yeah. I've been
changed. I
asleep.
saw it.
Been
I
asleep. I
mean,
just got on
it
like
just
about a
hit
couple
me. I
hours ago.
saw it. Yeah,
Yeah,
I just saw it. I'm like, damn. I'm like,
It's
it's that easy. I'm
amazing
like,
what
now
you
it's
can.
like, ain't nothing can bring me down.
It's amazing what you
Huh?
can accomplish when it's amazing what you can accomplish when you gain control of your emotions and your thoughts,
Yes,
and you
oh
don't
yeah,
allow somebody else to write your narrative. And that's what a lot
yep.
of
exactly.
these people do. They look for their narrative in other people instead of writing the narrative themselves.
Right, right. I'm telling you, I tell people, I'm like, all you gotta do is change your mind. I tell you, just change your mind. It can be done. Your mind is powerful. It's powerful if you just realize that. it's,
Right.
it's it's amazing, man. It's
I mean,
amazing. Like I
yeah,
said,
it's
I just
hard for a
started
lot of
looking
people
stuff
though at
And,
the
into
same time too, because people got to look at things besides
and
they got to really want to do it though. A lot of people haven't got pushed to that type of
that
motivation to
part.
even want to do it because a lot of times people are getting put up with. They never had to really like because they used to going around people like, well, this is me, and then everybody else tell them like, well, that's how Sammy is. We know how Sammy be and all that stuff, right? But nobody really getting on his head about him being Sammy so much, right? So if
Yeah,
nobody really not checking him, and everybody keep being around him and all that stuff, or there's somebody that's always trying to enable him, he's not going to want to change it until he really be aware, and that's what everything to make any type of change or to have this so-called this emotional intelligence that people be talking about. The most important thing with everything is awareness. If you're not
yeah,
gonna be like you can know about stuff, but being aware of it is like you realize how it's affecting you and all that, or how you can't keep a friend around, or how you can't keep a relationship and all that stuff.
right,
You got to be
right.
first, yeah. You got to be aware of that to even want to make that change. That's when you're gonna want to do it. Like, all right, okay, I got to do what it takes to get out the situation because I'm tired of not, and I don't want to. And this is the type of lifestyle I want. So what I'm doing now is not gonna give me the type of lifestyle I want and stuff. So it's like it's hard at the beginning. It's just like lifting weights and all that stuff. All that stuff be hard at the beginning, but it
Practice.
take habit. It take getting used to it or making or consistency. And eventually, that's when you end up getting changed, and then it becomes easier and stuff. But it
Yeah,
just depends on the mindset. Everybody ain't got that willpower. They
right, right,
can, but they just don't. Some people ain't get pushed yet. You know what I'm saying? They ain't got that.
right.
They ain't got
And
that.
let's be honest.
Yeah,
Let's be honest. That usually doesn't happen until they have a major traumatic or
That's
some
all I was
type of
about to get
major
to.
event in
Yep.
their life.
Yep. Yep, that's exactly what it is. Just like people that be having that energy when they want to
Right.
say that, oh, I had to do this, I had to rob this person, I had to do all this stuff to eat. You know what I'm saying? Everybody got it in them, but it's just they try to act like they can't do. That's why I tell everybody, you can do it, because if you was starving, you was sit to find a way to get you some food. You know what I'm saying? But
Exactly.
it's just people haven't got pushed
Exactly.
yet. You know, everybody got
Exactly.
it in them.
Yep.
It's just not important for them. They don't really want it that bad. That's just what it
I
is.
don't want it that bad. Yep. Yeah.
Uh,
That's
I
what I
get it.
they make an
classify.
excuse when they get on that
There's a
pole, or they
couple of
make an excuse
people.
to sell that good
I,
stuff.
Their names on the tip of
classify.
my tongue. They started out on TikTok. They're content creators. They got YouTube channels now that teach this stuff.
Yeah.
One of them is you just look up the CIA, former CIA spies, husband and wife. They were both CIA spies. That's a pretty good YouTube channel to watch. I can't think of Bustamante, I think his last name is. And the other one is that real quiet dude on here with the gray hair. And he teaches that mind control thing with the emotions, and he teaches that if you can, if you can imagine it, you can be it. You
Yeah.
just, and if you keep doing that, I mean, it starts. You start taking the actions to get where you want to be. If you
Hmm.
just got to believe it. Yeah, and I teach that in business too. It's like most people, they first business, it fails in the first year, but you don't just quit because it failed. Because I'm one of my main videos that got the most views on it is I put my process. I was like, I came out, I said, came out, I tried this business, failed. Boom, try again. Tried this business, failed. Boom, try it again. I kept on going until I hit one. And I made it. You know what I'm saying? I never quit. And
Yeah,
and
because
that's
it's
and that's the
consistent.
key. Yeah, yeah. I was like, okay, I failed. I didn't work. Okay, I learned something. You learn something from each failure. And and
Facts,
and
exactly.
and like I
Well,
said,
you should. You
but if you don't,
should.
but yeah, you should. But if you don't try, you can never do it.
It be
It's like,
people jump
oh,
from relationship to
people are like, oh
relationship,
man,
making the same
that's
exact
too hard
mistakes.
to open a business. It's too hard. I'm like, have you ever tried it? You know what I'm saying? They say it's too hard, but they ain't even tried it.
Yeah.
I'm like, I
I
said the
never
first
heard it's
business,
too hard to go find you some food to eat, or it's too hard to
right,
get you some
right.
buns.
I'm like,
People
you
be
don't know.
trying their hardest to get out there. They gonna figure a way.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
People just want to. They put their energy in the wrong thing. That's the reason why. Of course, it's gonna be hard because you don't want to try hard enough to do it. That's what it is. But
right,
I bet you, if people had that energy of the same energy that they have when they trying to, have get buns. I'm gonna say it that way. I don't know how that
right,
word
right.
is. But if they had
Yeah,
that energy of how they do or how they want to go on internet and look for attention, they strive every day to post something and get validated and stuff. If you had that same
right,
type of energy, that wasn't so hard for you though. You figured a way to
right.
do that and all that. So like, if you can use that same
Exactly.
energy on that, you can do that on anything. That's what I'm saying. That's
Apply
why I'm
to
be
any.
with that excuse
Right,
stuff. That's why I call this room no excuses, because everybody got it in them. They just choose not to. They just don't want to.
right, right. Yep. If you don't didn't want it bad enough. All right. Yeah, like I
Yeah.
said, you just got to keep trying. Like I said, you might fail 4 or 5 times. Some of the most billionaires, man, they fail so many. That Elon Musk guy, he was sleeping on the office floor with 3 of his buddies a couple years before Tesla launched. Broken in the mud. You see what I'm saying? But he kept trying,
Yeah.
and he did it. Hit one big. All it takes is one to hit big.
Yeah. That's why I'm gonna keep doing this. What I'm doing, man, because it is what it is, man.
Yeah, yeah. But like I said, but you can't give up. People, when you
Can't.
get disillusioned, that's what it is. You get, because that's what happened to me. When I got out of the Navy, I got disillusioned because like every job I went interview, they was like, oh no, we can't use you. We can't use. I'm like, God damn, what the hell am I doing wrong? I said, I got all this education and nobody
Mhm.
won't give me a job. I'm like, well, what's your experience? I'm only 22 years old. How much experience can I have? I'm like, give me a
What's
shot,
up, Jabri?
And I was getting frustrated until I finally freaking just started my own damn company.
Mhm.
And it failed. And then I tried another one. But eventually I got where I need to be. I used my skills and started my own damn business. you know?
Yeah.
Ain't
Yeah.
nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, so,
Deshante, what's the deal? Did
You
I say it
you
right?
find a way around if you motivate enough. You find a way to get what you got to do. you
I
know,
agree, honey. Where there's a will, there's a way.
Yeah, yep,
I'll say
exactly. Where
yes.
there's the will's away. There's something to all of those sayings that we have.
It
It's
is.
some-
We never understood it when we was younger, but until we got older.
right, right.
Yeah,
What's
I
that?
like saying that
Murphy's
though.
law. Whatever can go wrong will go wrong.
Hmm.
It happens.
Yeah.
But the thing is to be resilient and keep pushing
Right,
yourself. You know,
right.
a
It's a
lot of
thought
people give up,
process. It's the
honey, too
mind.
quickly.
Yeah, you can't let it. Don't let failures or letdowns stop you. You just keep it moving. That's all
Yeah.
you gotta do. It's always gonna be negative, nasty, especially your own family.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't do that. You can't do that. I had to work 50 years at this one company, and that's how you make it. I'm like, that's not the way I'm gonna do it. But they's like, you're a fool. You're a fool. You quit that job, man. 'Cause I worked in unions. I worked in all the big companies around here, Metro, Amtrak, all them rascals, and I quit them in a minute for the next buck. And they're like, you quit that job? That's the be all end all job around here. I'm like, psh. Now to me, what I'm saying? Like, you crazy. I'm like, I'm not crazy. I was motivated. I said, I know I wasn't gonna work somewhere 50 years and then somebody give me a goal. Why I say get the hell out of here?
Yeah. Yeah. When you learn to stop listening to other people, that's when you really start making moves and stuff. That's what I
Exactly.
realized.
Talk about it.
Exactly. I said my own damn mother didn't believe me, but luckily my father said, "Man, you can do anything, man. You as smart as that." My father kept me motivated. My mom was like the opposite. She's like, "You can't do that. You can't do
You
this.
know
You
the
can't do
funny
that."
part is though, with the when I was just said about that listening to other people though, it's like people be selective too. But then they don't want
Uh,
to listen to people when they tell you not to be with that no good person, and then you want to. That'd be
yeah,
weird to me though. It's like it's like people be selective. That's why I said it's that one thing you got to really when you really focus on what you want to do in your life or prioritize what's really most important, because everybody got their importance. I guess they pick and choose. A lot of times their importance be something that it's a want, not a need. You know what I'm saying? Now, when you
right,
start
right,
working, it's sad that you got to want your needs now instead. And everybody need they wants now. It's backwards, man. It's like,
yeah,
but now the popular thing is to want it. So you have to want your needs to even make these I guess the change that you really want or no
right,
that you
right.
need. It's sad. It's all weird. I'm trying to put it together, but it's just man.
You right, and
A
that's
lot of
really
people
why I
don't do
came
things
up
for
here.
themselves.
Because
They
I
do
was
it to try
saying
to impress somebody.
Hold up, Spot. Go ahead, because Ashante ain't been saying in a
Go
I
minute.
was saying people are very selective about what they want to, be mad about half the time. Like when you say like, what is forgiveness? Like it had made me think like, what, like is cheating like really unforgivable? Because you have girls out here that like just be casually having, sex or whatever, and they know that man is casually having sex with other men, and they don't be holding him to that little cheating standard. But then as soon as a man try to commit to them, then it's all of a sudden like all hell break loose if he even look at another woman. It's like how y'all be cool with it when in this situation, but not cool with it in that situation. Like it's crazy selective.
cool for you, but not for me.
Right. It's
It's cool when
crazy.
they do it. It's a problem when I do it.
Yeah, exactly.
I be like,
Little
you
Jen.
ain't tolerating it. You shouldn't tolerate it at all, right? They
Exactly.
do.
Exactly. Yeah, people be selective, man. That's why I said it's just
Like I, like I said, you can choose your emotion too. It's that easy. You can
yeah.
choose it.
That's why I say
Like I
emotional
said, you can
control. Right. I
choose
say
it.
that all the time. You
Yeah.
just shift it.
Don't let somebody else choose it for you.
I feel
You
like half
choose
the
how you
stuff be
want to be.
emotional manipulation. Like people be mad, they just want to see if they can get to you. Like they can get under your
Oh yeah,
skin. You know?
especially on this app.
That happened
What
a few
the
times on here
trolls?
to me though, but I learned though. That's why I say I realized stop pointing other figures for my decisions I make. That's what made me stronger. You can't get stronger when you always point your fingers. Oh, they made me do this. They made me man.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
made me.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's just you will never know what you have to personally correct as long as you. I mean, if you keep
Yeah,
looking at things in that way, because you live in your life. You go say they made me go
yeah. That's where
unalive
that
myself. You
word
know, stuff you can't
accountability.
do that. Like if everybody got a control of your life and that show how weak you is. That's just what it is. It
Right.
just show where you weak at.
That's where
You gotta
personal
fix that.
accountability. That's where them words accountability come in. Personal accountability.
Yeah, they don't like that word. That's the one
No,
they
they
run
don't
away
like that
from.
word. Yeah, yeah.
If you
Because
notice
I had to
that,
think back on past stuff, and I'm like, yeah, that probably was my fault. Yeah, yeah. So,
Yeah,
if
most
you
of the time,
notice
it's most of our faults. We choose where we want to go, and even if we don't make a choice, that's our choice.
yeah,
We
yeah,
control our life for real.
For real. I noticed that a lot of people that don't like accountability like that, they be like they'll lead with, well, they said and they be thinking
I'm
and
like, who cares
they
what they
did
say?
and they said this to me. And I'll be like, why do you care though? Like they have
Right.
no control over your life.
Right. They gonna say what they gonna say no matter what. That's what's gonna happen. It's always gonna be they say. So you gonna they say you too. I couldn't think of nothing fast enough, but I do get it though. That don't be crazy though.
I don't care. Sue me, anybody, they gonna say a lot, okay? If
They
you really
always
doing
gonna
it
say
right.
something. I realize when you do right and wrong, people gonna talk. That's why I noticed. That's why I'm like, I really don't care. Situation. Of course, I know words. It is powerful, no matter how we want to look at it. Because if you can get motivated by certain people, you can be uh I'm trying to think of the word of a different opposite of, I guess, discouraged, right? You can get encouraged and
Mm-hmm.
discouraged at the same time. It just depends on what you really want to focus the stuff on. But both of the stuff gonna happen no matter what. They just gonna happen though. It's just depending on how you look at things. And for the most part, when I look at negativity, I just look at it that, and both of them is a projection, good and bad. Is somebody projected, but that's the way I kind of let things go. Like, well, that's the way they feel about me. So I mean, it don't mean it's true or not. And if I feel like it's true, then I ask myself the question, like, all right, well, why a
Right.
person could be thinking about it in this way or something like that, or why they come up.
Right.
Most of the time, some of them be trolling. Some of them really just feel that way, and that's how they see me. But it's like, is it worth me correcting? You know what I'm saying? For 100 people, or
Right.
for 30 people
Choose
saying
your
the same
battle.
thing about me, it might be some type of trueness behind it. I mean, I gotta look
Exactly.
at myself like, all right, I gotta change that or something. But
Choose your
people ain't got
battles
it. They rather be
wisely.
like, nah, I'm me. That's that I'm
Yeah.
me stuff is hurting a lot of people with that
Yeah.
I'm me. I'm just being me. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
hurting
Yeah.
y'all more than anything.
Right. You can change you. You believe it or not, you can do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah,
You
because
right
I,
though,
I
Kev.
believe in still
Yeah.
respecting others. Like you gotta
Yeah.
respect others. You can't
Yeah.
be you to that extent where you hurting
Right.
people. Like.
Fool nobody else. That's what people don't understand. You can't control what somebody else do. You can't.
But I
You
do
can
believe.
try. The narcissists try. They try to control the situation, but it always ends up bad.
I do believe
You
you can
know?
control who's
So,
around you because I feel like
Yep.
I don't really care about outside opinions. Like if I don't know you from a can of paint, I don't care. But if like I see you
right.
every day and you in my personal space every day, you can't be negative like that. You got to go at some point.
Hmm.
Like I gotta distance myself from the negativity. But like
Yeah, separate yourself. Sometimes you got to do what you got to do. I tell
yeah,
people, that's another thing. People on this app, they be talking like they know something, but I know I've been there and done that, so I know they lying. It's like people like half these people to be talking about other countries and all that. They ain't never been. They be saying, "Oh, this is like this, that way, that way." I'm like, I live there. I've lived there. You're lying.
Hmm. Let
You
me
ain't
do
never
a
left the
quick
country, have
commercial break real
you?
quick so I get some more people up in here. Uh, Hey, for the 15 people that's in here, if y'all could share to like 10 people and stuff, if y'all give me the 10K for the people that's tapping in the outside of the box, and the people and y'all two that's in the inside, if y'all could just put down
Yeah.
hashtag FYP real quick so I can get on this
so
page.
That's another thing too, Kevin. A lot of people, like I can tell they never left off their block, and they saying, "Oh, I've been this guy. I'm telling you, it's like this, like that." I'm like, you probably never even left off your block. I'll tell them in a minute.
sometimes they get up
Yeah,
here and say anything. They get up here and say anything, and if you fall for it, that's just on you. You
Yep.
know.
exactly. That's what I like about you. You deep on that. Yeah, and that's how I be talking for real. I say that people do not like that stuff at all, but it is what it is
That's
because
for real.
I call them
you
out in
let
a
me
minute,
get you
Kevin.
mad, and that's on you again. You see what I'm saying?
Hey, Kev,
For
I be
real.
calling them out in a minute. I'm like, you're lying. You ain't never left off your block, have you? They be
You
really
gotta
glad
say
No.
mad.
that though.
Because the thing is, even that, right? Even if it's not true, why they fighting you over what they know is true and stuff? That mean they don't even. That mean it must be true that what you saying. Because I don't have to. The thing is, like what I also learned is I don't have to prove myself to nobody. If you don't believe I
Right.
grew up in the hood, or if you
They
don't
be
believe
trying
all
so
that,
hard.
I'm not about to sit here and go out my way to prove to you like you're not that important in my life that I gotta be like, well, I'm gonna show you. Let me show you the papers, all that stuff. I'm
Right.
like, all right,
Yeah.
stay what you believe in. I mean, you not about to, because even if I was to show you, gonna still probably make an excuse. So I can care
Right.
less of what you think. You're not
They
that
be
much. You're
trying
not that
so
important in
hard.
my life.
That's how you can tell. They be trying so hard that they
They
know
try too
something.
hard. Yeah, a lot of people try too hard.
Yeah.
I say what I
I
gotta
like them
say.
alpha males and stuff,
They on
man.
the
Them bugs to be
same.
funny to me. Them alpha males.
And half of them
And
got
I'm
their
either one of them. I
information
used to be
off of
like,
this.
they say alpha and beta, but I feel like both of them is extreme. I'm like, man, what the heck? I feel like them alpha,
Oh,
the nowadays alpha
that,
dudes be trying too hard. The
that's
beta just be
another thing
betas. They,
too.
you know that.
If, if a man say he an alpha, he's not an alpha.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not
That's a
into none of that
beta
stuff though.
right off
That
the
they too
bat.
much.
If they say
I'm in
they're
the middle.
alpha,
Is that a middle guy? So I'm just
okay.
kidding. Forget
An
it.
alpha male will never say he's an alpha male. An alpha male will never say it. That's how.
uh,
That's the difference. If you say you're alpha male, you're a beta.
or you
Point blank.
trying too hard?
Yeah, point
I
blank.
don't get turned on by hearing that either. I'm like, oh, he's an alpha male. Like I don't get
I'm
turned
telling you,
on.
man.
I like a manly man is gonna be attracted to a
You
woman.
know,
You don't gotta keep
right.
professing
You don't have
God.
to say it.
Good looks conscious.
Exactly. Exactly. You don't have to say it. Exactly. The gaming.
I swear. Everybody just be on here, just want to be the tough. But that's what I was talking about the beginning of the game. I mean, beginning of this. I said the game, beginning of this live and stuff. I think that's our problem. That's that pride and ego, and that's something I'm gonna always talk about on this platform. Because I
Yep.
realized that that's also a reason why people hold grudges and forgiveness is our ego and our
Yeah,
pride and stuff.
egos.
You
Yeah.
should know better why you treat me that way, and I dare you to come cross my path and all that. Like, well, all of us can talk the same talking points. All of us think that we can beat everybody up. That all of us is open to get hurt. We can go to the grave the exact same way. All that stuff.
That's
Nobody
like
on this earth is just like top dog. I don't know why all of us be thinking that way. We think if we get
that's
mad
what I
enough
said.
and black out, all of a
That
sudden the whole
quiet
world will be
guy.
just fearing us. Like,
Right.
oh my goodness, I can't
The,
believe that we talk to him like
hey,
that. Or what I'm saying? It just don't. I don't have to realize that I'm not the toughest of the toughest. I'm not
right.
the weakest of the weakest. You know what I'm saying? It's just like I gotta just do
There's
what's best
always
for
gonna
my
be
life.
somebody that can take you out. Hey, I
Everybody or
tell
everybody get took out the exact same way.
the
Literally, ain't
the
nobody made
quiet
out of Superman.
the
Or
quiet
Wonder
ones.
Woman.
That's who you gotta watch out for. They'll knock your ass out in a minute. The quiet ones, they ain't saying nothing. You
Yeah,
keep picking with them, and one day they beat the hell out of you. I've
yeah.
seen it. I've seen it.
Yeah, I don't be worrying about it. Everybody want to fight and stuff. I ain't really worried about
Yeah,
that. I'm a peace
but
person for real.
I see the
Now I get
quiet
that
ones, the
lover
ones you
versus
gotta watch
fighter
out
thing.
for.
Now I'd rather be. I'm most definitely a lover because it's like a lot of stuff ain't worth it. I ain't got time for because you got traumatic stuff that
Yeah.
you got to let out your life. Because everybody done been traumatized and stuff. Like I ain't got time for that. You got to fix that yourself. I know you want to put your fist in somebody though, but you gonna put your fist in the wrong person and be done for. So it's like, man, just fix that stuff within yourself. Some of these people be having a
Mhm.
whole family and stuff, kids and all that, and still be worrying about, let me show you how tough I know. Show your kids how tough you are. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
worry about that. Putting that energy on there. Show your relationship how tough you are. Why is
Put
you
that strength
in something that
somewhere else.
nobody else got to deal with? That should be crazy.
Right.
Yeah.
That shit be crazy to
The
me,
quiet
honey.
ones that don't talk before the fight, that's the ones who usually win. You know, the one talking all the shit get knocked the fuck out.
And I
Yep.
say that all the time because, like I said, I kind of grew up around the hood too, like not very much in it, but around it. And I'm like people that had all the energy in the world to beat somebody outside, and they be the same girls who don't never had the energy to walk their baby to the bus. And I'm just like, y'all don't be having no energy, for the real stuff in life, When somebody play with you and get on Facebook, y'all yelling at the phone. It's like I can't do it. All that negative stuff is a
Man,
dub.
I show you. I show you. Okay. All right, whatever.
Yeah.
You
But the
do
ones
that
that
over somewhere in the corner somewhere. That's the thing. Like I said, most of the time people and it's all of us like that. Because
yeah.
I've been like that. And every day I got to catch myself from being like that. A lot of this stuff just come from internal issues that we have or
Mm-hmm.
whatever like happened in our past. That's what kind of make us come right back up with that's why we so yeah, I can't believe it because that I guess that PTSD and all that stuff we done went through
Yeah.
with our last
Yeah.
relationship or the last argument we had with our family and stuff. All that stuff just eventually come back out that we never let go and stuff. So
But
that's what
yeah,
it be. Everybody just want to find what to release that little internal issue out on
yeah,
somebody else, and that's
yeah,
why everybody be want to fight and all that stuff. That's
yeah.
why they want to.
Yeah.
What?
Think
But
about it,
that's
though.
anti-black. To me, that's
Yeah.
anti-black. To want to fight your people, to be complaining about white people every day, but all you do is have energy, negative energy for your own people.
You're
It's just
right. You know that
anti-black.
is they hate themselves. They've been
Yeah.
programmed to hate themselves. because
That would sound like a
it's
thing
not
to
all their
do.
fault. It's programming, pushed
Nah, I
all
don't like
through the
doing that. I don't
centuries.
like that though.
And,
No,
and,
that's them.
and some of them grow to hate themselves, like Clarence Thomas, Candace Owens. She hates her own damn skin. You could tell. But it's not their fault. It's just they've been programmed. They believe the freaking news
You
and
said
media tell
who?
them like
Who hate their
all
own
black
skin?
people killing each other, all black men's killing their wives. And I'm like,
You
nah,
said
that's the
Candace Owens,
narrative
and I
they
forgot the
pushing.
first person you
Oh
said.
What?
yeah, yeah. But that's the
Why you
narrative
say
they
she hate her own
pushing.
skin?
Huh?
Why
Yeah.
you say she hate
Who?
her
I
own skin?
love Candace
Listen,
Owens.
just
I
all you
love
gotta
her
do is
too,
listen
right?
to her. All you gotta do is listen
Man,
to her. Just listen
No,
to
I
her.
think she actually and
You
she
don't
No,
kind of
think
you
like how
gotta
I ain't gonna
listen
lie. She probably
carefully.
like how I am now and stuff though. But
Read
it's just I
between
think
the
I noticed that
lines.
when people cause she just real. She be real with her situation. I think
But
she
you
actually
gotta
want to
read
escape
between the
the.
lines. You gotta read between the lines. Just like Samuel L. Jackson and the Django Unchained.
Nah,
no,
Read between
I
I
don't
like
know.
Candace Owens.
the
Candace Owens keep it real. I'm gonna give
No,
her
lines.
she
that.
just yeah.
I'm
Who
telling
said
you,
that? It ain't
I
that is
watch
just
your
the
YouTube.
behaviors that
I
we a
watch
lot
it.
of us have and stuff that people
I
scared
just
to
get
address.
ready to press
I
into
learned
it.
that if you don't speak in misery and hurt and or got to be on the same team, I
Now,
like what the heck? Like what behaviors we got to follow each other to be black enough? I never understood that. I had a
no,
live
it's not.
about that
No,
too.
Oh,
it's not
talk
the
about
black
it.
enough thing.
What is black? Can we get up? How
Yeah,
does
it's not the black
black?
enough
Can
thing.
we
It's
talk about
totally
that?
opposite of that. You gotta really listen. Cause
What
some of the
what
stuff
make
just
you think
slips
she
out.
hate her own skin though?
She lets it out. She I listen carefully.
Give me an example.
That's
You
the
know,
thing. You
you already know I'm about to. You know what I do. I be trying to figure some stuff out, man. I gotta see. It's a reason for everything. So why you
yeah,
feel that?
yeah. It's not her fault. It's the programming over the centuries.
Would you
It's
say
not
the
her
people
fault.
that don't like her program?
No, she is programmed. Just like Clarence Thomas is programmed. They believe the hype that black people ain't shit. They believe that. They believe it. Trust me. I was
Mm.
brought up like that,
I
and
don't
I'm,
trust
I'm,
nobody though. I'm
I'm
not
telling
that
you,
loyal
my
to.
mom would move out of a
I think
neighborhood
nobody.
with
I
too
think
many black
everybody
people
ain't
moved
shit. If you
in.
want to say that, then I don't
She
think it's
said,
just black people.
I'm telling you,
But
I was trained that way. My mom and dad like, we got to get away from these niggas, and we black as shit. We was just training over the years, like, oh, these niggas ain't no good. These niggas ain't no good. We got to move to another white neighborhood. And then they moved the fuck out when we move in. It's crazy, but I'm telling you, it's programming, man. I had to learn. It's
mm.
programming. It's not their fault. It's just
Okay,
that's the
what's
way
the
the
reason?
society
What?
is.
Okay, if that's the case, then what is the reason to be? Because I like people in general, and I don't have nothing against
Yeah, I
nobody,
like
but I
people
do
in jail
realize there's some
too.
people that I
Right.
have to not be around sometimes too.
Right. That's it.
Yeah, so I don't trust no
It's
colors
in
if you want to say
general.
that.
Right. I
Then
love
hey,
everybody. Like I
right
said, I ain't
there.
never look.
I love everybody, but I don't trust
All of
everybody. I
my
only trust
kids, all of
God.
my kids.
That's what my neck tattoo
Yeah.
say. Only God I
Yeah.
trust.
All of my kids' mothers are different. You know what I'm saying? All of my kids' mothers different races and nationalities and hair color. One of my kids,
Do you hate your
one of my
color?
ex-wives was blonde hair, blue eyes too. Yeah, yeah.
What you
Hey,
supposed to
I
date a
actually
straight
was
black?
with a
What you
girl
doing,
that
man?
hated me. Right. I was with one white woman that hated
Yeah, I
talk
got a
shit
neck
about
tattoo.
niggas
That's my
all the
only
time.
tattoo.
I'm like, why you with me? I'm like, why you with me? I'm telling you. And then I had another kid. One of my kids' mother was blonde hair, blue eye. One of my kids' mother was a regular straight, African American. One of my three of my babies is Filipino. I mean, I don't care. As long as you pretty, you can be. I don't care what race you
But
are. That's
but
just
do
me.
you only but do you hear your own? But you keep talking about programming, and do you see a part of your programming that you miss that you keep doing without even
No,
recognizing that you
no.
do it? Can I
I've
point it out to
constantly
you?
tried to break
Can I
away
point it
from it.
out to you? Can I
Yeah,
point
go
it
ahead.
out to you?
Go ahead.
You've associated niggas with black people because you continually keep calling your own self and your own race as a nigga, and you use the word so loosely and freely that you'd rather
Mm.
call your race a
Right,
nigga rather than call it a black person. Because I don't
right,
use that word. I don't associate with
right.
niggas because niggas come in all races. What I see a nigga as is a person who
Facts.
comes in and destroys stuff, who basically mess
Exactly,
up stuff. The nigga was the one who wanted
exactly.
to come to the party
I
and
was
mess the
using
party
the
up because they
term.
hating on the party.
Yeah,
So
no,
I
I
look
was
at
using the
niggas come in
term
all
because
races.
they
So I
use that
don't use
term. I
that.
don't use it.
Well, but see what I'm saying. You see, you still giving power to it. You still
Yeah,
encouraging it.
no,
So
no.
it's
I'm
now to the
saying
point
because
now.
I was
But hold
saying
on, hold
that the
on.
words they
It's
were
now to
saying.
now. But
I
it's now
don't
to
use
now
that
to the
word.
point.
No,
But
I don't use that word. I was
but you was
saying
just
what
on a
Bill
live.
said.
But I'm saying you were on a live and you just freely
I was
loose. You know what
repeating
I'm
what they
saying?
said. Quotations. I don't use the word. I was quotating the exact words.
Hmm.
That's
So
what I'm
hold up,
talking
I
about.
gotta dig deep in that other situation though with the
Yeah,
Candace
yeah.
Owens
You
though.
got
Just like I
you.
mess with Kevin Samuels too. I mean I don't know her whole deep thing though, but I would advocate for people to have a lot of her way of thinking and stuff because she actually think actually outside the box. She really like. And she say stuff that a lot of people just scared to say and stuff. And I'm gonna dig more into her though. But from what I've
Yeah,
seen on
I ain't
her, it's
scared to
like
say
I
nothing. I
do think
talk
a lot of
about
people
my
need to
shit.
be like her because it's like we be thinking we gotta have this little loyalty thing and stuff. And I think that's another thing that hurt us that we don't even check one another. We think that okay, well you look like me or sound like me. You've been through the same struggle as me. That mean I need to be around you and stuff. But it's
There's
like
another. There's another chick
in
that's different
reality,
than her. That's different than her. That talks just like her and says the same
yeah,
thing as
Well,
her. But she AOC. That girl. There's a difference. They both talk the same stuff about what's going on. But
no,
I'm telling you, she
no.
can talk just
I
like
disagree
Candace
with
Owens, but
Candace
it comes
Owens,
out different from her to her. She
and
can talk
can you
I
just
tell
agree.
me
like
a
her.
talking point that you don't agree with her on? Then let me say
Right, I
that.
can
Then
tell
that
you the
way I
talking
can
point she
maybe
has.
understand.
It's not a talking point. It's everything.
Candace
The
Owens is
mannerism.
um
It's just you just got to
anti-abortion.
put it all together. Because I've been watching it for a long time, and I just listen.
She's
I mean, you
But
should
forget
be
the
able to tell
message
me
that she
though.
bringing now. But I'm saying we're just gonna ignore the message she bringing now because of
Oh no!
you
Don't
know
ignore the message.
She talks about
because
I
see
just see the
because see that's what
psychology
we
in the
gotta
head.
because see that's the thing too I recognize about us as a people that we have a bad thing of doing of attacking our messengers. See, their messengers aren't perfect and they know it. I mean, Trump, look at Trump is flawed all over the place and they
All of them
support
flaws,
him.
but look how they follow him
but
because
but
he
we
talk a
we
good
look
game,
for
but
every
don't do
chink
nothing.
in but when we try to find our leaders and we try to follow them, we find trying to find every little chink in their armor and we find any little chink, then it's like no, we can't support you. Look how perfect Obama had to be to get the support of his people. If that man would have had any kind of flaws, we wouldn't have supported him.
Obama did have flaws though, and people just didn't care
We
because
had
he
he
wasn't
had
the boss.
flaws. He had flaws we could
He
accept.
did have flaws. He was killing people. He was bombing countries and stuff. Like anybody
But
else
he
that
was
was doing
about it.
that, they would have
He
got,
got in office though, but
called
that
out
was
for
after
that.
he got in
But
office.
He
I'm
understand
knew
saying
this,
how
he
to
put them
maneuver.
apart.
He
But
knew
I'm
how to
saying he didn't have
maneuver.
any
So
flaws
well
for. I'm saying he didn't have any flaws.
because
They
he
didn't find any
checked the
flaws on
boxes.
him till after he was in office. We
He
talking about
had a
flaws
bunch
that
of
he had
flaws.
before.
We just didn't care because he looked good in a suit and
He
he
was
was a
a good
black man and
man.
he had a black
Yeah,
woman on his arm.
you can see
You
that he was
know,
a good man. Exactly, through and through. And he
but
knew
he
how
Yeah,
was
to play.
serious.
And
But
he
respectful.
knew how to
But
play the
he
game.
loved.
He knew how to play the game.
He never did. I ain't gonna get into Obama because it's a whole nother argument and stuff.
Michelle too. They never let him see him sweat. They was good. They knew how to play the game. They were
Okay, well,
smart.
can we talk about how the black community improved under Obama? What happened? What was
He
some
didn't do a
strides that he
crap for
made?
us. He didn't do crap
Uh,
for us. He couldn't.
exactly. So what are
right.
we heralding here?
Huh?
What are we championing with
But he's a
Obama
good
when he
man.
really
But he's a
didn't
good
do that
man at
much?
heart. But he knew that he couldn't
He
make the
looked
moves he
good.
wanted.
I would say he looked good in the White House. He did, but like he didn't really
I was
do
just
much
glad
as a
that we
leader.
had person of color representing. That's it.
Did he
And
represent
he
us
showed
though?
that he showed that he was had better decorum than every single president this country ever had. And they hate that.
We don't care about the core. We talk about who gets the problem
Uh,
solved. That's what I care
I
about.
know what
Who
we
is solving
care
the
about,
problems?
but yeah,
Who is in the issue? I don't care
see, a
what you
lot of
look
people
like.
don't
I'm for.
understand. A lot of people don't understand the president has no power. It's a figurehead. Every president, they have no power.
He do have power.
No, he don't. The people who have power is the
So
Congress,
Biden ain't
the
sending
Senate.
billions
No,
over there to Ukraine right
Biden
now
don't do
with his
nothing, can't
power.
do
He ain't doing
nothing.
that.
The power is the
So
Congress,
you
the
telling me
Senate, and
right
the
now?
Supreme Court. The three of them together, that's who controls things. The president
Hold
is a
up.
figurehead to represent the country.
So you telling me
They can't get
that
crap done
Biden
without
does
the
not have the
legislation.
power right now
They can't get
to
nothing done
send
without the
billions
legislation.
and billions
See, that's what a
to
lot of people
another
don't
country?
understand. They think the president is running shit. The president don't run
The
jack.
president is running shit. He is though,
No,
and it's just so bad. But you know what? They didn't start that argument that the president didn't have power until Obama got in office. Now he didn't have power. You feel me?
no, none
Before
of
then,
them.
it was the
I've been
hottest
around.
seat,
I've
the
been
most
through
powerful
I've
seat
been
in
through
in the
Kennedy
room.
all the
It
way
was
through, and ain't none of
since
them had
Obama
no
got
power.
there, is the president can't do nothing.
None
Like
of them.
what?
None of them had no power to this day.
Somebody got some power somewhere. Somebody
Somebody
got some power
saying
somewhere.
It
grudges
comes from
forgiveness one.
it comes from a
This is
conglomerate
part
of
11 of
Senate
it.
and
Yeah,
Congress
part 11.
and the Supreme Court.
What
That's
is
who got the
forgiveness to
power.
Okay,
you?
agree to disagree, man. Ain't gonna be talking in
Yeah, yeah,
circles.
yeah.
What
They
is
don't understand how
unforgivable to
politics
you?
work. Yeah.
How do you forgive? And do you believe a lot of these families are destroyed due to grudges? Oh heck yeah.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Oh yeah.
let's see. So what is forgiveness to you? Forgiveness to me is an offense that you felt was committed against you, and you seeking for reconciliation to basically to let it go, to move on.
Hmm.
Yeah, you got to.
Whatever that move on looks like. It may be moving on without them, moving on together, but to continue to. You got to mute up, whoever you are. Oh,
That
Charles, what's
boy
good,
sound he got an
Charles?
explosion over there.
Man, it sounds like he on the back of a boat.
I
The
don't
guy
know what.
right there, Kevin. Charles. Charles is the guy that was in that argument this morning for 3 hours over a word he didn't understand. He kept on saying he keeps equating the two words of racism and prejudice, and I keep trying to they try to explain to him for hours that they're two different words, but he couldn't because he just wouldn't grasp it.
Mm.
But but yeah, I think that the forgiveness, that's what I think forgiveness is. What is unforgivable to you? Mm, well, God says nothing, but I'm not God. I ain't there. I mean, I'm getting better and better every day, but I don't know. Some things for me, harming my children definitely is on that list right now. Um, but I don't know. It depends on the situation and where my heart and mind is and state of mind is
Give
at
an
that time.
example of an unforgivable situation.
Like somebody who would, unalive and grape my daughter.
Mm.
Man, I don't think I'd be able to forgive that person till I unalive them.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's a tough situation to try to forgive someone for. They sitting in front of you and they done did something like that to your child or even
Well,
to
if you
your
never had the
your.
chance to unalive them, then would that be stuck for the rest of your life?
Yeah,
I
I
probably
want to holler
I
at
would forgive
Charles
him eventually.
so I
I
can
would forgive
explain
him
it.
Okay, now we getting
with
somewhere. I
time.
thought so. Okay, you got it in you then. So I feel you just talking about that moment, and I think a lot of humans do that. Some people
Yeah,
actually do
right.
go to their grave with that, and I can't believe this happened, and they can't live
No.
regular life. So I'm
Yeah,
glad you just said that at the end, though. So you eventually will forgive them, even though it's a hard situation, but you will. So it's not. So based on what you said, it's still forgivable at a certain
Man,
point.
I had to forgive God. Remember I told you I'm a
it,
father of a special needs child who passed away when he was 7. So I had to forgive
Mm.
wow.
God. And if I
Yeah,
and had to forgive myself in that. So
yeah.
in that, that right there tells you it's just a matter of time. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna go like you say. I'm not gonna take it to the grave with me.
Right. Don't do that. Yeah,
So
yeah.
So I can't
Eventually,
say
it'll
there's
eat you
nothing.
up.
So the answer to the question is nothing's unforgivable
Right. Yeah,
in
it'll
time.
eat you up if you don't.
You
You
gotta
I
know.
throw that
like
in
you got. I
time in
like
there.
how you went back to that though. That's why I said based off your talking points, I could tell.
Yeah,
And I
it'll
knew he
eat
was
you
gonna
up
get
if
to
you
that though.
don't. Yeah, if you don't
Yeah,
forgive,
yeah.
it'll eat you up. You hurting yourself,
It
not the
always
other
gonna eat
person.
you up all the time. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, and then
Whatever
you
it
ain't hurting
is.
the other person. You hurting yourself.
Yeah.
And the answer to your third question is like, how do I forgive? People honestly take advantage and they think that you weak because I forgive quick. It's like, I don't got time to be holding grudges on you or holding stuff
There you go.
against you. Because see,
There
the
you
thing
go.
is, why you think that I'm holding grudges against you, I ain't got that kind of power to be trying to hurt you. And that's what it is. Me holding my anger and hurt against you is like, like they said, I'm gonna sit over here and take this poison and wait for you to die. While I'm over here
Right.
coughing and
That's
gagging
facts.
and spitting up and can't figure out what's wrong. Why they ain't dying and why am I dying? Because you the fool over there trying to kill somebody by you taking poison. It's like,
Right.
make it make sense. You mad
Yep.
at me. You walking around here with an attitude, mad at like a lot of these situations. You walk around here mad at your baby daddy. So you walking
Yeah.
around here with all the and you punishing and taking out on everybody but him. Your child
So I
suffering,
gotta.
your mother suffering, everybody around you suffering, but he going
Mhm.
on about his life minding his business.
Exactly.
Yeah.
He
Exactly.
ain't
Doing
thinking
that.
about you.
I want to
Yeah.
get on this question down here though. He said, "How do you
What's up?
forgive someone who keep doing the
Be
same
crazy.
thing over and over again?" Well, first off, you gotta ask yourself why you around a person that keep doing the same exact thing. Then,
Right.
and
What's
need
And
to
your
you gotta
part?
forgive
learn how to
yourself.
make
How you
What's your part?
and,
Yeah.
and you gotta learn
why
how to make
why are you
adjustments.
around a
People don't
person
know how
that's
to
crazy?
adjust. Right. And the thing is what it is, sometimes we get caught up in a situation that like I'm gonna be honest with
You never
with you
made it
about my
better.
life. I got caught up in situations where I probably should have walked away. And it was
Oh,
situations
EXO
that
already got him already.
or there was situations that necessarily I didn't, I didn't need to walk away, but I needed to make adjustments. I needed to adjust my boundaries. I needed to adjust to how things were happening or going, and I
Yeah.
didn't. So instead of taking accountability, most of us instead of us saying what part, like he said, what is my part? What did I do wrong? We go to pointing fingers. How can I fix? Because I'm the one that's got the issue because I'm the one that's offended. But I want them to stop offending me. So it's not them that have the issue, it's me. So I got to
Right.
figure out what is it that they're doing that keeps causing me to be offended and change that or change make it so that they can understand what they're doing that's causing me to feel offended.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Yep.
So
That's
she
all
said, "I will
right.
have to take my daughter away from her entire family." Well, you got to do what you got to do. If it's affecting your life that bad, then do what you got to do. Then, so if
Yeah.
it ain't that bad, then why complain about it?
Right.
I mean,
You got
it's
full
called
control of who
But
you
sacrifice.
got
talk
in your
about it
life and
with
who you
her.
don't
Tell
got
her
in your
what's
life.
going on.
So
And that's the problem. It's called sacrifice. And what it is, people don't want to sacrifice. They want you to make the sacrifice for them. Like they said, we want Jesus down the cross for us, but then
it's
we
not
want
that easy, but it's
absolutely no
possible.
parts in it. Right. We don't want any parts of sacrifice that we
You
have to
have to
make.
accept
And
that for yourself.
but it's true. If you truly love somebody, if you truly care, it's a sacrifice. And if it's like she's saying, if your family is causing harm to you and your daughter, what's best for your daughter?
Yeah.
It's a
That's
Right,
right,
sacrifice.
Meryl. Yep, Meryl,
right,
you are on point. Yep.
right.
Yep. You gotta make sacrifices sometimes. You just got to, you know.
Are you gonna sacrifice the healthy of you or your daughter, her well being, or are you gonna sacrifice your family not seeing her traumatizing her?
Right, right.
I thought a lot
Yeah,
of issues can be resolved with a simple conversation, but people be scared to speak up. Like they be scared to say
yeah,
what's going on. So
yeah,
sometimes you gotta say what's up. Like, hey, I don't like this, and this is why I don't
Hmm.
like this. Can we
Yeah.
adjust something? You know, it's not hard. It might not be comfortable, but it's not hard.
right. They don't want a little uncomfortability. Yeah, you
So
know.
Mhm.
Trixie, so even if that's the case, it sounds like you got a bunch of excuses and stuff. Then, well, what you gonna spend the rest of your life complaining about it? Or like, what is your solution then? Because you can't just cry about it the rest of your life and think something's gonna change. It's gonna get to a point where you're gonna have to make a decision, no matter how hard it is or you feel it's
Yeah,
impossible.
right. Exactly.
The same way if a man was to cheat on you or something, you're gonna find a way to leave that relationship. You know,
Yep. Yep.
Number
they
four.
leave faster than that than DV. That'd be crazy to me.
Like
Oh,
I
Number
just
I
four
couldn't leave that,
is
but they cheated on me because he did it one night, now so he could leave in 2 seconds with that. Though that'd be funny, crazy to me.
and the reason why I forget quick is because, like I said, I done been to the point where I'm so stressed out that I done had to get a colonoscopy, found out that I almost died from cancer. You know, because that stuff affects you in your body. You can't
Hmm.
just if you don't know how to expel that or get rid of it, that stuff, all that stress, all that worrying, all that holding anger, all that holding stress, you having issues in your body and you don't understand why. That's where it's coming from. That stuff it's just not something you feel. It's just not an emotion, but it
Hmm.
actually attacks and it has effects in your body.
Gotta bring out and
So
explain. How many
I
followers you
feel like
got?
that's when you hold grudges. Like I can't not forgive somebody and move the hell on. Like I be like, okay, they just gonna go, but they ain't got to be in my face with.
but then that's why I say, I got to a point in
Because they
life
over
that
there,
I
like
forgive
that's where you get that.
Yeah. Some
I
people got to
forgive
be
people.
pushed so hard before they make a change. Yeah, that's what I see. They stick around too long. Keep on, keep on.
What's up, Marie?
Yeah, too long before it just gets totally to where they got to make a change. It's like, you know,
It might be
yeah,
it might be because
I feel like
of genetics plays a part in how easy you forgive people. Because people with anger issues, forgiveness or unforgiveness depends on your anger. Your anger could be genetically passed down. There are some people with chronic anger, and it's actually in your bloodline. So it's called low MAOA. Low MAOA is when your enzymes fail to break down your neurotransmitters properly, and it causes you to easily become angry. But it takes a long time to not be angry. So communities with anger issues, there's a lot of violence and gangs and stuff like that. That's because they're too angry to forgive. Forgiveness, people are more likely to forgive when they're no longer angry. But if you're angry and you can't help it, you just mad as hell. Like this guy on here, he's still mad about a debate we had 3 hours ago, right? And so this is a perfect example. He's still mad about that. I forgot about it, right? I forgot about it. He's still this guy's literally throwing shots at me and
no,
lying about
you ask
something,
for what?
sir.
Go ahead.
I told you, if a white girl is beat up every day at school solely
Uh,
because she's white, that is racist. They're beating her up because she's white.
Oh, now we get the
That's
full story
racist.
now.
Yeah,
yeah.
see, you know what? See, but because he's angry, and anger leads people to lie, throw insults, physically attack, and just
Wow.
sometimes they can be. There's women on here that have been mad at me for years because I stated statistics about single parents. They, they've been mad for a whole year over some statistics. These people
Wait,
have
wait,
anger.
Charles,
Yeah.
before you go, I want to
Do you
ask that
hear
question
yourself,
now.
Charles?
I
You're the
want to
one
see what
angry.
everybody
I'm
got
not
on that
angry.
then.
I'm
So how
laughing
y'all
at
feel
Charles.
about that? What he said though?
Yeah,
Would y'all say
His
if
connection was
Woo,
woo.
can I say
angry.
something?
He's the one
hold
mad.
on real
I'm
quick, hold on. I'm
laughing,
about to ask
talking
y'all a
about
question
it.
real quick
He's
before
saying
y'all
I'm
before y'all.
angry.
Yeah, I don't know, but yeah, I don't know. You
Yeah,
did go for him right as
yeah.
soon as he
No,
came in there though. So
Charles, we
yeah,
brought you up as an example of what happened today with the miscommunication.
yeah.
It was nobody's mad. We were talking about something.
Well, if
Nobody's
you
mad.
ain't mad, you ain't got to prove yourself,
I
man. You
wasn't
all
even. I
right.
didn't
You'll
even
be all
talk
right.
in that live, dude. I was just sitting there watching. And I was like, and I kept trying to tell him I can explain it and break it down, and that this argument could be over in 1 minute. But they was just kept going back and forth. They were talking about two different definitions, but didn't know it. Both sides.
Fine the way he
I wasn't
said
Okay.
it.
angry at you,
So let
Charles.
me let me ask this question real quick, then, because I like how he said that though. So for everybody, would y'all feel if it was a black girl that beat up a white girl because of her color of her skin? Do y'all feel that's racist?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, more people. Well, you say yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
Okay. Who
yeah.
else?
Exactly. That's
Yeah.
right.
Because if the roles were
Okay.
reversed,
Okay. Who
if the
say no?
role
Then I want to see this real quick. I just want to say no. Don't say it. I already know Deshante. You be on the same, but don't say it. Well, who say no? Anybody? I
Yeah,
guess ain't
yeah,
nobody then. What the?
yeah.
So I don't get it then. You just threw me off, Spock. You just threw me off. So that's what he said then. How if
No,
he
no,
saying that's racist,
it
then
was
what
a
was the
whole.
problem with it
No,
then?
I watched them talk for 2 hours. They was talking about everything, but the thing is, the problem was racism and prejudice.
Okay,
Okay,
cool.
Ra- ra- racism comes along with other things, including prejudice. Okay, it includes but it also includes the racism that they were talking about. Also includes power and control. It's two
Yeah.
different types. It's systematic racism, then it's personal racism. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, well, I mean that's cool. I mean, but I still get off based off that thing. I don't think it's
you see
that
what I'm
deep though. I
saying?
know they like to,
There's a difference.
but it's
You know,
still
one
racist though,
one
no matter
side
what,
can
because that's what.
control you. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's
One
still racist
side
no
has
matter how you want to
control.
look at it, because a
Right,
racist
right,
is being a prejudice, which is in that word, because we be trying to separate it, but it's still racist
right.
is prejudice against another race, just like what they say with the ageism and all that stuff, right?
Uh huh. Uh
Prejudice
huh.
against another age, or
Right,
prejudice,
but
you know,
see,
this. Or,
prejudice is not racism. You see what I'm saying? That's the difference.
no, it's not prejudice is everything, because the prejudice is
Right,
literally the key of all that. You could be prejudiced against
right.
a, you could be prejudiced against a
Snakes.
whatever.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can be prejudiced
exactly
against
though.
snakes. Yeah, you can,
Yes, yes.
because of past
But
history.
racism or racist is prejudice. That's the thing.
Right, but it's not the
have
same
to
thing.
remember
It's
you
not the
also have
same.
to
The
remember
opposite way.
where those two where prejudice comes from, because it's a made up, it's not a made up, it's a word that's combined of two words. It's pre-judge. That's how you
Right,
get
Okay,
prejudice.
I get it. I
So
right.
feel it.
that is the pure explanation. That's where like some people don't understand like how these words are broken down or how they're like joined together. Prejudice
Exactly.
is two words made into one. It's pre-judge. So that's the reason you have the true definition of what prejudice is. And basically, what it is you're prejudging whether it be a group, an individual, whatever, based on maybe a color, a look, a shape,
Hmm.
height, weight, color. Like that's what it is. You're simply
Right,
prejudging. So you're prejudiced against that. Doesn't mean that you're racist against it,
Right.
right,
because you can prejudge someone based off of their height and weight and
right,
say, because you're 5'5", 240, I'm not going to date you because I don't think you're a 10. That's prejudging her
Hmm.
or
right,
him,
That's a good explanation
right?
of that.
That doesn't mean that I'm racist against you, because I'm not going off the color of your skin. I'm
Right.
not
right.
doing, I'm basically merely judging you off your height and weight. I'm prejudging
How
you
about
off of
this
that.
then? Let me hit you with this then. To date, to not date somebody based off the color of their skin, is that racist?
It's very racist.
Very
Hold
racist.
up, everybody else. Everybody else.
Yes, it's
I don't
racist.
know about that, because what if it's just on attraction?
Mm, yeah, I'm gonna have to.
Why isn't it attractive?
It could be not
It's
I'm gonna have
not.
to
Right.
say
Why
No,
isn't
no.
that
I'm not
right?
saying those
Yeah,
people
it
I'm
are
could
gonna have
be.
to
That's what
say
I
unattractive.
want
no.
to know.
I'm
What
saying, what if
about the
you're
color
just
of my skin is
unattracted? Yeah.
unattractive?
It just might.
Everybody's
That's just
attracted
not
to a
my
certain
thing.
type of
It's
You
not
person.
know,
your
that might
thing.
not
Yeah,
be my
not
thing.
unattractive.
So,
Just not your
right,
thing.
right,
Just
exactly.
not
So it's
your
a
thing.
But
prejudge
What's the
against
opposite of
somebody's
unattractive is
skin
unattractive?
attractive.
That's a
because they
different
skin.
thing.
What's another antonym
That's
or synonym for
preference.
unattractive? Ugly, dirty.
I
Like
Right.
don't know
you
if you
can't
could just say
equate. You
ugly or
can't
That's
just
dirty.
say
It should.
things and they don't hold water or merit. You
Right.
can like I'm like at the end of the day, when you say it's not attractive, your the color of your skin is not attractive.
That doesn't.
That goes
That
deeper than
doesn't.
No, it's
No,
saying
not
you're
no,
just
no,
attractive.
ugly.
It's just
no, no.
unattractive.
You just making an argument because, to be honest, because to say to someone, just to say that I'm not into you doesn't mean that I'm saying that you're unattractive. It just means that I'm not into you. That
You
doesn't
said
mean
you're
that I
not
don't still find you
okay.
attractive. Because there's
Right.
plenty of women that I
You're
still
not
find
into them
attractive
because the
that I'm
color of
not
their skin.
into. Right.
That's
But she
But it
crazy.
said
don't mean
she
that.
said the
But it
color
don't
of your
mean that I find them
skin.
That sounds
right.
racist though. No matter how you want to look at that, I'm not into
If
you
I see
because
a
you're
man
not the same
who's
color as me.
if I see a man who's
That sounds like
five
hidden. Like
two,
imagine a white person saying that to a black person. You'd be straight up like they
you
racist. Oh, you
Well,
black. I'm not into
automatically
you because you're black.
I
I'm not
do it
attracted to
every
you.
day.
imagine somebody from the LBGQ community saying, "Yeah, I only like women. I don't like men." I mean, does that make her prejudice against men? You see what I'm saying? It's her
I would
preference.
like to say,
That's her
just let me,
preference. She
just,
prefers women.
just
Yeah,
let me say
you
something real
said
quick.
that's her preference.
Everybody's taking a
Sexual
left.
attraction, sexual attraction is based on conscious and unconscious reproduction desires.
You're
Okay,
right.
so hold on. As far as unconscious reproduction desires, let's say there's a dark-skinned man, and this is common, by the way. Let's say a really dark-skinned black man. The reason why he doesn't want a woman who is dark as him, because he believes if his baby is dark as him, it's an undesirable reproduction desire. He
To
feels
him.
that his offspring may be more successful if they were more light skinned, and so he
That,
chooses a light skinned woman because he believes that his genes combined with the light skinned
That's
woman's genes.
colorism.
No, it's
yeah.
not. It's unconscious reproduction desires. He
No matter
wants
how we
his
want to go against it.
because he believes his light skinned babies in this society. He believes if he has a light skinned daughter, that she will have a better chance of being successful, and it'd be less
Because of color of their skin.
less
Okay,
barriers.
so that's not conscious. That's not unconscious. That's conscious.
Right.
It's not unconscious decision. That's
That's still
conscious.
So,
colorism. If
Yeah,
we
so
that's
basing something,
conscious.
we making
Right.
judgment off a person's skin.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
No,
Yeah.
no, but he said that his daughter will have better success. Like for
That's
example, people do it all
conscious.
the time. Look. Let's
But
say
he
your
a
nose is
judgment.
He
really. Let's
believes
say your nose is
light
really
is
really
better than
wide.
dark.
Look,
He
let's
believes
say
that.
your nose. Hypothetically speaking, your nose is really really wide, right? And you don't want your son to have a wide nose like yours. Like for example, Kanye West. All his girlfriends have really slim noses. This is because he thinks his nose is too wide. Because every woman he gets with has a really slim nose. So he figures his offspring have a better chance of being successful if they don't have his wide nose.
So he don't like his own nose.
Right,
See
right,
what I'm
and
trying to
and
tell
right,
you?
and
That's
right,
conscious
and
decision.
he believes his offspring would be better off if they did not have a nose like his. So
Again,
he
the
so he
word
avoids women with a
believes.
nose like his.
Right. The word believes. He believes that because he's been trained all his life that light is better. That's the
but
problem.
even
See,
if
you see
there's
what
a
I'm saying? He
reason,
consciously decided that. That's not
even if there's a
unconscious.
reason, even if there's a reason behind the racism, it doesn't matter. It's still racist. You know, like
Right.
if you want to
Exactly.
justify it, you can, but it's still
Hey, be
racist.
trying to
Can't
sugarcoat it.
justify.
That junk don't change.
Yeah.
Colorism is colorism. Racism
Yeah.
is racism.
I think that's a
Ageism is
bit
ageism.
it's a bit
They got a
extreme to
bunch of
sit
stuff. They
back
got
and say
classism, homophobia,
Yeah.
say
nationalism.
I don't like you because of the color of
There's
your
a new one
skin.
every day.
If I hear
Every
that,
day.
I'm gonna automatically equate you with being a racist because I'm like, you don't like them
That's
because of the
racist.
color of their skin. That's
Mm-hmm.
racist versus saying, you know what, I'm not attracted. I'm not attracted to you. That's different compared to saying I don't like you because of the color of your skin.
That's like B saying I'm not attracted to light skinned people or something like that. If that's
Right.
my reasoning, right?
Right. Yeah,
That's
that's not a
that's
good
racist. I
reason.
mean that's colorism because that don't
Right.
like the color of the skin don't make a
Mm-hmm.
person's character.
Uh,
You know that's if
Right.
that's all you can say. The reason why is because the
Yeah, I
color
agree
Right.
with you.
or
Colorism, but
the
I wouldn't
age
call
or
it
something like
racism.
that.
Yeah.
I have a question. So, what if a white woman
Like, what about a
has
color
skin
make
cancer
something attractive anyway? I just thought about that. What if
and
a color make a person better? What if a color like what do they? I don't get that. Like that's an
what if
automatic
a
judgment based off of something that somebody can't control, right?
You see
what
what
if
you
a
see what
white
I'm saying,
what
Kevin?
if a white woman
What I'm
has
saying?
skin cancer? What if a white woman has skin cancer in her family, right? All her family gets skin cancer at the age of 50. So in order to avoid her offspring from getting skin cancer, she needs to get a black man. By the way, the Kardashian family has a history of skin cancer. That might be the reason why they choose black
That's
men.
a genetic, and you
So
that's not
I know,
based off
You
of
want a
I
tornado?
know, but if she had darker, if she had if she could choose a darker mate, that decreases the chances of their offspring getting skin cancer. So this is things that I'm talking about.
that's
They
the
have a better
reasoning, but it
chance.
ain't because of the
I know.
skin.
No, it's because of the skin.
No, it's
If you got a
not.
lack, sorry,
It's
if
the
you have a lack,
genetics.
sorry, if you have a lack of melanin, yeah, the genetics also determine the skin color. So if you have very pale skin, which is caused by genetics, and you want to add more melanin to your genetic pool, then you need to not choose the man that is white as you, and you better choose a dark skinned man, so your kids be less likely to develop skin cancer.
Okay, it's still racist. No matter
No,
what you
it's not
say,
racist. No,
because
listen,
you going based
it's
off their
decreasing,
skins.
but it's decreasing
When
the
you
Nah,
make a
risk.
are you
judgment
on a
based off
tornado,
a
It's
man?
skin, that's
decreasing
what
the
that
risk
is.
it's decreasing the risk of skin cancer. No, and listen, you're angry because of the noise in the background. See, you have an anger issue. You're mad because I have noise in the background, and so you trying to shame me by saying I'm
Actually,
in a
no, I
tornado.
don't.
No, sir, yes, you
Actually,
have
no,
an
I don't.
yes, you said that because you were angry at the sound. The sound is pissing you off. You have an anger issue, and so you felt the need to try to shame me over the damn sound. You have anger issues. You need to go seek therapy.
What are we talking about?
So, like I was saying,
Go
I
seek
don't
a
have
better
anger
like wireless
issues,
service. We're not
but your
angry at it. We're
noise
just
is in the
saying your
background
connection's
is
horrible.
irritating, but it's not making anyone angry.
Okay,
And I
so
don't
why
understand
did you
your
feel the need to?
childness.
Why
I
did you
don't
need the
under.
need to throw an insult? Know what? Scientists say when people are angry, they're likely to throw insults
Who
in.
insulted? Who did the insult?
So I don't feel like you know because see you don't know how to listen, and your anger issues come from your ears. When anyone says anything to you that you don't agree with, then you go on the attack. See, you went to attacking me. I was just being funny. I was just asking you about the noise in the background as a joke. But instead of you taking the joke, you took offense and went on the attack of me and said I had an anger issue because of the noise in the background. No, I didn't. But if you sitting up here sounding like you in a tornado or you sound like you in a windstorm, why? You know what's your issue? Why can't somebody question you without you attacking them? So you can come back up. I just dropped you because you decided you were gonna unmute yourself when I was trying to talk. So all right, you can come back up whenever you're ready, bro.
You see, Kev, that's what I was talking about.
Well,
Come
we know
on up,
how he
Charles.
is, though.
Nobody's angry at you, Charles.
That's
We
Nobody's
a
just
tactic. I already noticed
so
that.
No,
That's a
hold on.
mad
tactic,
to
bro.
understand
Just let me
what
say
he
this real
was
quick.
saying through all of the
You were
background noise.
hold on.
It's a little like deafening
Right.
trying to understand what you're saying.
I
So
understand.
we understand that you have a lot of background noise. We're saying that background noise is pretty much drowning out what you're trying to say. That's all.
All right. Imagine if you had noise in your background, right? And I got angry, right? So I said, I want to humiliate this person because I'm pissed off. As a matter of fact, I want to make a joke about this person. I want to turn this
Did
fool
that
into a
joke
laugh.
sting you
No,
like that? What the heck?
listen. I want to humiliate this person in the form of jokes. So I'm just gonna lie and
Charles, you
ask
can
him
only
if
get
he is
humiliated
in
if
it.
you let it, if you
Let
allow
me
I'm
somebody
just
to
respond to
going.
it when he's
humiliate you.
done.
I'm just going to say he is in a tornado because I'm angry and I
Did that
want
hurt?
to. No.
It
Listen,
hurt. It hurt bad.
I'm gonna tell you what I enjoy calling out bad character. It's fun to me.
That hurt.
I love calling out bad character, and so you just showed you bad
You act like
character,
you can't change your
and
background or something like that. You gonna be home
and
soon, man. You ain't gotta fight for your background.
no, it has nothing to do with background or nothing. You're
I mean, it's
a
a joke.
man.
You never told jokes or
No,
something before that.
I know, but sometimes when you joke fueled by anger, you're
Oh
the
my
noise
God,
in the
you
back,
assume
the
that he was
noise.
angry. He literally
Hold
just
on,
said he was
the
making a
noise
joke
in the
about it.
background irritates you to the point to where you got angry, and you said, "I want to joke this guy into
Well,
humiliation."
if you heard
Oh
this, say
Lord,
that, man.
no,
Just say that,
Charles,
man.
Yes,
See,
no.
that's
see,
what
the
it,
problem
you
is,
know. What
Charles.
you're in
Okay,
denial.
hold
The
up.
You're
Let
in
me
noise is
respond,
denial.
louder than
everybody. Let me
you,
respond.
Charles.
Can
The
I
noise is
respond? Can I
louder than
respond
you.
because
We
he's
can't
directing
hear
it at
you.
me? Let me respond because he's directing it at me.
Okay.
Okay. First off, Charles, I've been in quite a few of Kevin's lives to the point that he's made me moderated. I've been paying attention as you come in and see how you and watch how you move and how you operate and what you do. And I appreciate your commentary and your point of view. But I also recognize that you're also one of those know-it-all people who nobody can tell you that you're wrong. And I see that because you will automatically attack me and you don't even know me, bro. If you took any time to get to know me, you would know that I joke constantly. We sat up here and stayed on the doggone live till 3:30 in the morning, sitting up here talking about King's teeth, just laughing. So if you knew anything about me, I love to laugh. I love to joke and I love to
Right.
have a good time. I don't spend a lot of time getting angry. If you notice, I don't really argue with a whole lot of folks because I just don't waste my time and energy arguing with people because I know when people have their mind made up that they get triggered, they jump in and want to jump in and say something when you're talking because they want to try to be right instead of just saying, okay, I made a mistake. I was wrong. So if you felt that I was angry at you, I apologize. I was not
All
angry
right,
at you, sir.
fine. I have a question for you. Do you really believe I'm in a tornado? or you
Bro, we
knew.
done, man.
No,
Forget it.
no, no, no,
You
no.
did okay. Whatever. You
No,
got
no,
hurt about it.
listen.
We gonna just leave it
No,
alone
no,
because you
no,
gonna keep
no.
going in
It's not
circles,
hurt.
man.
It's not
You
hurt.
know what?
Come
You're
on,
right,
hey, come
I
on.
Charles.
Just
I
leave
am
it
enjoy
so
alone,
talking
dog.
about
I'm
it.
angry.
not
I
trying to
am so
drop you,
pissed
man.
off
Just
I
leave
had
it
to make
alone.
a
It ain't
joke.
that
You were
serious,
right.
dog.
Yep,
It just
you were
ain't that
right. I
serious.
was angry.
That junk
I'm
hit you
sorry for
hard.
being
My
angry.
gosh.
Yeah.
You about to
Yeah.
use a whole
That was
scenario talking about
uplifting.
the tornado in the background, man. Dang, it's crazy.
Yeah.
So,
We
Wait a
literally was
minute.
all
So
joking
that
on it
that
when
was
hey,
you
that
came
was
in
Charles,
there.
can
You
you
went
that
on
was
forgive
mute.
his
me?
We
claim.
always
That
Can
talk
was
you
about
his
the
forgive me
claim.
for
What are you
my
background.
talking about?
anger?
It wasn't my claim.
Charles, please, man. We can't hear you, Charles. The noise is louder than your voice. We just can't hear you. That's
It's a
it.
whole tornado
That's
back
it.
there.
Right, that's it, man. We just
Anger.
try to make out what we hear. It ain't that serious, man. Everybody got funny background sometimes.
Yeah. We
But
was trying to tell
but
you,
I did
be
want to get
quiet,
to
quiet.
I want to get to Trixie now because we're gonna
Yeah.
get back to the topic a little bit.
Okay. Yeah.
Sh- sh-
Hey,
um,
Trixie.
I'm here listening to the tornado. So no, I just wanted to explain a bigger picture into what I'm talking about. I'm coming from a place where I want to leave. I want to get them out of my life. It's not as easy as what you guys are saying. If it was easy, I'd already be gone. I deal with a twin sister that is a narcissist, an ex-husband that is a narcissist. Um, my oldest daughter is a narcissist. I have all key factors in my family
everybody
that
mute
are
up because her
all
stuff, somebody's stuff bouncing off her stuff.
toxic. Um,
Go ahead.
So I got divorced last February because my husband was emotionally abusive. He has anger issues. He would call me his human punching bag. So anytime anybody upset him, he would go off on me. His our daughter, our oldest, would do the same thing. I got tired of it because I have a younger daughter that was impressionable. Her and me are a lot alike. We're sensitive, we're kind, we're loyal, we're um, forgiving, forgave, and it never changed. You can't change these people. You can't want them to want help. They have to want to do it themselves. And yeah, I guess you could say I enabled the ex because I never left him. 20 years later, I did leave him. Um, so it came down to I had an order of protection, got him out of the house. My oldest daughter decided to move out as well because she couldn't stand the rules here after he left. I didn't want drugs and alcohol. I didn't want her teaching my youngest daughter how to twerk, how to be disrespectful to people. So yeah, I came up with a document saying you have to do these and these things in order to live in my house, which was have a decent room, empty the dishwasher 2 times a week. It was basic things. You couldn't have drugs and alcohol in the house. You had to spend 15 minutes with your sister a day. You had to take one class of college a year. Very, very basic stuff. She blew off the and left the house. She sided with her dad, lied to the courts that I was the one that was an abuser, tried to get my youngest daughter taken away from me. I mean, this was a horrible situation. Um, so I had it to the point where I didn't talk to him really. I had to message with him because of the stupid co parenting that they make you do. But once a week he would go off on me in these messages and I would just not respond. I would give him only okays or have a great day. I would never ever message back in a negative way or to make the situation worse. Then I started getting nasty messages from my oldest daughter, calling me the C word, karma's a bitch, it's going to come after you, all because I wanted different in my life. Okay, so I went back to my family. I wasn't talking to my sister. I wasn't talking to anybody on my mom's side to kind of see. This was going back 4 years ago before I divorced my husband because they all said it was my family was the issue. So I cut every single one of them out to work on my husband and my family's life. So I went back to them because I needed the help. I was all of a sudden in a divorce. I had, I need my daughter to be able to talk to these people. I forgave them for everything that they had done in the past. Come to find out in September, they went behind my back and started talking to my ex, told him every single thing that I was doing, the things I was talking crap about. I was venting. I didn't, you know what I'm saying? But this was confidentiality stuff. So now me and my daughter are pretty much on the outs. He's in the family on my side. I don't know how I'm really supposed to walk away when she needs to be able to be around her sister. She needs to be around her father because it's court ordered. I don't really talk to any of them except just to, you know, I text my daughter here and there with positive stuff. But how do you walk away from that? The toxicity alone, and I can't because of a court order.
Can I ask a question first to get some
Mm-hmm.
in there? Have you expressed to any of them that you don't like their behavior? Like, have you like tried to clap back in any type of way?
You
Like, hey,
can't. You can't. There, it's impossible. You cannot say anything. I can even say I'm sorry for things that I didn't even do, and it's never going to matter because I am their scapegoat for any and all problems.
so why do you take it? Like, why are you taking that? Like, you say you
Because the
love.
more you fight back, the worse they get.
Oh wow! But you raised that child, right? You raised her.
So the oldest, I can't really say that I was able to raise her. My husband always went above me and would say, "No, you can go dress like that." So she would dress in
Boy,
clothes that
you know how to pick people, huh?
yeah, I do suck. I already figured this out. I'm already working past that, and I will never ever be with somebody like that again. But I got with him when I was 19 years old. I was young. I come from a negative family as it is. I
Right.
thought he would change. He never did change. I'm a loyal person. I just thought my influences would change that. You can't change people. I figured that out.
I mean, it's
I
not
get
gonna change if you accept it. You gotta put your foot down and like stand on business. You gotta be like, hey, I'm not taking
Like
this
King.
behavior. You will not talk to me like that. If you can't learn how to not talk to me like that, we
Take
won't
a
have
bite
to
out of
talk.
it.
You
well, and
gotta.
that's what I do. I do get very, and this is what these people don't like. They don't like me standing up for myself. They don't even like the youngest daughter standing up
Boy,
for
everybody don't like you,
herself.
huh?
Huh?
Everybody don't like you, it sounds like.
Well, because
Hold on, but forgiveness is
Hold
for
up, Mike, you
self,
just
not
got
for
up here talking about some hold up. What the heck? What's up? Hey, how you doing, my brother? But
Hey, bro, I'm sorry, man. I'm so
oh, no,
sorry.
you
You
good,
know
you
me,
good.
bro. I'm so
So
sorry.
so I think the few things that stood out to me because I haven't heard you had not one part. It seemed like you just the innocentest person ever. But so how do you know? You said you sound like you said you ran into like three or two narcissists. How you know that they narcissists? How everybody a narcissist
so
around you?
my twin was always like this. She had always been the one. So when my parents divorced, my dad went to her and told her all his intimate stuff about my mom. Gave her the complex of she is the anarchy person of the family. She is the one that dictates everything. You go through her. If you don't listen to her and do what she says, she turns people against you. She has everybody under her thumb in the family, if that makes sense. So my dad died in 2021 of a heart attack. Now she feels like she is the leader of the family. So if she's mad at you, everybody is mad at you. She's the one that has the money. She's the one that, oh, if you do this, I'll give you this. And oh, if you didn't listen to me, nope, these people aren't talking to you.
I have a question, if you don't mind. Can I step in?
Uh,
So, Trixie, I'm listening to a lot of what you're saying, and there's a lot to unpack. My
mhm.
only question I have is if those people you're recognizing that they're narcissists, how important is it for you to continue to have relationships with them?
I don't really want any relationship with them. The only reason why I have a little bit of a relationship is, for one, I want the relationship with my oldest daughter. I can't have it. So I try to be there as much as I can. She lives with my twin sister, which just happened a couple weeks ago. Um, but it's for the youngest daughter. If I take her entire family away, she has nothing. It's hard to keep.
Well, I guess I'm not talking about your daughter. I'm just talking specifically about like your sister. Because those are what I'm trying to get at is like for me, where I come from, none of my relationships are obligatory, right? Like
Mhm.
I'm not tied to you like forever just because we're family.
Right.
That's how I live my life. That may not be for everyone,
Well,
but
that's
there's a
kind of how I'm
reason.
trying to live it.
Well, there's a difference. You're trying to live it, but you're not because you're still entertaining the people that you are labeling as narcissists. So, my question is when and where are you going to come to a point where you're just going to say enough is enough and cut people off? Because earlier in the comments, Deshante said Trixie is a people pleaser. She may be attracted to people who dominate her. I
I
like
do not see that that's true.
99.9% agree with what she's saying because it sounds like you're just too much of a people pleaser versus looking at your situation and saying this isn't healthy for me. It's not good for my mental. Let me go ahead and start start putting people on the chopping block because that may mentally make you more healthier versus
Well, that's what
continuing
I've
to
been doing in
entertain
the
those
last
people.
4 years, and mainly in the last year and a half, I have been pulling these people out of my life. I only go around them because. So the messed up part about this is my twin sister lives with my daughter now, and her three boys, which I love the three boys, which are very close to my youngest daughter. They also have. Go ahead.
Ma'am, it seems like I know the symptoms of narcissism, and it seems like to me your mother is the narcissist because what narcissists like to do, they find one person to pick on, and then they turn everybody against that person because they want to be. Look, these are the symptoms of narcissism: overly inflated self-importance, overly
You're breaking up a little bit, brother.
resentment, constant need for admiration. So it seems like to me your mother is the one that insists on being admired by everyone. And
That's my
if
twin,
anyone
you
doesn't
mean?
go against her rules, so okay, so your twin. So your twin is the narcissist and
Yes.
she has everybody around her feeding her narcissism.
Yes.
So she
Well, they
seems to be
all
the
live in two
narcissism as
houses next to
narcissist.
each
And
other.
as a matter of fact, so if you have more in your family as siding with her or other narcissists that are collective narcissism, where it's group uh, narcissism, to where they have codes. And if you don't live by the codes, they will attack you. Okay, if you get the rules, they will attack you, they will outcast you, and they will punish you. So it sounds you're either dealing with a case of individual narcissism, which may be your twin, or collective narcissism, to where your family formed group narcissism. It's you outcasts.
Yes, that's
But
exactly what's
there can
going
be
on.
two sides to this. There can be two sides to this. One is that her sister is a narcissist on the level of respect me, right? And
Mm-hmm.
no disrespect to you, but there is also a woe is me narcissistic attitude as well.
No,
So we
I'm
gotta.
honestly not on the woe is me because I do my own thing. I work on my house. She's mad because I wouldn't do the things that she wanted me to do to my stepmom to be able to get my dad's stuff.
No, but no, I understand that. I get that. But the thing is that people like it's what narcissism really comes down to is like take my
Mm-hmm.
side and destroy this person.
Well, that's what she's doing. Even the
But
Boy
that's what
Scouts of
you're doing as well.
America,
You're doing that as well. You're just not as
Well,
evil.
I haven't heard
You're just not
accountability
as
not one
evil.
time.
my
Yeah,
Okay.
there's.
accountability is allowing this to happen for so many years and
I've
not
dealt
standing
with
up for
narcissists.
myself or my
I've dealt with
kids.
narcissists my whole life. My mother's a narcissist. My brother's a narcissist. I've dealt with relationships
Oh
where
my gosh,
narcissism has been
everybody been with
involved.
narcissists. What's going on?
Yeah, yeah, straight facts. And the thing is there's two ways to go about it. Is that one is like, I need to coddle you all the time, and the other one
That's what
is
I'm about to get to. These.
I'm gonna be I'm gonna be the dominant one in the relationship, meaning your family relationship. So your sister's the dominant one, but you're the one that's saying, "But look at what she's done to me." That's still narcissism.
I don't really care what she's
But
done to me. I keep
yeah,
wanting to
so
move on. I
Hey,
want to go do what I want to do. I want these arguments to end. I
everybody,
think
hold
it's
up
absolutely
for a minute.
ridiculous.
Hey, hold up for a minute. Hey, we got 17 people in here. Let's tap that screen. Let's get these likes up. Let's share the live. We're having a really good conversation in here. I see everybody's commenting in the comments, so that means you're enjoying it. So let's keep tapping the screen, get the likes up.
I can
If you're in
send.
the
Can I
box,
send
don't tap the
roses
screen. Yes, you can definitely. Yeah, you can
while I'm on the panel?
definitely.
I can send roses. Okay.
I'll step
Yes.
down if some other people want to come up.
No, we
I
got a
need.
box open. You all right?
Oh, okay. All
Um,
right.
yep. But we just need everybody to start tapping that screen. Let's get these likes up. If you're in the box, hit hashtag FYP. Hit hashtag FYP. Let's share the live. And yeah, let's take care of the host. And you can also take care of the people in the box and the panel if you like something that they're saying. So, all right, now back to the
oh
conversation.
yeah.
I
So I got a question for you before they move on to this.
yeah, go ahead.
First off, narcissism or narciss. Everybody got narcissistic traits sometimes. You know, I get it. I get mixed up though. But first off, I'm gonna throw that in the air because I did a live about this. Narcissism is 1% of the world. It's only 0.5% of the U.S. So it's very rare. And somehow I'm hearing everybody's been with a narcissist every time. That's the reason why I can't. I don't know. It's just wild though. So my thing is for everybody that said they've been with a narcissist, right? Besides just you saying that, have any of them got diagnosed with it? Have you seen them go to the doctor, or you went to the doctor with them, and have they told you they actually diagnosed with being a narcissist, or you just coming up with this with your feelings?
I have
If
one.
we're talking about like my twin and that, like I was gonna say, the Boy Scouts of
Yes or no?
America.
Yes or no? You
So,
about to go on the whole story. Did you go to the
well,
doctors and was they
no, we
diagnosed
didn't
being a
go to the
narcissist?
doctor and that, but this is multiple jobs
So
and
no.
employment and factor or situations that she's been in that
So
have
you made
said,
it up.
yes, she's a narcissist. I didn't make it up. This is coming from other people. And
So they
yes, she
doctors?
lies
They
about
was their
things.
doctors too?
Leaders, and like I said, it's so however you want to put it, it's a toxic trait of a person in a family that is trying to dictate and control everybody's
It's a
feelings,
lot of
their
people that do that
emotions,
though.
and
Why some people just can't be
we
selfish
can
or
switch the
manipulative?
word against that. It doesn't necessarily have to be narcissist if it wasn't, doctor prescribed in that. What I'm saying is, it doesn't matter about that. It's how do you deal with somebody besides just walking away and
You
taking your
gotta
kid away from their family.
You
you
just
gotta
gotta
stop
walk
taking
away.
their opinions personal. If you know
Yeah,
how
you
they
gotta
are and you
walk
know they're
away
not
from it.
serious. If you know they just talking to talk, why would you take anything personal? Like laugh it out, throw it over your shoulder. Don't walk
Hmm.
around carrying their opinion as your point of view. Like you should know
The
who
only
you
reason
are
I
by
care is
yourself.
because my oldest
So
daughter, they
so
work
here, I
her up
got
and
something
then
for
I
you,
get
and I love
defensive.
that. I got this actually got this from AJ, and it made a lot of sense, right? So do you have something against narcissists?
I just have a thing against people that just can't be nice and
Right. So I'm gonna put it this way then. For people that's really narcissists, right? Or they got the what's the other one? The what's the words? I forgot what it was. Whatever. But them stuff like rare diseases or something, or disease, or they say that's a disorder or something like that. So if that's the case, right? If you the bigger person and you don't have these problems or like what, because it's obvious a mental issue, right? So that means most narcissists just don't know that they are. If that's the case, then so you can't hold somebody that or get something against somebody that uh don't have control of who they are if they are narcissists, because a narcissist don't know that they are narcissists. They just don't know that. So if they're a real one, right, you got to have automatic. Speaking of the topic, automatic pure grace, because they all obviously grew up with a mental disorder.
Was it sociopath? Or is that the other one?
Sociopath, yeah, all that stuff is rare. You know what
That's
I'm saying?
close.
People
Yeah.
get mad at people that don't have no control of them situations. It's not like they choose to be like that. If they are so-called narcissists, or unless you want to take it back and just say that they selfish or something like that, but if they are that way, and they, if they are that way, then they have no control of what they of them being them. Then, if they are
Well, I
true
agree with
narcissists,
that because I agree with my ex-husband not being able to control who he is. I don't
Okay.
take it against him. I understand his issues in that. With my twin, I think she purposely does this stuff. I think she purposely gets in between and
so they're
wants
not a
to be that
narcissist. Then
savior.
They're not a narcissist. Yeah, they're not a narcissist. That's
they're
not
not a
right.
narcissist.
There's
Then you can't
also the
diagnose them
You
if
reason
they
know
they
what you
purposely
might
doing
they
it.
might be in
look what
Being
competition with
around her.
you, which is the
Yeah,
reason
there's
why
a
all of these things are going on. And I asked earlier in the comments, like, you have a sister who you've been at odds with for, obviously it seems like, quite some time, and
Patriarchate.
who's, she's your twin. So I know in twins there seems to be a lot of competition. She has more, so I want more. She has daddy's love, so I want daddy's love. And now it's boiled over into your daughter, which that's a whole nother thing. But
I call it
if
being
you
a
don't mind me
human.
asking, like, what
Humans do that.
how old is your oldest daughter?
She's 19.
And then your
yeah.
youngest?
She's 10.
She's 10. So the 10-year-old is the one that you're worried about, because that's
Right.
the one I keep hearing you say, like, I don't want to take her from her sisters. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. I want to tell you
The way you
that,
brought her up,
sorry.
I said the way she brought her up, I was adding on to that situation.
Well,
Yeah. I
I
want to
don't
tell
give
you
her
that
those
I
values in that. It's my ex-husband giving her those values. It's the older daughter,
Give
and
it to
it's
the
my
ex-husband
twin.
then. She got a parent to go to then. Why y'all
yeah,
break
I
up?
mean, at some point in time you're
We
going to have
broke
to
up
release the
because he was
reins.
angry, screaming, yelling. He was throwing the stuff around the house. He would call
Well,
me.
let him have a daughter that's the same exact way as him, and then go ahead
Well,
and
he
they
does
can.
have a daughter, and he likes to flaunt that. He
So that's what I'm
loves
saying.
that she's
But
Sometimes
into
you
these
just
there's
got
a
to
things.
leave
big
well enough
difference.
alone.
There's a big
You
difference between, where there's a thin line between genius and insanity, right? And the problem with the genius is that they will try to solve the problem of the insane person, and that will lead them into insanity.
Right.
Mm.
And so you got to really look at that when you think that you're the intelligent one, but yet you have somebody drawing you into this insanity type of point of view. And if you
Mm.
if you if you have any type of genius, you will stop. You will stop. You will remove yourself from that situation, because otherwise you're just going to become insane as well. And that's a very fine line. So be very careful when you're trying to fix somebody that you shouldn't have had any priority in the first place.
You need to find her a father-like figure. Then, if that's the case, it seems like you don't have full control of your child. So it seems like
Right.
I
Yeah,
don't have
Mickly, I
control over
actually like
either
that
child.
So who
Yeah.
was
explanation
raising the
of,
child? That's what I want to know. When
yeah.
was the last
I
time
want
the
to tell
child
you
received any
something.
punishment?
I
Wait,
want to
what?
tell you something, Trixie, and I've been in your situation before. The reason why I guess I'm have like this is like kind of bothersome is because I think like real sacrifice sometimes requires you to be in very uncomfortable positions,
yeah,
especially if you're a parent, because parents always want to make choices that are going to be for the better of their children. And sometimes as parents, those choices that we make, we don't know how it's going to affect them positively or negatively. I have two children that I had to forcibly remove, me and myself and my children, from their father because he was abusive. I don't know if he was a narcissist. I didn't even know anything about it back then. But what I know is the situation wasn't healthy for me as a mother or healthy for my children. So I had to make the ultimate sacrifice and not only just remove my children, but completely move to a whole nother state to protect my children. Was it the right thing to do at the time? There would probably be 20 people that I know that say, you're absolutely nuts. You're wrong. You took those children from their father. You did this, you did that. But them not knowing what's going on inside of the house, not understanding the poison that he's pumping into my children. I had to make the ultimate sacrifice. Did it affect my children? Yes. Did I go to hell and back? Yes. But at the end of the day, my children are now grown. They're 26 and 23. When they got to an emotional, mental point where they could understand why things were done, I had a very open conversation with them, because there were many years where my son and I fought, my daughter and I fought. I'm the horrible parent. You took me from my dad. You did this, but they don't know why I had to make that sacrifice. It was for them. And I would rather go through the fire than to see them suffer because of him. I would do that. And I did that. And you know what? It's not a good thing to say. It doesn't feel good, but my children now, they understand. They look at me differently because I was able to sit back and say, here are the reasons why. And you know what? I never spoke one negative thing about their dad. When they came to me and said I wanted to go live with my dad, I said, okay. I bought them a ticket and I let them go. They came back a month later and said, I now know why you left. Because he was the same person I left over 15, 16 years ago. And now my children are good. Yeah, it's not ever fun having to do and make those decisions as a parent. But sometimes the sacrifices we make, people just don't understand until you get to a point where you're able to explain yourself.
Well, I agree
I
with you. I do need to move out of the state, but I can't. He's got it written into the court, the divorce papers, that I have to stay within 25 miles of him until she's 18.
understand that happens, but the it's a middle ground between you, him, and now your youngest daughter, because your other daughter, who's 19, she's grown. She's going to make the decisions that she's going to make, and you're just going to have to cut the cord and let her figure out life on her
That's
own.
what I do with her. I let her do whatever she wants, whatever. I just agree with it, and I don't talk negatively about anything. It's her decisions. It's her life lessons. I just kind of call
So
them
I
what they
noticed.
be.
But it seems like you make
I know.
excuses for things, not like. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful. It's just you can't make excuses if you're trying to change. You
Right.
can't do that. Like
Make
that's
excuses about
inappropriate.
what?
You can't give
Making a
reasons
reason why
for.
you can't change. When you make up
Yeah,
an excuse why you can't change.
No,
yeah.
I
You
do.
I
you
can't
can't
do it
I've
because of
made a ton
you
this.
of
I
can't
things.
can't do
ask
that.
them.
The only
Sometimes
thing
you just
I
got to do
can't
it.
get done is
Yeah.
removing my youngest away from any of these people. It's impossible.
Is it really?
That
Is it that serious? It must not be
Clearly,
serious though,
they're
because if you had to
toxic.
do it, you gonna do it.
Clearly, they're toxic. You're
No,
you're
no, no.
telling us
But
that
no,
they're
hold on. But
very toxic
let's hope
people.
not. Let's hope not halter. Right. Let's hope not halter. Right. So the thing is like if you have these ideas, you already understand what the situation is, then you need to move forward.
yeah.
But if you're going to explain all
Or
of these things
adapt with it.
constantly, you're stuck in these things. You're sitting in it. You're sitting in the dirt, right? Like that's what you're doing. You're sitting in the mud, right? Like you're bathing in it.
That's,
And that's a
that's
problem.
what reap what you sow mean.
Yeah. That's
You
literally
made
what
that
it
choice,
is.
though.
So unless you're willing to stop giving excuse to the person that you're talking about, and first and foremost, stop talking about them. I think that's a first good step. Stop talking about these people that are supposed to be in your past when you're trying to go to your future.
Well, I think
Stop
you on the wrong
talking
end.
about it.
She talking about her daughter right now, though. That's in her life
No,
right
I
now,
was,
though.
I
But
was, I think I was just catching the part of the ex. I wasn't
yeah,
Well,
I
the
know
talking
you.
ex
about. Yeah,
only gets brought up
I'm not
because
gonna talk about any child. I'm not gonna talk about any
the
child on here.
youngest
So our
Yeah, right.
child
That's
daughter.
her
will
child.
come
She
to me
talking about.
crying or
Yeah.
something. So that's how I get back involved with him.
But I mean, I don't think
Yeah.
you're convincing other people to not like them. You know, you're advocating against them. So before we even
Which is the
you
definition of
already don't like them.
narcissism, as
That
we went
I'm
back to
advocating people
before.
not to like them.
That's some narcissistic shit right there.
Nice to say
A
about
trait. It's
them.
a trait.
Not, there are nine characteristics of being a narcissist. And when I look at those 9 characteristics of being a narcissist, most of them identify as a female. But
Most
then
of them.
you can't call people a narcissist unless you are narcissistic to begin with. The fact of the matter is that being a narcissist is a clinical diagnosis and
Right.
not something that is being that is something that should be thrown around on TikTok panels or in lives and other shit. It just makes you look like a bad person. But I'm sort of sick of hearing the trope how women are always holier than thou. These angels, they did nothing. Men were always abusive. You know, they had the best interest of their kids in heart. Blah 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 blah. That man was never anything but a piece of shit. And then you let your kids go off and you see that he's a piece of shit, and they came back to you a month later. If that's the life you wanna, if that's the narrative that you want to portray about the man that you have multiple kids with, then live with that.
It almost seems like you're describing narcissism as like bipolar as well.
Yeah, people do that. I noticed that it seemed like that as
What's up,
soon as
bro,
somebody
Chicago?
get mad, because they picked this person first from the beginning, right? Everything all good, but it seemed like soon as something don't work their way, and or they get mad, or dang, they must have chose them over me or something. It don't work in their favor, and then all of a sudden they want to hurry up and throw this new word out. Now it's just so trendy now. Oh, they had to be a narcissist. Everybody is a freaking narcissist nowadays, and that don't be crazy. And then it mess up with the people that actually has
Facts.
one. Narcissism is very rare in freaking America, man. It's 0.5% of it. And then most of it is little kids. You know what I'm
Yeah, I mean
saying?
that's
Like,
crazy. That's
everybody got
crazy,
traits,
bro.
though. They have traits.
This is the
Right.
wave,
But
Listen,
right?
everybody in the world is not one. And I keep running
I'm
to
a,
every
I'm
time I go on a live or something, everybody has been with one. It's like, no,
right.
y'all be picking the
When
Let's
I'm
say
right
we hang
people out of
out.
them
Let's say we hang out, bro.
0.5%.
Let's say we hang out, bro, right? Like, and we
mm,
cool, like we legit, we hanging out, whatever, right? And then you know, like it almost has like a bipolar switch if you're talking about nice narcissism because you hanging out with me and somebody keep testing my limits, I'll switch.
mm,
I'll go to that
yes.
point of like I don't give a f anymore, and
But that's
you'll
not the
look at me
same
and
as
be like, "Hey,
narcissism.
Blee,
So,
don't be Blee, don't be Blee right now," and I'll be like, "Bro, he tested my limits, or they tested
mm,
my limits. I got to go into that situation." And I flip what it is as far as being a gentleman into this person that is like, I don't care anymore. I don't care, and I'm willing to ruin everything, your attitude, your life, whatever it is. I'm willing to take it there, and I do have that attitude, but I have to check myself
I
constantly because I know it. I recognize it. I
I
recognize that I'm
think
getting to this state of mind.
me, I'm gonna tell you, like I've dated all kind of different mental people, okay? Because I'm mental myself, right? So I have more patience than the average bear. And what I would tell you is I think most people are confusing narcissistic disorder with multiple personality disorder. And it is something that's fun to watch, ain't gonna lie to you. I'm just now to the age where I'm meeting people that have multiple personality disorder and
Oh,
people
I'm
who have
fun. I'll be fun around you.
narcissism. Yes, it cause they not just like but people think bipolar people are the most cool people to be around. Cause you know, one minute they cool, the next minute they want to fight, and you can use it to your advantage.
And some
For
of it
instance,
is just people, and some of it is just people just selfish.
no, but I'm
Exactly.
not
That's
gonna
all
say.
it is. That junk
You
But
annoying.
no,
Facts.
some
you know,
Facts.
we, we we have to keep in mind that America practices an insult
Turn right onto
culture.
the California
So
60 West branch,
anything
then
that
merge onto
may
California 60
downplay
West.
someone or humiliate
mm,
someone, they have an insult culture. So of course they're going to use any word they can to make the person feel bad or look
yes,
bad
borderline
or
personality disorder. Yes.
increase their social status. So you know we have to. This is why I don't date American women because they have an insult culture. They insults is their way of life. This is what they do. You know,
That's
in
a dangerous
anytime
thing.
in anytime they get mad, they throw an insult. They don't care if the insult is based on falsehoods or truth. So they'll call you a narcissist, not because you're a narcissist, but because they want to insult you. They even use words based on innocence, like lame. Lame is a harmless trait. It doesn't harm anyone. But they will stigmatize your innocence, like calling somebody a cornball. They're basically stigmatizing you for being innocent. I hate you because you're nice.
Continue on
You know,
California 60
so
West.
just keep in
I
mind
agree
that we are
with
living in a
you.
country
That's true.
to where insults is the norm.
So I like that. Hold on real quick, because
Now,
we talked about this on
dangerous.
my live. Hold on real quick, because I thought Jabri was actually in my live when I was talking about this though. So right, I like how you said it's 7+ symptoms, right? So it's a very hard thing to diagnose. For everybody to diagnose is so dang on easy. They don't realize how hard it is to diagnose it.
It is. It's
You
like
have
you got
to,
to
even with
know a
them
certain
traits, right?
amount of things about
You
the
ha-
person. You got
even
to know like a whole lot, and
hold on real
even
quick. Hold on real quick.
doctors.
Hold up.
Oh, sorry,
Oh,
sorry, sorry.
yeah, hold up. I was just about to answer stuff, but I'll just say what I learned is that they will have to have them traits consistently. It ain't no piece by piece because everybody gonna have a piece of this so-called narcissistic traits. It's gonna have piece, but you will have to literally. They will have to be displaying these traits consecutive days. It ain't gonna just be no on and off. And they see it said like if it was like six of them, if they got six of them and it's consecutive days, it got to be at least probably maybe 30 days. I don't know how many days though. But I'm just saying the thing is if somebody just because you go back in the day and like, okay, he did have that part or he did have that too, so he gotta have it. No, it don't work like that because everybody gonna display it
Right,
every now and then. You know what I'm saying? It gotta be a consecutive thing. And
right.
I want to add this too, real quick. I don't have a problem with the situation, but I just don't like when people say situations that I don't hear accountability gets thrown in there at one time. I just don't like victim mentality stuff. Everybody have their choices in life. You make your bed, you gotta lay in it. Say your part that you did. You know what I'm saying? You the one chose the narcissist. You know what I'm saying? But you have to
Right.
do what you can and what's best for you. You
And
will have
that's
no time for excuses even
but
though
that's
you know
why
that's what I'm saying. It's either you're gonna complain about it or you're gonna do something about it. That's the only two things. And
look.
like you,
I
if we
personally like. I personally, maybe I'm just weird. I like dealing with the mental patients because I told
Jones,
you.
hey Jones, can you wait till
Sorry.
I get finished, man?
Oh, my bad.
I'm gonna let you
Sorry.
talk. I'm gonna let you talk. All I'm just saying is just I think I just got through. All I'm saying is just like I ain't trying to whatever you want to say being harsh or something like that. But my thing is like complaining don't get us nowhere. You can talk about this stuff on live. I can't believe I'm doing this. I went through all that though. But the thing is like we're telling you the solution, and then you got pushback on the solution. It's like, what do you really want to do? Because you can't cry on here and think that your daughter or anybody else is going to get better. It just don't work like that. It's like you're gonna either take the next step and find a way to escape this situation because it's obvious. Okay, if you felt like you slept with a narcissist and you have born a narcissist person, what you're gonna do about it? You can listen. Like my thing is, I will come in here and listen to different advices of what can I do to escape this situation. Not just come on here and just be like, "Well, I've been through this, I've been through that, I've been through this," but like, no, that don't do anything for your current life. So it's either you gonna adapt with the situation or you gonna find a way to escape it. But you complaining about it or feeling a certain way. Of course, everybody got their feelings and stuff, but it's not gonna do anything. You're gonna realize that complaining don't do anything. You made your bed, you have to lay in it. That's just what
Right.
it is. But go ahead, Jones.
Yeah. So what I learned, I'm gonna be honest with you. As I get older, I was surprised at how many people that you because mental illness is not something you can see, and a lot of stuff people watch on TV is just not real. You'd be surprised who's walking around where you don't know what's going through their mind. Where you might think, oh, this person don't like me. No, they can have like four people in their head. I'm one of the people. They can have a whole conversation with you and be thinking about 42 different things. And you just can't see it. It's people be like, "Oh, you so sexy. I never thought you." It's not about being crazy. Some people just process things differently than others. So, like, I've dated all kind of people. I've dated people that was on the autism spectrum, where they function and they paying bills or whatever, but they live. I'm not gonna say. I'm trying not to say slow, but you know what I mean. Where certain things they don't like. How about this? They don't get it right away. Then I've dealt with people. I dated a paranoid schizophrenic, and I'm what's known as a schizophrenic. They not it's schizoaffective. It's not the same. People think they're the same. They're not the same. So a paranoid schizophrenic, they think everything is gonna be bad all the time at the same time all at once, right? A schizophrenic is different. It's like they may have auditory, but they take their stuff. They cool. Same with a paranoid schizophrenic. So we was dating, and people was like, I didn't know y'all both had issues. Like, yeah, you know, you could be in the room. We both see the same people. Like it's like a real thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, girl, did you see that? Yeah, I saw that. You saw that. Everybody else be like, what is y'all talking about? You ain't see that man walk across the room. And then or it could just be a regular day. We have normal days. Like we like the best of friends. Like they in the mental patient is not what most people think it is. It's not like, oh, they screaming and yelling at the cats and dog. It's just not like that. That's why when people get on here and like, I was a victim of a narcissist. I've dated narcissists. It's really not that bad. It's not. They can be apathetic about certain things, but they love, they have feelings. They have like a red pill type personality. It is what it is. But it don't mean I don't like dude. It just mean I know certain stuff I can't expect him to have a certain response about. And that's not crippling. It's just a part of his personality. So you just gotta know what you did. I like dating people like that only because at least I know they cuckoo. You know what I'm saying? I know what I'm dealing with. Mental patients, the only reason why I say it's okay to date somebody with mental illness is because it's a stigma that they can't function. I know people that run businesses, that go to college, they work in 3, 4 jobs, and their mind is all over the place, but they know how to get it together just enough to get through they function. You know what I'm saying? It's like being a drug addict. I hate to compare it to that, but it's like being a drug addict. It just like you have time for drinking or smoking or something. You have time to like stop, take your medication, and live your day, or stop, do therapy, and go on with your week. You know what I'm saying? It's just like anything else. I think people have like a
But
misconception about
Jones,
that.
I understand that, but you got to get rid of the addiction as
29
well. Not
people
you
in here.
personally. I'm talking
Hey,
about
hold
the
on
people
before
you're
you do
talking
that.
about.
Actually, we got 30 people in here, so let's hit the like button. Let's start the live. You're listening, you commenting. Let's support Kevin. So you're in here. Let's keep liking the live. If you're in the box, hit hashtag FYP. You can also reward the host, reward the participants in the box if you like what they're saying. But let's keep liking the live. All right, go ahead.
Now,
Yeah,
what were you
and
saying?
I understand. I understand that as far as the addiction, but you can get over the addiction, right? Like
Yeah,
hopefully you can get over the
yeah,
addiction,
sure.
right? And
Mm,
there's one thing that I've recognized about myself. I'm good with words, and I've
mm,
realized in my own life is that I can't take words back. People say, sticks and stones break my bones, words will never hurt me. Bullshit,
mm.
because I can
Girl, I'm
ruin you
hearing
with what I say.
you. Mm.
Let me tell somebody that I'm in a relationship with that they're unattractive. I can't take that back. Let me tell
No, you can't.
somebody I'm in a relationship with that they're fat and ugly. I can't take that back. They will
That's true.
remember that for the rest of their life. They will remember that for the rest of their life.
Mm.
Yeah, so we got to be very careful about how we construct about the tools that we're very privileged to have, and that's for me, it's words. I'm really good with words. We got to understand that there's you have to have responsibility when it comes to these
Oh,
tools
I'm
that
not.
you have
I'm
been
not.
given.
I'm not saying.
No, I'm not
Well,
talking
I
to you.
was.
I'm not talking about with you. I'm just saying that
Oh no, I was just
we
Yeah.
gotta
responding
be
because
very
somebody in the.
particular
I'm
about
saying somebody in the
these
comments was
things.
saying that mentally ill people shouldn't date each other. I've been blessed enough to have a team. You know what I'm saying? More than once, I had an act team where I could talk to
Now,
like bipolar
hey,
people.
I have a question. I have a question. How does narcissist have a red pill personality? Because I'm red pill. So you tell me how I'm overly
Charles,
resistant.
your
Hold
mic,
on,
Charles, your
don't take
You
it
mic, your
personal.
mic,
Hold on, don't take that
Charles,
personal. Don't take
Charles,
no
that
no.
personal.
It's not personal. I'm looking at it from a
Charles,
logical
your
perspective.
mic, your mic is really bad,
All
Go
right,
ahead. Go
Charles.
ahead. I'll ask a question for you, Charles. Mute
I'll
up real
speak.
quick. He want to know
All
how
right.
can a narcissist have a red pill personality?
Bro, you gotta leave
What?
your window up or something. You gotta leave your window up.
Hey, mute up. Dang, that junk is crazy.
Yeah,
Oh my
He
god.
yeah.
have a
From
narcissist
what?
red pill
When
personality.
I from what I mean, I've never actually heard narcissistic personality be a diagnosis. I've heard of bipolar 1 actually. I've heard of bipolar 2. I've heard of manic depressive. I've heard of a lot of different, and then I'm still learning about mental illness
But the
from
question
different
was
men.
right. But the question was he asked because you said it. You said that you
Yeah,
knew a
I did
narcissist
say
that had a
that.
red pill personality. So he wanted to know what you meant by that. I'm in
Well,
agreement.
what
I kind of want to know too.
I'm still trying to learn about red pill, blue pill. I always
What
thought
the?
the red pill was
What?
like
Hold
How can
on.
you call
Because
something?
what you guys are
What?
saying, you're
Feel
talking
something
about
without
you're
knowing what it
talking
means.
about.
See,
Right? That
that's what
ain't
we're
make
talking about
sense.
on here, where people get out here and
because I'm
spew information
learning
and they have no research behind it. No,
because
you
I'm
shouldn't do
learning
that. That's not safe because it's gonna come
You
back and
can't.
bite
But
you.
look, you gotta
Well,
I'm
listen
you
to
got to
what
learning
come
you you
come back
just
when
said
you
you
Shit.
said
done.
I'm learning, but then you just threw a whole thing on something that you don't even
Red
know
pill
about. So that
don't.
don't make sense. You like kind of contradicting your whole statement. Then
Yeah, you
you
red pill
said
don't
Well,
Good
you
think.
catch,
said they got
Charles.
red
well,
pill traits, and then I don't know what red pill is. That don't make sense.
So
cause it's, I'm gonna be
let me
honest
try
with
to
you.
break this down. Let me try to
I'm
break this
still
down.
learning this tickety tock. I'm still learning the tickety
Yeah,
tock. I'm
let me
old.
try to break this
Oh
down for
yeah,
y'all,
so
right?
yeah, I wouldn't have used that. So I wouldn't use
Yeah, it
red
probably
pill.
was a
Just
bad example. My bad.
yeah, that was
My
a
fault.
super
Let me
right
break it
because that
down for
sounded
y'all.
funny. I'm like,
My
what?
Jesus.
Let me break it down for y'all based on the question that was asked, right? Um, you figured out somebody else to the point of where you can manipulate them and use their own downfalls against them, right? Compared
No,
to understanding who you are and how you do that to manipulate people. That's a,
that's a what?
instead of them and saying how what I can get from them is if I treat them this way, I get this from them. Instead of looking at yourself and saying, "Man, that's ugly of me. That's bad. I shouldn't be doing that to people." And if you
How
change
did I
that mindset to
manipulate
where
him though?
you put it no, no, no. I'm not saying you personally. I'm talking about just having personal insight of yourself and saying,
Okay.
"Yo, I do have these creative ways of manipulating or masterminding a situation with some other person." When you put it on yourself and you say, "Damn, that, if I was treated that way, I wouldn't like that. If I was treated the way that I treat other people, I wouldn't dig that. Let me correct myself to get to a point of good." And I think we need to do more of that with ourselves, not with like, how do I get into a better position with that person? How do I create this situation to make it benefit me?
Mm,
How do I
I
do
hear
that
what
to
you're saying.
them so I'm working out with this situation instead of saying like, I shouldn't be doing that to people? That's messed up because if I was treated that way, I'd lose my shit, right?
Mm,
Like if we were ever treated the way that we treat people sometimes, we would
mm.
never like ourselves. We would never like ourselves. So we gotta think internally instead of externally sometimes. Like
No,
that's a big deal.
I mean, yeah, I went through a lot of that, but for me, the only reason why I talk like that is because I spent a long time in therapy. And what I learned as an early person is that sometimes it can be crippling to think that everything is your fault or that everything is not internal. Sometimes things just happen from without and within. Each situation is different. Is what I'm gonna
I
speak on.
disagree.
I
Ain't
think
nothing
every
happen without a
situation,
cause.
every,
Cause that's how most men
everything
live
is
their
different.
lives every day.
I'm saying
That's how most men
I'm saying
live our
everything is
lives every
different
day.
because I had a very unique
That's
situation.
facts, bro.
Yeah, I had a unique situation. So I'm not gonna say everybody's story is my story where outside forces played a part, but I just don't think that that is something that applies to every situation where there was something innate that we could have done to make the other person comfortable. Because I've been there too, where I thought that I could help a person or fix them, or I could internally fix it somehow. I thought that for many years. I had to wake up to the fact that things happened. That doesn't mean the person is a bad person because they did something to me or because something bad happened. It just means that things happen and we just got to deal with them and heal from that and grow and change over time.
But
So
I
but
mean, I
we have to
understand some stuff
understand
you
we
can't
have to
control. I get
understand
that.
how dangerous we are. Like I'm dangerous. I know I'm dangerous. I know not only physically I'm dangerous, I'm mentally dangerous. Like I can walk somebody, like don't let somebody come through here and try to do something to me and I can't
mm,
mentally destroy them. I know
Ego,
what I'm
ego and
possible.
pride.
I'm possible at this, right? Like I'm literally this is not and then what do I walk away from and what did I just give them? Is that the last time that they heard somebody's words? Is that the day
mm,
that they decide to not be alive anymore? Is that the day that
right.
they, decide to destroy a school or destroy whatever moment? I have to be responsible in my
Are you
Delivery.
capability.
responsible for somebody
Yeah, I
else's
have to
Yeah.
be
business?
responsible in that
Oh
capability.
yeah,
So
I don't walk
I hear
around with
what you're
that
you
type
saying.
get
of.
what I'm
I
saying? You
guess
get what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
but
I don't
sir,
walk around with that type
sir,
of.
you can't mentally destroy everybody. Somebody's gonna see right through you and see that you're
That's
suffering from
minutes to take exit
sadistic
90,
personality
then keep
disorder,
left.
and they're
yeah,
gonna
that's
call you out. My point is, they'll call you out like I call out people. I'll just say, "Sir, why are you trying to do this to me? But why are you so angry?" I'll just call you out on your bad character. So it doesn't work like that for everybody.
Right.
no,
I feel
it
like
doesn't
this.
work like that for everybody, but I'm
Wait,
hoping it
pause,
works for
pause,
ninety
pause,
percent.
pause.
You know what I'm
Charles, can you
saying?
wait, pause, Charles,
I
can you
hope it
like
works for
drop
ninety
and come
percent
back up
though.
because your mic is absolutely
Nah, his stuff been
atrocious.
No,
doing that all day,
he's
man. His stuff
It's
been
a
driving.
doing
He's
that.
background
driving with his
noise. It
window
ain't no.
down. Yeah,
He
he's
over
Right.
driving
there. He
with his
got
Well,
a
he
window
need to
jet
down.
stop
ski over
talking
there.
until he gets settled because it
Yeah.
sounds like Florida during a hurricane season. Sounds
What?
And
awful.
I understand what he's saying. It's not going to work for
Sit
everybody,
here
but I'd
angry
rather
at Charles
I'd
because
rather
of the
save the
background
What?
people.
noise.
I'd rather
You know I
save
had to do it.
I had the same
I'd rather
problem. All I
save
did
these
was get some
10. You know what I'm
headphones,
saying?
changed my
Like
life.
I got to do something to say something. Like otherwise, what is the purpose of talking about this shit if we're not going to actually have some kind of improvement?
Yeah. McBlee,
And
I want
I
to
think
I
Deshante's been trying to
understand
go
like
though. Let Deshante go.
yeah.
Okay.
I just have one thing to say.
Okay.
McBlee, I want to thank you for
Hold on real quick.
saying
Just let her
that.
go. You got her. You got her next
Okay.
though.
I feel like I'm always gonna champion honest communication. I feel like I don't agree with what's his name, Mike Lee's point that you're responsible for other people's actions. I think we have to get to a point where we stop holding so much weight on other people's opinions. Okay, I'm not gonna take my words. You just got to know how to discern what's true and what's not. People can say
Right.
anything to you. You have to be in control of your own actions. You can't keep
Fact.
putting that off on other people. He said this to me, so I did this. No, you are responsible for how
Right.
you respond to a lot of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
When we keep
Mm.
blaming others, we don't hold ourselves accountable. Okay. So like I said, some words will hurt. Some words will hurt. But I'm saying you still have to be an adult and know how to get over that.
Hmm.
Right.
And
Right.
it
I,
only
I
hurt if
like
you
the way
allowed
that
to
was
no,
hurt.
explained.
I get you
But before
fully
y'all, we got to do
cuz
an order though, because everybody just. I think EXO just wanted to add something too.
I just want to say I'm that friend that like, somebody talking reckless, somebody being reckless, I'm going to be the one that be like, "All right, that's enough." And then you're going to be like, "Bleed, don't do it." And cuz you know where I'm going. I'm
Right.
about to take it to the tilt.
Yeah,
And I got to
Mm-hmm.
respect the fact that like I have to learn from my friends about saying, "Bleed, you can't take it that far. You can't do that sometimes." And I'm like, "Sometimes I feel like I got to do it that far though." Sometimes I gotta
Mm-hmm.
be that person. And I don't care about what people think about me when it comes to the truth. I
that's
really
cool.
don't. You know,
Go ahead, EXO.
Well, yeah, I was just gonna say that I know why understand what McLean is explaining in regards to kind of being, with your words because you don't, here's the thing, know who you're dealing with on the day-to-day basis. You don't know the mental of so a lot of times where we just start rattling off at the mouth and you don't
Mm-hmm.
know how what that person is going through mentally. You don't know what state of mind they're in, and I get it. Everyone should be accountable for themselves. Everyone should be an adult and grow up. What we're missing is that a lot of us, including myself, were actually didn't grow up in a house where we didn't have those good coping mechanism skills instilled in
Right.
us. Didn't have those
Right.
parents that taught us how to deal with people who would attack us verbally, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
you didn't have that backbone. And I suffered from that because I didn't have my own mother or my own father to say, here's what you do, here's how you deal with it, here's how
Mm,
you move on, here's how you forgive. Like I didn't have those teachings growing up. Maybe somebody else did, and which is the reason why they're stronger at it and I'm weaker at it. And I recognize that,
Mm-hmm.
right? And in my younger years, like there were things that were said to me that till this day still affect me, but don't control
Mm-hmm.
me. There's a difference.
Right.
So who?
Yes.
Okay, so who responsibility is to get out of that? Because I heard people always use this stuff. Because everybody, even my parents, ain't teach me the mindset I
It
got now and
is it
stuff.
is
So
absolutely
it's
my
Right.
right,
responsibility.
exactly. Because I be hearing
It is
people they use
absolutely
this
my
stuff. I done went
responsibility.
through this, and my parents ain't teach me that. But
And I
okay,
take a
cool, we
full
know that now. But
accountability
what?
for it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I take full accountability for it, Kevin.
right,
I don't blame anyone. I don't blame my mom. I don't blame my dad because those were life skills I had to learn along the way.
exactly,
So
exactly.
that is
Yeah.
part my accountability as a young adult growing up in the world. and saying, I wasn't taught this, but let me go out and learn it. Let me tell you something. A
Okay,
library card is
I could dig that.
$5. Go pick up a book.
They got
Mm.
YouTube now that can help people. That's what I'm saying. They look at everything but what they need to look at. They want to go in toxic rooms where you should be in a motivational. Like people be funny. That's why I said accountability stuff real.
And let me just say that
But you
you can
got to
say
be
things.
careful.
You can say
On,
things nice 1,000 times. You can say it in the nicest way. You can beat around the bush with it. And a lot of people will not listen to what you have to say until you get
Facts.
loud, until you get ignorant, until you be honest, straightforward, blunt. Give it to them very, very like straightforward. Like, and then they were like, "Oh, okay, I hear you now. You ain't had to
Yep.
say it like that." Like, but it's like that's what it took. That's what it took.
you just gotta be
Yeah.
careful with the term accountability because it can turn into victim blaming. I've
Yeah. I
experienced
don't
that.
care about
That
that no
doesn't
more though.
that
I'll be
doesn't.
hearing that a
I
lot.
know. But no. But what I'm saying was like, don't. If you've been through something, try your best not to weaponize how you feel. But at the same time, accept that it happened and try your best every day to move on. That's all you can really do. You can't change it. If we broke, shoot, all you can do is work hard, get a better job, or all you can do is go to
Yeah.
school, or it's like I'm at that phase of my life where I realize just because something bad happened doesn't mean it's the end of the world. Yeah, it sucks that I have certain memories, but that doesn't mean it's the end. But that's
Yeah.
what I'm saying.
But
Like,
I'm not.
accountability is tricky because like I was told to be accountable when I wasn't, like, how to put this. They was like, oh, you have to take accountability for how you feel. But it's like feelings are a real thing. It's okay to have feelings. It's what you do about it. That's the accountability part.
Right.
Not
I mean, was
necessarily.
that false? Like, good looks, Evans. So I mean, who else supposed to hold accountability for your feelings?
Right, right. I was taught that very young. So it created a lot of conflicting feelings for me. Cause I think like she was talking about like, cause I didn't feel protected. I didn't. It was like that. Every time something happened, it's like, oh, that was all of last week or that was last month or that was last year. But it's like, if it was something heavy, I have to process that. And I think everybody's, processing is different. Some people it could be a lifetime. Some people they get over it like that. Everybody's different. I just think that
Yeah.
it's one of the things we just gotta grow and unlearn those behaviors. I'm still unlearning a whole lot of stuff. I'm having to channel, like I told them earlier, every day I have to teach myself, okay, every man is not bad. Not all kids are bad. Not all men are bad. It's not an easy thing to process for me. That doesn't mean I'm a victim. It just means that I gotta, okay, let me give him a chance. Let me make him work for it, or let me try to put some boundaries in place. Me and my therapist talked about that. Healthy boundaries. I think a lot of times when people go through things, they don't create healthy boundaries. So then it's like
Yeah.
those
Right.
boundaries keep getting pushed. My therapist had to tell me, and I hadn't even thought about it like that. Or even like anybody in here that may have had any abuse in your life, something that helped me was grounding techniques. I
Can I
know it
ask you
sounds real
what
silly,
made
but
you
it
go to
helps.
therapy?
Huh?
Like, what made you go to therapy? What made you think like, hey, I might have an issue. Let me go get some help. Like, what was
I
it?
didn't. I didn't have a choice. My situation was very alarming, and the school felt like I needed therapy, or they were going to take me from my mom
Oh,
because of the
What
nature of
did
the
you learn out of that
situation.
situation? Then?
I learned a lot of different things, but I'm gonna be honest with you. Each phase is unique within itself. I learned different things. It's not no one issue or another because I had different. I'm learning about like anger. I learned different exercises for anger. And I realized it's not the anger that's the issue. That's not the mental health issue. The real issue is how do I feel about something and why do I feel that way? It's like,
Right.
am I really mad at that person or am I mad that they made me unlock an emotion that was hard to accept?
Yeah.
Am I mad at all men, or am I just mad because this particular man made me hold myself accountable, or made me feel like somewhere along the way I wasn't a good little girl? You know what I'm saying? What role did I play in that? Did I weaponize
Are
my
you are
body?
you mad at the are you
a
mad at
good
the
little
person?
girl.
Are you mad
Hmm?
at the person or are you mad at yourself?
I is at this age of my life I'm learning to because I realized he was a victim too, and a lot of guys I dealt with over the years are just not telling me they were victims too. From
A lot
different
of people
people over the
victim to
years.
themselves.
Yeah, like I
Yeah,
realized
that's what
I'm
I was
that.
asking.
Yeah, so for me, I'm mad at myself, I think, because I allowed something that happened so many years ago to control me during my adult life. Where if something happens so much, because I do have PTSD, I could smell a cologne, I could taste the food, somebody could say something, I could hear a song, it'll take me back to being 5, or it'll take me back to being 15, or it'll take me back to being jumped. You know what I'm saying? And it's gotta move on past
It
it.
sounds like something that you right, exactly. The fact that you get took back to it, it sounds like you never healed from it. The only
I
way you can
mean,
heal is facing it and looking
you
at it from.
got
There's
to.
no different from like grudges of forgiveness. You can't put nothing under the rug and think it's gonna disappear. It just
Or
don't
like
work
now,
like that.
I know this about to sound real bad. Like now I'm grown and I realized one animal I never faced until I got grown was my childhood bullies. So when they saw me get beat up downtown by some random girls at the bar, they challenged me every day. But when I showed them I wasn't gonna take no stuff because we ain't 10 no more, I was able to grow past that because I was taught turn the other cheek, don't fight. And it's not about the fighting, it's about standing up for yourself. It's about, and I realized that was my choice, that because somebody victimized me as a small person, I gave them the power in that moment. And I'm learning that I could take it back anytime I want to. I don't have to be a
Yeah.
victim.
So with that same energy you use to fight people or face that, how about use that on your traumas? Fight back at your traumas and turn
Oh
against
yeah.
that. Face
Oh
them and
yeah.
stuff. You know,
That's
we
what I'm
can, and
saying.
I did see, and I hear that term a lot. I think that's what got me with that. Okay, I hear people saying victim blaming, whatever the situation is. But no matter what, in order to heal, you have to blame yourself, no matter how it is. The thing is, like, I understand people be some
Okay.
people lighter or whatever. I even got people in my family I care about. I understand that you can't be straightforward with everybody, but it got to be a point that you're gonna still have to be straightforward, no matter, especially if it's starting to fake the person. If
You got to.
you
You got to.
coddle a situation, you don't want to be you want to baby it, pander it, and all that stuff just to get somebody to understand.
Hmm.
That's called enabling. They would
Yes,
never
it is.
grow
Yes,
from a
it is.
situation as long as you're babying them. And one thing is, and that's what I do on my platform, right? That's probably why a lot of people don't be liking me and stuff. It's
Mm.
because I'm not about to baby a situation, because the thing is, the world not about to baby you. The world's not
Yeah,
about to
they're
walk
not.
around
They're
your
not. They really
triggers.
don't care.
The
Right.
world don't care about nothing you like, because they gonna speak what you trying to hide. Whatever you trying to hide behind you, I don't want them to speak on it because I'm gonna end up reliving it. Well, the world's gonna address it. I tell people, just like even with, if you was walking around trying to hide that you had a scar on your face or something like that, somebody gonna say something about it. It's gonna re-hurt you. It's gonna hurt you no matter what. So it's like, just face it.
Right.
You gotta adapt with that situation. Like I tell people, you adapt, grow, or overcome a situation. That's just how it is. That's the way of life. So
Right. It's a part of
we can't
life.
we can't expect that we gonna heal because we keep trying to dodge what our true problem is. It just don't work like that. It take a little bit of hurt feelings. Like, if you,
Right.
my saying I came up with is, I rather live good than feel good. I say this, and y'all gonna keep hearing me say this, because the feelings is what be holding us, a lot of us, back. I don't want to get my feelings hurt. I don't want to hurt their feelings like that. But whatever, it is what
Right.
it is. You gotta hurt somebody's feelings for somebody to be able to live better. That's just what it is. All of us gonna get our feelings hurt. We be trying to take these one, and feelings is only meant to last for temporary. We prolong it with our egos and our pride and all that stuff. But like I said, if you want to heal, you can't hide no more. You gotta face it. If you feel
Right.
like
And
you ugly, you just walk around with your
this is the
ugliness and be proud of your ugliness. That it's
this
no
is the
different from.
first this is the first year I actually faced it. Like I had all therapy in the world, but I had to face it because I wrote material about my life, and I kept trying to like dodge certain bullets. Oh, I'm not gonna put this in there. I don't want people to know this about me. I don't want people to know that about me. I don't want people to know that I'm no. Put that in there. And when I changed the book and started adding my life to it, I had learned how to accept that. Yeah, some messed up
Yeah.
stuff happened, but I did some jacked up stuff too. I talked about how I cheated, how you know what I'm saying?
So next time
How I
I
wasn't no
always say
angel.
this then, with the therapy, right? I think it's better to go to therapy when you want to, not when you're forced to. You don't learn that
Child,
much
yes.
if somebody forced you to go, because if you go in there with the intentions of therapy, that means you willing to put your ego and pride to the side and come in, listen to a different perspective to help change you and stuff. Because like, even to change, you got to be uncomfortable. If you go in there because somebody forced me or something like that, it's not gonna do anything for your life. I mean, it just based off what you had
No,
just
it
said
can.
about you
It
just got forced because
can.
everybody told you that you need to go to therapy and you went. You're not going. I mean, you might got a little pinch
Not
out of
my
it, but it's
situation.
way different when you go to therapy when you want to go. You know what I'm
It
saying? When you
is.
want to
It
go,
is.
that's when you come in there with the open heart and the open mind. Like, all right, I'm ready to tear me
I
up,
think,
get me uncomfortable so I can change my life. Because like
but
therapy
I
is not
think
about let me like hear me out so I can just express myself. Just like a lot of people like doing on this app, they express
they
themselves
express
all
themselves.
day to become the same person.
I think therapy is in my situation. I was a child, okay, so they had to give me therapy because it was so traumatic. And what I learned was that if I didn't have therapy, I would have turned out different. You know what I'm saying? So even though I'm still traumatized, it ain't gonna change what happened. But what it did do was it gave me some tools. They taught me when I was like all of maybe 5 or 6 about coping
You just
skills.
heard what you
Most
said
people,
though.
what?
You said you traumatized and it ain't gonna change what you happen. That's the whole point. That's why I said go to therapy when you want to go, when you actually want to go, not when you forced to go. Because
No, but
otherwise,
they give you
because
tools. Like a lot of tools I have now, I didn't have before I went. They taught us about, it sounds real silly to draw on a piece of paper, but they make grown people do it. Or like blowing out the candle when you angry. That works. Or like counting to 10, counting sheep, walking backwards. It sounds silly, but or like they have like where you may want to chew tissue, uh, let ice sit in your mouth so you don't say nothing stupid, all kind of stuff. It's all kind of stuff you can do to channel your emotions. I just think that I still have that blow up method I had when I was a kid. It's something worth working on. It don't mean that just because you get therapy it's gonna go away. It just means you get better at it with the tools they giving you. So they may tell you, hey, you creative, and even if you're not creative, you may want to draw. So you might want to draw a volcano, or you might want to draw the thermometer exercise. I don't know if y'all hip to that. When you upset or when you angry, you do the thermometer. And what you do is they just have all these different or just like I said, with grounding is good for like dealing with the past. So like, let's say your mind go back and you have PTSD, right? You think about I am safe. I am in my bed. My bed is warm. Nobody's gonna harm me. I'm here with my mom. I'm here with my dad. Whatever you have to tell yourself to be in the moment. That's a real thing they teach us. Like
hold up real quick.
it's sorry.
See this comment. Maybe a pathway of healing will work for some adults, but not for kids, right? I even be saying about that. You remind me of that words of affirmation thing. I feel like that's more for kids too. Because I think we get to a point where, even as an adult, you should be able to pay attention to action more than just words and stuff. That's probably the
But
reason why a lot of people, if you only focus on words and don't know how to look at actions,
Mhm.
that's how a lot of y'all get manipulated anyways. Because they sound good
Mhm.
and all that stuff, and they actions showing way. That's why people vetting skills so poor and stuff. Oh, he sounded good and all that stuff. Just like, okay, I get it. Women they fall for what's being said. Men fall for what they see. You know what I'm saying? They get tricked by what's being seen, and women fall for get tricked by what's being said and stuff. I understand that we different and all that, but it's just like we got to get to a point where we can better pay attention to actions. You know what I'm saying? So it's like that's the only reason why I got something against the words of affirmation or people that always focus on the word rather than the whole entire message and stuff. Just like no matter what it is, even if like what you said is for the kids, your way might be for the kids or not or whatever, but you can't expect the world to sit here and think that not, I guess not being direct is going to help them. Like either way, we have to. It's only one route to overcome a situation. Like you can't if it's not straight. That's like a person that can't be straight and tell you like, oh well, you have a problem. If no person can't go straight to you and tell you that you got a problem, or they got a baby step around it and be like, well, it'll be all right. It ain't, we can deal with that or something like that's what I be meaning about enabling. That's just what that is, and you will never have the motivation to actually make that change. It's only one way. Is you have to face every last problem. It's like adult, kid, or not. That's how you got to face it. Most of the time, if you explaining this stuff to a kid, they do stuff but don't know why they doing it. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said,
Yeah.
words can only go so far. You still have to face. Yo, problem. You gotta face it. Any traumas, like nothing. I've
What's
never seen anything work.
my
I
affirmation?
never seen anything work through just babying a situation or just talking them through and all that stuff. Like literally, they will have to make this decision within themselves or look at it from a better, I guess, a better perspective and realize that I still have to face this no matter what. I still got to
You
do what I
do.
don't feel like I should have to do. That's literally what it is. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Like,
I was just saying, like, as far as like the exercise, it's not even baby. Some people, when you're dealing with PTSD, is kind of complex. So it's one of the things where you could be talking to somebody and they just jump up and run away, like that kind of stuff. Or somebody break down. Just I've done it before, where you just start crying, or and it's not even it's no amount of therapy in the world can help you. It's one of the things where you just have to accept that it happened and find ways to like live your life and just focus on right now. It's hard because you got to keep every day. You got to pull yourself back to today. Because you may have a dream about something that happened 30 years ago. And you got to be conscious and pull yourself like, I'm not two no more. I'm not 10 no more. I'm grown. It sounds silly, but like a lot of exercise, I used to think that affirmation stuff didn't work till I started doing some of that stuff. Getting in the mirror, getting naked, and you look in the mirror and be like, I'm a bad bitch, or I'm beautiful, or I'm whatever you got to say yourself. I'm a real ninja. You know what I'm saying? It sounds stupid, but it worked. They told me that when I was a kid. I'm grown. And I'm doing stuff they told me when I was a kid. They told me about journaling. Journaling does work, but you have to be mindful that if you journal, you got to protect that journal so that it does not get to, or do like a ball book. I've seen the you ever heard of the ball? Bar is I forget what the acronym is for. With bar, you can write your most deepest personal. I didn't really start to unpack myself until I started doing the ball books, where they ask you like, "What's your favorite color?
that's true.
What's somebody that you would think about unaliving? What's your
You said
deepest fear?" It goes through everything. It's like exercises that talk you about all your deepest, darkest secrets that you would never tell nobody. By the time you get through that, you be like, dang. Either you gonna think you a jacked up person and need healing, or you gonna be like, I didn't know that about myself. I never thought about the fact that I don't like this person or that
hey,
I
let me
don't
get
like.
on this comment again
Oh,
real quick.
sorry.
Yeah. So you said therapy. So this is the reason why I would say we know if therapy work or not. Because I mean, it's easier. We could just say it though, but it's no different when people be. But all right. So if therapy work in a certain situation, right?
Hmm.
It, if it worked, you wouldn't be on here making excuse about certain situations. You wouldn't be on here complaining. You wouldn't be like or going back to the root cause of this problem and stuff if it really worked. That's why I say that's just funny though. So my thing is like if therapy was to work in a certain situation, somebody like, oh, I went to therapy, I know I overcame this and that, but then you say you overcame it, but then again you come back behind it and make an excuse about, but I really just don't, you know, I'm saying about the same problem that you're supposed to so called overcome. Like you did it really work? You know what I'm saying? Like if
Well, the thing
you
about
hold
therapy,
up
for what
everything, I'm not
I'm
talking. I'm commenting on.
talking
I'm
about
just
doing the
making a
comment.
comment.
Oh,
Everything not it's just, but I'm just saying, hold up. Why can't people talk about their life experiences? What's wrong with that? I think she missing the whole message. All right, whatever. I guess we might be on different pages though. So it ain't
okay.
about that. I'm just saying, no matter what, how we want to look at it, we can even say people take time to heal. But look, time don't wait for no man on here. No matter how you want to look at it, it's a true statement though. But when people realize how quick you gotta figure things out to live your current life, that's when people gonna really want to get that motivation and get up out of there. That's just what it is. Like I said, we could take all day. We could take all day even holding grudges, just like my topic, right? You can do that all day. But other people living their life while you taking your time, like I'm gonna forgive them when I want to forgive them. That's on you. You know what I'm saying? You the one in taking that poison. You the one that's choosing to stay in this life, this life lifestyle. Hold on, let me mute you real quick because your junk is reflecting. I don't know what's happening. But at the end of the day, it's it's really the same route. You the only one that can heal yourself. Nobody else can heal you but you. That's just what it is. That's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I do understand. Some people not ready. Some people, and everybody do have a person for everybody though. But still, at the end of the day, it's only one route to overcome something. You still gotta face it. That's just what it is. Otherwise, you're not really healed. You're not healed when you still talking about the same thing that you so-called claim that you healed from. That's just what it is. You can lie to everybody else, but if you still complaining about your ex and said you over your ex, you not. You just lying to everybody else. You know what I'm saying? So it's just we can we can play it off and say what we say, or oh, how can you tell? You could tell though. The more you, because I had to heal. You know, I had to heal, and I'm healing it daily on different things, whatever I have to work on. That's just what it is. All of us are really the same. A lot of us humans are the same. We do this. It's just different. It's different styles to it. It's just different. We express it different, but still healing work the same way for. I mean, not the, it ain't this at the same. Amount of time, I'm gonna say, but it works the same way. We have to face it to overcome it. That's just everybody. That's literally everybody. Ain't nobody special, more special than the next. That oh, I gotta if the way I can heal is not talking about it. You know, it don't work like that. You still have to face it no matter what. I mean, it's only one way. It's literally one way. I'm not saying it's my route, but it can be a whole nother way to get to that puzzle. But that puzzle gonna get saved. It's gonna the way you solve it is still gonna end up being the same exact way. It's just you put the puzzles in different areas. Or some people it only take a couple pieces to put that puzzle together. You know what I'm saying? But it's only one way to overcome something. It's flat out just facing it or looking at it from a different perspective. It's only that way. But I don't know, like a lot of us think that healing is when somebody validating our feelings. That's not healing at all. That's just making it. It's just actually extending it worse. Expanding. I'm trying to think of the word. Expanding. It's expanding it worse. That's all it really is. You can baby like even. This is just so funny to me. All right, never mind. All right, but I'm done. I'm done with that though. But it's only one way. It's literally one way though. You have to face it, no matter what your problem is or your situation. Just like people be want to hide under these. Uh, I've been through a toxic relationship. I've been through that. All right, whatever you did, what you did though. But you complaining or if you crying to a situation, it's not gonna help heal you. It just don't work. It don't work like that. You gotta sometimes realize that. All right. Well. I made this choice. I had to make I made my bed. I got to lay in it. You know, maybe it was something I had to learn from, right? Something I had to overcome, or something that I had to do different. But at the end of the day, if you keep taking it away from just you'll
Your
never
choices that
be
I
a better
made.
you. That's just what it is. You won't. You can't because if you keep looking at everybody else to save you, I don't know. I don't
Low
know,
key,
man. It just be crazy. But
all therapy is
Nah, you
just
making you
talking.
You're
making
acting
it
kind of
big bucks,
narcissistic
bro.
right
You
now.
right. You right on
I
point.
know.
You right on
I
point.
All
know.
therapy is just talking to somebody about your problems. They're not gonna help you fix it, and they can't change it for you. You got to do it yourself. I had to
Got
learn
to.
that. I had to learn that. I realized that's telling me all the stupid. Tasha, I'm here for you, and if you ever need, none of that made it go away, and it's not gonna make it go away. The reality is, I got to accept it every day until it changes, or until I make the changes. It is what it
Yeah. You
is.
ever notice? You notice people that go in the rooms, right? That be validating their feelings. Your feelings are real. You
Right.
deserve this and all this other stuff, right?
We
Have you
understand.
ever seen any of them people change their way of talking or um do it? I mean, or did they even stop complaining? Have you ever seen? Have you
Nope.
ever noticed them rooms that do that stuff? Oh yeah,
Right.
uplift them and all, uplift all men, uplift all women, and all this stuff. Okay, cool though. But then again, they still have the same talking points that they started from. All
Right.
man ain't is
I
and
think
my
people are
problems is not
scared
my
of.
problems is everybody else, and somebody help me validate that my problems is not my problem. You know what I'm saying? But they still have the same
Mhm.
talking point. They're still sounding
Right.
like they miserable and bitter. No, you
Right.
know what I'm
I
saying?
think they're
So you
scared of
can
that. I
get
think they're scared of that,
you
bro.
you
I
can
think they're
still
scared of
get
that.
validated off you can get your feelings validated. You can have people in your ear to make you feel good, but that's
Right.
still not gonna help you from stop you from being miserable. That's just what it
It,
is. And that's why I'm saying it's a
exactly.
thin line from
It's
what we
a
was talking about earlier
it's a
about this
mindset.
empathy and enabling, right? You can have empathy, but it might not be in the way you want it to. And empathy is just for that person. People be looking for other people's empathy. That's really sympathy you're looking for.
Boy,
You
say
can't
it.
tell
Say
empathy.
it.
Empathy is for another person to understand your situation, but they don't have to let you know that they understand because sometimes you won't know if
Right.
another person understand your situation because they not it's not coming in the way that you want them to come out with it. You know what I'm saying? But that don't mean they
Right.
don't have empathy because empathy don't
But
always gonna feel good for you. It just don't work
but
like that.
even with empathy, you can have empathy and be like, because I've been through bad relations. I have homegirls been through bad relations, right? And I tell a girl that's some BS. You need to leave him, right? Because he not treating you right, putting his hands on you, woo woo. Girl, but you don't care about my situation because you're not cheering me on in this
That's
garbage.
sympathy they looking for.
They looking for me to tell them it's okay, or even like
Yeah,
if
you can't
some
do that.
I lost, or like I
Right.
lost a
You
lot
can't
of
do
weight,
that.
right? Lost a lot of weight, and I used to be about 500 pounds. I'm like 380 now. So
What?
my thing is, I deal with people that are like 600 or 700 pounds, right? Or they, thank you, or they like 500 pounds too, right? So I'm sitting there like, hey man, let's go for a walk. Let's change this. They be like, you look so good. It's like you can look good too. I be trying to show them little sites they go. Well, I just think if I used to talk the same way. If I lose weight, so now I'm enabling you by telling you to stay the way you are.
That's
If you tell
dangerous.
me you
That's more
got
dangerous
diet,
than anything.
I was like if
He
you
be
telling me
thinking that caring about somebody's feelings is saving them. It don't. That put them
it
in a worse,
don't.
deeper hole
The
than
worst
they really
position,
is.
bro.
It's a
Worst
violation.
position,
They
My
do.
bro.
People
friend,
don't realize that though. It's way worse. You know what I'm saying?
my
When you
home.
don't challenge nobody's behavior or try to correct it, or because you want to save somebody's feelings, they gonna be in a deeper
Mhm.
hole than you thought you was saving them in. You know what I'm saying?
I got I got a friend that I go to church with. I tried to tell her, I said, girl, do some giraffe stretches. She got mad and almost cussed me out. 'Cause I told her about the giraffe stretches. I said part of me losing weight was realizing I couldn't see my hoo-ha. I couldn't, you know what I'm saying? I'm swimming in
Oh, you got a
pus. You know what I'm
fupa?
saying?
You got a fupa? Hey, fupas are cool. I don't mind fupas. I
I
don't
mean, it's
mind
And
not
fupas.
even
stuff
that.
like what he just did right there, that's enabling. Oh, that's cute and
It's,
Yeah,
stuff or whatever. And then they got heart
yeah. I don't
attacks and
mind
all
a
it
that
is.
stuff
fupa.
because of that fupa. Because
It's
I
nobody
don't
don't want to
mind
be
a
real with a
it's cute,
fupa.
person.
but
Hey, I don't mind a
when I
fupa.
realized I couldn't get through the door, it was a problem. When I realized I was eating enough for three, four, five people and I couldn't breathe and I'm wheezing. You know what I'm saying? When it's a health issue, ain't nothing wrong being cute, but it was a
There's
health issue.
always a way to do everything in love.
Because I
Yeah,
never had an issue
but
getting
I
hookups
wanted to
with
love
say it
hurt
based
though.
on the
Like
love
love
thing.
don't
I
don't
wanted
mean
to
it
say the
feel good
love
all the
thing.
time
Yeah,
either though. Cause
yeah.
who's the judge of who's doing what out of love or not though? Because a
right.
person don't like what's coming out of a person's mouth, that don't mean that they don't love them. That's why I be meaning about we can't waver off what empathy is. Empathy don't feel good for real. You wouldn't
Because I
know that.
wanted
You
to.
just
To
wouldn't
me,
know that. Love
empathy
So I
don't
is
mean
wanted to
that
like,
speak on.
it.
I wanted to
to
Why is
me,
speak
that
on
saying?
empathy
empathy
I
though.
seem like I know y'all hear me talking, dog.
it's like echoing or something.
Dang,
Kev,
every time I
I
talk,
did
I've been
want to
trying
speak
to. I'm
on
not,
that, bro. Like, how many
Sorry.
men actually talk about how they've been
What
ruined
the
in a
heck?
relationship?
Is my mic working, bro? What
It's
the
working.
freak? I swear it's
My
like,
my fault, bro. You know I'm an asshole, man. I'm
no, this
sorry,
junk is
bro. That's my
crazy.
fault.
All I'm
That's my
saying, I'm trying to
fault.
get to a point. That's all I'm getting
Yeah,
to,
my
man.
fault. My fault.
Is
Go
that,
ahead. Go ahead. Yo, don't cut it off.
yeah,
Just
I'm
go ahead and
talking.
get to the
Okay,
point. My
cool.
bad.
Yeah, cool. I'm just saying that because I'm just going. I see. I'm looking at her Jabri comment and stuff. She said love though, and I'm all I'm saying is just be empathy, love, all that stuff is what I realize. It don't feel good all the time, and just because in your if you feel in your way that somebody don't love you because they don't fit your feelings, it
Right.
just don't work like that. Empathy, love, um, it come in different. Now that come in different ways, right? It might not. It come in. Man, I'm not trying to say so much at one time because I'm so scared to get cut up, but. We can't say that a person don't love us because it just don't make us feel good. We just don't know that. Like even if
Right.
we wanted to talk about God, right? He don't cater your feelings. He gonna tell you how it is what it is. If he feel like
Mm-hmm.
you a heathen, if he feel like you a whore, if you a drunk, he not about to save your little feelings because you I'm gonna get hurt if you call. Is he gonna say he gonna be direct with you and tell it how it is? You know that he don't love you because he said it because he trying not to make you hurt your feelings. No, it's gonna hurt. Feelings get hurt in everyday life. That's just part of life. You know what I'm
Well, like I
saying?
said,
So who's to say was not godly or not? Who to say was not love or not? You know, it's all about the message. What you get out that message. Everything things being said for a reason. It's always
but
a reason behind it, but it ain't gonna always make us feel good or feel right. You know what I'm saying? It's all about how much you can look into what's being said and why is it being said this way. But like I said, that be that ego and stuff or whatever that make us not want to hear from a different perspective and think that is, oh man, they must don't love me or don't like me. Mom, your
Right.
kids probably thought that too when you whooped them or when you punished them. You
Man.
don't love me and you don't like me and all that stuff because you doing it. No, it's actually love because they know that this world gonna whoop you up when they get out of this world too. You know what I'm saying? So
Or
what is really love? Love don't feel good all the time.
it don't. And I had a boyfriend that tried to help me lose weight, and it took me breaking up with him and meeting somebody different. And I was already on the journey, but I moved there a little faster because they made me want to be a better person, or not even that, just because after a while I had a nephew. I wanted to be here. So I try to like, when I talk to other big people that's a little bit bigger than me, they be like, you just don't understand. You ain't never been as big as me. Actually, yes, I have. Yes, I have. I know what you're going through when you're doing DoorDash every day of the week, when you can just get your big butt out the bed and go get some food at the grocery store. I know what it's like to go on dummy missions to get cake. It didn't feel good. She didn't want to hear that. Well, I travel. I go out of town. You don't do that. I was like, yeah, but you're driving. We could. I'm not trying to be funny, but you could hike. You could go for a walk every day. She made all these excuses. Me coddling her was not gonna help her change. She was like, or even my homeboy. He lives back to me. He's like, I'm empowered because I have different kind of money where they can bring my food to me. I was like, I got money too. I got SSI. I can get DoorDash every day. I can get Uber Eats on that. But is that gonna help you? What is gonna help you is it's not gonna feel good to walk. It hurts. It sucks.
Right.
It's not gonna feel good to eat that salad. All I got in there is lettuce. You think I'm about to say, oh, I'm just gonna starve because I don't have Popeyes today? No. I'm gonna go with my big butt in there and get my lettuce, get that Italian dressing, and eat that. I got some
It's
canned
not about
vegetables.
this.
I got some frozen fruit. Work it out.
But I
And
just find it I just find it to be a disingenuous argument when people be like they'll tell you that they've been with somebody that's been treating them bad for 7 years, and then they get around you, and all of a sudden you got to cater to their feelings, and you can't say anything even out the way. I'm like, well, you stayed with that guy for 7 years, and he wasn't talking to you nice, So why do I have to do it? It's just like, I get that you realize something was wrong with it, but you can't sit here and try to put me in the same category as him, or the person that did you wrong, especially when you sat there and stayed for 7 years. That's how I look at that argument.
yes. Cause I've been in a bad relationship too, and I've learned that either you gonna stay with him or you gonna leave him. Pretty much, you can't be like, girl, I hope you understand. He's smacking me for a reason, girl. No, if I'm your
But hold
friend
on,
and I love you,
can we
if
add the
I'm your,
forgiveness part of the conversation back to that?
here I come,
Um,
here I come.
let's add the forgiveness part of that in the
Yo,
relationship part, right?
I gotta go, but it was good talking to y'all. I enjoyed y'all.
What the heck is that quiet? I didn't know it was gonna be that quiet. So I walked. Dang. Wow.
Yeah, that's crazy. I think she's trying to make that whole situation about her and her life, and I wasn't trying to hear that. Like, back to the topic though.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what I be making. Even with that, right? Even with that, that's just like even with the topic itself, like that. A lot of these traumas and all that stuff, and that ties into like forgiveness, right? And even grudges. But I'm just saying forgiveness about the certain situations. We don't know how to let stuff go. That's why we get traumatized. We just don't know how to let things our picks. Because first off, we be picking a lot of these situations. Okay, it's rare. Some stuff we didn't choose that happened to us or whatever. But even with that, like. I think the reason why I got this mindset because I don't think everybody understands this though. I don't believe our life is only meant for us. I feel like and whoever created all this for us, if he believe in a higher being or not, this is their stuff. We might be living it, but it's part of this person's or or plan. It's the plan, right? Because like our life is so temporary. We gon' it's only gonna last about whatever 70 years, 100 years, whatever how long it is, and then it's on to the next life. So your life ain't just that dang on important that it's taking over the whole entire world or the universe and stuff like that. So I had to realize that. Even the things that if I don't like it that it happened in my life, or if I do or don't, what I'm saying, it's part of whatever the plan that happened. Because like even with mistakes, I don't believe in mistakes and stuff. Because it's like I know there ain't no such thing of it because like if we want to go with our parents and stuff, if they wasn't supposed to be making the mistakes they made and they were supposed to did everything right and stuff, you probably wouldn't even be born today. Because if they supposed to sleep with the first person they slept with, what I'm saying? We know
Okay,
it's a sin to sleep
okay.
out of, whatever you want to say. I don't know if y'all believe in sins and all that stuff too, but I'm just saying that if everything was meant to be perfect, a lot of us would not be here. The
Well,
stuff is just
Kev
meant to
just
happen in our life. It's just up to us instead of putting everything on me. Think why me, why me? Well, why not you? You know what I'm saying? Like you got lucky that you're not one of these people that's across the seas that a whole rock fell on them and unalived them. Like if they chose them, you could have been one of them, right? That's why I be saying everybody every day we gotta wake up and be happy that we woke up. First off, you know what I'm saying? We've been complaining
now.
about a life that's not promised to us. It's none of us is promised to none of these situations for real. We just not. We be just so spoiled and like, dang, this gotta happen and why me and all this stuff like dog. No, get another day so you can make a better choice. Cause I mean our life is full of just choices. That's just what it is. It's either you choose to get with the program or not, whatever it is. You choose what room you want to go in, like these TikTok rooms. You can't get mad at a room that you decided to go in because you chose it. You can't be mad if you go in this, if you a man and go in a room talking about unalive black babies and stuff. That's you that wanted to go look at that stuff. That's your choice. You want to go in there look at some lives that saying uplift the black man or something like that. No different when these women want to get mad at why they talking about 304s and stuff. If you ain't wondering why you in there, you know what I'm saying? Go in a room that's saying I'm gonna uplift your little, your 304 life or what. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. You make all of us make these choices. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying with this accountability stuff is real. Like this literally gonna be the cure to us moving forward is freaking accountability because we keep on trying to put everything on everybody else but ourselves. And then we always want to go back to well, we had no choice. It's the way they put it in our brain and all that stuff. If they put it in our brain so bad or constructed our mind to be a certain way, why I'm not thinking like the rest of the people that's supposed to put something in my brain? I'm not thinking the same way as my parents. I'm not thinking the same way as my ancestors and all that stuff. I'm doing what I can do that's different and learn from their life. You know what I'm saying? That's what we all supposed to do. We're not supposed to be doing the same lifestyle that they doing. Living it. Oh, I gotta live. I gotta make sure that what they say. I gotta make sure that I'm living up to my ancestors. I don't want to disappoint them and stuff. Well, okay. If that's the case, then what are you doing to not disappoint them? Because you be disappointing yourself, trying not to disappoint them too. That'd be so funny to me. Well, I gotta live up to this and stand by this. But why? Why you gotta do that if you live in your life? So it's like if you want to I think all our history that we look at, if we want to talk about history, right, or the things that happened in our past, because what happened in our past is still history. The stuff that we got traumatized by and all that stuff. It's for us at the end of the day to learn from. It's like live and learn is really the real thing. That's the whole goal of life is to live and learn and try to survive. If you want to say that too, but it's living and learning. A lot of us want to keep on living and ain't learning why. Like we never ask ourselves why. Why did I pick this no good person and then get mad at them for the rest of their life? Why they, no, but we rather say why they treat me this way, why this, whatever. Why you treat them that way? You know what I'm saying? My thing is, ask
And
yourself, why
though,
did you choose this person, whatever? What made you so I don't have to make this same mistake again? You know what I'm saying? Like even
Bro,
with that,
you
people
on
like
point.
victim blaming and all that stuff. But what can you do to not make this mistake again? What can you do different? Do you have to change your environment? Do you have to move? Do you like what do you have to do? Because you can't keep saying what has been done to you. You just can't. It's not gonna do anything. Oh, this happened to me. This happened to me. But what could you do for it don't happen to you again? You know what I'm saying?
You so on point, bro.
I don't know. It's crazy.
Nah, you
It's
you
crazy.
so you so on point, bro. The first conversation I had with my wife was she told me about her past relationship and how the dude cheated on her, right? And I was like, okay, don't cheat on her. Bet done and done. She wanted to go into details. I said, I don't need to know the details about your past relationship. I just need to know that you were affected by somebody cheating on you and you want somebody to be responsible in the relationship. That's it. I don't need to go into it know about that person. I don't know about whatever other details you got to come with on that. Just move forward. I'm not gonna cheat on you. And done. Just do like that. right? And so it's that honesty, and I think that people aren't honest with each other enough.
And that's a fact. Nobody wants to be honest anymore. I remember that used to be a virtue. Being honest with people, telling it like it is, keeping it real, being realistic. People used to like people like that. Now all of a sudden, if you do that, you demonize. They're like, oh my God, you're so insensitive. No.
Everybody thinks that they're smarter than everybody else, and instead of just giving people your true face, you think that you can put on this fake face, and you think that everybody else has got a fake face, and because of that, we're so busy projecting on everybody else that we're not reflecting on ourselves. I hear people tell me, well, I observed you did this and I observed you do this. But I'm like, why are you so busy observing what I did? Are you observing what you're doing in my presence? Are you observing what reactions, what things are you doing that may cause people around you to act a certain way? Like Kevin was trying to say earlier in the conversation, that he got problems with. But the only thing that all these
The Wi-Fi trash.
And then I'm like, when it comes to forgiveness, if you're gonna say you healed and you took the time to heal and you forgave, you should keep bringing it up. You shouldn't keep be looking for sympathy and empathy from that one experience and keep telling people about it, trauma dumping on people that have nothing to do with the situation. Forgiveness is letting it go.
Yes. Forgiveness
a
is
healed wound don't still
hmm?
healed wound doesn't continue to hurt. You got wounds that you got when you was a kid. They done scabbed over. You touch them now, they don't still hurt because they've healed. But you go and touch that cut that you just did, and you keep picking with it and keep messing with it, and it never heals because you keep festering with it. And so that's what the
Mm-hmm.
problem is. You got a lot of people walking with unhealed wounds.
Yeah, they literally cut it open to show people that that's why I got cut it. Let me show you right here. Right there, that's what, they reopen it back up. They not trying to find a way to heal it. They just keep opening it back up. Like, let me show you this part. That'd be the problem.
Look what they did to me.
Look what they.
I mean, you can hear it. They cheated on me. I can't stand a cheater. You in pain. I ain't hurt. Yes, you. Okay. That's
Right,
what you
exactly.
say.
You cussing
But
me out because that's why I say you can
Yeah,
listen to
you'll
people's
never
talking
give
points of
me
who
you'll
really
never
healed
give
and
me the
who really
grace.
went to therapy for real that they say they claim they did. You can hear it though. You can't lie to people
Yeah,
no more, especially
you'll
when people
never
have to
give me
heal
the
themselves.
You can't lie to us no
you'll
more.
never
We
give me the
know. We
grace if
know.
you give the grace to
when I used to
somebody,
put in the Facebook and stuff
right?
or
Like
comments and
if
stuff
you
when I
caught
was
me
unhealed, I
thinking
used to
about
get so
that
many
past life,
likes. Now I put my
you'll
stuff
never
in there. I don't get the only like I get it. The only like I get it be mine because people don't want to hear the healed message. They want to hear the hurt message. So then they try to tell me to be nicer with my message. Yeah, go ahead.
Mirror, can you repeat that? Cause Mike keep talking at the same time.
I'm
It's
sorry. Yeah,
just Mike.
I was just gonna say you'll never give me the grace if you give greed to the other person. So you'll never be able to get over the other person if you're not giving me grace. You'll just try to keep comparing me to that person, and that's a failure in a relationship. Whether it be a friendship, a family member, or your personal relationship, if you keep giving greed to them, meaning that you keep saying that you're gonna be just like them, and you're not giving me grace to be able to fix the situation, then it's a problem.
Well, I thought about something now. What about this though? Because people don't even give grace to these situations, right? They're gonna eventually tell them to get over it, right? So what about this? A person that be like, you know what? I cheated on you because, shoot, back in the day, my girl, she did that to me and all that stuff or whatever. I want to see somebody enable that situation, right? You know what you right. You know what you got to take your time and you gonna figure it out though. I'm gonna be with you. I'm gonna be with you though. We gonna figure this out together though. You cheated on me and all, but we gonna figure this together. We gonna make it sure. No, there ain't nobody doing that, is they? Ain't nobody enabling them situations though, right? Is they? I'm trying to see. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
They're
You
not
know,
gonna do anything, baby. I don't care what you went through, what your mama did. They go. I'm still leaving. People don't
exactly.
care.
Man, you gonna tell them that, hey, you gotta fix because I don't want that. You don't bring that stuff over to me because I done took my time. So you need to be. The thing is, people lack patience though. People like keep jumping in certain situations. That's what I'm saying. That's why you'll never heal because you got people that's enabling you or putting up with you because what you went through and all that stuff because you choose not to try to overcome it. You just rather I'm mixing the whole thing up together, but I'm talking about that person chose not to overcome it, so they really looking for people to who can side with me, who can tell me that it's not me, it's them, or something like that. Only way, like I said, only way we can overcome stuff is saying you got to blame yourself. I'm sorry, that's just what it is. Blame what you can control. That's all it is. So you can look in the mirror. That's why Mary can check out his name like that. You got to look in that mirror so you can check off the things that you have problems with. That's just what it is. I just thought about that though. I don't know if he said that, but I'm just saying like that's how you got to do it though.
That's exactly what it is. Yeah, it came out of my divorce. When I got divorced, I was constantly going trying to check my ex-wife, and she just kept throwing stuff back in my face, kept throwing stuff back in my face. So to keep
Mm-hmm.
her from being able to throw stuff in my face, I started checking myself in the mirror. Well,
Mm-hmm.
because I started checking myself in the mirror, I never got around to dealing with her because I was always checking and finding stuff that was wrong with me that I
Facts.
needed to work on. So by
Yep.
me working on me, I never got around to dealing with her. And after a while, I realized there was nothing that I could do to help her anyway because she had no desire to change it. What she was doing was working for her, but what I was doing
Mm-hmm.
wasn't working for me.
Yeah.
And I couldn't fault her. I chose her. I could have kept moving. So I couldn't be mad at her for her being who she wanted to be. It was me that I had to be mad at for not accepting that she was being who she wanted to be. See, that's our problem. We want these people so bad, but we want them to change and be who we want them to be to convenience us. And it's like, no, they not. They who they are. And if you can't accept them the way that they are, then you got to keep it moving. Because like he just
Right.
said, you ain't got no control over nothing but you. And a lot of us don't even have control over that. Because that's the problem. We trying to control any and everything but us.
Yep.
If you was trying to control you, you would recognize that this situation ain't working for me. Let me keep it moving and go find one that's more conducive to my to what I'm looking for. Instead of trying to force this person to be what I want them to be. Realizing they ain't gonna never be that because that's not in their desire.
Yep. I like how you ended it with the little zipper noise. That was sweet.
That
But
is
right.
true, though. That's very true. People think they own people. They control people's lives. Instead of moving around, they'd rather just emotionally manipulate you and yell at you and scream at you. And it's just like, you can move around. If I ain't it, baby, you can find
Right.
someone else.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times we get stuck in our investment. We get stuck in our heads on what we want. I want this man or I want this woman, and they're going to be, and it's like, no, they're not. I mean, just like you found that one, you'll find another one, and you'll find one even better than the last one. So sometimes we just got to learn, letting go was something that was hard for me. And I thought it was being loyal. But when I realized that there's a difference, sometimes I was being loyal. Sometimes I was just hanging on the crap, hanging on the garbage. They would literally hanging. I don't. I try not to cuss too much, but sometimes you got to call it what it is. I literally was hanging on the shit, and I'm expecting to get something out of shit, but just hanging on the shit, and you can't get shit out of shit, but
Right.
shit.
You can get flowers. You can't get no flowers without a little bit of shit on it.
I
Without,
know we're right. I feel you. I get you though, but that'd be the problem. Everybody think they gonna get a problem. Flowers out of ish and it stay that.
Yeah, sometimes them shits be weeds.
Like, oh my, that's the wrong thing. And they just stinking everywhere. That's all it is.
Self-sabotage is real. I'm telling you, they be sabotaging their own life in the worst choices. They want they wants first over their needs. And you can tell. And like I think people be wanting you to help them problem solve, and I do. I like to problem solve, so I can give people the best advice. And I'm telling you, if it's not what they want, baby, they're not gonna listen to you. They're gonna do what they want to do, and then they're gonna lie to you about what they did. So it's
They
just like
want
that's
you to
why.
say something that they want to hear, not what they need. They want it, but they just want it in the way they want it. That'd be the problem.
Mm-hmm.
but
Mm-hmm.
but
That's why I say
sometimes
I
they
keep it
don't want
real.
it. Sometimes they don't truly, genuinely want it. They, like you said, they want it in the way that they want it, but then they still want it to be where they're still right. See, I done learned the
Yes.
difference. There's two
Mm-hmm.
different rights. There's There's in the right where you are right and it's correct and everybody is in agreement. We don't have a misunderstanding. And then there's just I want to be right, where I know I'm wrong, but I'm going to argue every which way I can to make and justify and make what I want to say right. That's why we got all this talking out of both sides of our face going on now, where people are trying to be right and they know they wrong. Well, then it's like, well, who's the judge of right and wrong? It's
Mm-hmm.
always been the judge, and these same people will even use God. They will even try to pull the Bible. You don't even make no sense. You could
That is facts though, and I'm look. I was on Twitter today, right, scrolling, and somebody was posting an old clip of Cardi B and how she was talking about how she didn't want no loyal man. She wanted a cheater. She wanted somebody that was cheating on her because it was some video, and I'm like, look what you got. Now you crying on the internet. People say they want certain stuff, they want a certain type of dude, and it be the exact opposite of what they need. So it's like
Yep.
sometimes our mouth can be too powerful. We attract what we say or what
Mm-hmm.
we speak out. And so sometimes we need to shut up and just listen and
Hey
watch.
man,
Facts.
You shall receive.
talking. I was gonna say something, but it's like sometimes I hold myself back because I don't want to get into the arguments or offend people. It all depends on how I'm feeling, and I just didn't feel like it. But my thing is there a website or something for these bad dudes? Because it seems like y'all, it's like women can find them in the numbers. They can find all these
They always
abusive
find a
men,
narcissist
but
too.
right, they can find them in by the numbers. And I'm like, what website are y'all dating off of, or what market or grocery store or church you going to? Because it's like y'all all seem to find the same bad dudes, but none of it has to do nothing with their judgment. Nothing has to do with none of their choosing or choice. None
Well,
of it.
what's bad?
And it's always, and it cracks me up because he always never showed me any signs. I will be lying to you if I told you that the women that I went through hell with didn't show me signs. They
But
showed me signs. I ignored them, or I thought I could change it,
what's a
or I
bad
thought I could
dude?
deal with it.
What's a bad dude and a
I
bad
mean,
woman?
you gotta tell me. You got to ask them because they're the ones that got all the stories. I don't know. I mean, but we can flip to another. We can flip over to another live right now, and I'm pretty sure they're in and talking about him right now.
Right.
Right.
I mean, I feel like people just find people they're not compatible with, and then they want
Mm-hmm.
to blame the person that they
Right.
met. And that person also needs to hold themselves accountable for not being honest and lying by omission. Like people that cheat, you're not a cheater. You're just a person that believes in polygamy. You just don't want to be honest with yourself because the world told you to be in a monogamous relationship or to do life a certain type of way based on how you was raised. If people were more honest, then you would find the person that you want to work with, that you want to be in a relationship with or get married to.
Wait, what? Now I gotta go.
Right.
I
I
can't
didn't
let that
see.
one
Look,
slide.
look, I didn't
What?
see any signs
You
that he was
said they not a
abusive, even though
cheater.
he used to kick
No,
cats.
they're not necessarily cheating. They're cheating themselves out of things. If somebody is to cheat on someone, you're cheating yourself. You're not necessarily cheating that person. You're cheating who you are. Because at the end of the day, you can have exactly what you want if you're just honest with yourself. If you believe in polygamy, then be with somebody that's polygamous instead of
Don't you got
lying
to
and
be forward
saying,
with it, right?
huh?
Don't you got to be forward with it though?
Right. Right.
You
That's what
can't
I'm
just say
saying.
I'm polygamous and don't tell a person you not polygamous and then just
That's
cheat them and be like, oh, no, that's because I'm polygamous.
That's what I'm saying. Like primarily you're cheating yourself. You're not cheating the next person because they can move on. They've learned a lesson. They've learned how or what they need to do in order to vet properly if they're doing it right. Because even in relationships, you're learning more things about yourself than the next person. It should be that way. But people that decide to be in monogamous relationships, they're lying by omission because they know that they can't be in a monogamous relationship because they want to be in a polygamy one. But life or where we live or the standard that they have or the religion that they have tells them that they need to be in one relationship with one person. And they're incapable of doing that because that's not how they are. So really, is it cheating on the next person or is it cheating yourself? Because you spent a lot of time lying to you. That person can easily move on.
Facts.
I think
It's
most
self
of the time is
sabotage.
they cheat or whatever you want to call it. It's a lack of self discipline. That's the problem. I don't think it's just because I'm natural. What they come with, I guess, naturally don't want to be. No, you just don't got your stuff under control though. Cause
Right.
like that's all
I'm
fun
not
and games. If it's so natural, then like if they catch a disease, then well, I guess they was cheating themselves while they got a disease or something like that
Right.
or
You have those
whatever.
people that are
It's
irresponsible, but you
immaturity.
also have those people that's not what they're for. That's not how that's not how they're wired. You know what I mean?
Then
It's
they need
like
to be
those that
straightforward, right?
Right. And that's where the issue lies. It's not that you cheating on the next person, you cheated yourself out of something good. That doesn't mean that person wasn't a good person. That means that you weren't good to that person by lying to yourself. Because if you're incapable of being with one person, you shouldn't have got in it. If you're incapable of being truthful with yourself, even for those that are into polygamy or those that are not, and they just do not have the mindset to be in something and be an adult about it, then therefore they're cheating themselves, because that could have been a great person had you waited. If you are monogamous and you decided to cheat, that could have been your forever person, or you could have had a really good marriage, or you could have had a whole family, but you cheated yourself. You didn't cheat them, because they're still going to be that great person that they were, or that they are, or they're going to get better. Some people get
Isn't
worse.
that a choice though?
Being truthful,
To choose to be monogamous or not? Because how do a person just uh internally just say, "Oh, I'm just a monogamous person" or something? I don't know, or polygamous person. Ain't that a choice though?
I mean, I feel like everything's a choice. We can sit and be nuns and priests
Oh,
and not do anything with anyone. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like a great deal of people, the reason why Cheaters was even a show is because a great deal of those people were polygamist. And they do like to explore. You have Germany who don't believe in genders when it comes down to sex. You know what I'm saying? Sex is just sex.
But I
So it's,
remember
it's all of
cheating.
how you're raised. It's all of the environment that you're in. It's all of who raised you in that environment. It's all of your religious preference. All that ties into what you're gonna do concerning your next move. And a lot of people, they grew up with no substance. They had parents that didn't have any substance, didn't teach them the right way, didn't even have conversations with them. So they went out in the world. If your daddy was a Rolling Stone, you're probably gonna mimic your daddy if you're a man. You know what I'm saying? Or possibly a woman. If you have the image of a husband and a wife, your parents were married and things of that nature, that's probably what you're going to be going towards. So I feel like a lot of the things that we do, especially relationships, those are choices. That's why it's a gamble.
I definitely believe self sabotage is real. It's very real. People they see the signs, they see the red flags, and they are attracted to it. They want it. They want to change somebody. And I hear this a lot. I thought I could change him or her. I thought I could play mastermind on the back end, and then they end up getting hurt. You gotta own up to that.
Right.
It's unfortunate, but I'm just saying, like when you try to play with people you know are no good for you gotta be accountable for that. People don't want to be accountable for that. They be like, I knew he was a cheater. He cheated on so and so, but I thought I was different. That was your narcissism talking to you, saying that you were better than the next woman. You know, he did you the same way. You gotta own up to that.
Mm-hmm. And if people was just left in their mess and nobody dealt with it, and they were able to just be by themselves, then it's a lot of things that they will change. But unfortunately, time and time again, somebody have allowed someone being a codependent, someone's allowed them to do certain things. On both sides of the spectrum, it's either you're neglecting yourself if you're in this relationship where somebody's cheating on you because you are well of knowledge that they're cheating on you, but you're allowing it. So
Mhm.
thinking that they're going to stop the behavior based on you accepting is stupid.
Right,
That's just
it's illogical too. So, because I seen so many women, I have so many female friends who will go into a relationship and say it's strictly about the money, it's about what he does for me, and then as soon as that man does what he wants to do with another woman, that was like, I can't believe he did that. Like you said, it was never about that. You said it was about the money. So why you got your feelings in it? It's like it be something going on. It's like,
That's the point I was trying to
dang,
make.
Mira,
I'm
what
trying to
wrong
get
with
at and let.
you?
right. He be keep coming back with that bag or whatever that is. About to
I
call
was
Charles back to
Grinding
just
your
beat
got
him
from
real
teeth.
quick.
You grinding your
just got
teeth
back.
over there.
Hey, I'm trying to mimic. What's my man? Charles.
Right.
I'm
He got a
still mad
whole.
about that. Remember, he said I was mad, so I'm still mad about it. I
Yeah,
guess.
you mad about it, right? You said let me be. Can't beat him, beat him.
But no, I just got back from the grocery store and trying to put these few little groceries away before I fix me some dinner.
hmm
But the main thing I was trying to say was that, if you really listen to a lot of the stuff and really sit back and even look at yourself when you were a child and look at your children or look at the people around you children, I used to work in a Head Start, and a lot of my coworkers, I'll be like, man, they act just like the kids. And it's like the only way I could tell them apart from the kids is that they bigger than the kids. But outside of that, they would act just like the children. And just throwing grown up temper tantrums, having hissy fits. Couldn't get their way. Now, at the time, I didn't see myself, but I was just as guilty. It's adult decisions, adult choices. The adults, like I said, I used to quit jobs because of I ain't they got an attitude with me, or they don't like me, or whatever little stupid childish reason I could think of to quit and would walk away from a job. But now it's like, as they're adulting me, the man, it's like, please, I ain't going nowhere. Is that the best you got? It's just making the difference in your mindset and the way that you think about things. It's a selfishness when you childish, when you would, and it's all about you all the time. I mean, when you listen to everything that y'all talking about, where we trying to put a label on it, oh, it's a narcissist. No, it's just grown up children. Just at the end of the day, it's just a grown up child throwing a tension tantrum, having a hissy fit. I can't get my way, whatever it is. Now, why they that way? I don't have a degree yet to figure that out.
Enablers, people that
But at
enabled
the
them for years.
but at the end of the day, yes, I can definitely say that. Definitely say that. But they also are mindful and skillful in making sure that the people around them are the people who enable them. Because certain people who they don't deal with, these are also the people who talk about their cutoff game. My cutoff game, because they cut people off who try to get them straight.
My cutoff game strong.
That's how it is. Most of us do. All of us doing the same thing, but just different ways. Though everybody wants some type of form of validation of what's being, I guess, presented in the life. Depending on the lifestyle, though. So it's what it is, though. Just like, and they're really just to get people to, just to see if you really right of what you're doing and stuff. Or, I think everybody do that from different angles, though, just to see. But some people only do it for. Some people do it for selfish reasons. Some people do it for, uh I don't know the opposite, right? I can't think of the word though. But most of the time, a lot of people do it for selfish reasons. Okay, I need somebody to let me know what I did wasn't wrong, so I can continue doing what I'm doing and stuff. Because, like I said, people live with this lifestyle of this is me, this is just me. And I got that. I got something big against that stuff because I realized that that's just so funny to me though. People don't know who they is for real, man. And that's another way of boxing yourself in and telling yourself you can't be nothing more than just you. And you wasn't just you, what 20 years ago or 15 years ago, 10 years, you wasn't that same person. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it is. Ain't nobody just being, it's just them. And you just something you choose to be. That's what that is. People use that to just not to be, I guess, accountable for their situations and stuff, or I guess, like I said, to continue living their lifestyle. That's what people do. Ain't nobody don't like, and like I said, that's where ego and all that stuff, that's gonna have a person be like, well, you can't tell me you ain't go through what I went through, and who are you? You know, that's everybody. That's their favorite word too. Uh-oh. But yeah,
Why can't people be just them, Kev, and be like, I'm a nasty person. I don't clean up my house. The back of my toilet dirty.
because they lying to themselves.
Right. Just
No,
be
that
you and then tell me all the
that's
stuff
not
you
you. That's what
do.
you choose to be. That's not you. That's what you choose to be. Why people just say I chose to be this way instead of saying this is me?
My
Right.
That's
thing
like
is
saying I'm
why
not
is you telling
accountable. Then
you
I can't.
you
I
know
can't go against what not accountability is. You chose that lifestyle. That's what you want to be. That's what you want to be. But people is that I just feel like that's a cop out when somebody say that's just that's me. I mean, because I
yeah,
can say that for
it is.
anything. If I cuss somebody out or
Right.
something, well, that's just me. That's not me being accountable.
Right. Because where did it stem from?
Yeah, it came from somewhere.
Right. You're right. You're right.
That's even with the match energy. Well, I had to match energy. You don't have to. Nobody have to do
But you
that. You could choose
So
to
yeah,
walk away or not.
Yeah, but
hey Kev, but
sometimes,
energy.
you
Hey
remember what it
Charles,
was
how
called
you
back in
hey,
doing?
school?
How you
Kev, you remember
doing?
what it was called back
right,
in
good.
school? You remember what they called it back in school?
Hmm.
it was called an attitude problem, and you needed an attitude adjustment. But now as an adult, that's just the way I am. No, you still have an attitude problem, and you still need an attitude adjustment, because when somebody gives you back that same
Same
attitude, you
energy, right?
recognize
It's
it's
a problem
wrong.
now.
You recognize it's wrong.
Yeah, but sometimes it is them because it's some people have genetic anger. And if you're always
What is
angry,
that?
is all right. I have a question.
That sounds like
So
another excuse again, man.
no, so you all right? You don't know that
Come out
anger
frowning.
anger can be passed down genetically. Are you aware of that?
No,
No.
Anger, it looks like I'm simply smarter than you.
I've
There is some
never done
strong
the
there's strong
genealogy.
evidence there's strong evidence that anger could be genetic anger issues, not anger, but anger issues could be genetically passed down. I talked about this before.
It's
uh
not genetic. It's just
But
it's
okay,
what
no,
this is just
it is
like,
it's more
okay,
of
genetic.
but
what they
I'll
see
give you
or
this. But
represent.
listen,
It is genetic.
I'll give you this. I'll give you this. But let's put it on the level. This sounds just like the same thing with the grape, with the abuse. It's an extreme. You bring it out an extreme and trying to put it across the board, and we talking across the board. You talking
No.
about a few people. This is not something that
No,
affects everyone.
there's a significant percentage of people with low MAOA. Do you know what low MAOA is?
Whatever. If you talking about it in that way, right? It don't work like this. Just like people that's born with high metabolism, low metabolism, but still you could choose your weight
No,
you want to be. You
no,
some
you
people just
can't.
gotta eat. Some people gotta try harder to lose weight. Some people could try a little less. That's just what it is.
All
But you
right.
can
Well,
still do it.
Okay, and
okay.
that's
So,
what I'm trying
so
to ask.
what you meaning is your environment. Your environment
No, I'm
makes
not
you.
talking.
Your parents can make you be a certain. Or I ain't gonna
I'm
say
not.
make, but they can construct you to be a certain way. But ain't nobody born angry.
Yes, they are. They no. I didn't say born angry. I said they're easily angry. All right. Let's take somebody. All right. I don't think you understand. Right.
If you was
There's
born
some
in a
people.
peaceful environment, how you gonna be easily angry?
Because it's how your brain works, and that look again,
Another
low
attempt to avoid accountability.
no, you guys just don't understand. Low MAOA is when your enzymes fail to break down the neurotransmitters properly. That can be genetically passed down. Neurotransmitters is the firing of neurons in the brain. It's how your brain works. So when you have low MAOA, you quickly go from 0 to 100 really fast. And it is also involves impulsive behavior. To where if somebody step on your foot, even if it's by mistake, you immediately get so angry you can't control your impulses and you
That
smack the
has
person.
nothing to do.
That's
That's
what
not
babies
why.
Yes,
do.
That's not why.
yes,
That's not
yes,
why.
it is. No, what?
That's that's
Listen,
that's an that's an attempt at avoid accountability,
no, no,
and
it
that's
is
that's
not. It
also
is.
the villain, because I already heard you. I heard you when you said it earlier, because you also tried to use that as an excuse to justify why people in the ghetto or in hoods and small neighborhoods act that way, and it's not. It has nothing. You're trying to say it has nothing to do with their circumstances. It has nothing to
Did
be doing with stuff on top of each other. Come
did you
on now,
fact
man.
check? All right, all right.
So,
I have a
so
question.
okay, do the. But you want me to?
All
You
right,
want a fact check?
sir,
I got a
sir.
fact check for you. Look
No,
up the
sir,
ghetto
sir,
rat
sir,
experiment. Look up the
sir.
ghetto
Hold on,
rat
hold on,
experiment,
sir,
and then get back with me.
sir. I have a question.
Hi, J Love. I just got one thing to say. That's it. That's it. Hi, J Love. Can you be genetically angry?
Angry issues can be genetically passed down. No, what? I have a question. Did anybody fact check before disagreeing with me, or did you disagree without fact checking?
Hold on.
I'm asking. Did any of you fact check
I didn't
before you
disagree with what
disagreed?
you said, but what I'm disagreeing with is the point in where you're trying to use it. I don't disagree with what you're
Okay,
saying.
so
I'm not saying that it
okay, so
can't be. I'm not
what
saying
point
that
am
the
I trying to use
information
it?
is false. I'm not saying that
Okay,
it's false, but
okay, so
how
what
did you
did you
use it
disagree with?
earlier? How did you use it earlier when you came
I
into the
said,
live
I
earlier and you
said
said
that,
it?
I said that some people.
I'm sorry, your characteristics, your personality traits, the environment that you grow up in can determine whether you're an angry person or not. But genetically, it is not passed down. It is not a predisposition. Anger
Yes, it
is not a
is.
genetic thing. It's not. The
Low
NCAA
MAOA, ma'am.
debunked it. The
No,
DOC debunked it. What you're saying is incorrect as
no,
always. You are
No,
always
ma'am. No, no, ma'am.
wrong.
No,
No,
Yes,
ma'am.
sir. Yes, sir.
No, ma'am. Ma'am, ma'am. Ma'am,
Hey,
you are.
Charles, how are you, darling?
can she get it
Know
out?
what?
Sister
There's a reason
dear.
why you trying to talk over me because
She
you're
did not.
biased.
She was talking, but you talked over her when she was
Okay, okay,
talking.
ma'am, you are lying. Low MAOA is genetics. It is a proven fact. It is
Oh,
genetics.
oh,
Low
look,
MAOA could
I
pass
get it.
down from one
I
generation
get
to
it.
the
I
next.
explained that
What?
to
No,
you. We
I'm
get
talking.
it.
Okay, so how I
But that don't have
explain it?
nothing to do. Do you know
Sir.
emotions and feelings are they all? Everybody has those. Ain't nobody. Even if that's the case, that means that can work for every last other emotion. It don't have to be just straight anger. How would that just only trigger anger only? That don't make sense.
Yeah,
So what
it
no what I was
includes.
getting to, I just gave you a good example. Like people that have their genetics, right? Genetically, some people's metabolism are faster than others, right? But it's still up to them to control how much how they waver their weight or whatever the situation is. They genetically, right? You can't help if you lose weight fast or if you gain weight too, whatever. You can't control, you can't help that is internally like that way. But you can control how much you eat, what you got to exercise, all that. You can control that
All
part,
right, all right,
right?
all right, all
So
right.
you can't
Fine.
just be
Look,
born fat
all right. This is what you fail to
or
understand. Let's
skinny or
say.
whatever you want to call it.
All right, fine. Let's take a
Charles,
person with low
genetics talk
MAO.
loud.
Let's take a person with low MAOA, and let's take a person with normal
Bro, you must
MAOA.
not
Right?
be hearing it. You
Now,
wanted to
sir,
hear it a
sir,
certain
sir.
way.
I heard everything you
I'm
said.
agreeing with you though.
Sir, you have no clue what I'm
Check 'em.
about to say.
Hush.
You have
Hush,
no
Charlie.
clue what
Check
I'm
'em.
about to say. You're
It's just
Charlie,
the
check
fact
disagreeing
'em.
that
with,
you didn't even address what I
sir,
said because you
sir,
listened to
sir. No, no,
respond.
no. You have no idea what I'm
Cut it
about to
out,
say. So
Charlie.
you don't know
Charlie.
if I listen to respond because
Charlie.
you haven't heard what
But
I
did
have to
you
say yet. But
did
but
you
but
notice
Charlie,
you're
I
you
you're
agree
keep
with
talking
you?
no,
so
no,
much.
sir. You're mind reading. You.
Did you
It's a
notice I
mind read.
agree with you?
I got that, but you don't know what I'm about to say, do you?
Charlie, check 'em.
So
Cut it out.
so no, hold
I
on.
was
This is
angry
Cut it,
what.
earlier.
Charlie.
Okay,
Charlie,
so
check
what
'em.
I'm trying
Cut
to
it
say
out.
is,
He
ma'am,
researched it
Cut it
because
out,
it's
Charlie.
ma'am,
true.
Check 'em. Charlie.
I'm trying to
Charlie.
respond to him. If you're not,
Charlie.
if you can't control your anger, I'm
Charlie.
trying to respond to
Charlie.
him.
Charlie.
All right, so,
Charlie,
ma'am,
check
if you
'em.
can't control your anger, I'm
Charlie,
trying to
check
respond to him.
'em.
I
Charlie, check
understand that you're triggered.
'em.
Okay, now she's trying
Charlie,
to you.
check
Now
'em.
she's trying to humiliate. She's trying
Charlie,
to.
check 'em.
Everybody
There
keep
goes the
humiliating him.
humiliation. I mean,
What are your
He didn't use that word
what do you
humiliate
call?
4 times
What
today.
do you call that? If I'm trying to talk and she's steadily calling my old name out,
Charlie, check 'em. Charlie, you
ma'am,
got more
ma'am,
time.
ma'am, ma'am, whatever
Charlie,
your
check
name
'em.
is, how about you let me respond to him
Charlie, check
first?
'em. Who you singing about this week? You singing
Now,
about the
now,
boys
now,
that whoop
tell me
their ass
that's not,
or you go to hoes? Who
and
you
tell
singing
me
about?
that's not an humiliation tactic. She's
Who
going
you singing
personal
about this
because
week?
she's mad because I told the
I'm
truth
not mad, Charlie.
about
She
Charlie,
think
genetic anger
everybody
issues.
mad, bro.
But I know, but what
Charlie,
does this have to listen? What does music have to do with my claim?
Charlie. Why would I be mad at you?
What
Charlie,
does
why would
music
you
have to
do
do with
that?
my claim?
Charlie, you can never get me mad because you're not intelligent enough to get me
All
mad.
right, fine. I'm trying to respond to him.
Intellectually
Hey,
dominated.
hey, hey, hey,
You
hey,
can't
hey, host,
intellectually dominate me,
host,
Kel.
host, host, host. Why are you allowing her to interrupt?
Because
You
I
know I'm
can.
trying to respond.
I mean,
Host,
you
Because I'm
did it all
host,
grown.
day,
I'm
man.
a
grown.
host,
I'm grown,
host. You know
Charlie.
I'm trying to respond to him,
Charlie,
and
check
you know
'em.
she's just calling my name
Check
just for the hell
'em.
of it.
Charlie, go check
Why,
on them.
why, why, why
Charlie,
are you letting
check
this
them.
go on, host?
Go check on them Ethiopian wives again. Go
Host,
on over there and
host,
check on them.
host. Why are you allowing this on in
Host,
your life?
host, host.
Because
Why did he
that's
allow
in her
you in his
genetics,
life?
man.
All right, fine. Fine. So are we
It's in
allowed
her
to just
genetics to
all right,
do that.
fine. Are we allowed to just bash each other?
Why did you allow him in your life?
Host. Are
Host,
you
I
giving
can't
me the?
control it. You know what I'm saying? It's in her genetics.
All right, fine. You know what,
you
ma'am?
can't control my
You just mad because nobody
MONS.
wants you because
You can't control my
you're just
MONS.
mad because all the men are leaving your cruel ass,
Who's leaving me?
right?
Bro, my
She has a
husband
birth
Men
leaving me.
don't
certificate.
want
You
you.
talking
She has
about?
a
We are
birth
Oh,
persuading
certificate.
she
millions of
made you
men.
mad
I'm not
now.
No.
Is that
And let's have a
genetically?
little fun.
Wait a minute.
And let's have a little fun.
The baby
Then she said, he
mama.
said
And let's
a
have a
married
little
woman
fun.
is not wanted. That's what make it
And
funny though. Nigga, you talking the wrong. You barking up the wrong tree.
And let's have some
My
fun.
husband of 30 years been
Hey,
married.
why does your
No,
lip stick out
no.
further than your nose?
Hell, I'm
Why do you have a gorilla face?
have my husband describe
Why do you
me.
have
He'll
a
push him
gorilla
to the
face?
lead edge.
I got a gorilla face,
And you look like a gorilla with a perm.
and you look like a
And
gorilla too.
you ain't nothing but one of those
Theodore,
loud mouth.
Let's
Theodore,
talk.
And you're just a
Theodore,
loud mouth, bad attitude
Theodore.
black American
Shut
woman
up,
who
Theodore.
trained all your daughters to be single moms.
All my daughters are single
Why did you
Here,
train
listen
all
to
your
this.
daughters to be a single mom?
And chiming in and putting all their laughs and enjoyment. Could you
You a
please
single
tap the
mom
like
maker.
Oh,
button?
cause you
Could you
been
Now
please
you.
tap the
single, huh?
screen?
You
Tap, tap,
been
tap the
How
screen.
does it feel
Let's
to
get
be
the likes up. Let's get the
how does it
likes
feel
up.
the fact that
Share the
you ruined
live.
your whole
And
your
come on
oh,
up. You're
all
more
of
than
your
welcome to come
daughters
on up and
claim that
join
you
the
don't
Y'all
room.
need a man.
made y'all done made
Why didn't you
Charles
trick?
mad
No,
now.
no,
He
no,
said he
no.
And
don't
if you're
need a
in the
man.
box,
Why did you
hit
trick your
hashtag FYP.
daughters? Why did you trick your daughters into thinking they don't need a man?
who told you
That boy
that?
trying to come with
That
everything off the
that
hip.
hey, that's how you are. You gorilla face.
He
I got a
Hey,
reaching too
gorilla
gorilla
far.
face.
face.
Who is
Why
he?
did you train your daughters to not need a man? Now they have a bad attitude and nobody wants their regular
Not
asses.
need a man when they got good old
Look,
daddy.
look,
Right.
look, look, look,
Bro,
look, look.
that's why he swear.
You train your daughters to be
And look what
feminists,
you're saying. He's a good
and
daddy.
now they have the worst reputation on earth. You ruined the
Oh,
whole fucking generation, ma'am.
Charlie Chapman is
You fucked up a whole
Charlie
generation.
Chapman is mad.
Oh, you know what? Listen,
Oh,
no, I'm not mad, but you know what?
Yo,
You know
I'm
what?
gonna cry.
No,
I'm
it's
about to
not
go
my
to a
fault.
zoo.
Is that
I'm
your
about to go
daughters
to
are
a
fucked?
gorilla. Oh, I'm gonna cry because
Duh, who
Charlie
knew that
Charlie
J
asked
Love
me.
was
You're
gonna be the
you're
key to
you're
making him get out
you're
his square? I ain't
Charlie
never
ain't
seen
gonna
this
go to the
side.
you're
zoo.
just, no what? You haven't
Hey,
shared.
you the
Look,
GOAT, J
You
Love, you the
hey,
GOAT.
and you
mad?
want to
You
go back to
mad?
my
She
old
made
me?
Charles get out his
Kev,
square.
No, 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 no,
he
no.
mad because
I
you
ain't
know
never seen
Charlie
it from
Hey,
Chapman.
I'm not
Charles.
mad. Hey, and you just a
You most
southern
definitely,
bitch.
man.
Kev,
That's
Hey,
I ain't
you a
never seen this
southern
side
bitch.
of
That's
you.
a
Kev,
you a southern ghetto bitch. That's what you are. You
oh,
fucking southern ghetto bitch.
oh,
And why do
Oh
you
my, yeah,
southern
Let's
he
drop
went
bitches?
the
too
name
far. Now I
calling. Let's
gotta drop
drop the
him. He
name
went too far.
calling.
Hey, good
Yeah.
job. We done seen a new side of him. Wow, I'm scared. I'm scared of J Lo. She made a person that don't never get triggered. Oh my god, I'm scared now. Oh my, I've never seen this
I'm gonna
side of
stay on
him.
your good side, Miss J Love. I'm gonna stay on your good side.
She done made him drop the B bomb and everything. Oh my. You are the GOAT. I ain't gonna even lie. I don't think I ever seen nobody get to Charles like that. Oh my, I would
thank
never
you, J
dispute her
Love.
power she have. That is crazy.
Thank you, J Love. I love you.
Oh my. I'm sweating off that one. I've never seen that side of him.
Really?
Oh
Oh
Still, it
man,
my.
don't
Charlie,
justify.
listen,
It
Charlie
don't
check him. Y'all
justify
go check him out
everybody.
on YouTube. He got whole songs out about lesbians and gays and prostitutes and 304. Go check out Charlie Checkham. That's for real. His rap name is Charlie Checkham. For real, for real. I'm serious.
No,
I'm
Charles, no,
serious.
you went too far. You done went out calling names and stuff, so that show how triggered you are.
Because
I
I ain't
was
calling
letting it
you no
ride,
names,
but you done
Charlie.
said the B word. I don't do that one.
Hey, I'm here for it. He called me a gorilla face. He told me
Everything.
that I don't got no man that want me. I'm a single bitter baby mama. I'm
Boy.
teaching my daughters to not love men. What? Boy, bye. You got a whole baby mama out there. A whole baby mama. You done made a woman a baby's mama, which is funny to me because he has made somebody a baby's mother and got the nerve to be talking about baby mothers. When you made one, you made Charlie, if you such an alpha male, then why do you need protection? See, that's when you know that men are simps and they punks because they go, you didn't protect me. What grown man tells another grown man he didn't protect him?
that
Boy,
part.
grow up. You just
That
mad because you 5'1". You shorter than me. That's what's wrong.
Now tell us, Charles, how does it make you feel?
No, 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 no. In the culture, because I married somebody that is better than my mother. Go somewhere, boy. Go play with yourself. Go play in traffic. Go do something. Lord have
I've
mercy.
never seen that one. That's new. Hey, but look, Charles, man, you gotta think about it. It came from you said it's genetic, man.
Save
So
me.
that genetically had to
He
happen
said
that way.
he
You know what I'm saying?
saved me. Kev. Now, how long have you known me, Kev? You know me about a year now. When have you ever saved me, Kev? Let's just be honest, Kev.
is my boy. That's my dog. You my dog. James is my girl. And Mira, you my boy too. I done seen you a couple of places. Charlie, they don't need to save me. You just mad because you can't intellectually whoop me. Because you bring out stats and statistics that are not empirical, they're theoretical. You try to talk about sociology when you don't know who the leading sociologists are in the world, who they were until I told them to you. So what are you talking about? You can't whoop me intellectually, sir. Ever. Stop it. She made herself a baby mother. No, Charles made her a baby's mother, and he went and found him a woman from Ethiopia who was better than his mother because of the culture. Boy, bang. Stop playing with
It's
me.
so hard not
Don't
to.
play with your mama.
This
Don't play
was
with me.
South quick.
I'm a mama, but not yours. I am a ghetto southern. I ain't never lived in nobody's ghetto. Not knocking the folks who have, but I have never. No, no, not me. Sorry. Wrong one. You allowed her to humiliate me and then kick me out because you need protection from another man. You're weak. Okay.
Charles, you can't get humiliated unless you accept it, man. There's no way. Ain't nobody can
Get him,
humiliate you
Kev.
but you.
Go, Kev. Go, Kev. Get it, get it, get it, get it. Go, Kev. Tell him, Kev.
I don't know why he keep saying it. That's why I said he been pushing that on everybody else. He done got on Mirror said he was mad, but he was mad. Like it's gonna be weird. I
You
don't know.
just
He just
said you
everybody
gonna
mad but
see.
him.
I
But no,
didn't ask
that
Oh,
you
I'm
like
that.
still mad.
you for
I'm
sure
still
pushed it. You
mad.
said that you said you don't cuss, bro. You done been showing all type of stuff now. You said you don't cuss. You said that you said that you have emotional control, right? You don't let people get to you. Uh oh, you had a whole list though, but you ain't show all that right now, man. And one thing is, I mean, all she was doing was calling your name and stuff. I guess she just she ain't never called you out your name. She just called you your name.
I called him what he calls himself. Charlie
Oh boy,
Chicken.
you went to Gorilla. You don't went to talk about try to say that the kids was. You went to every last below the belt thing you can think of. That's how you know you hurt. You know what I'm saying? You can't say that I'm not hurt and then think of all the worst stuff. That don't make sense. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, whatever.
You
That's
said
funny.
it's okay to humiliate Kev. Kev, let me tell you, one thing I know about you is this. You ain't never allowed nobody to humiliate anybody. And I know that for fact. So, like you said, if he's humiliated, it's because he's accepting what I said is truth. And
Mm,
you can't see that's what's wrong with people. People can't accept their own truth and stand in their own truth. You can't find out something about me and embarrass me with it. If you want to know about me, I will tell you the story. I can tell you the story better than anybody can because I was there. So at
yep.
the end of the day, what you can't do is hurt my feelings. Charlie Checkham can never hurt my feelings. He stands 5'1". He has the Napoleon complex. He wants to be smarter than everybody in the room when he's not. You can't intellectually whoop anybody. His talking points are what he hears from all these other red pill men, and he rides on that. But every red pill man that I know has said he's an embarrassment. He doesn't speak for us. That's why they don't deal with him. So whether or not you agree with red pill or not, those men don't even embrace him in their culture. He had to go get a woman from another country because he felt that woman was beneath him. He could control her. He could tell her what to do. And then women over in the Western world, he can't with us. I don't know where he got. I'm single and I'm bitter. I've been with my husband for 30 years, sir. My husband didn't make me a baby's mama. Ever. He ain't never made me a baby's mama. My husband didn't tell me that I wasn't good enough to be with him. My husband loved me and he loves me to this day. So you can't hurt my feelings with what you say. My daughters are wonderful. They're beautiful young ladies who know what they want out of life. Whether they choose to get married, marry in their race, marry outside their race, don't really care. As long as the man that they marry loves and respects them, I'm good. Keep your hands to yourself. We straight. I'm not married. What? What? Hold on. Let me go take a peek. Let me walk around here right quick. Is it around here? Did I put it back up? because I
That's a
had
Charles supporter or something.
no. Zoe King said I wasn't married.
No, I
I
said I
don't know
want to
why.
be a
I don't
Charles
even know who
supporter.
that
That was
is.
weird.
That must be one of Charlie's one of Charlie's boys. I don't have to prove that I'm married, but okay. I'm
Mm,
not married. You're right. I
right,
guess
that's
that
what I
hurt.
learned.
I
I
guess
ain't got
that
to
hurt
prove
when I
One of
anything.
said that.
Charlie's boys.
Like,
She
I
said
don't,
one of Charlie's boys.
I
Like a
don't,
game.
better, mother, culture.
What's the deal,
I,
merch?
I guess.
It's crazy
I
because
don't know about
I'm
Zoe King
actually
think I ain't
agreeing him. He
married,
just
but
didn't like
okay.
the angle I was coming with it though. I do understand whatever you looked up, that stuff you looked up. Okay, I get it. Some people might get triggered quicker than others and stuff, but you got to realize emotions and feelings is more than just one. It ain't gonna be like, oh man, it's just anger. Ain't nobody just born with it, just an anger or something like that. That comes from somewhere. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I
I
can
don't
understand
know. I
everybody's
don't
stuff
know.
could be off a little bit or whatever, but at the end of the day, that can all be controlled. You know, that's just what
Hey
it is.
Kev, hey Kev, I got a question for you. Kev, have you ever talked to my husband?
Yeah,
Have you ever seen
about
him?
14, 15 times.
Have you ever seen him?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm just making sure that I got a husband at the house. I don't know. Zoe King, my husband ain't on social media because he does this thing called work,
Mm,
so he can take care of his family. That's where my husband is at work.
We've seen
Mm-hmm.
her husband,
Mm-hmm.
Zoe.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. He takes care of his family. Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm sorry.
I mean, I want your money.
I guess he want me to be. I guess he a straw man. I guess he a straw man, but these straw man bills getting paid, so I don't know what to tell you.
mm.
I guess they getting paid. I don't know what to tell you. Last time I checked, I had a husband though. But okay, y'all say I don't. That's fine too. I don't know what to tell them. But proving it is not something I'm gonna do. It's okay, Zoe King. I know you riding Charlie's, eggplant, and it's okay. It's
Oh
okay.
my.
So J Love.
What's up, baby?
After all of that, what's your stance on forgiveness?
Um, so
Perfect timing, right?
for me, forgiveness is about self. You
Yep.
you to in order to for me, in order for me to continue to progress, the person that hurt me, I have to forgive them. So I can move forward. I don't want to stay in a place where, because to me, if I'm always thinking about what that person did to me and I'm never freed that from my heart, I can't move forward. So that's what forgiveness is to me. I don't have to rock with you to forgive you. And I think that's where a lot of people get forgiveness confused. They feel like, well, if you say you forgive a person, then you'll still talk to them. No, I ain't got to talk to you to forgive you.
Right. Right.
So that's my thing. What is unforgivable to me? Um, I don't think there's anything that's a hard.
I
Hurting
know it meant to be hard.
my child is well, you know what? I can't say that there's anything that's unforgivable because if I want to move forward, then I have to forgive, right?
Dang,
I
man, you
just
supposed
don't
to feel for it.
know.
Amir had took a little quick minute too. And he like, you know what? Nah, the one I took was
Yeah,
funny.
no.
Dang.
So there's nothing that's not forgivable. It's just I don't deal with you.
Oh, right.
So transparent moment. When I was growing up, my sister raised me. Both of my parents are deceased. When I was between 18 to like, I'm gonna say 30, 32, I was really mad and angry, and I couldn't figure out why. And then once I start digging into what it was that hurt me and I start forgiving those things, I was able to grow and see my blessings. And
Yep.
so I had to do that. So that's why my thing with forgiveness and holding grudges is I don't have the space for it. It is
Hmm.
it is consuming. When you walk around mad and unforgiving and angry and holding a grudge, that is the most consuming thing that you can do in your life. Once you let it go and you really let it go, you can breathe. Like you can see those people. and not even flinch. You just be like, oh, that's so and so. Oh, okay, cool. Or you
I
don't
like how
feel
you
like,
added really let it go. You said I like how you did it twice though, and that you perfectly said that part.
yeah, you
Yes, when
really
you
have to let it
really
go.
let it go.
Because I'm serious, because a lot of the times we will tell ourselves, oh, I've forgiven that person. And
Right.
then we'll see that person at a family function and we are tight and we ready to throw down. For
Hmm.
me, I can be in the same room with a person and they don't even exist to me. That's how I know I've gotten past it. I can forgive you and never see you.
Are you?
Period.
So Charles, I'm gonna ask you a question real quick, man, because you just going down there going crazy. So if I let you back up, man, you go talk about the topic.
I
Because as
just
soon as you
wanted
get
to
off the
say,
topic,
Miss J
we ain't
Love,
doing it. So
that is
you want
so
to talk about the
true.
topic or not, Charles?
Huh, Gabriella?
I just want to say now, thanks for accepting my request. What you just said that it's the best. It's I don't want to say it's the ultimate revenge, but it is the ultimate freedom. When you forgive somebody, they don't trap you, they don't own you, they can't self-sabotage you. You are free. And
Right.
whatever that other person does, they're responsible for it. And don't get me wrong, because it's a life learning experience. You can't always do it straight away. That's a part of being a human being. But for me, I have my faith in the big man upstairs, God. You know, when things get really, really tough and I'm feeling very frustration and my base elements, my emotions kick in, I pray to him and it's a wonderful liberation, because then as time goes on, because time is a healer, I look at that person, I go, why did I waste that time? Why did I
Absolutely.
waste that energy when I could be doing so many positive things?
Yep.
Obviously, I love listening to your experience and I definitely love the titles here, but forgiveness is very different for a lot of people.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Let me
yes.
get these
Hey, my
last two
sister.
words
Hold on,
in
real
and
quick.
then I'm gonna drop.
My sister, are you from the UK?
I am from the United Kingdom. Yes, I am.
You can
Okay, I
straight
can
hear
hear
it,
it in your.
right?
Yep,
Yeah,
all up in
be
your voice.
quiet.
Thank you for joining us. All right, go ahead.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Oh, and
How
real
do
quick,
you
one more quick before you go, since we got this break. If you're enjoying this live, and as you see, we got people from all over the world up in here. So let's tap the screen, keep liking it, let's keep sharing it, and come on, let's have a good time. And
all
let's keep the peace and love, no name calling. Let's keep it respectful. And
Let's forgive one another.
if you
Excuse
get
the
a little,
pun.
yep,
Forgive.
yes, yes. And if you get angry,
Forgive.
forgive one another and let it go. Let's move on. All
absolutely.
right, go on
All
ahead and do
right.
y'all thing.
How do you forgive? For me, um, it depends on the situation. Some situations warrant me to go to that person and let them know, hey, I've forgiven you and I've moved on once I see them. Some things is just merely me and God having a conversation and me just releasing it off my heart. I used to do this thing and I still do it sometimes. I'll write a letter to the person. I will sit at my house, write a letter to the person, and then I will go outside to my grill and light it on fire and send them ashes up to the heavens and keep it moving. So that's something that I do. Do you believe a lot of these families are destroyed due to grudges? Yes, absolutely. Um, especially in the black community, learning how to forgive, we have so many struggles that we go through as people individually, that when it comes to our families, there's this idea that you must accept how someone is. So that's what brought me up here, was I heard Jane talking, and you and Jane talking about people saying, well, that's just how so and so is. Absolutely not. I don't have to accept your behavior at all. I don't have to deal with you. And so what happens, in especially in the black families, is they'll go, well, that's your mama. Well, that's your grandmama. Well, that's your granddaddy. Well, that's your daddy. Well, that's your so and so and so and such and such and so and such. I don't listen. I'm gonna tell you what my therapist told me. My therapist said, have you ever had a friend that said to you, I'd rather have a piece of man than no man at all? I said, yep. She said, that is what it sounds like when we try to hold people in our lives. We would rather have a piece of man than no man at all, or we would rather have a piece of that person than to have that person be healthy to us. We'd rather accept their toxic behavior than to not have them in our lives. And so once you learn how to love yourself and stand in your own square by yourself, you can now be like, you know what? It's cool. It is what it is. And you move on. You don't hate that person. You just don't choose to interact with them. And if you do interact with them, it's very surface, it's very limited. And it's
Thanks.
just what it is, and that's fine. The bonus question: what haven't you forgiven yourself for? If you did or didn't, why? Um,
Heard your answer.
it took me a long time, truthfully. And honestly, Kev, I just realized this recently. It took me a long time to forgive that I was still here on this earth and my mother wasn't, because
Mm.
my mother passed on my birthday. So every year on my birthday is a struggle for me, and I couldn't figure out why, and it dawned on me this year that it's because I struggle with being here and she's not, and I have to celebrate my birthday and be happy and joyous and blah 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 when she's not even here on this earth. So I had to forgive myself for being here and continuing to thrive and trying to be the best wife and mother that I know how to be. And that's what I had to forgive myself for. Even though I didn't do anything. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It was weird because I didn't do anything, but it was something I needed to forgive. And I
Mm.
don't know why. But that's my most recent thing. So there
Okay.
you go. That's it. That's all.
Mm.
Thanks for having me up, Kev.
Oh yeah, for sure, for
Beautiful.
sure, for sure. That was
And I'm
nice.
out.
So we
Dang,
didn't.
I was trying to
Beautiful.
intellectually dominate you real quick with that, but you already answered it too fast. That was good though. You did all that right. That's perfect though, and I
This is a
hope that more
lady
people
with
see it that way.
experience.
Hey,
But
Kev, you sound
it's
angry.
really like, and I ask these questions for a reason because I do want to get people to actually look inside themselves and realize, like, because these are like it's different steps to even do this, and once you realize that a lot of this stuff is just really us it's keeping us from moving forward. And you just said the key word, which I hope some people ain't hear that though, but it help you look forward, move forward because if you have to ever have, dang, I'm trying to talk so fast if it's you got a grudge against something or you hold something against something, it's gonna literally it's like a chain. That's literally a chain. You just gonna be stuck at that or whatever age this thing happened, you're gonna be stuck at it. You ain't gonna never be able to move forward. And then when you see that person or you see that situation, a job that messed you over and stuff, you just gonna be you gonna be going right back and rewinding this stuff. So yeah, that's what
No,
but
amen, amen. I just think that lady. No. It's such a pleasure because she's lived her life, and for her to have that confidence, and obviously
hmm
she's learned some very very valuable lessons.
hmm
Some of those lessons could have really influenced her or tainted her, but she's come up here, spoken very freely, especially about a mum because that's very
hmm
painful. No, to have your loved one die on your birthday, that is psychologically very deep, very hard. And she's probably got survivor's guilt, but she's spoken with love. And the fact that she can speak about a mum like that, absolutely, because how can I put this? You got to sometimes forgive yourself. Death is a part of us, but we have to forgive and, move on. Because I lost my dad 3 years ago, and the shock of it was so profound. I felt something similar. It's like my dad was very young, he was a doctor, and it's like, I know I'm his daughter. I know I'm an adult. I get all that. But the sense of like, he's not here and there's still so much more he could have done, that takes a lot to try and, you know, forgive that these things happen. We do take for granted that we think we've got so much time and we're going to keep going on for years and years and years. But
Right.
in the end, if you're not careful, I'm not trying to be sentimental. I'm just speaking from one's experience here. It will go in a blink of an eye. And sometimes you want to forgive yourself, but it's a timing thing as well. And it's also trying to learn those lessons. And I'm so grateful to have my faith because I do feel, again, just talking from my experience, if you don't have your faith in the big man, the Lord upstairs, how can you grasp forgiveness? It's seeing that, do you believe it more of the power of love or the love of power? Because, those two things get conflated.
Mm.
And sometimes loving yourself is sometimes admitting, I need help. I'm a bit lost. Where'd I go with this? And sometimes it's all right to admit I've messed up. I don't know what to do. That is a part for me. Starting the forgiving process. Sometimes just admit it and acknowledging I am lost. I'm having a bad time and just breathing. And eventually when you stop running about, like for whatever reason, and allow that energy, that negative energy to start evaporate and go, because you hold on to that makes people so angry. You never ever get that time back. And that's one thing as human beings we have, and that is time. And
Yep.
there are times when I was younger, it's like, oh my gosh, I wish I could have done things differently. But you know what? Hindsight's a lovely thing. But going forward, and for me, forgiveness is admitting to yourself, it's all right to be human. It's all right to be angry, but eventually you've got to let go of the hurt. And for me, once you do that, it's the best relief. It helps alleviate stress. It helps alleviate your mental state. And I'm
Yep.
telling you, psychosomatically, when I got stressed out, and I challenge anyone to tell me it does not affect you, it does. When I got so stressed out, I got to the point of having migraines.
Mm.
That's not good. You know, that
What you say
I was
earlier?
so stressed. Yeah, so stressed that my body was crashing on me. You know, my visions are going, I'm getting auras, my head's exploding, I'm getting pins and needles, I'm feeling faint, vertigo. So yeah, in many ways, forgiveness is such an amazing gift. It truly is. And just jumping along to, do families can be destroyed by grudges? Sadly so, yes. You know, I've had so many decent friends come to me saying, look, I didn't marry this person, or I didn't do this to my parents' expectation. And it breaks my heart because family's so important. But forgiving myself, I sometimes, going back to my dad, I just wish I wish you didn't go. The sense of loss I felt was unbelievable. Then it's like, no, forgive myself. It's perfectly right. Wanted to have my dad back. He's not going to come back. I'm cool with that now. But the grieving process, it's a weird thing because I got so angry at one point, you know. So forgiveness is a powerful, it's a wonderful thing to help you, you know, go forward. So, guys, you've been great. I've really enjoyed this. I'm going to get myself off to bed, but keep up these wonderful, you know, I don't say thought-provoking titles, but real meaningful titles, because sometimes we get so lost in frivolous things, and forgiveness and grace and hope are sometimes lost because they're automatically deemed as soft and easy, and I can just pick those up whenever I want to, and you can't. You got to be believing it, practicing it, and sometimes live by your own example. And that means admitting when you're wrong. There's not many people can do that. People can say, "I'm sorry," but a part of real forgiveness is to own it and then say sorry. You know, if you truly own that mistake, then that apology is meaningful. That's a part of forgiveness as well. Honestly, it's been a pleasure
Before you go,
listening. Right, I'm off to
before
bed.
you
Night
go,
night.
Oh
before
yeah.
you hold on, before you go.
Yes,
And thank you for being on. Appreciated you. But I have a question.
go for it.
Because I didn't think about it, but it's like it just came to me as you were talking, and it came to me earlier, and I meant to ask it, and it's also for everyone on the panel as well. But before you go, I want to ask it to
Uh huh.
you. What about the apology, or what about the forgiveness of apologies never received?
Again, that's a beautiful forgiveness because you're not responsible for them. That's, you know, that's
Right.
the true beauty of forgiveness. You can acknowledge it, but you know, I don't want that type of apology if it's not meaningful. That is where we have grace. This is where we have compassion. This is why
Mm-hmm.
we have humility. This is why we have morality. Do you know what I mean? Um, and trust me, I didn't learn that overnight. It's taken me, it's taken me some time, but that's fine. I'd rather come a little bit late to that party, go, yes, I'm here. I'm going to appreciate everybody because forgiveness is so underrated. I forgive you is thrown about like, I am sorry. And, you know, yes, that's correct. Who is it? A genuine apology with purpose. Yes, it's got to be meaningful. It has to be,
Right.
it's got to matter to you. If you feel that sorry is genuine, then great. But, you know, I don't willy-nilly try not to dish out sorry frivolously. If I've genuinely done something to offend somebody, not intentionally, obviously, but or intentionally, I try to do anything intentionally because, you know, we're living in so many more sensitive times. I at least try and see it from that person's viewpoint. So I listen, I acknowledge it and hopefully clarify it and then reflect on it. So
Mm.
if they'll never say sorry to me or they've still got a grudge, it's like, okay, well, that time's gone. You do you, I do me. And that's not trying to be frivolous because
Yeah.
it's so easy. Going back to question 4, grudges for me, that That's a part of it, because somebody does get slighted, some person doesn't get acknowledged, and next thing you know, you've got these family grudges, these feuds going on for decades, and then the meaning's lost. And that to me is very sad.
Mhm. If and it ain't true forgiveness if you gotta wait on somebody to say sorry. That's not even real forgiveness. That's like the fakest forgiveness ever. And
Absolutely.
also about to say, besides even the family, this is like 100% of the reason why that not a lot of us can't unite. A lot of us always be talking about we want this whatever type of unity. We want unity and all this stuff, but we don't even know how to let go or stop holding grudge with one another to even get that. And that's what I be meaning about family. You know what I'm saying? This is like we have to
Humiliating.
give grace. We just have to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
To make anything work or move forward further, because it's like that divided we stand in and that divided we stand. Oh wait, no, I'm saying backwards.
Divided we stand, divided we fall.
Divided we fall. Right, that stuff is
Yeah,
true though. Like the more we
united we
keep
stand, divided we
separating
fall.
with one another, we'll never be able to grow as a community. That's just what it is. And them grudges and the lack of forgiveness is the reason why we cannot get along. All it takes is a simple, oh, you don't think like me, or you hurt my feelings and all that stuff. Cat, what are you talking about? But it just threw me off. But my thing is like you can't like this stuff is real. I got to go all the way off. Wow, but my thing is like we can't. Ain't no way we can get no unity. So it's like we can't cry about unity if we don't even know what freaking
Okay.
grace is. We just don't know. You know what I'm saying? So
And
grace play a big
thank
Hey,
you
part of
for
could
why
putting
we
stop
can how we
memory
connect
there.
with.
And
hey, could I
sometimes
give you?
it's not supporting, it's not trying to, don't go for the quick fix, don't go for the symptoms. Sometimes you've got to be really brave and true and try and address the cause. Then eventually, do you need a preventative or do you need to go for a cure? But for me, it's about middle ground. Guys, you've been so brilliant. Really enjoyed this. Gotta go now. Nighty night.
All right,
Keep up the great talking. Bye.
all right, for sure.
All
Yeah,
right, and,
peace,
and
peace.
an example of a lack. I'm trying to tell you, the core, the root problem is chronic anger. Like for example, how do you keep peace? Right, you have to control your anger, and some people have chronic anger. Like for example, if somebody has is still angry at something somebody said 6 months ago, right? And every time this person sees this person in a live stream, they try to interrupt every time. Oh, here's this person. I'm mad because he stated statistics about black women a year ago, and I'm so angry every time I see the person.
Yep, if I ain't no Charles, I knew he was gonna do that. So
He
yeah,
tried to
I knew
use
I
the
was waiting on
example,
him to
but
do
he
that
the
too, though.
example.
He don't know how to
He
let
was the
stuff go
example
though. He
he
be
was
thinking people
using.
stupid.
Right.
Well, whatever.
Right.
Well,
He
I
was
knew he
his
was
own
about to do it too. I was
example.
about to tell him he be thinking he could
He
get
was
one
his
up on
own
somebody.
example.
the thing
He was
is,
his
Whatever.
own example.
I already know
He
what he was
was
doing
his
though.
own
I try to
example.
give him.
you know, anybody on this app, Kev. Anybody on this app, because when I started on this app, Kev is one of the first lives I've ever come into. Actually, probably the first live that I ever came into. Kev knows me. Kev knows that when I get mad, Kev knows what that look like, and Kev also knows that I know how to be unmad. Right? Me and Kev have exchanged our own words, but we've squashed that because Kev knows that. Kev, do I not know how to apologize and
Oh
let
yeah,
shit
you
go?
did. You most definitely right.
I
I feel you.
apologize to this man, and let me tell you something. Some things that I say, when I say them, I mean them. But I had to realize that Kev and I are in a different place, and I look at him as a different person, and he wasn't worth losing a friendship with over something stupid. And that conversation, because I knew that conversation got real heated real quick over something real stupid. But Charles Brooks does not anger me. He has it in his mind that I'm angry, like I have some beef with him and what he thinks about women.
What it
I
is,
don't.
well, what it is, because it's not just you. What it is, and I've recognized it, is a certain, some of the stuff that he studies, he needs to study. Hey, he needs to have a mirror check. And one of the things that I've noticed is
Facts.
that there's people who have a certain way of arguing, and they use those same tactics in every single argument. So everybody that he talks to is mad at him. Everybody he talks to is trying to humiliate him. Everybody, if you notice, that's what he says about everybody. So if it's everybody's mad at you and everybody's humiliating you, do honestly, again, I just can't get away from the only thing. I'm on the other side of the world from these some of these people, and they saying the same thing about you that I'm saying about you. So if all we and you getting the same argument, or you giving these same people the same argument. So if all these people are all trying to humiliate you, and they all are angry at you, and the only thing they have in common is you.
Why are they
Exactly.
right?
Yeah, at the end of the day, I don't have time to hold anger and grudges against anybody. Right? I don't. I don't care enough.
Hey Jay,
But
this is not. I mean,
when
this
I
may not be my
do,
first time meeting you because I'm already following you. But where are you located, if you don't mind me asking?
North Carolina.
See, I'm up here in Michigan. We in two separate states. So
Exactly. Like like the thing is that this is what people fail to understand about social media. When I close this app, after I get off of here and I close this app, my light still got to turn on. My gas still got to work. My water still got to run. I still got to put gas in that car that's parked in the garage or
Hmm.
the one that's parked in the driveway. I still have responsibilities that I have to have. So if I walk around here angry and mad at somebody who I will never meet in real life, the chances of me meeting anybody on this app in real life are slim to none. So walking around here being angry with them does what for me? Being mad at them does what? Somebody like Charles Brooks does not have, and this is no slight on anybody, but he doesn't have enough intellect to get me angry. He can't hold my attention long enough to get me angry. Charles Brooks doesn't like the fact that I am a sociologist and I know what I'm talking about. And so he wants to belittle women so he can feel like the big man. I don't have time for that. So instead of you thinking that you're going to win, you won't. You'll never win with me. And that's just what it really and truly boils down to. But being mad, me being mad would require that when I shut this app off, I think about you. I didn't think about you until I saw you on this panel right here today. And then when I get off of here, I'm going to not think about you anymore either, because you're not somebody that I don't care. Like, what? Anyway, at the end of the day, um, Kev, I'm a hop off of here because I gotta actually call my husband, and I might come back if you still on here later. Mirror check, is good seeing you and
Hmm.
Jane. I'll holler at y'all later.
For sure, for sure. I'll probably be on for
Love,
another maybe
love.
4 3 hours, probably. Yeah.
Bye,
Okay.
boo. Okay,
peace
All
and
right.
Kev.
love.
Appreciate you too.
All right.
But yeah, man. And just off this, right, Charles? I sound like it's something you do gotta. I like that mirror check in because I gotta use his name. You most definitely have to look in that mirror, my brother, because it's like even with your and I stand on a lot of stuff you do stay that you speak on, Charles. I do support different things you say because I do understand it though. But I can see clear as day that you talk out of hurt. You got it. Sounds like a lot of hurt though, and just even with this, because like I said, I take my time to be observant of everybody. You know what I'm saying? I'm not no psychologist or nothing like that, but I always had the power of observation. Like everybody got it, but they choose not to. And I know a lot of, I know a lot about a lot of people. Just me just sitting here listening, talking to a lot of people though. And I see a lot of stuff that was in me inside of a lot of people. And that's the reason why I could tell a lot of people who I'm dealing with, basically. I'm gonna put it that way. I know when a person is ego driven. I know when a person is sensitive. I know all type of stuff. You know, I see people's triggers or how they react on different. Like that's what everybody I really talk to on here. My friends, my the people that don't like me. You know what I'm saying? I just pay attention and listen to that. That's the reason why. Because I always been like that as a kid, though. I always been like that as a kid. You be sensitive. Oh, you sensitive, but you better get tough up in here, man. I ain't doing it's like I'm talking junk. But But my thing is my just off my observation, and it seemed like you have a problem with letting stuff go. You what you do is you always want to push something that you feel internally on you and put it on everybody else. Like all this stuff I'm not making up. It's just it just take a number of times of you doing something just for me to actually I guess bring awareness to it and stuff. And you do that a lot. Um, and I could tell just like you let somebody. I didn't even know that she pushed your buttons though. I never. You said you don't cuss and stuff. You done went and tried to call her every name out of the book. She didn't even call you out your name.
You done call her a B. You done said that something about her kids. She gonna raise this. You done said that you done called her a monkey face. All this stuff like that junk is crazy. Like who can push you that far to say all that stuff? So my thing is, it sound like people can get to you, just like you be saying people can't get to you, and you don't want to own up to it. It's clear as day that people can get to you, and that's the reason why a lot of your stuff you say I can just hear is hurt, and I can tell you not over your past. Because when I first talked to you on this app, it's like you ain't have no accountability. You only said what your girl did to you. You said that you didn't know that she took pills and all this stuff or whatever. I mean, I remember all this stuff. I've been on this app and I remember stuff that actually, that probably got to me in a certain way so I can understand who I'm talking to. Yeah, I know I ain't no psychologist. It is what it is. I'm just an observerist, whatever. We can make that up there. So, of my observation, I could tell that it's a lot of you just doing a lot of projecting. That's all it is. And then the fact that you could not answer this topic, and you think that everybody is stupid too. You thought I was stupid or something. I'm not like that. I'm really aware of stuff. You was gonna use that example without me knowing who you was talking about. That junk is crazy. Like I know you be feel like you intellectually dominated everybody, but no, I mean everybody not stupid either. You know what I'm saying? You got a brain just like everybody else got a brain. You realistic, but you want to use no. My thing is the reason why you use that example with the person that was in the thing, so you can make them feel it way. I guess you want to humiliate them, I guess, or whatever. It's the reason why you did what you did, man. Ain't nobody
You
kids or
try to,
nothing in here.
yeah,
They just not.
you basically
Can
try
I
to
say something
intellectually
right
bully
quick?
people.
Can I say something right quick?
What happened?
Can I say something real fast?
Yeah.
I don't know Charles and no, you know what I'm saying? I don't really care to know people. But I rocks with you, Kev, and I like that the other night, like I kinda got upset a little bit because it was like I don't like when people overtalk each other when it comes down to having a conversation because you have an adult live. There are other people that come from very immature lives that people have an ID that says they're an adult, but it's not that they're working or speaking maturely. And some of us would like to have a conversation. I get up here and I get on TikTok to have a conversation. I barely go to anybody else's lives but yours. But when it comes down
Mhm.
to the ma'am and the sir and the interjections and things of that nature, or even asking the questions, I may not be a psychiatrist, but I've dealt with many narcissistic people, and that's a lot of traits. Nobody needs to answer anybody's questions concerning what they know and what they don't know. To me, that's just, I want to seem smarter than the next person. And really, we're all dumb as hell because we're all on this panel trying to
I can
learn
agree.
something. That's the reason why if we were so smart, we wouldn't even be on TikTok. So,
Facts.
when it comes
That's
down
good.
to it, you know what I'm saying? Like, I like to have conversation. That's why I come over here. When somebody is
So
just
who just let
loud
him up, bro?
and interjecting and things of that nature, we cannot have a conversation. And some people need to hear some of
The
the
same
things
person
that
let him
we.
up. Drop him, man. I don't know who just did that.
See there?
I need
Well,
him
you
to hear. I need him
why
to
why are
hear
you
you. I
afraid of
talk,
me?
man.
Why are you afraid of me?
I
I'm
was
not
talking
afraid. I
to
need
you.
you to
Okay,
listen because you
so
don't know how to listen. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, that's who let it. What the heck? She just snuck up in here and let somebody. What the heck? Yeah, he got to listen right now at the moment because, yeah. But what you were saying, Jane, go
No, I just
continue.
that's why I enjoy your lives. Even if we all agree to well, not even agree to disagree, but if some of us disagree with some of the things, we're learning some. You just taught me some today. You know what I'm saying? If we're not of
Yeah.
knowing all, obviously we're not of knowing all because we're still here. We wouldn't be on this planet if we knew every fucking thing. So if people came up with more sense to understand that obviously you're still supposed to be learning, they should not be joining panels. And that earlier was ignorance, not Miss J Love because I love J Love and she was just having a kiki moment. You know what I'm saying? But when it come down to all the extra, I just don't like all the extra. And a lot of people, even though they have IDs that say they grown, they need to grow the fuck up.
Yeah, I like man is the smartest, dumbest animal on the planet. We're so smart, we're stupid.
Well, I clearly missed all of that, but I just wanted to say I am sensitive. It's so be nice to me. Thank you. But how y'all doing?
Good. How you feeling? Wayne.
I'm doing well. I have to go to the store, but
Hey, Alta.
hi Jane. Hi Mira. Hi
Me,
guys.
Kev, and J Love. It don't matter how many pages I create, I'm gonna follow y'all. I follow Kev on all five.
No, seriously, I was trying to do like a send. I think I sent like a send an invite to him one time. Like, why so many of his pages pop up? Like, I don't even know which one to send. So I'm gonna send it to all of them. Cause like, I don't know which one gonna hit. He got a lot of pages for sure.
Who that?
You, I feel
Me?
like anybody
I
got
got two. Oh,
two to three.
I
Well, you
got
know,
three. Okay, I got
I
three.
think
Yeah.
yeah. If you have two to three, you got a lot. Some people got like, and I guess two.
Can you blame me? You see how many times I got
On my
banana
second.
on some BS?
No.
Yeah, I see. I'm finna start working on my next one already. Just go ahead
Yeah,
and
you
get it
got
prepped
to.
up
You
and
got to.
ready.
I had to
So
learn that the hard way.
yeah, because the other day I got flagged on something, and I'm like, what the heck? What I get flagged for? I ain't said nothing to nobody.
Well,
Matter of fact, the other dude that was in the live with me, he got flagged and he stayed muted up the whole conversation. He really didn't say nothing to nobody, and they still flagged him.
TikTok is
Oh,
like
that's
a
you
game.
talking about my boy? Yeah, he put that crazy stuff in the chat. That's his boy. I ain't never seen nobody get flagged off that one. Talking about some SpongeBob something. He was out of there. I was like, oh, playing around.
That's funny. Dang. Well, I missed the whole exchange.
Oh, you missed a lot. Yeah, it's a lot though. But yeah,
Y'all know
but yeah,
Charles.
but
Charles
she that wasn't nothing personal. It's just I was already frustrated because of my mans and stuff. So I just ain't know who did that though. I did not want to hear his voice. I knew he was about to say something. Did he even leave? Did you leave though, or he? Cause he need to hear stuff, man. He need to learn how to listen and keep. Cause I know he want to take over. Yeah, you in here. Yeah, you see in here, man. You in here. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
You
yeah.
know it wasn't. You know it wasn't me because I had to mute him. Then he unmuted himself, so then I dropped him. I'm like, you ain't gonna keep talking over me. Just not gonna happen because I listen because this is my thing. I've learned to listen and control my anger and my emotions so that I can allow someone else to speak and get their thought. If you constantly, letting your emotions and being triggered, you're not gonna be able to fully hear what somebody's saying. And a lot of times, what I found is in that if I allow the person to finish their thought, they'll turn around and say what I was getting ready to say anyway. So it's just you got to give people time to finish their thought and check yourself. But it's hard to check yourself because we so used to thinking we know everything and that we can't be wrong on something and we don't know everything. The way I taught my sons was I look at knowledge like the grains of sand. And you see how small a grain of sand is. So look at all that beach and all those little bitty grains of sand that it takes to make that beach. And so the way that I taught to teach my sons to stay humble was I don't know a grain of sand from just being here this long. So what do you know? How do you know more than me? Now I'm not saying that you don't know things that I don't know, but you're not the smartest person in the room. There's no one who knows everything about anything. And if you can, and I'm yet to have somebody to answer that question to prove me wrong. I'm not putting no money on the line because I don't know. But I really would like somebody to prove that to me. Is there any subject out there that someone knows every single thing about when there's something new happening every day?
No.
Charles, bro, you straight up act like a little kid, dog. I'm sorry. I gotta be real now, dog. You over here you just in the comments. He let her talk over me, and you keep dog. See, you gotta grow up, bro.
I'll talk over
You
it. We
got
all
to
talk over
grow
each
up,
other.
man. I'm just and this only reason why I'm only addressing you because this is like I said, this is accountability room, and I speak on everybody with people just like I want them to do the same with me, right? My thing is, it's like you got to realize that some of that stuff don't even be that serious, dog. You not about to, even if I did it on purpose, right? If I wanted her to talk, it is what it is. That's what I chose to do. But my thing is, like, even if I did that or whatever you saying or how you feel, how's I'm affecting your life? You know what I'm saying? You got a whole wife you about to go back home to if you even care about that situation. It's not like you care more about this TikTok than what's going on. This junk is really not that serious. I'm telling you what you got a problem with, right? Because all of us see it. Just like if I had a problem, everybody see me. All of us on this app, we're not hiding. We ain't hiding. We got stuff that we got to work on and stuff. I'm telling you what you need to work on from my observation. And you've been up in the panel for the least the last hour, right? And you've been doing the same exact thing, talking to everybody. You can't never try to understand another point of view besides just your own, and then you just stand 10 toes on whatever you believe in and never you just don't never change your mind. You don't do nothing. You don't try to hear nobody else. Even on this in my room, I try to at least everybody hear let everybody hear each other out. You know what I'm saying? But it's like once you stick on what you stick on, you just gonna be like, all right, how about you take accountability for allowing her to in the room? I don't care no more.
Nobody wants to
Okay,
live in an
since
echo
you think
chamber.
I did it, I did it. So whatever, I'm accountable. I did it. So whatever, what's gonna be done after that? You know what I'm saying? You better you be accountable for what came out your mouth. You done call her a bee, talking about she was a monkey and all this other stuff. What about your part? You know what I'm saying? She made you do it, or you that weak that you let another woman get you out your square? The women you be saying that you talk about? I thought you was a
Jalen,
man.
you're the only intellectual dominator of this room. Let's
Mm.
just be clear. You're the only one
Yeah,
willing.
he got dominated today.
Yeah,
'Cause-
J Love definitely intellectually dominated. She
yeah.
dominated. Yeah.
Cause I ain't never seen that side of Charles. He said he don't cuss. He was cussing like crazy. He said he don't let people get to him. He let somebody get to him. He know how to control his emotions. That did not show well right there. You know what I'm saying? All the stuff you speak on, you just got. And like I said, at the end of the day, when you leave this live, you got to realize that unless you're going to keep fighting it, right? You got to realize that's something you got to work on. The stuff that you be preaching on is obvious you got to work on it.
But I think and the sad thing is like I think you're a really cool dude. I do like to listen to him and hear his information. He does come with some good information and valid points that make you stop and think. But it's
Right.
it's so much mess over top of it that you mess it up that people don't want to receive it. And so you get angry at people for not wanting to receive the information that you know is good. So you think it's that they don't want your information, but it's no, sometimes, man, it is the delivery. Sometimes it is the delivery.
It's not sometimes. That was a definite problem, calling somebody a monkey and then wanting to stoop
No.
so low to talk about children you've never met or children in general. That's just, I don't want to hear shit that person has to say.
I'm not gonna say monkey. Why monkeys so okay, whatever. Okay. Why you gotta be monkeys all the time? I know you don't like black people. Why you always gotta be monkeys though? God dang.
Like,
I don't know. I guess he tried to think of everything that can come off the hip with because he got hurt. That's what it is. At the end of the day, he was hurt, and I understand. I understand your brother, man. You ain't gonna admit it, but
I
it's
don't.
hurt. You know.
I don't pass the fifth grade me. I don't understand that. Because we're all grown folks. So I mean, if that's how low you have to go, whatever it is that you have going on in your life, I mean, you pretty much destroyed that. Because there is, even though there's a small audience here, you don't know who you could have touched with whatever words you had to say. But at this point, no one cares.
Yeah. You said you don't understand why he did what he did.
But man, just
Came up here talking
but
about.
that's why I don't claim to be perfect on nothing because and the thing too, I think is why we're learning. I think we should be learning ourselves as much as possible, and we're always learning ourselves, even when conversations we have.
Hmm.
It's a learning aspect any time, like because we don't know we don't even know. I don't believe we know 100% of ourselves because or things that we haven't dealt with or still dealing with, whatever case is. It's a constant growth that we're doing, which is why I say life is a constant growth. No matter how old you are, no matter how young you are constantly growing. That's just
Yep.
what it is. And once we understand that concept, we'll be better.
Right.
Right.
Because you can't come with perfection when perfection don't exist. You can't come speaking everywhere. And I mean, I feel like you can speak on points and speak on things that you believe in, trust, things like that. But ultimately, when it comes down to it, if you walk in the sense of perfection, imperfection is going to be more prevalent. More, it's going to show a lot more because you're proving or trying to prove that you're perfect, and you're not. Because there's triggers that we all have. There is all now whether or not you have a better sense of controlling them, but all it takes is that one thing, that one thing that said that you even forgot that would bother you. That's why I say these conversations be good to have because it shows you more than anything. That's it. Then
Yeah.
there's no perfection that's within us.
Walter, what is you talking about? You know that's why I'm the mirror check. I am perfect. I am perfected.
You ever notice the most
A
perfect people
perfect
be having the
mess.
most
Right.
problems?
Yeah. You
That's how
say
you
what?
know none of us are really perfect. Because I mean, how many times do we have boogers in our nose? Nobody tell us.
What do you
Here we
say?
are with the
I
makeup.
ain't
Hold on.
never had a booger in my nose. So
You pick
it's
them
just
out.
green stuff. But yeah, you ever notice that people that call themselves tens, all this other stuff, they the ones that got them. They the ones that stressing the most on this app,
Yeah.
or in real life. You know what I'm saying? I think once you already got that mindset that you are better than everybody else, it's a it's a rep from there. That's when you just go through the hardest times. But people, like I said, people lie to themselves. So I think once people know what this word humble mean, you ain't really got to even stress them that much for real. You just peace. You at peace of where you at the moment and try to better yourself.
I'm
Don't
about
get
to say,
mad at me for
anybody
bullying the bully.
at any
Oh,
But
you
given
that's
got
it right
bullied,
there.
Charles. Boy, you
That's it
got
right
bullied
there,
because you
though.
still talking about her. She's not even alive no more.
But that's it right there, what you just said, Kevin. Humbleness. That humbleness is what destroys so many people. And it's like they believe that they humble, but they really not. You know, it's like we live in so many contradictions. Like I said, who you trying to convince, me or you? And I've learned to
Right.
recognize when somebody tell me something about themselves, I automatically take that as, oh, you trying to convince me and you. Oh, I'm a
Right.
wife. Oh, I'm humble. Oh,
Right.
I'm a good Christian. And it's like I ain't even ask you. So why you telling me this? You trying to
Right.
convince me and you? And I'm gonna sit back and watch the lie.
Mm-hmm. Right. Boy, Charles, you need some friends, man.
This is random, but I want to know why are men like why y'all tired of getting like underwear and stuff for Christmas? Like y'all want that? Y'all like that?
or tools, or I got my dad a couple of years ago. I got him an electric
I'll take some
grill,
underwear.
and he's scared of
Oh,
it, so he don't use it. And this year he just got some socks and drawers, cause I ain't finna sit around and play. I don't know what he like. He gonna
I ain't
complain
getting
about
those.
that too.
I mean, you literally need it every day. So
I
like,
think it's kids that got problems with that. I think an
why?
adult take some drawers
It
all
was a
day.
video. This man was like, "Don't you get us no more underwear?" I think it was like I think for Father's Day they said too. But I think if that's all it is, I can understand the plight. But yeah, it's just added in there. There's nothing wrong with it.
Right? Who don't? I like panty drawers.
Right,
That's a good gift.
right.
Hanes or Vicky's Secret, either one. We gon'
Exactly.
like you said, we gonna need them.
You don't need them every day.
I got my dad some socks, some underwear. They all cowboy stuff and a Cowboys blanket because he loved Cowboys.
I
Oh,
reckon.
not I reckon. I'm sorry. Not I reckon.
Ouch.
I shouldn't have got him
Yeah,
nothing.
but yeah, Charles, pay attention to this topic, man. Though, just let that marinate, man. Look at the
Yeah.
importance of forgiveness, man. Forgive that. Do you forgive that situation?
Okay. Okay, I ain't forgiving shit.
It's your topic. I'm smarter than all of you.
Forget
And that's
him.
your problem. You see what I'm saying? But hey, it is what it is. You
And
believe what you believe. It is what it is. I
and
think
what
you,
does
yeah,
that
you smarter than me too. I take it in.
and what does
But then
that
why do
do
you
for
keep wanting to
you?
go in the rooms that you the smartest person in the room? Because
Mirror,
I
yes,
never want to be
no.
the smartest person.
No, Mirror,
I
yes,
never
Right.
yes,
I
no.
never want to be the smartest person in the room. I like being in rooms where people are smarter than me
That
because I
part.
can't learn if I'm the smartest person in the room.
That's
That
And
exactly what I
part.
was about to say.
I've been a teacher, and the best teachers I've always learned are still always learning. And again, like I said, you let me know what topic you know every single bit of information about, and I will. I mean, prove to me that you know or you can even prove that there's somebody out there who knows every single bit of information about everything or that particular subject.
Mm.
Right. And the question is, what does that do? Okay, see, I told you, a lot of people say that you need to have a psychiatry degree in order to distinguish what a narcissist is. That's what it looks like. What does that do though? If you're the smartest person in the room, what did that do for you? You lowered your stock. So smart
Right.
people don't come into rooms where they feel like Mira
Talking
said,
to
they
a
don't
bunch of
come into
dummies.
rooms where they feel like they're the smartest person because there's no growth, there's no learning. Smart people, intelligent people love growth. You can't grow from nothing. So
Mm-hmm.
speaks about your character.
You may be the smartest person in the room, but there's one part where intelligence you're lacking in, and right now you're showing that you're lacking in emotional intelligence.
Say it again, Mirror.
You're lacking in emotional intelligence.
Because Kev's supposed to apologize through the comment section because that did something for him today. If you
That's a good.
apologize, that's gonna help his day out for
Apologize.
some
Right.
reason.
That's a good point. And I actually made that statement before. I said if you are the smartest person in the room, then you should be the one that's teaching. So that, I mean, that is the sense. So yeah, you absolutely, if you are, then you can be teaching something. But if you're the one getting offended or affected by those who you're teaching, then that's a problem.
Right? Is that really smart? That's what I'm saying.
Not really, because
Why
you already
stoop
know what
down
you're
to a
doing in the
person that
room.
ain't as smart as you? If you so
Right.
smart.
I mean, you're never going to be able to control every room that you go in.
What's up, Big
So,
Bam?
what up, man?
I
You
didn't even
gotta.
see your name. I didn't even see you. I just heard that voice. But
Hey,
yeah, I'm gonna be
Bam.
quiet, man. I'm gonna mute
What's
up
up,
and let
bro?
Big Bam flow. Hold up. Go ahead. Wait,
Yeah.
before Bam go. Before Big Bam go. Now Big Bam finna flow up in here. You always do. So while he doing his thing, y'all need to be up there tapping them likes. Hey, Charles, hit them likes, bro.
Why
Put
Ben
them
The
gotta
fingers
live,
do
share
together.
the live. Come on, let's keep liking. Let's hit hashtag FYP if you're in the box, and I'm gonna be quiet and let Big Bam do his thing. You can also give the host presents and stuff if you liking it. You can also gift the panel. So enjoy the live. All
And
right, do your thing, Big Bam.
can you also put the link to your YouTube channel as well? Sorry, Bam. So that people can also go to the YouTube channel just in case they missed the live stream.
Mm-hmm. I actually gotta find out.
Okay.
Where's
So
Left Learn Kids? I know.
people
Oh,
who
click on my page. Click on my page on my YouTube. There we go.
people who are the smartest people in the room typically um they understand they won't be able to dictate that in every room that they go in. So if you go into a room and you just happen to realize that you're not the smartest person in the room, then 100% you're going to adjust to that, and then you're going to allow yourself to be taught by that person. However, there are going to be rooms you're going to go in and you're going to realize you are the smartest person in the room, and then you're going to apply that and you're going to become the teacher. People who are very intelligent typically have rooms that they operate in, that are sharpening rooms, right? So they create these rooms, just like no different than philosophers, right? When you look at philosophers, a lot of times they had rooms or they had classes with other philosophers, and they just sharpened each other all day. But they also had rooms that they went in that they taught the philosophies that they had sharpened. So the concept that like you're never going to be the smartest person in the room doesn't really make sense. You know what I'm saying? It's just the room that you dictate. If you are intelligent, it's going to have people in it that can sharpen you. But he ain't dictating this room. I'm not even saying he's the smartest person in the room, but I'm saying if he came in this room, this might be a room he came to teach in. It
I
might be other rooms he
understand
came
what you were saying.
to learn.
But who to determine who the smartest though? Like who made that judgment?
I mean, that ain't. First of all, if
I
you
wish my
looking at
cousin
it
in here because
for
there's a couple of questions my cousin be doing. Y'all missed out on my cousin,
most people
but he the
don't.
reason
Most
why I'm the way
people,
this way because everybody be thinking that like that's a subjective thing.
right? Again, I think if you're intelligent enough, you realize that. So you're not going to be trying to base your intellect off of some kind of point value system. It's going to be you might be smarter about this, and I might be smarter about that. If
Right,
you are intelligent enough, then you know how to identify whether somebody has more information about this than you. So even in the same room, you might not be the smartest person in the room about this, but you might be the smartest person in the room about that. If everybody is trying to learn from each other, you're going to allow the person who's smarter about this to teach. People don't really possess uh, that caliber, though. I'm gonna be honest with you. Most people are trying to judge who the smartest person in the room. The smartest
mm,
person in the room would never try to gauge that.
mm-hmm.
See, like, thank you, Big Ram, because see, I was the one who said that, and you just disputed my argument, and I agree with what you just said, and your argument makes a lot of sense. So for me to back up and say that
Good
my
Charles.
argument was wrong is okay and easy. So I need to adjust and change my argument, and I have no issue with that because you came with good and valid points. I really didn't have anything to back up what I was saying, other than that's what has been said throughout time as the lie again, regurgitating lies that we've been taught to say. So thank you for correcting me on that, and I appreciate your information, brother.
I
Facts.
appreciate you, brother.
The
Y'all
smartest
teach me
person in
stuff
the
every
room
day on here, man.
is usually the quietest person because the smartest person doesn't think they're the smartest person in the room.
Exactly.
They're trying to learn.
So if somebody come into a room, and I'm not specifically talking about anybody in here, I'm just saying if somebody come into a room and say, I'm smarter than everybody, typically they not the smartest person in the room. I'm just saying, again, I'm not talking about anybody specific.
Right.
You know what I'm
They
saying?
say it a few times so we
Yeah.
can make sure that's
I'm not
embedded.
I'm not talking about anybody specifically. I'm just saying if someone were to do that, you know what I'm saying?
Again,
But
I'm
Big
not
Just
Man, would
speaking
you
generally.
on
agree or
anybody
disagree with the
specifically.
point that I made earlier about with when you trying to tell people something that ain't nobody asked you? Who you trying to? Are you trying to convince me or you? Or
Hmm.
you trying to convince us both of this lie?
Both.
Nah, that's a fact.
But I'm an
No,
alpha male
no,
though.
listen, I agree with that 100%. A lot of
Oh
people,
my.
and I'm gonna say this shit, and it might rub somebody the wrong way. I don't really care, but a lot of people who do that, bro, to your point, are the people who have been indoctrinated. People love to because they're indoctrinated. They love to indoctrinate other people because it's like I was convinced of this, so everybody should be convinced of this shit, and it's like that
Hmm.
ain't how it works. If what you were saying was a good enough point, you wouldn't need to force it.
Fact.
How do we get to this sense of time?
And the church says amen.
Fact.
Right, because I felt real slow the other night, and I had a whole question for I forgot who it was about the ejaculation thing and men and withholding and things of that nature, and how it's selfish in a certain degree when they're looking for relationships or when they're trying to pursue a relationship. And I was trying to get the basis of that the other night. That's why I was like, y'all stop cutting me off because I'm trying to ask this man because I know when a man dropping game because I got 7 brothers, so I know I be the listening ear, like, about to drop some knowledge. So I was trying to hear about how that correlated to being selfish the other day.
Somebody had a live about that?
No, like the other night when you spent like all them hours, night before last,
Oh, when my cousin was here?
yeah, and I forgot
I
who it
forgot about that.
was.
Oh, that's what you talking about. I be forgetting.
Yeah. That's what I was like. That's why I was like, I wanted to be able to, because I was getting ready to lose the point. I remember it now, but I lost it then. But he had brushed over it. I forgot who it was. And I was trying to figure out like how that correlates because, I'm out here. I'm out here single. So I'm trying to figure out, you know what I'm saying? Just in case.
They said being selfish for without doing what?
How withholding and
Where
those
you at?
that don't withhold and they continuously do that to themselves, how they end up having a selfish mindset, so they end up not being in relationships for longer periods of time because they're only into satisfying themselves. They're no longer looking for a partner to satisfy them anymore because that's what they enjoy doing. And some men do it like excessively.
Withholding what?
Playing with yourself, Cal.
What?
It's about self
That
gratification.
don't make sense.
Yes,
So,
thank you.
so you saying, so you basically like what the situation I'm doing now, right? Being celibate, you saying that's it becomes
No,
selfish?
not being celibate, but because
I mean,
I
not
know
celibate,
of
but abstinent.
someone that doesn't want to be in a relationship, but now he only, like, me and him are cool, but he only talks about like himself a lot. And I'm like, why don't you want to be in a relationship? You've been out of your marriage for a minute, this, that, and the third. And he's only in the circumference of just himself, but he does that a lot. Like, he only self satisfies. And then it was a gentleman that brushed over that, and I didn't. I wanted to understand. I wanted to, be a part of the
Mm.
table
Can,
without being in the table. You know what I'm saying?
can I add? Can I
Mm.
add to that? Because I've talked to a lot of guys who've had that issue when they came home from their federal vacations, right? And it was some brothers in church, literally some brothers of the cloth that were having these issues. And the thing is you got to realize what being single and being alone is. They're very
Right.
different. Being single is not being concentrated. If you can imagine, like, just hold out your hand and you can see all your fingers, they really all going in different directions. That's being single, right? But being alone is being concentrated. That's all in one. And what that could create is either greatness or narcissism. You know, it could create greatness or it could create selfishness. It's a real big difference from being
Did you just
selfish
say
and self first.
narcissism, bro?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I hate
I've
that
been hearing
word.
that word now. I'm
Yeah,
tired of hearing it.
I hate that word, but it could create it, right? The thing is that of course, nobody can diagnose anybody for that, right? Nobody can, say that. Nobody can do that. But a lot of times what happens is if a man or a woman, don't matter, if a person learns to always validate themselves through themselves, then they're not concerned at all in the least with the satisfaction of anybody else as long as they get what they get. Because they're always validating themselves through themselves. Like
That's
a
what he
lot of
said.
times,
Right.
yeah, like a lot of men, for example, have the effect in reverse. They can't validate themselves through themselves at all. Everything about some guys has to be validated through the outside world, mainly through women, right? Like they're not the man until women say they're the man. They're not a good man until a woman says you're a good man. They don't have enough money until a woman says they have good enough money.
I got
Nothing
a
about
question then.
them is about them. Go ahead.
I got a question then. So would you rather have a person validate themselves or have other people validate that person?
You have to have a balance, right?
I know. I was trying to get somewhere though, but I was just saying, if
First,
which one you would rather have?
I'd rather have a person to validate themselves because what
Yeah,
that
okay, we
does,
getting somewhere. We getting
yeah,
somewhere,
yeah,
but it do have to be
what
a balance. I
what
get what you're saying.
yeah, yeah, it has to be a balance. But the reason why I say self is because you see, you got to understand people use standards all wrong. Standards are not for other people. Standards are for you,
Self, yeah, boundaries, yeah.
right? Standards are for standards are what you do for yourself. That's
Mm-hmm.
why you like when you out here dating, you're not dating trying to impose your standards on others. Those are
Mm-mm.
preferences you're imposing. Those are prices you're imposing. Those aren't standards you're imposing.
Mm-hmm.
What standards, like what you do is you check the standards of the other person and see if you can be an extension of their standards for themselves.
Right.
So if a woman makes sandwiches, I can't go over there asking her for a 5-course meal because she only makes sandwiches for herself.
Mm.
So if I go over there and ask her to make a 5-course meal and she make a sandwiches from her, like for herself, she might do it. But guess what I just did? I just created a monster, right? I just created a monster because what she's gonna like what I just did was now I just put myself in emotional debt. And I'm sure we've all heard the phrase, I've never done that for nobody else before. Right?
Boy, what was a
Right?
pro
Like
at it?
we
Oh,
heard
what
that
we
in
talking
so
about?
many situations, right? Like we heard and that's like a telltale line of now you are in debt with me. Like I don't even do this for nobody. Now you may as well say you are in unpayable debt with me. That's what you might
Get
say.
off my dip.
Yeah. So the idea is to never be in emotional debt because it's unpayable. The idea is to only ask to be an extension of someone's standards for themselves and what they do for themselves. And if that works for you, then great. Like I have no expectations of my wife.
Mm.
Zero. Zero expectations of her. I just know that if she says she cooking chili tonight, or if I ask her, and in most cases, it's what she wants anyway. But like, if she says she cooking something, I'm like, I know she's gonna like she knows that I'm gonna be hungry when I get home, so there's gonna be some extra for me. I'm just an extension of what she's already doing. It's not special. She was cooking before me. She was cleaning her house before me. She was doing laundry before me. She was doing all the things that she was doing before me. I don't ask her to do things that she didn't do. I might say, hey, you want to try this? But I don't have no expectations because that's looking forward to something that don't exist. The manufacturer don't exist. If I go to Reebok and I ask for some Nikes, they're going to look at me like I'm crazy. If I go to Burger King and ask for some McDonald's, they're going to look at me like I'm crazy. Because they don't manufacture those things. They don't do those things. So many people are showing up in other people's lives, asking them for things that they don't do for themselves, and then wondering why they get the short end of the stick. It's because they don't manufacture that. You're asking them to do something they don't do.
See, bro, you just put it in the same way that I've been saying it. But the way I've been saying it is like you asking people to give you something that's not within them. Just like with this whole topic of forgiveness. Some people can't forgive because the forgiveness is not in them. And like the last question, well, I don't know which question is, I can't see it right now, says, but the question says about forgiving yourself. So if they can't forgive themselves, how do you expect them to be able to forgive anybody else? If you don't have any gratitude or any of that things inside of yourself, how can you have it within yourself? So it's like, how can you give somebody something that's not in you?
Exactly. You're pulling teeth with that person. You said it. You said it so great, man. Actually, I'm gonna take that page from you. Like you can't like, and that really blows my mind when I see people doing that. And I always ask that: did you expect stuff, or did you assess their standards? Our boundaries only exist as a product that protects our standards. That's what your boundaries do. They protect who you are. They just protect like who you are. That's all they do. They're not to impose on other people. You just say, hey, you stepped on my toes. I don't like dirty shoes. I'm a clean shoe person. You know what I'm saying? If you get any closer, I don't want to be around you no more because you're not paying attention to my shoes. You know what I'm saying? It's just that simple. Like it's not really, it's not super science. Like it's just people. We really make it harder than what.
Right, but it's because also too because we try to play like we were talking about earlier, which I don't like the terms because again, every time you look up something new or somebody says something new, especially in today's age, oh they throw it into the internet so fast and they throw all this information behind it and all of a sudden everybody thinks that that's fact and that's what it is and doesn't understand that you need to check where the information came from. Why did they do the some of the research? Why did they run the research? What was the purpose of the study? Who did they really study? It's so many variables that we leave out of the information, but we try to use it to justify a bunch of mess. And it's like at the end of the day, it's like I kind of lost the thought. I got off track. Sorry.
I get where you're going because a lot of times people will skew things to make a point, right? They'll skew information to make a point because that information does have something in it to help them, right? Like I totally get that. Like what you were just saying, a lot of times they don't take in all the other factors. They don't take in the factor that, okay, if 80, like the most common one I hear on TikTok is 80% of women are initiating divorce. Women are ruining relationships. You know what? No, they're deciding to opt out of marriages. Now, why are they deciding to opt out of marriages? Well, because we all know that when you don't have money, you ain't happy. If a man don't have money and he's in the house or he lost his job or whatever, the chances are that he's gonna be a guy walking around the house singing songs and clapping is really little, right? He gonna you know, be happy. And then if the woman's still working, or if she picks up a new job, or she has to put on stuff, guess what's gonna happen to her? Chances are, if she has to work and she hasn't been working, or she has to compensate for what he's not bringing in, she's gonna be evil. We got to look at the dynamics of how things change. I ain't never known a happy overworked woman.
But then, and
And
then,
I ain't
but
never
then,
known a happy underworked man.
But
You know what
then
I'm
see
saying? Like,
the problem is this is something we were having a conversation before because of course it's gonna jump back into one of the other conversations of being slave to your job. Is it really that they're unhappy and is the money they're making them happy, or is it more or less they're a slave to that lifestyle and keeping that lifestyle up is what's keeping the happiness?
that's
Because if the
that.
lifestyle is what's making you happy, then you really not happy because the
You
lifestyle
never
controls your
were
happiness.
happy. You never were happy because most people, they use happiness as a derivative to what is happening. Happiness for a lot of people is based on what is happening. And if it's not happening in the way that they want it to happen, there is no happiness. There ain't no place to rest with that with that feeling. A lot of people are very situational. If the situation don't serve them, they don't the environment don't exist, right? Like I don't know. My philosophy personally is that love is an environment. I don't believe that I'm in a relationship with my wife. I believe that our environment is the relationship. You understand what I'm saying? Like we both coexist in this environment and we make it comfortable for each other so she continues to be herself. I get some gifts out of that and she gets some gifts out of that. The fact that I'm a conscious and loyal man to myself, she gets the gift of me being faithful because I don't want to cheat on myself. It ain't got nothing to do with her. She could be a great woman or a terrible woman. I don't cheat because I don't want to cheat myself. Right? I don't like being cheated out of things. So why would I cheat someone else out of something? A lot of times when people lie and cheat, it's because they're cowards. And that's the bottom line that people don't want to accept. It don't matter if it's a man or a woman or whatever. Don't matter if it's money or if it's or sex or whatever. You should have just said it and said, look, you know what? I'm going to go over here to go do something else. My uncle told me something, man. He used to be a manager of ladies out on the streets in Chicago, for lack of better words. He told me something. I've repeated this before. He said that cheating is a coward's patience and grace. Right? It's basically you're deciding that what you're going to do is you're going to find some way to endure or wait on the person to get whatever you like, to fulfill whatever you want them to fulfill. So while they're going through whatever process they're going through, you don't find the words, you don't find the resources, you don't find nothing else. You just go out and find something else to fulfill yourself. That's patience and grace, right? And it's being a coward, and we know that. You could tell a person, like, hey, you know what? I need more sex, and it's not happening right now. And you know, I'm really clogged up right now, and you know, it's not working, and it really hurt. I don't want to leave you, so talk to me. Do something else. I like other stuff. Can you compensate for what you can't give me right now? Can I get more massages or something? Like, can I get something else because, you know, this and that and whatever, or if like for a woman, hey, you know, you ain't making money now, and I feel stupid being the person to go to work harder than you and all of this. Like, can you clean up more? Can I give you a system to keep the house beautiful so when I come home
Hashtag, are
everything
you
is
out of your
done?
mind? Bro, are you out of your mind? Are you asking
Bro,
people to be adults?
I'm
Are you asking
really
people to
asking
be
people.
mature?
I'm
Come
actually
on,
doing that,
man.
bro. I'm actually doing that, bro. I mean, I know it sounds strange, man. I know it sounds strange,
Okay,
but
we'll mute back up.
I know it sounds strange, bro. But it's like, you know, it's really that simple. Like, I've had these really hard conversations, and that's what my content is about. I just pull up videos or whatever, and I like to have hard conversations, and I love that Laugh actually does it. Like, he has these conversations that force hard conversations to happen. He asks good questions. You know, but these are hard conversations. Like, are you afraid? You know how, bro, I'm telling you, there are people in relationships that are afraid to talk to each other because they know that their partner actually is very fragile. They know that if she's discontent or if if she's
Fake
discontent, ain't gonna be
narcissist.
no sex. If he's discontent, ain't gonna be no money or no outings or who knows what kind of guy he is. He might go crazy. Like, you know, like people are afraid of each other, bro. They're in relationships with fear. That is the craziest thing I've ever heard. But
I think
it
I was just talking
happens.
about that 2 days ago with that doubt. I mean, that's funny.
People are actually afraid of each other. I'm gonna tell you, I've actually seen more men cower at women than women cower at men. I'm gonna be totally honest with that, right? I've seen more men cower because, and I understand. I'm not saying that men get away with it, or are better or worse for it. I'm just saying that there are a lot more consequences for men when they don't cower. You know, there's a lot of ridicule that comes with the man just telling the woman what's going on with them. You know, he got to really pick the right time, the right moment, or whatever. I've seen women front off men, but if a man fronted off a woman, he would be deemed abusive. I've seen these things happen in real life, bro.
And
Like,
the coward.
the rules don't apply. The rules are not the same on both sides of the fence. Like, a man literally has to pick. Well, he shouldn't have to, but in most cases, we know the reality of it is that if you pop off and tell a woman what's really going on, and you in front of her friends, and she does it, and she's a friends, there's different kind of ramifications between the two of you.
And hashtag, you know they're gonna pull up the couple of cases that it did. In most cases that it does for a man, it's usually because he has the finances in order for that to happen.
Yeah, it's never
Oh
no
yeah, oh
one
yeah.
in video.
I'm gonna tell you. You know
Okay.
what? I was actually helping a friend, right? I want to share this before I get back to work. I was and we were talking about cheaters or whatever. And this is one of my boys from overseas. He does like a pretty big podcast. So, um, I was telling him, I said, man, in my experience from talking to guys and even women, there's three types of cheaters. There's the compensator. There is and that's the person that's going out to get what they think they're lacking or that they've been asking for, right? That they're not getting. They feel cheated out of a relationship, which that's crazy. Yeah, but it happens, right? There's the insatiable. That's the person that it don't matter how much he gets, he still wants more because he or she feels like they need variety. They need more. Period. It's never more. It's never enough. And then there's the let me see, how do I put that, or how did I put it to him? There's the situational, right? So the situational was like, she's a loyal girl until she goes on a girls trip with her girlfriends. You know what I'm saying? She's a loyal girl until she goes to the company picnic or the company outing. She's a loyal girl until, you know what I'm saying? He's a guy until, you know what I'm saying? It's like, they're like, hey, this is my opportunity. Like, they're just opportunists. And and none of them are good. But this is what every time I talk to people, it comes up to one of these three. One of these three for sure.
Hmm? Hmm?
Kev, why are you making that noise?
Or you just waiting for somebody to break the silence?
I was waiting on the three part. He left it with a cliffhanger. He must be on the phone.
Yeah, I was waiting for it too.
That was three. That was three. It's the compensator, the insatiable, and the occasional.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
insatiable and the occasional.
This is the
I
way
mean,
you had delivered it. It seemed like you about to do another three or something real quick. Okay, I got you.
I've been I get off in 30 minutes, bro. I've been here since 4 a.m., man. I'm not doing another 72-hour week, man. This is crazy.
Oh my.
Uh, yeah, this is crazy, man.
Make it too hard for
But
me.
no, I'm just doing it, man. This is actually I got too many things planned, and I got to get ahead of them. So I
Christmas
don't, so
is
I
coming.
can, yeah, so I can have less. I'm next year. I'm supposed to go to a few places out of the country. So I want to be ahead of that and have all that taken care of. So I got to pay off some credit cards and whatever. I don't want to. I hate being places where
I'm
where
promoting
where I
black
don't.
businesses, is it?
Yeah, it's crazy, man. So yeah, I'm just putting this in. I'm probably have another crew member, man. I'm really waiting to get my business completely up off the ground. Like I have one of these. Like I have one truck, and then I got one other one that I'm renting or whatever or leasing. But I need to like with these taxes and all this stuff that I'm doing, I gotta expand. I have to expand. It's gonna hurt a little bit, but I gotta expand because I'm trying to get out of work and focus on another career. I want this to be my vending machine. You feel me?
Hey,
Yeah. It's just, let me see if I can answer the prompts while I'm waiting on them to unlock my load. Let's see. What is forgiveness to you? Man. I'll tell you what an elder told me, and I kind of stuck to that. An elder told me that forgiveness was giving before the other person's actions to show confidence. That's what the elder told me. In
elder
other
supposed to
words,
expect you to know that too? What the heck? I can't even. I'm trying to shoot that.
yeah, an elder just told me that. An elder said, you truly have forgiveness when you can offer something in confidence to the other person, with, without them, like once you express whatever it is that you had a problem with, now you can offer something to them, and you don't expect nothing, but you wait for them to show you if they got it or not. But it's also,
That's
and
expecting.
he went on to say, you don't forget, You just don't acknowledge, and you can go on with the new knowledge. That's what he said. He said, you don't forget, you just don't mention it. And then you go on with who they've told you they are. So you giving a person a new start, and you let them live in that new identity. So if like, let's just say somebody came to your house and you leave money on the table, like I be doing sometimes, and then they come over your house and then your money's up missing, and you know they hid it because you got cameras or whatever, right? And so you're like, hey, look, man, bro, you can't come in my house no more. Like, I
Had
don't
that
know what you
happen to
did.
me.
Bro,
Literally.
come on, like it was only a few dollars, but game is up. Like, thank you for showing me who you are or whatever. And then you ask them, you say, hey man, how you want to borrow some money? Cause I'll let you borrow some money, cause it seemed like you was a little stuck right then. And then they be like, okay, well look, I'll give you 20. When you gonna give it back to me? You basically paid them out of your life. You be like, hey, when can you give it back to me? Oh, a week? All right, cool. And you see if they're gonna come back in a week with that money. Then they've written themselves out. You gave them a new contract, they wrote themselves out. You understand what I'm saying? So, and I've done people like
I
that.
understand that.
I've literally, that scenario that I did, that I just said right there, that was a real life thing. I was like, hey,
Yeah,
bro, look, man. Here, bro. Here go a dub real quick, man. Something was going on with you, bro. I don't want you to struggle like that.
That's forgiveness.
And then, straight up.
I feel
Well,
that's
that's what
like
the elder
testing the
told me.
waters to know who you need to be around or not. I feel that though.
Um,
But,
but
mm,
it's,
I
Yeah, I
don't.
mean,
I've done stuff like that, and what's ended up happening, like he was saying, that's why I crack a laugh when people talk about their cutoff game. It's been very few people in my life that I've actually had to cut off. Most people, just by me growing and changing
That's
in my
something to
life,
brag
they cut
about.
themselves off. Right.
facts,
Exactly.
facts.
I always wondered
Because that
that too.
means
Why
something
people
wrong
say
with
that?
you. Right. There's something wrong with you that you can't get along. Either you can't get along with nobody, or you don't have good judgment in who you trying to get
Right.
along with. Somewhere
That's
there's a
like a bad
problem.
thing.
I'm not even gonna
That's
lie,
funny. We
but
be bragging about stuff
TikTok.
that we don't know that's crazy. I just made me just think about that too though. Why brag about that? That mean that's a straight up problem then. Why do you have to put yourself in the situation that you gotta cut somebody else off? That's more of a sad thing than something to boast about, I guess. That's like when people be like, "Oh, you don't know my temperament and stuff," or that stuff. Like we brag about the stuff that don't be meaning nothing. It be more sad than anything.
For
I don't
justification
know.
to be
Maybe
a
that's
I
mess.
like
think
I
The
said, it's
state
an
of
ego thing. I
that's why we
mean,
I
say,
think hold
but
on,
that's
hold on.
why
I'll
we
say this.
say
I
this
think
is
I think it's a place
accept me
because
the way that I am.
I
stuff
think it's a
like
place
that,
because
right?
there's
I
people who
guess
are
so. We
people
getting
pleasers,
somewhere
right?
though.
It's
Hold
worse to
on,
be a
hold on,
people
V.
pleaser.
Hold on. Vito trying to talk. I mean, Via. I'm sorry.
Hold on, let me take my headphones
Yeah.
off. Hello?
There you
Yeah, we
go.
can hear you.
All right. So I think it's worse to be a people pleaser. Like it's actually a flex to be able to have the strength to cut somebody off because there's people who can't do that. You know this person not good for you, but you're such a people pleaser, like you don't want to abandon this person. When you're somebody that's able to cut people off, that is a flex because that's not easy for everybody to do. It's easier said than done. So I don't really necessarily think it's sad that somebody takes pride in being able to cut somebody off. That is hard work to do.
Actually,
But who
but
you
in
got to prove
today's
to
day and
somebody
age,
that you gotta? Dang, I'm good at cutting people off or something like that. What's the point of that though? I don't get it. You gonna get brownie points for that?
I feel like it's not necessarily bragging all the time. I feel like
uh,
sometimes it's
and
more
people
so
don't find.
allowing me to like tread lightly with me. Like I'm not going to play with you. I'm not like anybody you ever had. Some people gonna give you that chance and that chance and that chance, but no, bitch, you're one and done with me. So yeah, you keep playing, you're gonna fuck around and find out. It's not bragging. This is your fair warning. It's a boundary I'm setting for you. I'm not telling you, oh yeah, I cut 1,000 people. No, this is my boundary. You cross this boundary, you out this motherfucker. Pink slip.
But
This is
what
why I
make you so special that somebody you think somebody care?
I don't
and it's
warn
not it is
people.
not
If
and it's
you
not
do me
about me being
wrong,
special. I've
there's no
never said, you know what I'm
warning.
saying? I'm just that I've never said that I was Michelle Obama. I never said I was Beyonce. It's not about being special, but it's like it's a boundary. It's not about me. It's
But
about
don't you?
upholding
You know
how I
what
look
makes
at
you
But
myself
to
special,
as a
Pat?
woman. You know what I'm
People
saying?
but
talk
Like
about me when I'm not in the room.
I'm not saying that I'm better than nobody else because I can cut you off. It's just me saying that simply
but
you cross this
grown
boundary
folks
with
don't
me
need those
and you
warnings
gone.
though. Grown folks don't need those warnings. I mean, if you do somebody wrong, if you do me
Most
wrong,
folks
I
do
don't.
need that.
But
It's
that's
not
the
really
whole
like I said,
thing.
for me it's
But
not a
that's the whole
warrant. It's a warning
thing.
and it's a
It's
boundary. Like
it's right, but it's proof in that because I'm already telling you that I'm expecting for you to cross me, so let me go ahead and give you a warning. No, if you cross me, that's
No,
it. Like, you don't get no
no,
warning, you just
and I
out.
feel like that's just. I feel like that might be for you, but I'm not saying I'm expecting you to cross me. No, I'm saying
Oh,
that
you that
this
type
is
that gotta
my
still prove
boundaries of
yourself to
what
people
I
though.
want.
That's what it is. I get you.
Well, I don't know. I feel like what
That's what
floats
it
your boat
is. Yeah.
floats your boat, but I don't think that's for me.
We can
Okay.
even
This is
talk about it. If you cross me, we can even talk about it. But after that point, just know that the scenario, situation, whatever little titling or whatever has changed. It's always gonna change. I ain't gonna deal with you no more. But I feel like as grown folks, we don't need to get nobody no warnings. It's either you're gonna have enough respect for me the same way I'm gonna respect you, or peace. Bye.
But
Exactly.
see, like, I couldn't hear what it was. I want to say it was hashtag. I'm pretty sure it probably was hashtag. But like he was saying, all he did was change the relationship. He didn't just cut the person off the first time. And see what he did was he self-reflected on himself and took accountability. Oh, what did I do? Oh, I trusted this person and left money out. Now I have to adjust the relationship and accept this person for who they are. See, and now what he's saying is, now that I adjusted the relationship, and like you are saying, I'm not disagreeing with you as well. He changed the boundary and he set a new boundary. This is what the boundary is now. The boundary before was open and wide because I trusted you. Now you crossed the boundary. Now here's where the boundary is. Now there's a new boundary, and more than likely, if they value the relationship, he gonna bring that money back. But if he doesn't value the relationship, that'll be the last you see of them. You don't have to worry about them anymore. They'll cut themselves off. And cutting people off has become a new fad today. People cut people off for any and everything today. They look for reasons to cut off. They brag about it. You can go on TikTok, you can go on Facebook, any of these lives all over the internet and see people bragging about how they cut people off. So it has become
Mm.
easy to cut people off and not be an adult and truly deal with people. Because the thing is, you're cutting people off as if you're, like Kevin was asking, like, who are you? As if you're perfected. We all have flaws. We all make mistakes. So we also have to be open that we can to cross people too. Again, we're talking about forgiveness. You don't know what somebody's forgiving you for, because sometimes people forgive you without asking you. Sometimes people have checked themselves. That's why I call myself mirror check. Because sometimes I might have an issue with you that's not really with you, but within myself. And I need to deal with it. You didn't do nothing wrong. It's my own personal fault. But
Right.
a lot of times we're always looking for an external answer to an internal problem.
Facts. Nice. Nice.
And
I forgot
I
I can count
understand
on him.
what
For sure. For
I
sure.
understand what hashtag was saying, that the elder said that or whatever, and I understand that people do that. However, some people, you know what I'm saying, everybody's different when it comes down to certain things that I'm willing to allow people to do in my life and not willing. Stealing is not one of them. So, I mean, everybody has their own different
Everybody has their
boundaries.
extreme, right?
Right. And yeah, I'm not
Of
going to give
course.
up the
All right. That's only
dub.
smart.
You finna be gone. Cause I can't wait for you to recognize the flaws within you. Even if you bring me that $20 back, I still can't allow myself to be in the same center, same circle without feeling some type of way. So everybody
Hmm.
got their own boundaries.
But this is another thing. It's like a person
Not
bragging
arguing that.
about that I can't keep a relationship. You know what I'm saying? Like that's sad. That's more sad than anything. Who says that? Man, I can't keep a man or something. I I make that's weird. Or a woman, whatever. You know what I'm saying? We got to be realizing what we be bragging about and why is it that? Why? What's the root to these situations? That's what I'm getting to. Like some of this stuff is not worth bragging about.
But then
Can't keep
He was
no
bragging
man.
about how tough they is.
But
Like,
this is
bro.
where I question. But this is where I question. If everybody around you, and I'm just using your example, I already know this is not you. We're just using your example, and I know you ain't triggered, but for the people in the audience that like to comment and chime, if everybody around you is stealing, and every person you meet is stealing from you, then is it the problem that you just meeting a bunch of? It isn't the problem somewhere within you that you need to check? Because is it that everybody around you is just thieves, or you just keep meeting thieves? I mean, everybody's not a thief. So, make it make sense. You get what I'm
You
saying?
right. You meeting the same person because it's a lesson within there
Mhm.
you have to learn about yourself.
Yeah. Yep.
Everything
I
is a
agree.
root back to ourselves. Everybody that we meet is a reflection of ourselves in some
Mm.
way or another. Things that we can't let go of. People that meet the same type of person in relationships, get a divorce, get married again, and now you done met the same person because you haven't checked yourself at the door.
Facts.
So that's the type of energy that you're creating around you, and that's what you're accepting into your life.
Let me see if I can shake the room up with this. Like it be that one person that be running into a bunch of beaters, right? You ever looked into why you keep running into them type of people? Hmm.
Because they're codependent. That's the answer.
Yeah, anybody in
Because
the
they
think nobody in the chat
codependents.
got. I was trying to see if anybody got triggered down there, but I mean it's real
They
talk though.
they wanna be a victim.
Every
Because they
person
Someone
I've
live
been
to
codependents.
with
be a
them beat
victim.
me up like no something up.
They live
Something
to
is
be the
up. There's no
victim.
way.
What
Your
They
mouth
women?
must
What
be
codependent.
women?
reckless or
Real
something.
answer
Like you
is
must don't know how to
absolutely.
shut up or something. They
Do
always leave
y'all
out
know
the
any
other part. It
women
only
that
be one
didn't blame?
side. That should be crazy.
How many women do y'all know don't blame the man?
I don't.
I know a couple.
I blame my ex-husband's mother.
I
And
blame.
Oop.
whoever taught her to be silent, I blame that person as well because they just allowed it to keep going. So he grew up around abuse. Therefore, that's what he knew, and he thought women are supposed to be docile and quiet and just take and put up with stuff. That was something that was generational that nobody corrected. And because she thought the same thing and just passed it down to her son, that's exactly who he became. Me being a part of that situation and not leaving is me being a codependent. That's my problem. I stayed. So
It was all his fault. He
I
was
it
I
it
wrong.
agree.
was
I
his
agree with
fault.
that
Yes, it
point.
was. He
You didn't do nothing wrong.
Joke
You didn't
right.
deserve none of
Right.
that.
Don't ever
He
say
is
that's
a
right.
victim
pariah.
blaming.
You
He is
Cheat.
right.
just a
Victim
such a
blaming. We don't do that.
monster.
And ask me how it
I'm
made
not
me
even gonna lie to
feel.
y'all. I just literally had a cousin that inboxed me this morning. And well, she inboxed the group chat, but it's like she complaining about, her baby father not being there for her kids. She doing everything for her kids around Christmas and, it's hard. And I'm like telling her, just continue to focus on you and your babies because at the end of the day, if he ain't calling, if he ain't checking in on his own children, then don't force him. Let it be what it is because at the end of the day, he going to continue to do what he want to do as a man. You can't force him to be around his children if he don't actually want to do that himself. At the end of the day,
Right.
just do what you do. At the end of the day, your kid's gonna realize who actually is in their corner, who done for them, and who's gonna. As long as you there, nobody else matters to
Fact.
those kids. I'm telling, and that's why I'm telling her. Like, as long as you there, they gonna remember. My mama did this. My mama did that. My mama took care of me when I was sick. Like they kids know. Kids know. And that's why I always trying to tell her, like, just make sure your daughter have a good Christmas and, make sure your son, they just have a good Christmas and celebrate your daughter's birthday. Don't worry about what he got going on. Just put it in God's hands. That's why I tell her, put it in
and,
God's
and
hands
and
because it's
do it
all going
without
to work
bashing
out.
the other party. Because at the end of the day, you
Right.
chose to
Oh,
sleep with that
she
party.
can't do that.
And
She can't,
right.
she
And
can't.
Okay, I'm
and
finna
Joe,
expose
It's
myself
can
a
like
I
little
a
can
bit,
I
every
like I
day.
have been
It's like
doing.
a every. I'm not even gonna lie. It's a everyday post that she makes about him
and she
because
needs to do
she's
some
so
healing.
hurt.
She
She
need to
just
do
yeah.
some
She's
healing.
she's 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 very hurt, like to the core.
You know
You
what that
remember when
is?
Mimi told Stevie
You know
J? Y'all remember when Mimi told Stevie J, "You hurt me to my core." She's there.
You know what that is? I can't believe I accepted the person I accepted because they already shown this neglectful signs to themselves. So how can they be there for children? Tell her I said the advice is Target got a sale right now. So does Amazon. It's 20% off on Target. And if the situation was anything else catastrophic or whatever the case may have you, what if he would have went to war and would have been unalived over there? She still would have been doing it. The job still needs to be done. Get other men
Mm-hmm.
that's a part of the community to help out with her children because there's nothing else
Mm-hmm.
you can do about somebody else, but you got to take some type of ownership over what you place in your life and who you have children by.
Fact.
You know what
Fact.
else I think happens too? We get, I think people, especially in relationships, we get mad at people for being who they said they were going, who they showed us they were going to be. And it's like you get
Fact.
angry at them for being the exact person that they showed you was going to be like you thought they was going to change for you. But
Mm.
if they're
That
not
be the
willing to make
problem.
that change for themselves, right? If they're not willing to make that change for themselves, it don't matter if they make the change for you. It's only temporary. Because if you notice, they'll make the change long enough to get you back, and then they go right back to reverting back to the way they was. And then when you say they get well, they got with somebody else and they made that change because they knew that change needed to be made. And so then when they got with somebody else, it wasn't that they made that change for the other person; they made that change for themselves finally.
Mm-hmm. And why would they want to change for a person that's being a codependent and accepting the situation at hand? You accepted them for who they are. So you expect for somebody to say, oh, I'm going to change for the person that accepts it. That's dumb.
Mm. Fact.
Crack isn't addictive.
That part. And sometimes we
I
be
done
on
seen that
special
word
grounds.
narcissistic again. Dog. That's gonna be. I swear that's
Kev,
gonna
I
hurt my
got a
head more than these
question.
folks.
Why don't nobody use histrionic and other disorders that go along with narcissism.
Oh
Everybody ain't
no,
narcissistic. Some people are just straight out psycho. Some people are histrionic and they just have very exaggerated personalities, like the thing that was up in here earlier.
bro.
And just and
Some
then
people
what's
just selfish. Some people just
yep.
manipulative. Some people just uh ego driven, prideful, arrogant. I mean,
That's
dog.
because they are
Like everybody in
Sometimes,
narcissists.
the
So what are y'all
world
saying?
is a
sometimes they just hungry.
narcissistic. That jug is annoying now.
I don't
That
care.
jug really
Sometimes
annoying.
Everyone's a
they
And then they
narcissist.
always a
Everyone.
narcissistic when you
Somebody.
break up with them. That's the part that make me so mad. This whole entire time they wasn't a narcissist. They beating your doonies in, or you be, first. Then all of a sudden, at the end of the day, now they're narcissists. That junk is annoying now.
They
That
been a
junk freaking
Kev,
narcissist,
annoying.
bro. It's when you
Kev,
break
some
up,
wait a
you see
minute,
the
Vo.
narcissistic
But
abuse
wait,
of how they
Vo.
try to
Some people
harass you,
just
bro.
hungry. What about the hungry people? Because sometimes I'm mean and I'm just hungry. And then I gotta get myself something to eat.
You be running around here hangry.
I be hangry all the time.
Oh wow,
Skinny folks always hangry.
Yo, Kev, not everyone is narcissistic abusive, right? The ones who are abusive are the ones who can't take accountability. For the person
boy,
who can't
that's
take
that's dang their
accountability,
whole world right
the
there.
reason why they can't take accountability is because they so narcissistic to the point that they made a false reality of themselves in their head. Taking accountability breaks that false reality. It shatters that person who they thought they was. Because somebody telling them about themselves, telling them the truth, they gonna hate that, bro.
But some of them are
I
just
would
childish.
I would say that's dang near 80%, maybe more than that of the world. People cannot take accountability. That's one of the hardest things to do in life because
Personality
everybody, a
disorders.
lot of people driven off ego and pride. It's kind of hard because even nowadays, I got to figure out, some stuff I got to hold myself accountable on because some days I could slip, but that's one of the hardest things. I actually started getting deep into this accountability thing as of three years ago when I started making changes in my life, and when I realized that I can't keep pointing the finger, and I decided to blame myself for every decision I make. A lot of people just can't take it, just like when people get in arguments and all this stuff, they rather be like, well, you made me do this, instead of just saying that, okay, I made a decision, I put myself in that predicament. So, it was still my fault that I chose violence today, to go back with that and stuff. But that's hard for like the average person. So I can't say that ties into, that's one of the, things of narcissism, but everybody, if we judging it off of accountability, man, everybody a dang near a narcissist then, if that's the case.
Yes, it is the case, Kev. Because for a human to not be able to take accountability when there's proof of them being wrong, it's a mental disorder, bro. You're really, literally not wired correctly. If somebody can show you proof of you fucking up and you still can't take accountability, you are mentally disordered, bro. It's a mental disorder for real.
Or you
But
just
that doesn't mean
immature.
it's narcissism. Right.
Yes, bro. A narcissistic person has the maturity level of a child. So yes, it is immature.
One of the traits. That's just one trait, and that's the thing. We're trying to take one trait and ride that one trait as that's the whole person,
Right.
without again actually having the actual knowledge of what all the traits are, how they have to do it, and consistent. That's why it takes someone who is certified to diagnose that. We Because it's just easy to say, oh, they were a narcissist, so that means I
Well,
don't have
what
to.
type? What type of narcissist? Are you
Because see, this is
covert?
the thing. This the thing.
Are
If
you
you're drawing all
overt?
these
You know what I'm
narcissists,
saying?
if you're drawing all these narcissists, then what is going on inside of you that you have this magnet for narcissists?
Yo, Mirror, that
That
makes
part.
no sense, bro. That means you would trust
You
somebody
know how many,
who
you
has a
know how many,
certificate to lie to you.
wait, you know how many
So for me to
narcissists
lie to
out
you, I need
here
to
that
be a
are
professional.
covert? You'll never know that they're narcissists until you spend years with them. They don't even know. Narcissists don't know they're narcissists either. But there's something called
Exactly.
being a covert narcissist. They don't believe that they are, and nobody can see it because they
Yep.
have this persona that they are happy, they have a great life, they're intelligent, and all this other stuff. And all beneath that is nastiness. But there are passive narcissists. There are different types. We got to stop just using the word narcissist,
You
especially when we're
know,
not educated enough to
you know
use
why
it.
And
I
it's
could
only
tell. You know why I could tell
0.5% of
who's a
USA.
narcissist, bro?
0.5.
You know how I can
Thank
tell who's a
you.
narcissist? Because I'm a covert narcissist. I'm a recovering covert narcissist. I'm self-aware of it, and I'm doing the work to fix it. So when I see somebody who has these traits, I'm like, bro, I know you because I am you. I see my old self and the way you behave, and I know you're a narcissist.
But you
You
will
right,
have to be
VO.
hanging around them for a long
I
time,
don't
day
lie to
by
myself, and
day.
I don't
And
lie to people. I keep it a buck. So when I
You
could tell
do,
when
even
somebody's
VO.
not was
You've
being
shown.
disingenuous.
it's
even if they were a converted narcissist, you cannot figure that out in a one day, no couple days. You literally would have to be around that person
That's
and
wrong,
see if they
Kev.
have
That's not
six
true.
of those, at
That's not
least
true.
six of those traits that they
That's not
display
true, Kev.
daily.
That's not true, Kev. Because if I have the
That,
rubric and I have all the questions that I need to ask somebody to figure out whether they normal or they're a narcissist, I could do that in one day, Kev.
but
If I
you
have
just
the rubric and I have the questions and I ask this person the questions and they respond to me, and the rubric tells me, okay, if they respond this way, then they probably this type of narcissist. If they respond this way, maybe they this type. I could do that in one day, Kev.
He's saying based on who he is, based on his diagnosis, he feels like he can recognize one based on the fact that it's almost like a mirror, right, Rio?
Say somebody's a fuck nigga, right? They could tell a dude is a fuck nigga because he know the traits. Oh, he's moving like this, he's doing that. So I don't understand what Kev trying to say.
if it's hard for a doctor to diagnose it, how do a narc himself that don't know that they a narc can diagnose it in 2 seconds?
With the questions that you need to ask, and then you dissect the response, and then you can figure out whether they are narc or not. All a therapist does is ask you the questions and basically make the educated what you call it on your response, bro. That's all they do. That's why they have a clipboard.
But it could be deeper than that. They could have, you know what I'm saying? It could be something else underlining. I mean, there are people that are psychotic and they also show signs of narcissistic traits. There are people that are, I know they don't use the word anymore, but what's it called when you're distant and you're not emotional? So, damn, football playing, so I can't really focus no more. Who playing? Who
Oh, I'm
playing?
sorry. I
No,
didn't
no,
mean
you fine. You just triggered something in my mind. I'm triggered. Who's
Dallas and
playing?
Buffalo
So
and
Oh shit,
Dallas
I
and
ain't paying
Buffalo
attention
and
then.
Buffalo handing it to Dallas.
Oh,
I,
good.
I looked it up. I looked up on how long it take. Right. The doctor will talk to a person. This is how long it takes to diagnose a narcissist. Doctor will talk to a person to get to know them and ask them some questions to understand the history of how severe the symptoms are. Sometimes it may take weeks or months to be diagnosed. Not a day, weeks or months. So it literally takes time.
I'm saying it only takes one day, one sitting to identify the symptoms, the traits. Like you could talk to
Everybody got them
somebody.
traits though. Everybody has those traits. It's just how consistent them
Everybody
traits
don't
are.
have
That's
the
why it
same.
take months.
Everybody don't have the same traits though.
Everybody got narcissistic ways. At
Yeah,
certain
but
point,
not
yeah, they
everybody
do.
expresses it exact same way because we aren't a monolith.
But I'm saying like a lot of the people that get on TikTok though, they try to diagnose, don't know what they diagnose, and they say narcissist, and they just believe that's just one type of diagnosis or whatever the case may have, you or just one terminology or one disorder. But we really don't know, and there's a great deal of other categories, a great deal of other mental illnesses that fall in the same line of narcissism. And if you think about it, I mean, the number one narcissists are little children. I mean, we all have
They are
traits.
children, right? They are, and some of them grow. A lot of people grow. So let's say, all right, these are the traits then, right? Because there's more than just one trait. You got lack of empathy, right? Many people do that. Need a sense of admiration. Oh, people that be posting the videos or look for validation from other people. There we go, one right there. Uh, what the heck is that? Self entitlement. We see that a lot. Interpersonal exploit. Whoa, 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 whoa. Dependency or neediness. We see people do that. Feeling of emptiness, gaslighting. Oh my, well, I've seen too many people on this app do this. Arrogant. Oh my, I got some family, friends that's just like that. Attention seekers. We know that. Blaming and shaming. Oh, I just did that earlier. I must be a narc then. Uh,
Sound like everybody. Oh,
in identity disturbance, man, intimacy is avoided. Oh, whoa there. Don't touch me. Vulnerable to life transitions. What happened to people? They just dropped about the box. What happened on that TikTok?
yeah.
Um, need strong need for praise and recognition. Oh my. Is that LeBron? It's like
Yeah, Kev, I think they heard the football in the background. We lost because of the football.
the football was too loud. You done football them up.
My bad.
Right now. No, I think the app, probably the app or something. All right, I got about what 2 hours for you guys. It's about to be 7. Yeah, maybe 2 hours. Yeah, 2 hours. Yeah,
Yeah, they'll be
let me
back most over anyway. They ain't gonna be long.
let me get these likes up real quick on my backup. Hey, y'all down there, conscious. I see you, brother. Y'all hit them likes for me, whoever in the chat. Let me see something real quick. Now that it is water.
Yo, Kev, if somebody lacks the ability to take accountability for their actions, would you say they are sane or insane?
Human.
Yeah, they're a human, but are they a sane human or an insane human?
Unaware human. I wouldn't say they're insane. Or I wouldn't say neither one of them. I just say they just unaware. That's
You know
all
why
it
I would
is.
say they're insane? Because isn't insanity doing the same shit, expect a different result, right? If these people are living a life a certain way and people are trying to hold them accountable, but they keep doing that same shit, how are they not insane?
I mean, is kids insane?
because then they would be them doing that on purpose because they are fully aware of what they're doing. Trust me, like unless they mind just gone
How do we
completely.
know if somebody's fully aware though? That's crazy. We be making these. How do we know that? How do we know another
The
person's mind?
hold on. That's why I say unless they mind is just fully gone because I mean I can't picture somebody not being aware of what they're doing. You know, like think about it. 'Cause, like uh, they ain't so like if me and you did some fucked up shit to people, I think we would be fully aware of what we was doing to that person.
Yeah, we will probably, but I'm just saying we don't know other people's minds though. I don't like diagnosing people's
But
mind,
if
just
you
like
Right,
we
learn,
right, right.
doing now with the narcissist thing.
but if you
We
learn the
don't know what's going on through
I
other
mean, yeah,
people's head.
yeah, you're right
I mean,
about that, but at the same time,
you
in
don't
order to
educate yourself
do,
on it, yeah, you won't know. But if you read the books, if you watch the videos, if you learn the traits, and then you can identify them in other people, why does it matter if I have a fucking degree in it or not?
because all right,
Uh,
when it comes down to narcissists, that's I would never try to diagnose a narcissist, but anything dealing with like neurodivergence, ADHD, autism, things like that, yeah, I can handle that, but everything else out my hands.
See, that's why people so foolish because there's doctors who literally will give people quote unquote diagnosis of cancer just so they can make money with the pharmaceuticals in their life. So just because somebody has a
Right,
degree or they certified, don't mean you can fucking trust them. People,
so how did you
right.
find out you was a
in
narcissist?
order for me to fuck you over, I got to get a certificate and you would trust me. Is that easy? Like what the
How did
fuck?
you know you was a narcissist, Vio?
When my ex left me. When my
Oh,
ex when my ex left me and I reacted how I reacted and then I seen videos online and that's how narcissists react, I said, damn, I gotta do better. Cause a lot of the
how,
manipulation tactics that I was trying to do to keep her with me is cause my mom was a narcissist. So I'm learning these behaviors from people who
um,
like this. But I'm breaking that cycle
so
of generational curse now. Cause I'm identifying the problems. I see it in myself, I see it in my ex, and she don't want to accept it.
you might see, look, you might not be a narcissist. You just might have narcissistic traits because if your mama had it and you probably seen her do it.
Wait a minute.
No,
That's funny.
I know I was.
Okay. Well, look,
I'm
if you know
self-aware that
that you was,
I'm fighting against it. I don't want to be like that.
okay.
Yeah, but naturally, like not, that's how I became because I was conditioned that way. That's what I seen growing up.
Right.
That's what I
She be
projected.
giving me
I
with them
feel it. I feel
faces
it.
down there. Uh, what's up, Divine? How you feeling?
What alter ego talked about down there?
Are y'all still one?
No,
Are you still one?
every day I'm working harder to not be a narcissist. And if I'm gonna be one, I'm not gonna be abusive with it. There's a difference between having the traits and being abusive with it. I know how to have empathy. I know
You
how
could be
to protect
abusive without
others.
being one.
You said what?
You could be abusive without being one.
I don't see how somebody could be emotionally abusive on purpose without being a narcissist. I don't
For
see that.
Because
selfish
I
purpose.
mean, I,
That's not normal behavior.
let
That's
me
not
ask you a
normal
question.
mental behavior, bro. That's nobody purposely shit on
Lem-
somebody unless they mentally ill.
Unless they selfish.
shit,
Selfishness is a
yeah.
mental illness,
Hey,
bro.
I mean, will you cuss you? People be doing that every day.
not
They cuss
really.
a person
A
out
lot of
just to
people, a
hurt
lot of
their
us are
feelings because
mentally
their
ill.
feelings got hurt.
Well, look, video. Let me ask you a question, video. Do you care what I think about you?
No, bro.
Do you want to know what I think about you, or what Kev want to like?
I
Do
do
you care
like
what
to know.
Kev think
I do
about you?
like to know. I do like to know because I'm entertained by it. I laugh at people's opinions of me. It's entertaining, but I don't care because it's not gonna make or break me.
All right. Like, do you need that in order to interact with that person? Like, if y'all interact like face to face in real life.
I self validate, so the opinions of somebody else can never affect me because I validate myself. I know who VO is at the end of the day. Your opinion of me, whether you're correct or wrong, is just entertainment for me. It's just feedback.
All right. All right. Would you use the opinion of you? Like once you learn somebody's opinion of you, does that change how you act with them, interact with them?
Yeah. If I know you a
Okay. Yeah,
hater,
you a narcissist.
if I know you a hater, I'm not showing you love. Like, fuck, am I showing you love? I know you a hater.
If that was the case, the
All right.
narcissist wouldn't be in a
But
relationship.
right. That's why I
They
didn't know.
care.
I didn't expect them to say that. Like, so let's say like if
I
you
have no
find out
love for my haters, bro.
this chick, but look, let you find out that this chick love you to death, and you don't really love her, but you know that she love you and she would do anything for you. What would you do?
I will leave her. I'm not wasting time with somebody.
Even if you could benefit from it?
Yeah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't do that because I would have want it done to me.
Yeah, I
That's
think
why
you
I say.
got narcissistic traits.
That's why I say I'm no longer
Look,
a narcissist how I used to be because now I'm able to
you're not a
put
full
myself.
blown narcissist,
I'm
yeah.
able to put myself in people's shoes. I don't want to. I don't want to do somebody some way I wouldn't want to be done to me. I learned that now.
Right.
Mary, you
When I
see
was
this,
younger,
man? You
I
see
didn't give
why
a
I
damn.
can't deal with this? I can't deal with
Right.
this
Bro,
narcissist thing because
I'm trying to
everybody is
enjoy my
one.
meal, man.
Everybody know one. And for it to be
No,
0.5% in this world, everybody can be it or they around it, man. This just don't make sense. It seems like it's
Nah,
a
it
comment in this
just
rear.
I'm
it
narcissistic
just
every Tuesday.
certain every
Yeah, that's gonna be my new
every
word.
Tuesday
That
they
just gonna
hurt
give
me.
me a headache now. The people use it
Do
too
it.
much.
I mean, that's not a bad
That much though, Kev.
bad thing in a
Are
person,
you
you
a
know.
narcissist yourself?
Hey, Vio,
Does that bother
you've
you?
been following me for a minute, so
Uh-uh.
don't pay me no mind. I'm just being silly. I like to lighten up the room sometimes, so don't pay me no mind. Especially when I say something about I do it on Tuesday on a certain day. It's just really me being silly, so don't pay me any mind.
Because you a nerd.
On Tuesday, only on Tuesday.
Only on Tuesday.
But I realized narcissistic you expose their antics. They try to derail, they try to deflect. Oh, that's not everybody. It's like, bro, you're just trying to distract the truth. And I noticed that about people. That's why women,
Huh.
when you talk about the 304s, the narcissistic woman can't stand that shit. Do whatever she can to deflect. Like, do whatever she can. Like, you would tell them something, and then they will bash you. Oh well, you not a certified doctor. Well, what makes you think you special? What makes you think you know everything? That's a deflection tactic narcissist people use.
True,
It
very true.
could be a topic one day, like the fact that people do that. Like you can ask them a direct question, but they do everything but answer the question. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, what is
The
a
what?
narcissist? Let's define that again.
Huh?
Like, what's the exact definition of narcissist? What does that mean exactly, like to the T? What the definition is? Does anybody
There's
know?
multiple. There's multiple. We got there's multiple versions of it. So
Yeah, see, that's the other problem part of it is that people made up stuff about the defin of the word, like multiple definitions, right?
I don't know
Explain what you mean.
Uh,
I mean, who do JD? I mean, JD, do you know?
I think I need to like clarify because my understanding of a narcissist is someone that who understands themselves, they love themselves, they're not selfish, but they're also able to be
I don't know, say it like it is, and through that, other people get hurt. But they do it for themselves, right? So they are selfish, but they do it, I guess, I don't know, honestly, some and most of the times. Other times, then I heard another definition, right, where they're more manipulative, right? So people are actually manipulative. They're trying to purposely, intentionally, create something so they can benefit from it, or they're trying to harm another by creating something. They're pretending to be someone they're not. So there's multiple ways I heard. So I'm not really sure myself, but I don't know what
Yeah,
you're talking about.
but how you explained it, you kind of put some psychopathic traits in there with it. But yeah, basically what you said, except for like they love to be admired. Like they love to be like the center of attention. They love to know what people think about them. That's what I do know about them.
And that's why that kind of counter what he said about he don't care what people think about him, and they
Is that the
want to,
definition?
and narcissists do
Right.
care, and they want to be admired. That's one of the number
You
one
know, you
things
know,
that
you
narcissists
know
like.
why I tell you I don't care? Because somebody has an opinion on me, it's not gonna make me change myself.
But that's what narcissists
I
live
would say,
off
I
of
would
is
say
another
somebody would
person's
care
opinion.
if they say, "Oh, damn,
Uh,
Bill talk too much," and then I start being quiet. That means I care what that person has to think about me. I'm not that person. If
true.
Bill talk too much, oh well. I'm not gonna change myself for your opinion. So that's why I say I don't care. But I like to know because it's funny how people think of it. And I also know I would like to know so I can see how I'm gonna deal with you. If I know you hang on me behind closed doors, then I'm gonna disrespect you. Like eat my dick. That's what I'm gonna tell you.
Right. So like, is it like you like the fact that they be thinking about you? Is that what it is?
Do I like it?
Yeah, like
Yes.
not that you be admired, but the fact that they in their own time is thinking about you.
Yeah, I like it because it gets my notification busy. Whenever somebody drop a comment, somebody tag me something, it's like entertainment for me. I like it.
Okay,
Validation.
okay, okay.
It's
And
validation or
everybody likes
entertainment.
that, I
No,
think.
I don't want my phone to be dry.
It's
I'm
another
good with my phone
narcissist.
when I got notifications on my phone. I don't want my phone to be boring. So I do like when people are controversial and they debate about me. Because I know I'm not no regular Joe. So as they should. You know what I'm saying? As they should be debating about me. I'm VO to go. Not trying to be narcissistic, just the truth. I know who I am.
Right.
But
So,
I feel it.
so
forgiveness. What do you feel about the prompts and the questions up there? BL, had you had a chance to answer them?
Nah, what is forgiveness to you? For me, forgiveness is opening that door. If I can't open that door again, I don't forgive you. I could say I'm not gonna hurt you, I'm not gonna harm you, I'm not gonna speak bad about you. But if I'm not comfortable opening that door and letting you back in my life, then you don't have my forgiveness. That's
Yeah.
I think
Before,
real forgiveness is rocking with that person the same way you rocked with them before the betrayal. If that doesn't happen, then that's not real forgiveness.
Okay, what
yeah,
is unforgivable for you?
Uh, betraying me for somebody else and then think you could come back to me. That's a dub. You thought the grass was greener, go burn in that grass. You don't come back with it.
And you kind of already answered question 3. If you want to answer it again, how do you forgive?
You have to rekindle. It has to be the same way it was before the shit. Like, and if that doesn't happen, then it's not forgiveness. It has to be like the forgiveness got to be just as hard as betrayal was. Like, just as hard as you work to betray me, you gotta work twice as hard to get my forgiveness. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you. The number 4. Do you believe a lot of these families are destroyed due to grudges?
Yes, most definitely. A lot of kids being raised by a narcissistic mother because she want to use a child as a pawn to spite the father because the father done moved on. So a lot of kids are being, the families are being fucked up over grudges, over petty ass grudges.
I got you. Okay, hold up before we go to the next person. For those of you that's in the comments, let's hit the likes. Let's share the live. If you're in the box, hit hashtag FYP. Let's keep hitting these likes. Come on, let's show Kevin some love. You can gift the host if you are, and you can also gift the people in the box. Conscious, you came in next, right?
yes, sir. I think so.
Would you
Yeah,
mind
Savon.
running through the questions, and then we'll let everybody run through 1 through 4, and then we'll all answer 5. So that way it kind of keeps it moving. Everybody get a chance to get in. So go ahead.
All right. What is forgiveness to you? Forgiveness. See me personally. Forgive. Somebody got to mute. All right. Forgiveness to me is in my definition, to be forgiven, to excuse. All right. if I forgive you, I'm putting it behind me. Like I'm not gonna forget what happened, but I'm not really worried about it no more. Like it's not gonna affect my reality. Like I'm not even gonna think about it no more. That is forgiveness to me. Two, what is unforgivable to you? Mm, I'm gonna be 100% real. If you do something to my kids, anything, no matter what it is, if you do something to my kids, that is unforgivable. Uh, how do you forgive? By putting it behind me, like I pretty much, but first I assess the whole um problem, and if I still want to rock with you, I'm gonna rock with you, and I ain't gonna bring it up. I ain't gonna throw it in your face later. You know, bygones be bygones, or I'm not gonna rock with you, and I'm gonna just feed you with a long handle spoon with a crook at the end. How do you believe a lot of these families are destroyed due to grudges? You mean like the family, or like the outer family too? Or like the family as in you and your kids' family?
Yo, anybody you consider family?
All right. Do you believe a lot of families? I mean, just to answer the question as a whole, yeah, yeah. Just to answer as a whole, you know me, cause I'm about to break it down. But yeah, as a whole, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the
All
bonus,
right.
why haven't you forgiven your what haven't you forgiven yourself for?
I don't
If
think he had answered that. I think everybody gonna answer that different though. I don't think my man's answered, so he probably going to the next person though.
Right. We just
all
want to
right,
run through
but
to come back to the
all right, all
fellas.
right, all right.
Who's up next?
JD.
Uh, yeah.
Yeah, man. So what is forgiveness to me? Forgiveness to me is like letting it go, meaning like total forgiveness is that the ability. So when I was first doing this sort of thing for myself, where I was trying to understand why I'm holding grudges and whatnot, I went the process of like accepting what had happened, looking at it from the perspective of the other, why they did what they did, uh, putting no blame on anything, right? Looking at just a situation as the situation, and then sort of coming back to the present moment and saying, shit, like I went through it, I gained some lessons for it. There's no point in holding on to it, right? The only thing I can hold on to is what I learned from it. But that wasn't full forgiveness even at that point. I had to forget. I had to make that into a memory so it doesn't affect me moving forward. So what I did was I went to I sort of convinced myself of forgetfulness so that the the harm that was done or the trauma that was caused, I had to let it go completely and just leave it as a memory and not reference to it in the future, right? Unless it's needed, right? So unless it's needed, so it's not never gone, but it helped me understand that I could do that. My emotions are not attached to my past, right? That's the way I looked at it. I don't have to attach any emotion to my past because I'm worried about my present and my future how I move forward. So now it's just like super. It's simple as that. I don't want to put any burden on myself. So why would I not want to forgive? So to take any burdens off of my heart, my body, I just forgive. It's easy for me to do.
Nice.
So that's how I do look at forgiveness. And then what is unforgivable? Again, I think I just answered that question. I forgive everyone and everything.
There you go.
I'm holding on to it. It's a burden on myself, so I don't do it to myself because I love myself too much. Maybe I'm a narcissist,
There you go.
but
Maybe right. Exactly. According to that, right.
that's okay from that point of view. Yeah. Then how do you forgive? Again, I think it just ties back to the understanding that there's no point in holding on to it. The more I hold on to it, the more anger I get, the more it's hard for me to focus. I'm giving them too much power over me, right? So I like to take that shit back and say, I'm in control. There's no point in holding on to me. Why would I want to hold on to something that I don't have control over anymore, right? So then call it done and lift it off of me, accept for what it
Ooh,
is.
we got the right person in here with this topic right here. You know?
And
I seen that. I was scrolling. I'm like,
mhm.
oh hell no, no he didn't.
And
We on part 11 too. This is probably made for you, man. Cause you know how I feel, right, Kev?
uh,
I already know. I already That know. Bitch is dead. I don't give a fuck. I hope she fucking rot in hell and fuck her for
It
Nah,
matters.
man. One day, man. One day.
JD, were you
We
done?
actually was talking about that shit on my live today too.
So number four, like I do believe that it destroys families. I've seen it happen in my own, so that's why I, don't like to. I definitely that's the answer is yes, and I hope there's less of that in the future.
All
I
right,
feel like you about to knock the rest of these questions out. I think I
Henry
can feel
Guy,
it.
you up? And then after Henry Guy, 60, and I bet you that says blessed. Let me see.
It's on real. I just make the correction every now and again. However, to forgive and forget is a non-reality. And when you talk about forgiveness, we also have to talk about subconscious forgiveness because, we all want to be able to say that we forgive, you know, especially when it comes to family. But if you don't dig down deep enough into uh, your mental um, portion of what bothers you about it, you're really never gonna fully forgive. You ain't never gonna forget, you
I
know.
forgive. Just
But I know, no. I just started out with the fact that forgive and forget it's just simply a fact. It's just not true. There's no way you can do that, and intentionally. But it just takes more to forgive than what we sometimes generalize. You could say you forgive that person, but can you honestly say that when you think of something that has happened to you per this person? Okay, that when something comes up, they might need something, heart transplant, something like that. Are you going to be able to, not a heart transplant, but a kidney transplant, something like that? Are you going to be able to say, you know what? Yeah, I forgave him to the point where I'm going to help him? I mean, it really is something that you got to think a little bit more deeply about than just the generalization of forgiving, you know, because it's going to come in different facets, you know. Um, what is forgiveness? It's the total just letting it go. And to what I was just saying, can you totally, all right, somebody does something to somebody or yourself, are you going to forgive them enough to allow them the opportunity to do it again? See, it's a little different. Forgiveness is hard, man. I'm telling you. I mean, we have to learn
So
it.
hold on, let me use this. Then, since you say it ain't true, then you got kids and stuff, right?
Yep.
Um, I'm pretty sure they drop something on the floor, spill something on the ground or something like that on your carpet, and you had to wipe it up.
Mm-hmm.
Are you still to this day talking about what they dropped on the floor?
No, that's trivial.
Oh, okay. So you found a way to forgive them.
I don't even think I ever blamed them for it. Everybody spills, I mean, but when you're talking about,
It's the same thing as an adult.
when you think about it, Kev, there are levels, you know. Somebody hurts me, I might be easily to forgive them versus them hurting my wife. You know what I'm saying?
I get to different levels to it, but it shows possibilities,
Oh
right?
yeah. Oh no. I'm not disputing the fact that there's possibilities of forgiveness or that forgiveness exists. What I'm saying is that I don't think people look at the levels of forgiveness. I mean, I have a daughter who says, "Dad, you keep letting my other daughter into your life," and that's I say you can't understand it from a father's figure.
Mm-hmm.
You can't understand it from a father's point of view. You can understand it from a sister's point of view. You know. So in other words, there's different levels for which we have to, but somebody, who is that person expendable? You want to go there? You know what I'm saying? I got to
Mm-hmm.
say to myself, you know, is that person expendable?
What's
Do
their
I
value?
need to forgive them? You know, is it
is it something that's going to be healthy for me to do? You know, I mean, we have to be realistic about it, and at least according to how I feel, there are certain things that I just may not, as forgiving as I try to be, I may not be able to do it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, what is unforgivable? It's sort of hard to just say, one specific thing to me, but I wouldn't challenge the fact that I couldn't forgive somebody for something. You know, I've always been a forgiving person, or try to be. But I don't know that there's one thing or something that might make it impossible. You know, how do you forgive? Well, the first thing to me, and I don't know, everybody's going to have their own perception of this, but the first forgiveness starts with prayer for me. Because I know sometimes there's some things I know I can't forgive on my own. So I have to ask for that help. And then however he brings it on, however God brings it to me, that's how it happens. Do you believe a lot of these families I'm sorry, there's something the rock destroyed, I guess that is, due to their grudges.
I believe a lot of these families are destroyed due to grudges.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I believe that there is a lot of destruction in families due to grudges, and whether, the person is at fault or not, you can't really control what the other person is holding against that other person.
I think that's okay. We go to the next. So
Yeah,
what? One thing I noticed though,
go ahead.
one thing I noticed is like you could tell when, because some people be lying. I ain't gonna say lie. I guess whatever they lie to themselves or they be in denial, right? You could say that you be forgiven about a certain situation, or you say it ain't bothering you. But like I said, I do believe in tones and the way people, say things. So I look at it as if you were expressing that same amount of anger as it happening from day one, you did not let it go. A lot of people be saying, I let it ain't bothering me. But then again, like when you talking about it, you dang near feel like you reliving it and stuff. You can see the anger in your eyes, or you can hear it in the tone. Like the tone, it says a lot though. When you dang near got to cuss the situation out like you in front of his face, you ain't let it go. It still bother you, and you just lie to yourself and say that I let it go. I'm saying it's not. So that's one thing I kind of learned in that situation, though. And that's how you could tell the difference. It's basically, and it's kind of what Moni said though. When you not basically when you're not treating that same situation the same way when it started or something like that. When you actually, instead of being expected mad about it, you actually be like, hey man, you know what? It is what it is. I mean, I get you. You probably was weak that day or something like that, but I ain't gonna hold it against you. I can't be around you because I can't really trust the situation. You
Right.
got to probably have to prove something, but otherwise, like, hey, I mean, I don't hate you or nothing. And even if with people, if we want to go, talk about God wise, right? And for people that believe in that, like imagine if God had that mentality we had, like none of us should be forgiven if that's the case, right?
Oh yeah,
We done messed up so many times, we done did stuff purposely, right? But he still found a way to forgive us all. You know what I'm saying? So it's like a lot of us be wanting forgiveness and think we can thinking we can't and we don't want to give other people forgiveness. It'd be funny to me, but we want to justify our behaviors. Well, it wasn't as bad when I did it. You know what I'm saying? I got a reason for why I did it, but I'm not going to give you a reason why you did it. You know what I'm saying? People be just funny though. That's why I had to look at it like, if I want forgiveness, why not give it? You know what I'm saying? Because I'm going to mess up one day. I might do something intentional one day, right? But shoot, I could change. I could change. So I believe you could change. So why hold it against you? Why this chain against me or something like that? You see what I'm saying? But go ahead,
Hey, Kev, I
see.
got to thank
Uh-huh.
you for this opportunity because I can see my live hosting skills are getting good, and not only that, but it's teaching me how to that I'm learning how to deal with people because I recognize when somebody's trying to take over the live and how to just move it along. That being said, 60 and blessed, it is on you.
My favorite person on this topic. Hey,
I'm gonna let
60.
it. I'm gonna mute up and let her do what she do. But
Yeah.
while she
Everybody
doing
say,
it, y'all hit that like the live.
here's my deal. I was just talking about this on my live today, and because I do a mental health live, and so I
I
read this.
popped in there for a little bit. I don't know if you see me.
Y'all saw you, baby. I
Okay,
was
okay.
throwing kisses at you and shit. You know, they was like, "Is that your man?" I was like, "In my dreams, he is. He don't know it, but I'm good with it." Anyway, so no. Me and Kev had this conversation about this forgiveness stuff. And we're never going to see eye to eye, but we agree to disagree because, see, my thing is this on this whole forgiveness thing. As long as I'm good with how shit ended, I don't have to forgive you for shit. That's on you, you know. And if we don't never get to the hey, I'm sorry's or you sorry's or I'm sorry, I'm good with that too. So what he made some conversation about a few things that I actually gave some whole lot of thought to. And one of them is he said, if you talk about it, you ain't got over it. Okay, I disagree with that because I think that we all stand to learn from each other. So if we are having talking points such as now, then talking about it, how's people gonna know? There ain't nobody no fucking mind readers on here. So I had to talk about it in order for people to know it. That's number one. Then number two was he said, if you passionate about it, then you ain't got over it. I disagree with that too. Because black folks, we do get passionate about shit. We get passionate because we trying to put the emphasis on the shit. We really want you to know how the shit went down, right? So I had to really go back and examine everything Kev said. And this has been months and months and months. And he can tell you. And so this is kind of our thing, right? So he hopes one day I come in here and say, I forgive my mother. All that. I know. Because every time I come in here and he be on some kind of topic of forgiveness, I got the same shit to say. And that's I hope that bitch burning motherfucking hell. If I can light her gasoline draws, I hope Satan let me come down there and do it, but I ain't staying. That's just how I fucking feel about it. So I also came to the conclusion of at the end of the day, the only person who really got to worry about their mental health and how they feel about some shit is me. Why should everybody else be trying to convince me to see shit they way? Right? If I'm good with the bitch being dead, y'all should love it. So that's how I see it. And he know that. And I ain't changing on that.
One day, you know.
No, that ain't the song. Here's the song, Kev. Someday over.
Right.
But me being new to the subject, what brought on that kind of discourse?
What do you
Was
mean?
the
Well, what 60 was saying, she was saying she hopes you can burn and with gasoline draws on. Why do you feel like that? If you don't mind me asking.
Because my mama was a bitch. Let me tell y'all something. If I didn't have the wherewithal to discern right from wrong as a child based on what I saw my grandparents do, man,
Right.
I'd be a 304, I'd be a drug dealer, I probably would have been in prison 18 times. I'd have 86 kids, and I'd probably be knocking folks off just to marry them to get their money
Right.
if I didn't learn something. So every now and then, because they say hurt people. That's number one. That's some thing that keeps going around. And then
Also hurt themselves and blame other
they,
people for doing it.
they say people are a product of their environment. I disagree, right? I disagree because I would have been a horrible ass individual.
So I remember as a kid, I just looked at all the messed up shit she did, and I remember thinking to myself, sitting outside every time we got put outside while she banged it out with some random guy. I was like, oh, when I grow up, I ain't gonna treat my boyfriend like, cause I didn't know nothing about a husband. Let's just keep it real. I ain't gonna treat my boyfriend like that. I ain't gonna lie to my boyfriend. I'm everything negative that she did. I didn't want to be that.
Okay.
So here we are. Here's my life, right? So it's not just about me. It's about all the shit that I seen and a lot of the lives and people she ruined for no reason. She didn't have no valid
But
reason.
this the thing. But this the thing. My mother was pretty similar. We all can, come up with stories about, and not all, but a lot of us can. And I can tell you about all the torture and stuff I went under. That's why I say I also ask people all the time, which would you rather be under, physical abuse or mental abuse? And it's like, for me, I would rather you physically abuse me because at least I know I'm being abused. Whereas mental abuse, you don't really know that you're even being abused.
Right.
But at the end of the day, where I found grace in forgiving my mother was I wouldn't be half the man I am today had I not gone through the mess that I went through. I hate that it went that way. I wish she hadn't done it, but I'm grateful for it because it made me be a better person, a better man, a better father for my children. And even today, it causes me to be a better man. And now recognizing who she is and what she's going through, she can't help it. That's not who she wants to be. But I forgive her and I keep it moving, and I love her in spite of herself.
Well, to
And you know
piggyback
what?
off,
I am very proud of you. And I don't knock your thought process, but ain't nothing changing mine.
And I ain't knocking yours either. It's just my testimony.
but you're right, exactly, and that's what I wanted to share too. Just to piggyback off of what you were saying, what my mom's and my stepfather had gone through, it was it was important for me because it taught me how to be there for my children. And all the negative ways or the different avenues not to go, you know, to the point to where, I literally came to an agreement, with my ex that my kids would come with me because I didn't really think that another man could treat my children as if they were truly his. So we had an agreement that if we broke up, my kids would come with me. And all that was because of the abuse that I suffered from my my stepfather. So the good that came out of it, well, you know, I it surpasses the bad that I had gone through.
I agree with that part. The good that I got of it was who I am today. But that doesn't have to
Exactly.
mean I have to ask her, give her forgiveness, or expect
Right,
her
I
to
get it.
give me
I get it.
forgiveness.
But that forgiveness is for her. You're not and it's again, it's not to change your mind. It's just telling you what it is. You
Mm.
sitting over there drinking poison, waiting for her to die. You waiting for her to burn in hell while you burning in anger and suffering and torture. Your forgiveness isn't for her. It's for you so that you can let go and truly move on and not be held hostage by the hurt that was done to you. But again, it's your life. I'm just explaining to you and telling you what forgiveness really is.
So
Well,
here
me,
we are once again, Kebby Cab.
but mm-hmm. me and my mom, we it was an important part before she passed away that we spent that time together to recognize that we forgave each other. Because I was a terrible kid, man. I was off the chain.
Oop.
And probably because of that reason, I was separated from the rest of my family, part of New York State Division of Youth. You know, but when she was passing, God afforded us the opportunity to sit, talk, serve each other, and forgive each other, and it was detrimental to my growth today.
Sorry, I was cooking, so I didn't want to be banging forks and spoons and shit. So.
That's what I was thanking you for muting up. Thank you. Go ahead and do your thing.
Yeah, I'm done now. I'm about to go eat, which I
No,
was about to tell y'all so I don't be smacking in y'all ear because I am truly
we're
hungry.
Go ahead and
well
tag some of
played.
them questions
No,
up real quick, see your perspective on it.
Who?
You.
Oh, I don't have no perspective. I already told y'all how I feel.
You
I
said
got
I
my
ain't doing that at all. So what
No,
about the
but
bonus? Let's go ahead and start you off with that bonus then.
Oh, I forgave myself for everything. We was talking about that on my live today. So here's why. I have 37 years of sobriety. I did a whole lot of dumb shit and made fucked up decisions and choices in my addiction. And the only way you're going to change and stay clean and sober is that you have to acknowledge you. So I've done that. I don't have no regrets about what I did, except it was stupid and I did it. But none of us come with a manual, and you live and you learn. Plain and simple.
that's good stuff.
And as one person said, well, how does that equate? I'm gonna tell y'all how it equates. You can't have 37 years of sobriety if you can't recognize your own goddamn faults. And your show ain't no faking it till you make it. So there you go.
what you mean it ain't no faking it till you make it?
You can't fake 37 years, sweetheart. You can't stay clean and sober and not recognize that you are severely flawed and things you haven't reconciled with. Until you reconcile with those things and figure out you want to change and become a better person or a different version of you, you don't get that sobriety. You're always trying to figure out or justify or come up with some bullshit ass way how you can get high. When I made that conscious decision, and it took years, every day I'm still changing. Every day I'm still evolving. Every day I work to keep my peace and my sanity, and every day I try to be the best version of me that I can be.
That's what it's about.
Now, Kev can tell you, there's been times I come in here and had conversations on shit, and somebody actually changes my mind. Because I go, oh, I didn't see it that way. So just because I'm 61 don't mean I'm incapable of learning.
Yes, and one other thing to add, that unforgiveness when you hold it within inside of you.
Honey, I
And,
buried that shit when I left home, when I turned my back on her at 36 years old.
mm-hmm.
Ain't no holding nothing. All I got is a story for you.
Okay. And thank you for sharing it.
Hold up, y'all. Be right back. Give me a second. Hey, do the break real quick for me, my brother, man. I'll be right back, though.
I got you. I got you. I got you. Hey,
I
for
was
y'all
gonna
that's in
answer
there
you, but
right now, can y'all hit those likes for us? Can you get those likes up? Let's hit hashtag FYP if you're in the box. Share the live, and you can also gift the host, and you can also gift the people in the box if you're enjoying yourself. Let's keep it respectful. Let's not call anybody out their name, and let's just have a good time and good conversation. So if you want to, Henry Guy, you want to go? I mean, yeah, Henry Guy, the musician. Wonder if you any relation? My family's the guys. Uh, do you want to answer the bonus question? What haven't you forgiven yourself for? If you did or didn't, why?
Uh, I don't know that I haven't forgiven myself about it, but if I were literally asked a question, I would say that um, choices that I've made, with my children, and I've apologized to them about it as well. Um, you know, I unfortunately was led to believe that the American dream, go to school and pull yourself up by your bootstraps and go to school and make yourself the best you could be was the best way to do it. So but you know, my youngest daughter, she had a scholarship at Lincoln. She was living right down the street, from me. I mean, going to school. We live right, not far from there. And I was really proud of her. But then she realized
she was going to school because she thought that's what we wanted, and I literally, after watching a lot of TikTok views and a lot of truths that I didn't really examine or recognize, I literally had to apologize to her because her goal was absolutely right. She was doing what we wanted her to do instead of she wanted to do. Now she's going to school for her own purposes, And so I regret teaching. I was a single dad for a very long time of three girls and one son, and we are really close to this day, minus the one that we're having a little uh, disagreement with now. But I regret not telling them to seek out your what's best for you, and from Jump Street, go that route, follow it, and I'll support you. I regret that.
So what have you is that something you can? But I get you. I get you. It's not something you can really change.
Yeah, I
And I,
can only apologize for it and let them know that I
right, right.
understand, and I support them in their every endeavor. And I got to be honest with you, they're all doing very well.
So
Following
then,
their
so
own
then there's
career.
that space. So there's that space to forgive yourself right there, because
Yeah,
regardless of the situation, they still you still did enough, you still did it right, and they still ended up prospering and reaching the goal that you intended.
exactly. I agree. They asked me one
Um,
time this summer because we all meet, we all come over like every 1 month out of the week just to have dinner and breakfast. And my daughters asked me, they said, "Well, Dad, would you change anything differently?" And prior to me having this particular thought, I told them no, because you guys are here, you're healthy, and you're able to make your own decisions. So, and I didn't elaborate about what I'm going through, what I had gone through about them, you know, being the parent to make sure you go to school, get up every morning, blah blah blah. I didn't get into that. I just told them I really wouldn't change anything because of the simple fact that they're all healthy and they're all doing well. You know,
but at the end of the day, that's what a lot of people don't, and I think that's what's not understood, especially even as a man. And you said you have daughters.
yeah, I have three daughters and one son.
Yeah, see, I have
Well,
three.
actually,
I had two sons and one daughter.
well, since I've gotten married now, my wife also has three daughters and one son. So we like got eight, eight kids all together. You know,
Ain't nothing like like they call you a girl's dad. Ain't nothing like it.
no man, you're absolutely right, man. Absolutely, 100%.
But for me, let's see, what haven't you forgiven yourself for? And if you did or didn't, why? Today, I would have to say there's nothing, but then there's constant little conscious stuff that I do. Like I said, I call myself mirror check. So I'm constantly checking myself in the mirror. So throughout the day, there's conscious little things like if I run across a situation and I reacted a certain way with a certain person, then it's like I may catch myself and have to work on forgiving myself in that situation for, the way that I acted and why I responded that way. And
Right.
to just to be mindful of it. Like I say, people are always observing, and it's funny because I love because people are always observing me and telling me about their observations of me.
Hmm.
But then it's like, do you recognize I'm doing two observations? I'm observing you, but I'm also
And
observing myself and how I'm
exactly.
reacting and responding to you. Because sometimes it may be me that's in the wrong because of my reaction or the way I did, not my reaction, but the way I did something and you're reacting to it. But I think that it's actually you're doing something when in actuality it's my reaction. Or I mean, it's
Right.
just a reaction to what I did. And so it's like being conscious of that, because a lot of times we blame people for things that you did this to me, you did that to me. But it's like if you take a couple steps back and look at where it began, you actually led the way.
Wow, that's deep. You know, the self check thing, man. That's a song ready to be written, boy. You know, because
I'm working on it.
I mean, I'm just saying, man. Every time, you know, like I think sometimes we get to the point to where we think,
Real quick, because we got. I love it when people ask questions in the comments. We like to keep them interested. And
okay,
somebody wanted to ask a specific question to you. I mean, I've only got one daughter, but you've had multiple daughters, so you'll be better at answering this question than I am. And he wants to know, what's it like being a girl dad?
man, it teaches you. It's first of all having different personalities in your life. It's like it teaches you how to be flexible as far as your thinking, you know, because you know they're gonna test you, you know, but they're gonna keep you in check, you know. So I love all my daughters, you know, I really do, but I have not had one the same at all, not one the same. So what I've learned from my daughters is to just be open minded. You know, uh, man, I can share so many experiences with you, man. You just gotta,
Have a lot of forgiveness.
yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure. You know, but
And multiple
being
rooms.
a girl dad is not a bad thing. It's a good thing because I've learned so much from them as well.
Do you have to have multiple bathrooms?
Absolutely, absolutely, without doubt.
Say that's an automatic battleground. One
Yes.
bathroom in a house full of women.
Or just learn patience.
Did you get ran out the bathroom?
Have I been close to my stepdaughters? Let me tell you now, that's been a growing thing. But yes, we are very close now. You know, I could point to a card that my youngest of my stepdaughters uh, had sent me, and it was, you know, being a real dad, and it really touched me to my core. You know, but it didn't start out like that. You know, they were against anybody stepping in with their mom after everything that their mom had gone through with their dad, you know. So it was more like I remember we had a serious argument, and it wasn't actually the daughter who told me this. It was her son, and you know, whatever happened, it led to a point to where we had to have a discussion, and one thing I remember him saying, you know, well, you know, cool points grow with time, you know, and I had to respect that, you know, because after everything had happened, the argument that ensued between the families, it really took time. But to this day, I got to be honest with you, I have no daughters that I will. I cannot say that there's one, well, maybe one, because, and she's on my wife's side, that I spend more time with because me and her husband are close. Okay. But as far as I'm not, there's no more or less daughter now, you know, but they're all pretty much the same. They come to me the same, they respect me the same, and I do the same for them. You
Man,
know?
it ain't no love for it ain't no love for. I mean, that a man can feel like the love his daughter has for him. There's no
Yeah.
other love like it. There's no
Yeah,
other
man.
love like it. Kev, are you a parent?
Well, a few of my kids end up in the sock, but it is what it is, though. So it's like, no, but no, I ain't no parent. I ain't in no. I ain't no.
That was the most salacious no
But
I've heard.
yeah, I just have to twist it up, get this stuff going. I see, get a couple laughs, get the besides to learn, get the laugh. So let me.
He
I'm gonna
just
get my
talking about
point of
what
view. Huh?
we was just talking about we just got through talking about the why we the bonus, and then after we talked about the bonus, somebody actually Henry was actually finishing up, if you don't mind me calling you that, finishing up talking about his bonus, but then somebody asked him about I can't Jamber Jamber Jabri
Jabari.
asked him about what it was like being a girl dad, and that's how we ended up down that road.
Yeah, man, I think it balances me. It really does, man.
Yeah, man, my daughter saved she don't know it, but she done saved my life. My kids done saved my life several times, man. If it wasn't for my kids, I wouldn't be here.
That's
I would
deep.
not be here. They don't know it, but yeah. That's why when people talk about, when I tell them about my oldest son who passed away and they're like, oh, I'm sorry for your loss. I'm like, you don't understand. That was my angel. He was the one that changed my direction. Cause, I was on a negative road and I had no concern or care for myself. I just didn't think I was worth being here. I didn't really care. But when they came along, I started to live for them until I got strong enough to a point in day and age in my life now that I live for me.
Yeah, that's great, man. I'm sorry to hear about your son, man, because I know that would be a horrible loss for me. You know,
That's all right. That was my angel. But then there's a difference. My son, he died because of complications, and we ended up having to pull the plug, and that was hard. But I
wow.
couldn't imagine, like we were talking about unforgivable stuff. That would be a hard one for me to be forgiven if somebody had taken my son. That would be one I was still. It
Mm,
would take some time, and I see the difference, and I feel for people. I feel for anybody who loses someone close to them that they love. Especially a parent who loses a child before their time, or a spouse, or anybody. It's painful, even divorce, because divorce is like a living death. It's like you got to basically bury this person, but you still can see them walking and living every day, but they're dead to you. So it's like I understand understand loss and pain. I've been dealing with loss ever since I was a kid. I've been having to deal with death. I mean, my grandfather died when I was young, and I've been going to funerals ever since I can remember. So death and loss has not been something new to me, but understanding how to deal with it, how to process it, it took time. And now today I process it differently. So with the loss of my son, I already knew he was gone. So me pulling the plug, it was just me letting go of his body. And not only
yeah.
that, but why am I keeping him here, suffering in this state and this condition? Am I keeping him here for him, or am I keeping him here for me? And I was talking, and it's all about being selfish. A lot of times
What?
we're
Yeah, oh God,
supposed to
man, I
stay,
just
and they honestly are ready to go. We got people in our lives that are they're tired and they're ready to go on, and they can't die because you're not ready, and they're
yeah.
hanging on because of you, and they're sitting there suffering because of you. And it's sad because we have to get to a space and place to where these people are finally ready to let go. And it's like, you have to, you hear it all the time where I was talking to my mom and I was praying to her and I told her, Mom, it's okay. And then she finally let go because she didn't feel it was okay with you. She was hanging on for you,
Right,
and they're tired.
right.
So it's like we have to understand that there's a lot of complications to this life. There's a lot of variables, but there's certain things that we do know. There's certain things that we do understand. And like Kev keeps trying to get us to see and keep saying, sometimes I dispute, I kind of look cross-eyed, I wish I could cam up more, but I wish I'd be looking cross-eyed sometimes with the stuff he say, but then when he finished saying it and I truly think about it, he be right. And it's like, you do got to control it. It's just bringing you back to the one thing that you have control over. You.
Yourself. That's right. And look, I don't know. I don't know. Sometimes I listen to Kev a lot. I don't think he realizes how much I just let it rest on his page, stop scrolling and just listen. But I promised to myself that I would spend more time on my music than on the lives and things like that. But every now and again, I have to come in, just to because his lives would be like really deep. But the one thing about Kev is that he's always going to have his opinion about it, and I may not agree with it all the time, but I really do appreciate the opportunity to voice my opinion over his, even if we don't agree. You know what I'm saying? And
That's what life really should be about. Without all, that's the one life we gonna go through. You ain't gonna have a lot of arguing. You ain't gonna have the host, beat you up because you feel the way you feel. So I appreciate the lie, and that's why I dropped in tonight. Because I heard something about narcissists that I just want to do a
Oh
little.
boy.
Yeah, man, that's a
I already
heavy.
know that's what you wanted to tackle the first time. I already
Yeah,
know. I seen it. The way you just flew in the box too. I knew it. I see you can tell. I know you're like, dang, I wish I would have hit that, man. Yeah, I'm tired of it, man. But yeah, man, that's the whole point, man. I mean, shoot, I don't be caring about the views and the numbers and all that stuff, and yeah, I don't be caring about that. I just trying to get people to just look at things, and that's another thing. We're not robots, so I don't expect everybody to have the same point of view as me and stuff. That's why I said we
right.
all here to say our point of views and the reasons why we think a certain way and stuff. The only thing I gotta guess is some people be thinking a certain way and don't know why they think that way. I'm like, all right, so how you gonna stand 10 toes on something you don't even know what you talking about? That's gonna be weird to me. But I don't know, whatever. But I mean, I understand a lot of us just trying to we just gotta keep a lot of us fight for a certain image and stuff. That's why I say that's our problem nowadays. We go for image over character and stuff. Instead of building our character, we want to look good in front of or sound smart or just like we seen the incident earlier, people that want to look like I'm the smartest and all this stuff. But at the end of the day, your character is always gonna show. Especially if you spend enough time with somebody, it's gonna show, and that image is gonna get trampled over. So it says you better off just working on stuff that's inside of you instead of keep worrying about how somebody see you. You know what I'm saying? That's why
Yeah,
I speak my mind how it is. It is. I mean, that's whatever you like me or not. It's gonna be what it's gonna be, man. I had to learn that the hard way when I first started. I ain't gonna say the hard way, but when I first started doing these lives, I used to be like, man, let me hold my tongue and stuff, and because I might lose some friends and all that. And I just got to a point now, like if I'm trying to, give out certain messages or different point of views and things, I was like, I can't hold my tongue and not say nothing on different things
oh,
because I'm trying to spare people feelings and stuff. It's like you gonna be my friend or not. You know what I'm saying? Because either
And then
way,
what?
huh?
But did you have to cut anybody? But did you have to cut anybody off?
Nah, they cut me off though. I don't cut people off.
Exactly, they cut themselves off. And then the other piece to that was that what you see what happened is you've made new friends who believe in the truth. Because what I realize now is by me walking in the truth and acknowledging and living in the truth, because people say all the time the truth hurt. The truth only hurts when you don't accept it. If
yeah,
you accept it, it don't hurt. And so it's just like ripping that band-aid off. I know it's gonna hurt, but now if I brace myself for it, once you rip it off, it don't really hurt. But if I ain't ready for it, and I'm bright, and I'm trying to, and I'm wheezing, and I don't want you to do it, no, don't do it, it's gonna hurt, don't do it, and it's gonna hurt. And then when you do it, it's gonna hurt because I done made it up in my mind that it's going to hurt. But if I know it's the truth and I can accept it, and it's like, okay, no, that didn't really hurt, just make the adjustments, keep on going with my life, and my day goes on, and everything's smooth. I'm like you, man. It's like I want to get back to a day and age where people I just want people to operate with common sense. And I don't expect everybody to do it, but at least the people around me, that's who
right,
I want to be around.
exactly.
And if I can't be around that, then I'll be by myself.
The
Word.
people around you. That's the people you
Like,
want to surround yourself with. People who ain't afraid to have their own opinion. And matter of fact, come at me if they see me doing something that they don't think, be is something that is right or wrong, whatever. That they would be able to come to me and say, "Come on, man, you know better than that, man. I'm sorry, I'm gonna disagree with you,
yeah, not
blah
many
blah."
people can take that.
I don't need a girl you right, friend. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, some people live off that stuff. They love it too. But they don't realize how much it's affecting them and enabling them. That's people gonna learn that keyword. That junk enabling is a dangerous thing, man. It tell you it's basically it's like literally making you dig your own grave and stuff. When a person can't correct you, when a person got to walk around your triggers and all that stuff because you scared. You know what I'm saying? You got to cut and some people be cutting friends off because they got their feelings hurt. You know what I'm saying? But it
Right.
just show where a lot of people would just be weak at. But I can understand it because a lot of us was that way when we was younger. We didn't like that. We took
That's
it
the
as a challenge and it hurt us real bad. You don't like me because you don't agree with me, but it's like it's maturity. You know what I'm saying? A lot of
that's
us is
the
grown, but
key.
that don't mean we're mature. You know what I'm
That's
saying? Or a lot of us is at a grown age or legally, you know what I'm saying, but we not really grown for real, and put it that way.
right.
So that's
I'm gonna share something that my aunt told me one time.
I've
I
always
was I was turning 30, right? And I was upset, you know, because I thought I was getting old. And she was like, these are the best years of your life because now you know who you are and what you want to be. You know, you're set now. You set the path to where you're growing and where you're going, and all you got to do is concentrate on that path to be the best you that you could be. And those words stuck with me forever, man,
Yep.
forever. You know, you can't expect somebody who's 18, 19 years old to just know. It's going to take that path of growth to get to where you are. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
yeah.
So I guess I get on to the deep root. I guess I give me a little something in with the. So with the topic itself, I wish there was more people in. I wish I had some more people, but it is what it is. That's one reason why I did it twice. But the thing is, like, I realized the and that's why I ask people that bonus, man, because that's really um let me see. I can't say the source, but it's basically the whole reason of what really forgiveness is about. Because people don't know how to forgive themselves. Everything, like, to make things natural or genuine, that's not true. You got to start from it. Literally have to start from self. Like, even the love, you can't just say, "Oh, I love loving," but you don't know how to love yourself. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna know respect until you know how to respect yourself. You ain't gonna know how to control anything unless you know how to control yourself. But so it's more genuine when it comes from self. So it's like, if you don't know how to forgive yourself, how can you forgive anybody else? Because you always look at yourself as in, like, dang, I can't believe this. I'm no good. I'm dirty. You know what I'm saying? You thinking everything bad. So of course you're gonna look at everybody else the same way because you never forgave yourself with that situation on a lot of stuff. Or you look at yourself as in, yeah, if I would have did that, I probably wouldn't have. You know, so. But once I realized that, and this is my point of view. The reason why I'm forgiving of did I? Let me see. I guess I can answer. So reason why, okay, forgiveness to me. I think I answered that. And what is unforgivable? Nothing. Uh. How do you forgive? I think I said that one though. But I think one of my main things is okay. It's gonna kind of tie into number three, but how do I forgive? Is that so? Once I realized, and that's within like the 3 years, man. I've never been this person and stuff, and I was that person, ego driven. That's why I talk about that too. Everybody got that and prideful and stuff. I was literally that
That's
person. I don't want
that's
to say
part
I'm
of
a blood,
narcissism.
huh?
That's part of narcissism. We all have little parts of narcissism. Is
Oh
we
yeah, we
just
got
grow
all that. We got a little, yeah, exactly.
we
And,
just
I
and
grow
do
out
got
of
one
it.
unforgivable. I
yeah,
got one unforgivable. If you kill my dog, I'm coming for you.
all right,
I'm coming for you.
all right,
Don't kill my
John
dog.
Wick.
I'm sorry,
Don't
Kev.
kill
Go
my
ahead. Do not
dog.
be interrupted.
Okay, John Wick. Yeah, I
My
feel
bad,
you on
kid. You
that.
know
Yeah,
how
that
we
joke
do,
is
bro.
crazy.
I had to take a bite at it.
You take a bite, right? Take a bite at it.
All right, my
But
bad. I'm gonna be back up.
dang, what did I live off saying? Dang.
You was talking about forgiving.
Yeah. Okay, well, basically, I'm just what I'm getting to about that is that I don't know what I just said is Jack. What the heck was that? Um, So
How do
my,
you
I guess
forgive
I
other
say the
people?
way, how did I learn how to forgive and
Yeah.
stuff? And I
Yeah.
said, because I was saying that I was ego. Well, I mean, I get it. Some people can. I mean, it's something we struggle with every day. From trying to learn how to put our ego to the side sometimes, but sometimes it be so bad and the pridefulness. What the heck? But basically, like, I ended up getting that, and it was the way I got brought up too, and then how my parents brought me up and stuff, and like. I don't like to put this, but my dad, he put that in my head. I ain't gonna lie. He put this in my head because my family been that way. Like, well, somebody mess you over, I mean, I not just seen it from him. I seen it from my family and all that stuff where they don't even know what forgiveness is. The brothers and sisters could be not talking to each other for years and years and years. And I just look at that and I had that in my mind, like, well, if somebody messed me over, I ain't about to forget you. I can care less, friends or not. It could be anybody. I'm not, as long as you can
Yeah,
hold this
that's
grudge,
genetic.
I'm gonna hold it too type situation. So I've been like that. But I guess I had a little bit of a weakness because I was the type that if you don't say nothing to me, I ain't saying anything. But sometimes
Oh, but it was at a point where if somebody did say something to me, like I had a friend that was like that, he said something, I end up breaking. You know what I'm saying? Instantly, I'd be like, all right, man, whatever, I let it go and all that stuff. But yeah, I had that in me and stuff, but not realizing how it was affecting me. But basically, I was just talking about the ego stuff. That stuff I had to learn. That's the reason why I always be feeling like I'm the toughest, feeling like all this stuff. And I see so many people do that around me. I see like I said, besides just the family, I see people online doing it. I see people that's in the streets doing this stuff. And I listen to how people talk and stuff, and I be like, all right, what is the point? Why everybody want to be feared out here? I notice that's what everybody want to do. You don't want to mess with me. You don't know. I got a tongue on me. You just know what I'm saying. All this stuff like somebody, who cares? I was always that type, though. That did used to irk my soul. People that be arrogant or people that just be acting like they tough and stuff. And I'm like, who is you?
You
But
know
I
the
had to
bar.
realize, like, whatever.
You know the
Huh?
theory I call it, man? You know the theory I call it? You know the dog barking behind the fence or the dog on the chain theory?
Yeah,
So, with the dog behind the fence, as long as that dog behind the fence, he giving you the business. He giving
yeah,
you the business. But then
Right.
you open that gate and that same dog over in the corner, quiet as hell. Or he's still barking, but now he's barking over in the corner somewhere safe. Now the
yeah.
dog I'm worried about is the one that's sitting up there, just sitting there quiet. He ain't barking at all.
Right.
He dare you to
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
come in the gate. You don't even know, by the time you realize he in the gate, it's too late.
Yep.
Yeah.
But the one that's
Exactly.
always
You just
doing
got
all,
told
so it's the
already.
same. It's the same mentality.
Yeah.
In my case, I mean, that's the way I looked at it growing up as a kid. I used to watch people literally do it. I'm like, as long as somebody holding you back, you wolfing all these wolf tickets. But if it's just me and you, all of a sudden you want peace because
But,
you know what time it is.
but
You
me
know what? Do
being
you know that I can really bring you the business, but when everybody else around, I can't give you the business because they're gonna break it up.
right, but
Right.
me being like a person who's like under 6 feet, I had like maybe a small man complex, and then like being raised with these brothers who were small like me, who were older
I
than
had
me,
that
like
complex. I had
like
dark skin
like
complex.
Rock. I mean, Rock and one of my homeboys, Rock, and another one.
I
They
got
were
great patch slot
always
complex.
always trying, not trying to, but wanting to prove themselves. You know what I mean? One of my homeboys would be like, I was at a bar one night in New York, and somebody came up because they ain't know me, and they figured I shouldn't be there, and they was talking smack. And my boy Woody walked out. He's like, "You slap him, I knock him out." And that's that mentality they had. So I grew up with that kind of mentality. These were my mentors. And then I had to sort of like grow out of that because I always felt never show fear, like going up
Right.
into somebody's house with middle of summer with a heavy winter army coat on with a bat underneath it. I'm walking into somebody else's house because of something they did to me. I had to grow
Uh-huh.
out of that mentality. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
I literally had to grow backwards, man. You know, and
Yeah.
then and that's what really.
And that was it was genetically dispositioned in you because of your father, because of your great grandfather, because of his great grandfather, because of his great grandfather. You was
It's
gonna be
yeah.
angry like that. I
That's
was telling you, Kev.
But
That's what
what
that's
it
what
came
Charles said.
down,
It was genetics.
yeah,
yeah.
but what
Right. That's
came,
the genetics. Right. Really, it
but
was
what it
just a
came down
condition.
to,
Everybody
but
got
what it,
condition or
but
habits.
what it came down to is the willingness to live. Because sooner or later, you gonna run into your match.
That's
You
what
know,
I was about to. Yeah, and you got to what I was about to get to with that situation.
sooner
Right.
or later, it
And
comes down to the will of wanting to live. Because
exactly. And when we get older, we gonna realize a lot of this stuff don't matter. People be still talking like they ain't got kids. People be talking like all this stuff. They be wanna, like I said, I was talking about that earlier about people want to pull up and stuff. Like, girl, you got a whole family. Shut up. You know what I'm saying? You ain't
It's
about to
like
pull up
we,
on nobody, dude. You ain't about to do. Y'all not about to do any of this stuff. And the fact that
cause
you
you said,
do choose violence, and that's what I'm saying. Like people that, and I be having something against like people that be having kids and still talking like they in a gang stuff. Like,
right,
no, what
right.
the heck type of like what tip you on? You know what I'm saying? You got a whole family to be worried about. Why are you worried about a person on the street that ain't doing anything to you? You know what I'm
cause
saying?
you
Or
say that
people
there's two
online and stuff. You
mentalities.
don't get yourself offline, like that's gonna be crazy.
Cause you
But
say it's like two mentalities that we have, and we kind of got to figure out and switch from the two mentalities when we young and don't know no better. Just determining our circumstances, we are dying to live. But then when we get older and get some common sense, we start living. We start living to live.
Right.
all
Exactly.
right. But that's why I say I had to realize, and just like you were saying, that stuff got put into us like with that. Hey, I don't back down from nobody. Don't let no, like I'm telling you, this thing really got taught. I mean, it got put into me like that. We ain't backing down from nothing. We ain't no punk or nothing like that. Or you a
Everything was
punani of
about
this
you
and all
being
that
weak.
stuff. So all that stuff, all that stuff that was getting, but I had to realize like I said, as I got older, like, dog, is this stuff really worth it? And the thing is, it's like, I could always, I like that's the reason why I be saying this stuff because it was just me at one point. Like I feel like you the toughest, and if somebody talk to me, but not realizing like you gonna meet your match one day, or you gonna have somebody that's gonna hurt you real bad that really don't care about their life. And the more you start caring about your life, you gonna realize like, hey, you gonna run into some because it is some people that's really crazy. These people that's talking about they crazy. They didn't run into no crazy person. You know what I'm saying? You so crazy you wouldn't be sitting here. But it made me realize that and it's little kids, right? This another thing I be using is like it's little kids that grow up with no way of thinking, right? You're not gonna punk them out at all because they really don't even know what they doing. They'll
They
take your
don't.
life. All they need is pew pews nowadays. You know what I'm saying? They'll take
Yeah,
your life.
yeah.
Don't have to. You can't explain nothing to them because
But what's
they
but
can't communicate with you. And all
What
they know is,
what's
oh,
real
you hurt
strength?
my feelings, I'm gonna blow up. I'm gonna pop your head up. You know what I'm saying? But then again, while you in the grave, they in jail. By the time they get out of jail, all they can do is like, dang, I feel bad that I did that.
but
That's all
but
they gonna do. They gonna have a chance to change their mind while you was sitting there trying to, face a kid like you gonna check them. Well, back in my, I know there's some people, there's some older people that back in my day, I ain't taking none of that. I'm not about to let you take. No, I had to realize like, whatever, forget it. Let them kids do what they gonna do because like everybody be thinking you could check somebody and make them go to the way you want them to go. But if nobody can't check you, what make you think that you could check somebody else?
and that's
Everybody
the
be thinking they
whole
got this superpower, like my anger is gonna outbeat your anger, and that's what people be messing up at. Because one day, like I said, everybody can get off the face of this earth the same exact type of way, real quick. Nowadays they made it easy now. So I don't know.
But see
That's why I
what
had to
I had to
realize,
learn,
like, you
man.
know what? I had to
That same
realize
thing.
that
Go ahead, go ahead. Now I'll go after you finish that.
uh,
What you had to realize.
that one was the. I was about to say I had to realize that whatever. You go ahead. I just forgot.
Dang, my bad. Because I figured for the say you was
I was
finna
near the end though.
say, you gonna get it back. Bring it back to his remembrance, Father. But the thing, other piece, another part with dogs, I noticed, and it's just like since people like to use animals so much to relate us,
Right.
you talk about strength, and it's like you don't recognize that there's two different types of strength. There's that strength, like you say, that, or more than one or two different types of strength. But the main strength we be talking about is that you know you think it's this physical strength or the commanding strength that's dominant. Somebody that can bully other people around and push other people around.
Right.
Like you said, that they the biggest baddest. That they don't take no mess off of nobody. And it's like, but they always in some mess. The people around them always in some mess. They always worried about their life. And some things that we say are true. You live by the sword, you die by the sword. You live by the pew pew, you die by the pew pew. And it's like being able to contain yourself and control yourself. So I see dudes and it's like they think they doing something because they got these pit bulls and they walking them and the dog's pulling them and they think that they stressing and straining to control the dog and they think they doing something. But I'm walking with my German Shepherd and my dog right there at my hip. And they think
right.
that, oh, your dog weak, your dog weak. And it's like, no, you don't understand. It takes more strength to restrain than it does to just let it all out, to release it, to
Right.
let it go. So when he talks about, it's like you have to see the strength in controlling yourself. There's strength in controlling your emotions. There's not strength in letting your anger and I can get mad and I can be the biggest. No, it's true strength
Right.
in I see what you're doing, but I ain't finna, like you
Exactly.
say, not finna let it get it to you. Earlier today, we just had a demonstration of someone that was not doing really anything, and the other person gave their strength away and showed how weak that they truly were by allowing that other person to allow them to
Exactly.
get out of character. It's like, you know, I ain't gonna say that I don't get mad, but it's how I deal with it. You get me mad, I'll mute up on you. I ain't gonna sit here and keep arguing with you. I'll gather
Right.
myself and come back in, and I'm gonna change the conversation, or I'm gonna move it on. I ain't gonna sit here
Yep.
and fight with you for what?
Right.
I recognize where your head is or your mind state,
You
and it's like I'm to the point now where I can see who I'm dealing with. I recognize who you are and who you're choosing to be. That may not be who you are every day or all day, but that's the demon you're choosing to allow to take over you at that moment, and I ain't finna fight with you over it.
right.
I'm gonna keep it moving.
Before you go past that mark that I wanted to comment on, did anybody ever see the Killing Me Softly movie when the brother was like, "This my block, what you do? This my block, this my block," and then right then and there somebody comes and pop them off, right? You know, that's what you remind me of, man. That what you
Oh
man.
wow.
Yeah. I mean, because you could talk loud, you could be loud, you could be that person, but
Who you telling me?
yeah, the movie. Well, the movie was just it was representing where we lived, but it's just the point that he was saying. You're loud. You could be loud and talk about what's yours, but it could end just like that, because for every person who thinks he's the baddest, there's always one trying to prove he's not.
Yeah.
There's always,
It's
man, I like stuff like watching the Westerns. And when you watch the Westerns, one of the things that they're, bringing up the Westerns, besides the fact that all the bad guys and all the people in it, everybody in it looks the same color. And I'm like, you had all these evil and bad people and all these other people you blaming for it ain't in the movie, but I mean, in the thing, but that wasn't the point I was trying to make. The point I was trying to make was, about how every time you the baddest gunslinger, everybody's
Hmm.
looking for you to be the next baddest gunslinger. Everybody's looking to take you out.
That's right.
That's the thing about being the baddest. Do you really want
That's
to be the
the thing.
baddest at the top at certain things? Because, like saying, being the biggest dope, being the biggest dealer, everybody looking to be the biggest dealer and they looking to take you out to take that spot. So is that
That's right.
really a situation or space or place that you really want to be in? Because it's like you constantly living in fear, whether you want to acknowledge it or not. That's why you got all these pit bulls and all these dogs around you. Why you got guards? Because you're afraid of somebody else coming to take you out to take your spot.
Right. So what I learned even with that situation, it's a
You be
manipulation
there by
thing.
yourself.
Yeah. I learned that that's be a manipulation thing. It's the same thing like that tactic that a lot of these women be doing too, where they twist the whole thing and make it the opposite of what it is. Just like you said, people be like, "Oh dang, you a punk or you weak or something like that. You weak if you let a person run over you or you don't check them or something like that." That's the opposite. It's all the way the opposite. You see what I'm saying? You weak when you go out your character and makes it and stoop to somebody's level to swing on them or something like that. It's all the way. It's the backwards thing. Just like okay, and that's all about to go to the women's
Re-victimizing the
situation,
victim.
right? Huh? You said
You're
what?
you re-victimizing the victim. Basically what you like you saying, somebody like when they say you too nice. Hey, come on. The problem is that I'm too nice. The problem is not that you're willing to take advantage of somebody who is nice. Make that make sense.
Yeah.
Wrong, there is a such thing as being too nice, but the problem is not necessarily that the person is too nice. The problem is that you're willing to take advantage of somebody who's too nice. That's how they got exposed to being too nice. And
Right.
you
That's because they too
being
weak.
too nice. Right.
Too mean, too miserable. That's why they say that. Couldn't be me here. So I be hearing people say stuff like that too. But I was about to say what they say. What is why I mentioned the women like they do this stuff too. Like, oh, they tell a man you insecure, get you checking me about my clothes or something. That's like that's that manipulation stuff though. No, he just secure and with knowing what he want and stuff. It ain't because he can't handle a woman like you. It's just you don't know how to control yourself, and he's showing some form of control. So now you go try to say that. That's what I be saying. It's like people be twisting stuff up to fit their lifestyle to make it seem like to make it make sense and stuff. So that's why I had to realize that not controlling your emotions do make you. That's the weak part. That's where you weak at. It ain't because I express my emotions. You know what I'm saying? I can understand. Okay, with this, depending on the situation, people like, oh, just let it out. Even with that, they even try to make it seem like that. Everybody can literally express their emotions. They just do it different ways, right? But it's just like they make it seem like I don't know. I just hate when people make they switch the whole narrative up to make it fit something else, which make it more of a problem nowadays. They be teaching people all the way backwards now.
And then I was
Look,
about to mention earlier, I'm so bagged up because I had everybody. But I was about to say I was thinking about people be saying this thing like I bully the bully and all that stuff or whatever. That'd be funny to me. I be just laughing at people though sometimes. Like, no, people would do anything to prove that they so tough, man. I just no, what is the brownie points? What do we get for thinking we just the guru and the I'm top dog, I'ma let you know. People like we live our whole life trying to just look good in front of everybody that don't even be really worth it and stuff. That's why I be so real with my situations and stuff, because I don't be caring about people how they think about it. People gonna do what they gonna do. I ain't care about, let people know I've been celibate. I don't care, like, cause people gonna judge you no matter what on any of this situation. But that's where confidence and stuff come in. I don't gotta prove that. Oh, I can beat you up real bad and all that stuff. Or who cares? You know what I'm saying? You're not about to win. Nobody gonna win every fight. Everybody think they Floyd Mayweather or something like that. Even he gonna probably lose a fight one day. You know what I'm saying? Like, ain't nobody perfect.
Yeah,
Ain't nobody flawless
and
and stuff. Huh?
that's a good example. I mean, that's a good example. Thinking that you the toughest. It just there's no end to that. Until it comes to you. Because sooner or later you'll recognize that you are
Look,
not
I'd
the
rather
toughest.
be humble than get humbled. I'm gonna put it that way, and people gonna realize that too
Yeah.
one day. They gonna realize being humbled is a horrible feeling. You talking about pride getting hurt. I'd rather humble myself, forget all that. Some people gonna get humbled the whole worst way. You know what I'm saying? Humbled to where they don't even realize they got humbled, as in sleeping with the worms and stuff. So, like I said, that toughness only get you so far. It's gonna either get you hurt behind in jail or under the ground and stuff. So, you don't get enough brownie points off toughness. I think you get more brownie points when you control your emotions and know how to manage your situations and stuff. That's where the brownie points come in at. But it's sad that's a rare thing now. It's rare to, what the heck is accountability? What is controlling your emotions? What is, people, but
I
everybody, I mean,
think people
everybody's a
misunderstand.
gangster nowadays, just like everybody a narcissist.
Yeah,
It's
but I
called
think I
karma. Yeah,
think
I don't
that
believe
I
in
think
karma either, though. So.
I think that people misunderstand courage and braveness. A brave person, you know, is the one, and I think somebody already said something about this, but a brave person is the one that says, I think I'm gonna pass on this challenge. This ego challenge, this I'm better than you or I could beat you challenge. I think I'm gonna pass on it because
Competitive.
I've grown past that. There's only one reason that would make me prone to violence, and that's defending someone I love, defending myself, or defending someone who couldn't or can't defend themselves. You know what I'm saying? Other than that, there's no real reason for me to try to prove what I could do or who I am, let alone I'm better than you at what you do. You know what I'm saying? Because nobody really knows until it comes down to the first and this last swing. You know what I'm saying? So
Hmm.
there's nothing there for me. I don't understand it, and maybe I've grown past it because there was a time. I mean, I went to battle plenty of times in the street on the corner, for no reason at all, just because you want to sell me some weed, stupid stuff. You know what I'm saying? But now that I'm grown, I would never. I can't even. It's even funny to me that you know I fought for something like that. Fought over something so trivial.
Your boy. So,
Yeah,
I guess I explained it because
Bro,
I see two
dying,
people was, huh? What'd you say, Mir?
just dying to live.
yeah,
And like
yeah,
I said,
exactly.
until you learn to live to live.
Yeah,
Hmm.
When
So
I
I
see
guess oh,
ride or, I'm just gonna say this and I'm done. But that's just like the saying ride or die. At first you want somebody who want to
boy,
be, I want to ride or die chick. I want to ride or die chick. No, I want to ride or live chick.
boy.
that's nice.
Ride or live or
Oh, that's
right.
nice, huh? That's true right there, though, man. You know,
I So I'm gonna explain the reason why I said I don't believe in karma. I mean I talk about this on my live a lot of the times though, but
I'm a firm believer. Well, I believe that I already believe that everything happened for a reason. I believe in whatever energy you focus on is what you're gonna see. I think karma is like it'd be like a cop out thing because we be wanting revenge for certain many things, or we feel like because I do good, I'm gonna get good, or if I do bad, bad gonna happen to me. And it's just like it's a lot to focus on. So I had to realize this, and I tell the same story I've been telling all the time though. Reason why I don't believe in it, because I was like, I remember that's what kind of woke me up a little bit more as I came back. Basically, I went to Thanksgiving and came back to my apartment and stuff from leaving with my family, and I came back. It's real. Yeah, I'm gonna explain myself. Uh, and I came back and all my stuff in my house was stolen and stuff. And I'm like, dog, what the freak? What did I do that bad to get my stuff stolen and stuff? I'm like, I ain't never did nothing to nobody and all that stuff. So whatever. So I'm looking like, dang. So and stuff like that, right? I was like, what the heck? But I think after I got over that situation, because I was thinking like, and I think I heard somebody was trying to say like a karma thing. Oh, I was thinking automatic karma, like because me saying like, what did I do for this to happen to me? I was thinking in a karma type way. But I'm like, dang, that junk. I mean, what? I ain't did nothing to nobody, but this how what I noticed with people that believe I believed it in karma at one point. I guess at one too, well, because it's an indoctrination. But and then I was looking like I'm like, dog. So the thing is, what I learned, and this another thing that kind of made me counter is like, what about the people that go to jail for certain things, but then they have a chance to change their life? Because I remember had this little thing with my friend, and he eventually had understood me a little later. I like people got a chance to. They can do all type of bad stuff, and sometimes they don't never get nothing. They might not get nothing bad done back to them and stuff. But the thing is, what I learned is that's why I'll be meaning whatever you focus on is what you're gonna see. So a person, what I notice the people that believe in karma, or because I used to do it too, is what they would do is literally hold their breath and wait to something or make or give closure or a validation of something that happened in the past. Like I knew it, you did me wrong, and that's why you got done wrong. So that's all. So it make you feel good because you feel like something's supposed to happen. And I look at it that things is predestined or things happen in your life for a reason, so you can either learn from it, grow from it, or whatever. Like most of the time, it ain't our fault. Why? I ain't gonna say our fault, but I would say just because I did something, that don't mean that something in the future that happened to me, this is my reward or this is my because of that happened and stuff. Because like I am a firm believer. That's the reason because I got more of an optimistic mentality now. And I realize it's good and bad in this world. So good gonna happen to you regardless, bad gonna happen to you regardless. It's just gonna be on like that. So the reason why that's like people that believe in the signs and stuff, which I don't believe in stuff. It's like whatever you focus on, literally, is what you're gonna see. So you're gonna validate it. So I can be all day be looking for good stuff, and I can validate that every time something good happened in my life. That's just what it is. Because even if you want to look at bad all day, that's all you gonna see is bad. So it's like whatever you got in the back of your mind is what you automatically gonna see. So I rather choose to look at the good. And then if like my thing is this how funny this why the more reason why I don't believe in the karma stuff is like people be so funny when they can do something wrong, right? I never heard a person ask or wish karma on their own self that, oh dang, I done messed this person over. No, they got an excuse when they mess a person over because they think karma works off their feelings. Like, dang, well, I had to cuss this person out. So you don't know how the other person feel. You know what I'm saying? So if that person had that same energy on you, like, okay, you gonna get yours, you messed me over or something like that, you ain't gonna want that. Nobody ain't gonna want to wish that type of karma on themselves because for the most part, people use karma in a negative way. I don't never heard them say good karma though. But for the most part, it be in a negative way and stuff. So I had to look at it that way. Like whatever you focus on is what you gonna see, and that junk is just not real. Stuff is not real.
Well, I believe
I think a lot of
what's that? Because I believe it's to basically the energy that you put out comes back to
in the
you.
universe
Yeah,
come back to you, right?
yeah. But hold on, let who is that? Lashandra speak. We haven't heard from her.
Everybody. No, I know I asked like why do you about believing in karma. I'm a Christian, so I'm not a big believer in karma and a lot of other things that people talk about. So I was just wondering if
Mm-hmm.
you were because I didn't understand, but I was reading your prompts
Mm-hmm.
at the top and I was reading what is forgiveness. So for me, forgiveness is being able to, so I feel like forgiveness is something that has to happen over and over again, because I feel like it's something where it's a choice.
Yeah.
You can choose to forgive somebody, and it's also a choice that has to be done repeatedly, because we get things that trigger us backwards, right, into stuff that happened and triggered you backwards, and now you remember that,
Mm-hmm.
and in your brain you have to decide again to forgive that person again, or remind yourself, oh, remember you forgave them, so try not
Yes, I like
to
how you just
kind of
said that. You
live
kind of
in that.
answered Henry's situation though. It's not like yeah. I like how you just did that though. That's something
Hmm.
that you got to keep on. You're keeping up with.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Yeah,
continuous. Exactly. It's a continuous
yeah. I
walk,
like how you
right?
did that. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I just think it's one of those things that's like really difficult to do, and the longer you don't forgive people anyway, the more you allow them to have some semblance of control
Over you.
over your life. Sorry, my son. Promise 10. Exclamation point. Sorry. So,
Wait, why you do that real quick? Just real before you go to that. Okay, he said I knew that was coming too. Like I said, I funny I did it. So the read what you sow, right? Read what you sow is different, right? And actually, if you could think about, if you look at karma, karma came from Buddhism. And I know people like to mix that reap what you sow in. So reap what you sow is not the same as karma. So reap what you sow is basically you made your bed, you gotta lay in it, right? So it's like that with life itself, because reap it could be a good or a bad thing. I know how you say karma, but reap what you sow is like basically just like if you have you wanted to play around and you kept on having sex and stuff or whatever. Whatever the outcome that come at the end is what's going to happen, no matter what, whatever you got. So it's basically like living up to it. Ain't like no mysterious thing because I stepped on a crack that I break my mama's back type stuff, or it ain't no just because I person unalive my cousin, so somebody's gonna unalive him. That just don't work like that. That's that mysterious power of karma that people be thinking or whatever. So reap what you sow is like,
Yeah.
I put in all this work, so eventually, I get a raise or something like that or whatever. It's like I'm trying to see how to put it though, but basically
Or
it's not no negative or
the
bad
simplest
thing. It's
form.
just like you make your path or whatever come in your path is just like basically the choices you made in your life is what's going to connect with that. That's all that
what you
is.
put in,
It ain't, huh?
is
I
what you're
think,
gonna get out.
What is
What you put in is
but
what
I
in
you're
other
think,
gonna get
words,
out.
Yeah,
you
what you
plant
put
a
in
sap,
is
but
you
going.
plant a
Yeah,
flower.
exactly.
But it's also what
You
you were
plant
saying too that people don't understand too that in the karma or in God's vengeance or whatever you may want to call it, sometimes it's not going to be like what you were saying, that exactly what you were saying, Kev, that you're not going to see it. And sometimes it's something that you would never expect it to be. And what it is and I'm saying it is that you'll never expect it to be. It may be your prospering in that situation. It may be like in so many situations like we hear on these lives and in the other situation in these social media, you hear, and even from our own friends and family and other people around us, where they done broke up with this person, and now they done they said they were a bad person and they were all this, they were a narcissist, and now they happily married with another somebody else living their life doing their thing while you're suffering. So sometimes it's just you're moving on with your life and things are happening for you, and that person is sitting back watching it happen for you, is suffering and causing pain to them, and you'll never know about it.
Exactly.
So that's, yeah. I'll be quiet and
And
let you
them
go.
the
I see
worst
you.
people that go through the worst though. The people that, and I don't know how to put it that way, but the people that's into this karma stuff, right? And that's why I had to kind of break out of that because, like I said, when I started building a more of an optimistic mentality and stop worrying about what's going to happen, because whatever gonna happen regardless. Well, I keep on worrying about if my ex gonna get their payback and stuff. That's too much to worry about. Or even when we talk like
About what
I'm gonna
I'm
let
gonna
God
get.
have it. We some of that stuff we only saying out of spite or bitterness and all that stuff. It's gonna happen or not. I hope the best for anybody myself. Even if they mess me over, I still hope that they make it through whatever
Yes.
they get through, or they don't treat the next person the same way, or they grow from it. Because I've built a more positive and optimistic mentality, so I don't waste my whole energy on okay, something's gonna happen back. You know what I'm saying? That's why people be so pessimistic and miserable because they be waiting. Okay, I gotta get rewarded
What's so
because I
sad?
did this. No, and it also come with that type of with the karma thing too. I notice it come with it, and that's why I'm trying to teach people to try to kind of stray away from this entitlement mentality and stuff. This
you deserve this. Ain't nobody deserve anything in real reality
You
though.
know what
You
it
know, you gotta
is?
be,
You
that's
know
why
what
I
it
tell
is,
people to be
Kev?
more
You think
grateful, to be more
they think that if
grateful and
they
more thankful just in life, right? Instead of being
yeah,
entitled. Go ahead.
they think that they just think that if and don't lose that they be thinking about being entitled. That's where your thoughts stop. They
Yeah.
be thinking about that if they can make that if something happens with that person where they feeling bad or they feel wrong, like see they felt bad for doing me wrong and they knew I was a good person. It's gonna make you feel better. No, you still messed up. It ain't gonna make you feel better. You still in the
Right.
same situation. You still in the same state. You still jacked up.
Exactly.
But
I think
I
that
just
also
wanted to see some place because Kevin touched on something. One is spiritual and the other is physical. Um,
Lashandra.
some might say that the karma thing is a spiritual belief. All right, wherein reaping what you sow is putting a flower seed in the ground and a flower growing.
Exactly.
Those
That's
are the
what
two.
that is. That's exactly what that is, right? Whatever the outcome comes, that's what it's going to be in. It could be, and well, who to say it's a bad seed, so you're gonna get a bad day? Because sometimes even in the word seed, you can have something good come out of it, but it ain't how we expect it though. That's what I'm saying. It's just whatever it plays out is how it's gonna play out. We don't know how things gonna play out, but it's gonna play out. As long as you got choices, that's what's just gonna happen. But like I said, it's just that, like I said, okay, the entitlement thing, right? It's just I'm trying to get a lot of people out that mentality and stuff because that's how a lot of us get hurt. We want things to go the way we wanted to go because we think we got full control of how the lifestyle is supposed to be and stuff. Even though we got control of our life, but we don't have control of the outcome of how life's going to probably hit us. We just don't know that. We want to know it so bad. Well, I know if I did something good, something in my future is going to happen good. No, me myself, I'd rather focus on all the good and be thankful that it ain't get worse or something like that. I'm not just going to expect like, okay, I know this, because you're not even expected or you don't even deserve to be living in. What did you do to deserve to live to be the next day? You know what I'm saying? Nothing is promised. Nothing is promised to us. You know what I'm saying? But us having this entitlement mentality that, okay, the next day I get the chance to be to forgive this person. You know what I'm saying? Or the next day is I heal when I want to heal. People be talking like that, right? But tomorrow you are not promised to wake up. Like you can go make a run to the store and get in a car crash. You know what I'm saying? Like you're not promised for anything. And everybody be thinking that life is always looking out for you. It's not. Life gonna be life and no matter what.
hmm
You know what I'm saying? So like just be having this energy of waiting for something to come around good or bad. That's crazy because even people that's in the grave now had plans and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I say I try to get people to be more appreciative just in life and grateful. That even helps with the grudges of forgiveness and being more and healing and even confidence. Like just being grateful for what you got and being grateful that things could have been worse. That's how I look at it. But I can't show everybody how to be more of an optimistic thing, but that's just something I chose in my life to look at things, look
Yes,
at
you
the good
can.
and the
You
bad.
showing it
And
every day. You showing it in your walk every day.
hmm
So just keep doing it. It's up to them
Exactly.
whether they choose to pick it up. But all you can
or
do is do like you say. You know that's one thing I love about you, bro. You a man of your word because you actually are walking what you talking. Where so many others are talking it, but then they contradicting themselves and walking something completely different. And I got
uh,
my hand raised because I'm guilty as charged at times, but I'm working on getting better at it every day.
man,
But Lashandra, you trying to say something?
Oh, yeah. I think I was just thinking about the idea. Well, first things, I did say something about the statement, reap what you sow, being biblical. And that is a biblical, so that's where it came from. But the whole reason that was about work, that was about putting the work in, right, to
right,
get what you want out. That had nothing to do with the idea of positive or negative repercussions for your decisions. It
Right.
nice.
wasn't
I
in
like
there
that you
about that,
did
right?
that.
So that's why that statement doesn't fit into the karma
Hmm.
conversation. And then the other thing I was gonna say is, and this is just like a personal, maybe this is just what I've gathered about people's understanding of why it's so tough for other people to give other people forgiveness. And I feel like it's rooted in a couple things. One of those things for a lot of people, it's rooted in this ego in the sense that I decide
Yep.
who deserves forgiveness and who does not deserve forgiveness.
And I think the reason they
Yeah.
stand in that place is because they have not accepted their own humanity,
Mm-hmm.
and they have not accepted their own imperfections enough to give themselves forgiveness. And so if you can't even forgive yourself for what you're doing, you don't have any to offer to other people for messing up. Like my thing has always been like, people are human beings, and you can set boundaries by all means, but remember that everyone you're encountering is a human, and
Facts.
every one of our moments are not beautiful moments, and to have that
Are
expectation
you
on
sure about that?
someone else is unrealistic.
Exactly.
Are you sure about
That's
that?
how I learned how to forgive. Realize everybody's a human just like me.
Wait, no, we discriminate. We being discriminatory because my man just spent all that money to identify as a collie dog now.
No,
Oh dang. Oops.
I
Oops.
know, please don't start this. Please do not start this. I can't take this conversation. I'm so
Wrong.
stressed.
I
If
think he
you
spent like
off
40
people
grand.
and you get off, then you reap what you sow. That's not true though, because everybody that off somebody don't automatically get off though. That's what I'm
That's
saying.
true.
That's
There are
fake.
some people who have killed people. Actually, I know a couple people who did 25, got out of jail, and they're living their life
And change
and,
the
and
exactly. That's
changed
why I explained.
everything
That's why I
about
said he have.
themselves.
I can tell you have hearing because he focused on. But it's just a different perspective. You can still stay with what you believe in. Well, it is what it
Yeah.
is. But I just literally use that too. That's why I said people had changed their whole entire life. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? So who's to say what that really? I know he want to make it work so bad though, but I have seen and it
I
has been proven that it don't work that way. It's just like I seen too many people do negative stuff, and I'm like, no, how they get a chance to have a full family
I
and
mean,
do all
my
this
thing
other
is that,
stuff and change their life and nothing happen to them, and they become old
yeah,
and get to
yeah,
and unalive naturally. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
But you
Oh
know
wait, they
what?
gonna
But
wait
you know
till
what?
he only
But you
unalive
know
naturally
what?
because he did that. He was gonna do that
No, no,
anyways.
no, no. What it be is like you say. It be stuff that we'll never see, and it's just
Mhm.
it's
Mhm.
stuff that we'll never know about. It may be
Never see
somebody
it.
in his family way down the line somewhere, a little cousin of his that he really loved, that he looked up to, that he was trying to help out, that may have gotten unalived like that, and we'll never know about it. But that doesn't mean necessarily that that was the karma. But we don't know that. But to him, it may be that karma. It's gonna be something that's gonna when you put out negative stuff, it's gonna find its way back to you. If you put out good stuff, it's gonna find its way back to you. So that's why it's like the
I
way you
think
treat people, it does matter. It does matter because this is the
that.
thing.
Mhm.
I've learned that, like Kev said, I keep a positive outlook. I keep my head up. While I was on the live with y'all, I got stopped by the police. The
Oh.
situation should have been a whole lot worse than it was. But because
Right.
of my energy and the way I looked at it, the way I treated the situation, I literally, when the cop stopped me, I was trying to keep from running the red light, but I ran the red light because now he behind me and I'm trying to keep from avoiding the accident. On top of that, there's other situations where I shouldn't have been driving my car and other things that were going on where I should have been walking home. But
Mhm.
because of my energy and the way I treated the situation and the karma that I've been putting out, all I got was a ticket, take care of it. He sent me on my way. And life goes on. And I'm realizing now and understanding the way that I look at things, the way I treat things, because before, with that negative energy that I was putting out, I also acted negative. I would have thought negative. Oh, this cop is this, that, and the other. You know, he just out to get me because I'm black. I couldn't even say that. It was an Asian dude.
Yeah.
So I couldn't say it was a racist thing.
I
You
don't
know,
know,
it
cause
was
some
literally
things.
because I was wrong. No, I was in the wrong and I knew I
Yeah.
was. So I couldn't be mad at him. I couldn't say it was, this, that, or the other.
Mhm.
But at the same time, it was some extent karma too, because there was stuff with my car that I knew I should have been taken care of. And I've
Mhm.
gotten almost a whole year to getting away with it. So I can't complain. And I understand that it is part of my karma of me putting out, keep trying to get away. And it's like, now it's a warning to say, hey, you gonna keep
Was it
trying to get
bound to
away with this?
happen?
Yeah, I mean, to some
Right. So
extent.
how's that karma
Well,
then?
well, actually, no. I can't say no. I can't say that it was bound to happen because if it was bound to happen, it would have been happened. This has
Well,
been
Who said
ongoing
that?
since
But
my
who
birthday
said
is in
who timing
February.
is it?
My
Who
birthday is
timing
in
is that
February.
though? Like if
Well,
you
but
eventually,
but
because some
see,
people get away with a lot of stuff, but it was going to
but
happen
see,
eventually.
But see, the thing
mhm.
is, I've had warning and warning and opportunity after opportunity to take care of it, and I didn't. And
Right.
because after a while, what happened is I got comfortable and started thinking I could get away with it and thinking everything was okay. and basically got the karma of my situation. Whereas if I would have went on ahead and did what I had to do, I wouldn't have had to, when I had the opportunities and when I got the warnings prior to this, then I wouldn't have had to deal with that situation. Sometimes,
I
like
just
I
think you
say
having
sometimes
to
we set
deal with that.
ourselves up for our own karma.
Right.
I
But
just
I
think that
don't.
that situation
Nah,
in
I believe
particular,
God,
I don't
God my
feel
And
like.
life.
maybe
I don't
karma,
worry about no karma.
and maybe karma ain't the right word. Maybe karma ain't
Yeah,
the right
that's what I was
word.
gonna say.
Right.
I don't think that particular situation is karma. I just think it
Most
was you
definitely
being
ain't.
neglectful and it just caught up with you. But I think when someone has bad karma in this theoretical world, if we have karma, right, and someone has bad karma, that means they intentionally put bad energy into the world and they're getting bad energy back. When you're just neglectful and that catches up with you later, that's not you being bad. That's just you being neglectful.
But what I'm saying was the good karma was in the way that the situation turned
That's
out.
true. Yeah, you put out good
It
energy
turned
with
out.
the police
And see,
officer.
that's what I'm
I just
saying.
feel like
Because
it's a
it's
cop
always
out.
but see, for me, it's always situations like that, and I realize
Yeah,
that now because I'm one of those people who always help somebody, some of the people I've dated are always fussed at me about that. Why are you always helping somebody? Why are you always
yeah.
helping somebody? And I've learned to sow those seeds, not looking for those to reap where I've sown. And so when it comes back to me, it comes back in a situation where I may break down the road somewhere else, and now somebody's stopping to help me, and
Now
it's not the
that's how
person that
karma
I
could
helped.
be. That's how karma could
Yeah, I
seep
just feel
into
like
you.
that's a cop out, man. People be waiting on something to happen, but you not. None of that stuff is promised to happen to you. None of it. Like I said, we don't know. We really don't know. And then as soon as something happened, we want to say, "Oh, that's why I knew this is the reason." No, that's not. It's just our mind trying to make it seem like it's that. It's not. That is.
I
It don't
I
work
think
like
some
a
people have
magic
this thing
power.
with
It,
people
huh?
have this thing like avoiding accountability. I think not saying that this is what's happening with anyone who's used an example because I haven't heard one of those examples at this point. But I'm saying
Yeah.
a lot of people I think use the idea of negative karma as a ploy to avoid immediate accountability because we have consequences for our choices that are both natural and implemented on us. And I think a lot of the time, some of our decisions just have natural consequences. I literally have a student. This is like my favorite lesson to teach the students because they hate hearing about how they have to take responsibility for anything ever. And so she's a kiddo that has trouble arguing with teachers. And I said, no matter what happens at this point, you still made the decision to talk in class. That was still your decision. You have to take it on the chin. Whatever comes from that decision, you have to take it on the chin. And I
Right.
think what happens with people when they use karma as an example for like, oh, that's karma's going to come back to them or this is going to come. I don't have the time to consume my life with thinking
Right.
about when your stuff is going to catch up with you.
That's a
Right?
horrible way of thinking.
It's too much. Like it's too
It's
much.
too much.
My life is always lifing for me, so I don't need to worry about if life is lifing for you. And I think
Hmm.
people who focus on karma have this idea one that it's predominantly negative, and a lot of the time they're like, oh, unless you're like you have some spiritual person around you, and they tend to be a little bit more positive. But most of the time, when I hear it
It's a
referred
negative thing
to,
for the most
it's a
part. Right.
negative thing. Like people are like, okay, well, that's gonna come back to you, and they harp on that idea that it's gonna come back to them. And I just don't think you should be so concerned because that I just feel like that brings you down. Like that brings you into a headspace
That's a person that
that
don't know how
you
to
never
forgive.
want to
Speaking of the
be in.
topic.
You know, I just like it's all of that. Like for me, it's just too much to think about in this, and you're not forgiving them at that point. If you're worried about when they're getting it back, you never forgave them
Right.
to begin with.
No,
Like if you're
Thank
absolutely
worried about that,
not. I
no
agree.
forgiveness ever happened.
I agree.
you. Exactly. That'd be the whole point. They take their whole life, holding their breath, like I can't wait one day because you did me bad. So karma gonna be on my side. You know what I'm
I
saying?
love how
People
like
don't
you're
never
angry
be
versus
worried.
being
They always think
humble.
that they perfect, and then they never do nobody else bad. They can make excuse about their karma. They can negotiate karma when it come to them. Oh man, you know karma. You know it was just I ain't feel all good that day. That's why I cussed that person out. You know what I'm saying? But then they
Well,
cuss
what
me
had
out.
happened
You gonna get
was
yours back though, cause you cussed me out. You know what I'm saying?
That's
That'd
the
be
same
so
as
funny
saying
and
that I
wishy
don't have
washy
the
when it
heaven
come to
or
this
hell to
karma
put
thing.
you in.
Funny thing about karma is that I never really realized that I use it in my mental thought process more than I known.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
I never thought that, karma was, I never thought enough to think about what the positivity or the negative effect of it. But
Mm-hmm.
now I think back, listening to everybody, I think back to things that, I've connected karma with without even knowing,
Mm-hmm.
without even thinking about it. So like example, you do something wrong and then 25 years later it happens to you and automatically you go back to, well, yeah, well, you remember
25
you
years
did
later.
that, you know and
Yeah.
subconsciously, without even thinking about it, I
Yeah, Henry, hold up one
automatically,
sec. Hold your thought
uh,
for a second. Hey, we got 14 people in here. Let's get this on up to 30K. Let's get those likes up. Let's see if we can't get up 35K. So let's tap and tap tap. Let's get these likes up. Hashtag FYP if you in the box. Let's share the live. Let's get those likes up. You can uh give your host bless your host with a gift, and you can also bless the people in the panel with the gift as well if you'd like. So we just thank you for joining us. Thank you for your comments, and don't be afraid to come on up in the box. Just keep it respectful, no name calling, and stay out of your feelings, cause we might get you in them.
No.
Oh yeah, this the live for that. But these
All
feelings is
right
meant
now.
for you to do some healing.
Mm-hmm.
All right, do your thing, Henry.
I was finished, man. You came in right on time, man. I'm just saying, I did it subconsciously without even thinking about it, and
Yeah.
I wonder, you know, why,
Yeah, I
how.
hope the best of people, man. Like I said, I changed my mind up, man. I don't
Mm-hmm.
because like I want people to do the same for me. I mean, I know I make mistakes sometimes too. I'm not perfect. I know
Yep.
people, I might did stuff intentionally. Like I said, I mentioned all this
Mm-hmm.
stuff, but I wouldn't want no karma sitting there hurt me because I made a mistake or something like that. It is what it
Oh,
is. If things come, but I don't look at life in that type of way. It's just I don't sit there. Like I said, and I'm gonna make it clear. Like I said earlier, is good and bad gonna happen in our life no matter what, if we like it
mm-hmm.
or not. I just choose to focus on the good and stuff, whatever. Bad, I just try to learn from the bad. I mean, that's just what it is.
That's
I'm not
what you
about to
got to
sit here
Hey,
do.
and be
that's
like,
what.
okay, this happened to me because I was a baby and I sat there and tripped up. That's crazy, man. That's some stuff I had to grow out of. I think the more I
It's
start
paranoia.
maturing and healing myself, I stop caring
Mm-hmm.
about that stuff. It ain't worth it. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to hold my breath and be like, okay, they did this and that, whatever. They had their life, so it's time for me to avoid people that's either like that, grow from that situation and do something else, make other moves and stuff, instead of worrying about the job or the boss that did me bold and stuff, and worrying about, oh, they gonna get theirs and all that stuff. Like I could care less about this karma. I could care less about it. It is what it is. It's a lesson I had to learn, and I got to do something better. If we keep on worrying about pointing our fingers and looking at and wasting our energy on this other situations that ain't worth it, we'll never grow as a person ourselves. You know what I'm saying? We'll never find any fault that we did in it, or why we was around it, or why this stuff happened to. You know what I'm saying? It's most of the time it be our fault. For the most part, it be our fault while we be in negative situations. You sit there sleep with a 304 and then you get mad because she wasn't loyal. Like that don't make sense. You reap what you sow. That's what that
Man,
is, right? What
you
you
just triggered
expect
me. I
out of
took
that?
that. I'm triggered now. You took a shot at me. I'm triggered now.
I'm
We
just
gotta
saying though,
get.
like, duh, we gotta change our. I mean, this stuff been taught to us as little kids and all this stuff. So since I'm on the road, I'm gonna talk about the signs now, because most of the time the people that believe in that, they believe in them signs too. But it's
Uh-huh.
just
That's what
like
I'm finna
even with
say.
that stuff, like that
But
joke,
don't you think? But don't you
huh?
So
think it
I
could
get.
possibly be to some extent that we're, and not to say that it's true, but to say that to some extent that were people in their mind because they mentally give power to it, like some demon or whatever,
Mm.
that it could be some truth to it, but just
So
with them,
I
it's not
believe
truth
that.
in a truth in a reality for everyone or for everyone. But because this person believes in it so tough that they can almost to some, or like you say, maybe to some extent they just associate every single thing that happened with what they wanted to associate and say it's this, that, or the other.
I could feel okay. I could say you could feel that way, but who said you a god to know that? And it's literally
Mm.
like you a god power to say, okay, this happened because of that. Like who to say that you can pinpoint and say that? Oh, you got that because you hurt me three
I
three
prayed
years
for
ago.
Kevin to
Like
get better and
who
he
get to make
became,
that last say so?
right.
So like
Yeah,
I'm
that's what
a
I'm saying. That's like a
Christian,
godlike
so
complex or something like that. Like, oh yeah, I'm so powerful and more human than you that when you mess me over, that's gonna happen to you, and you better not ever mess me over again. And what the freak? If everybody had that power, all of us would probably be unalive today. You know what I'm saying? Because all of us done messed somebody over at one
that's
point,
God.
excuse or not. We've done it. So I don't know why we be acting like a lot of us would be perfect, and when stuff happens to us, oh woe is me. Why did it happen to me? And I know no, all of us is a messed up human beings. We just
Yeah.
we are bad people trying to be good. That's just flat out facts. No matter how we want to look at it, we trying to be good. Ain't nobody born good. And we not. We gonna make mistakes, even if we don't, and we even if we don't, and we got an excuse behind it. It still happen. Sometimes we might, we might have hurt some feelings that we shouldn't, but we still hurt their feelings, and this person's still going through what they going through. No matter if you got an excuse behind it or not. What do you deserve karma because of that situation? Like, no, we got to think about it stuff. Like, put ourselves in other people's shoes sometimes instead of just always wishing and thinking that everything got to revolve around us. Like these be the most of the time we be thinking that the world revolve around us and our feelings. And no, this is the world we living in a world. We can live our type of own world, but the world just don't revolve around us though. It just don't work like that. Everybody be thinking that the world gonna be catered to or stop. Or you and your feelings, hold up, Earth, stop spinning because I'm in my feelings right now, and I'll let you know when you can continue spinning after I get done being in my feelings. Like, dog, this the type of mentality we be having and stuff. It's gonna be crazy.
And what really happened? I thought that's what really happened. I thought
Right,
what really be
exactly.
going
That's
on.
what we think.
You know,
People be acting
man,
like
you
that.
lying, man, because it stopped for me. I don't know what you talking about.
I don't know. I
Don't,
Man.
don't
think
get me in my
people.
feelings. I'll stop it right now.
Right, I'll
I
Some
stop the world right
some
now.
people
Well,
some people live in
you
that
see,
reality.
it's about to be 9 o'clock. It's gonna be stuck being 9 o'clock until I feel like getting out my feelings.
It wasn't working for Charles earlier. He couldn't stop it. He was trying. It
I
wouldn't
don't know.
stop.
I think I'm a Christian. I know I'm a Christian, so I think like my views my views can be controversial on astrology for people. I for other Christians actually because I believe that because it's from my faith background, I believe God has made and ordained everything to operate the way that it does. I don't think
Hmm.
it's coincidental that when the moon's at a certain height, the waves change, right? I don't believe that's coincidental. I believe it's ordained to be that way. So I
Yeah.
also believe that it's possible that people born around the same time, or if we're all like we breathe out so that the trees can breathe, right? And so I don't think it's coincidental that we're tied into the way that this world and this universe moves and acts. However, I do not believe that it has control over the outcome of my life.
Mm.
That's where I'm like, no, that's too much. I do believe it's not coincidental that like 6 people born on April 3rd all act the same way. I don't believe it's coincidental. I just think it's possible that the way that the way that the earth is at or position is at is possible that may have affected us naturally because we're in tune with the rest of the world. But
Mm.
I don't believe that it has this like weird like fortune telling ability as to you're gonna have a bad day, you're gonna have a good day, your love of your life is gonna come through the door right now, don't move. Like I don't believe any of that comes into play.
No.
I just That's just me though.
So
I
I'm
don't.
ready now. Yes. I'm glad now we can get on the science now.
Yeah.
So I do feel so what I had to learn, and this is the reason why I stopped believing in it. It's always like questioning stuff though, and I was always that type to try to prove something wrong, even if somebody was to tell something about me. Even if, because and that's one thing I refuse. I think as I got a little bit older, I refuse to have a star alignment tell me about my personality. I
Your
just couldn't do
personality.
it. Oh, you try to say I'm stubborn, then I'm gonna make sure I don't show that I'm stubborn because you saying it. But no, people work a little bit different though. Some
Yeah.
people will take up for these things because they say I'm that way. They will live up to it so they can have. Now that's where the accountability, that
Yeah.
lack of accountability, come in. That because they can be like, well, I only did. That's the reason why. And that's the reason why I don't believe in the stars because you see my room is right. Believing
Yeah.
in stars and saying I can be accountable. That's a contradiction. You know what I'm saying? Because you
Yeah.
automatically blaming your behaviors on the way the stars align. So I stopped believing in that horoscope stuff because I realized that it's a part of me in every last one of these signs that they say. Sometimes I could be like the Gemini and stuff. The way I feel one day, I could feel, you know what I'm saying? I could be that sometimes. I could be as stubborn as a bull one day, like the Aquarius, or what was it, Aquarius or something like that, with the whatever, the Taurus, I mean, oops, my bad. That. Sometimes I could be freaking Scorpio. They supposed to be the freaky people. I mean, back before I was being celibate and stuff, I could be that too. You know, I realized I had a part of every last one of these signs inside of me. So yes, the signs can be true because the trace is in everybody, but they don't work the way that they try to make it though. It's just people want to focus on it. Like I said, it's that focusing thing. People focus on what they wanted to be and they become this person. And that means you can't be anything outside of what this dang on astrology told you. You can't be anything else. Just like people stick with, oh, I'm black. Okay, I'm black, but what are you gonna do besides just being black though? You're more than just that. I'm more than just an American. I can be whatever I want to be. It's just we choose to stick ourselves in a box. That's what be limiting ourselves. We limit our own self for the most part. You know, I'm only a worker. No, you could be a business person, but you just got to put in that work. You know what I'm saying? You could be like all this stuff we be trying to stop ourselves from looking at because we just like being comfortable with being a me, I guess, or whatever. I believe if we didn't even look at none of this, the horoscopes because of, oh, you told me I'm this. So if we ain't look at that, we wouldn't even be living that type of way. But we just found something to put our accountability on and we just want to live by this stuff. But like I said, I told people this too. For the people that want to believe it, I bet you if your sign one day told you that you can't keep a relationship and you gonna be single for the rest of your life, I bet you that's when you want to prove it wrong after that. You're gonna change your whole everything up after that. Okay, you know what, this thing is, it's fake now. It's fake now. It's fake though, because everybody want to be in a relationship and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So my thing is, like I said, I was always the type to try to prove something. I had to prove something wrong though. So that's how I look at it though. Like if you really look at these signs, and that's how I look at it. I got a part of every. That's why I say I'm either. When people ask me what my, and I think she just asked me what my sign was too. When they ask me that stuff, I either say I'm all the signs, or I say that I'm an asparagus or something like that, or a cactus. Or I just be, something like that.
Okay.
And I had to grow out of that. It was cute when we was teenagers and stuff. Like, oh, what's your sign? Oh, you that? I'm this. Oh, I'm this. Whatever. But it was cute when we was younger. But now we get older with the same mentality. This is the reason why we can't keep a relationship now, because we like, oh, I can't get with this. I can't get with that. But that's because what y'all choose to stick with. You know what I'm saying? That's why you ain't gonna never probably be with nobody, because you're gonna keep making an excuse. Oh, I've been with this and I can't get along with that. No, you just can't get along with people. They ain't just that sign. Until you change your mentality and your way of thinking, then then you better get somewhere. But if you keep on, and if these signs work so dang on good, why you don't find your match? Also, if it works so good, why you got to keep asking somebody what they sign is? You know what I'm saying? If it works so dang on good,
able to feel it when y'all sitting together.
Man, people don't be realizing this stuff.
I think that people take it a little more serious than other people. Me, I don't know that I could ever, live by it. Okay, I can't lie to myself and say that I've never, lived without it. So, me being a Virgo, I was just talking to one of my daughters today, and I was telling her, I compared her, because she was born in the same, she's also Virgo. And I was like, see, that's that Virgo mentality. So in other words, it's not something that I live by, but it's always been in my life.
What did they say about Virgos? I'm curious now.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, the fact that she's very creative, I was telling her that she takes something that other people would just see as something, and she'll blossom it into her own different realities.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you just made me think of some more now. Now I got to dig even deeper now. These are the golden things I say to horoscopers, right? So, and it's even more bull, because they just said they said something about it's women and men is different too. So that's some new stuff I guess we got. I don't know. It was never like that when I was younger. So here go another one though. They had a extra sign that came out, right? It was like an octopus or something like that. And it pushed everybody's birthdays back. That's when I knew it was really some BS. Because I'm like, you came up with a 13 sign, and then all of a sudden everybody's birthday get pushed back, and now people got tattoos on their arm like I'm this and all that stuff. So it's like, dang, you've been faking it all this time. So that's one of them, right? That's what I felt like it was fake at that part. Then they have another, the other thing is like time not even real.
I ain't gonna go that deep though, but
Oh, I know. I
it
saw
was
that.
never
I
12
saw that.
months at the beginning of the time. It wasn't 12. It used to be less than that. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't 300 and something days. It wasn't that or
Yeah,
whatever.
they're
I
saying
think the
like
months
that
was even
the
shorter. So,
calendar
huh?
started later. They're saying the calendar started years later than we
Yep.
started it. So we're
Yep.
actually on a different year than I don't care, dude. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you said it. The calendar wasn't. It just wasn't. It wasn't 12, but they matched the sign for each one at this time.
Yeah,
So that's what I'm
Loki.
saying. That even okay, that's some bull, right? So here go another one too. Let me get you on this one. This is the golden one. I get people. Okay, let me throw the other one. I asked my first question before I thought about the other one I'm about to get to was like, okay, if I was born and I had a baby out in space or something like that, what sign would they take from there or something like that? Okay, I know there was a little something, whatever, but I know somebody like, well, it's depending on the coordinates and all that stuff. So they got me
Oh,
on that one.
stop.
So this the one I'm about to get
Uh,
everybody with. I always get
the
everybody
born
with
date.
this one is that with this sign, right?
Hmm.
Why don't the sign work when you have your first heartbeat? Why I gotta wait for you to come out your mother to apply that sign to you?
I have no idea.
Right.
I have
But
no
that's a
idea.
Because
good question because that would actually be a debate. Should
mm,
the
When do
astronomy
you start
begin
counting?
at
Hmm.
should the horoscopes begin when the child is conceived or once the child is born? And that's believe it or not, the same argument for pro life, you know,
Oh
in
gosh,
abortion, you know.
I'm scared.
Some kids will never know their birthday then, or they
Never.
what you call it date, because
Exactly, I agree 100%
low
with that.
key,
they already trying to figure out who their daddy
somebody
is.
what's it? It's codified in here. He had maybe because I be thinking like on that too. He is he in here? Let me see. Hold up. Cause he had came with this question like low key. We supposed to add 9 months to our current birthday though. That's really how old we is. You know what I'm saying? Because like we've been living ever since we've been had our first heartbeat, and 9 months before we came out our mother and stuff. Like
I
are
see.
really we a
Okay.
year old? We're a year old in what 2 or 3 months after.
You're
You know what
about
I'm saying?
yeah, about
When we
10
2 or 3 months,
months.
we really a year old.
All
Yeah.
right. But here's the argument.
Yeah.
Here's the argument. Here's the argument.
Not yeah. I'm
You,
sorry.
the year that you were, the day that you were conceived is one thing, but the argument is the day that you were able to live on your own.
Oh yeah, it's whether you were alive, whether you were actually a baby in the womb or whether you were only a baby when you came out.
Right. Were you able to live without your mother's assistance? Would be the argument. When you're able to live without your mother's assistance, the day of birth would be the argument.
This argument gives me anxiety.
Mm. Or was you? That's like saying you wasn't living because you had an umbilical cord.
So that's kind of what it is. They're like the idea is if you can't live apart from your mother, then you're not a baby, you're a fetus. And
Who
so that
says
means,
that's
and that's
funny?
why he said pro-life. That's why you mentioned pro-life, because those same people who are pro-life believe that at conception there was a baby. It's a baby from the beginning. When the egg and the sperm became friends, it was a baby.
Right.
Yep.
But
Right.
a lot of people who are pro-choice are arguing
Pro-choice.
that it did not start until much later. I think they have like a 4
Yeah, because
month,
they want to
5
feel
month
bad.
mark,
Don't want to
right?
feel bad that they
Uh-huh.
unalive the baby.
Well, I don't know that that's the only reason why. You know, that some of it has to be scientific, okay? Because the day that the egg meets the sperm, it first of all can't possibly be, something that you could tell, okay? Except for the person who had sex that day, all right? But
Is
you
it
don't
sperms living?
know the time of the actual conception.
Mm.
So
When the
the
actual
earliest
egg
I've
met
heard
the
is the
sperm.
heartbeat. The earliest I've heard
That's
is
what I
when the
would
baby's
say. That's
heart
really
is
like a sign of
beating.
life. It's the heartbeat.
Hmm.
And when is the first heartbeat? When is
About
the
three or
time?
four weeks.
Mm.
About three or
That's
four
what they,
weeks, the baby's heart starts beating.
But when do most mothers know they're pregnant? It's been a long time, so I don't remember those
No,
things.
most mothers can tell you're pregnant about 3 or 4 weeks, about around that time, because you missed your cycle. So you start to know, okay, I must be pregnant because it didn't come, right? And so that's about 3 or 4 weeks. You go get checked. The earliest I heard was 6 for one of my friends. She was 6 weeks and she heard the heartbeat. And so people are saying the heartbeat does not mean life. That's what they're saying. It does not mean it's a baby. That's what they're saying. Heartbeat does not mean it's a baby. And I'm like,
Mm-mm-mm.
yeah. What do
Let
you want
they
to call it? A
heartbeat
fetus
come.
or
Let
a
them
baby or
heartbeat
not?
stop
Give me
going
a
and see if they real then.
I didn't hear you.
That's
No, I
called
was saying the people
entanglement.
that saying your heartbeat don't make you alive, then well, how you alive now? If that's the case,
Mm-hmm.
people be funny. Now I could
It's
get
a
it
very
before the
different.
heartbeat. Maybe they, but even that, sperms are still living. They still living things. Just like
Exactly.
germs, no matter how
That's like
tiny it is, it's still living.
Alive.
Plants living, trees living, all them living.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
the egg as well.
I don't consider, like, I consider myself, I always say pro mind your business. But I just, that's kind of where I just mind my business over
Okay.
here. But I know a lot of people who are, like I said, a lot of people who are Christian usually also goes along with being pro life.
Yeah, I'm pro
And
life.
then, yeah.
Well, I
And
agree
that's,
with pro-minded business. I like that. I think I'm going to use
Yeah, I
that
like that too.
for mine.
Yeah, I'm pro life in my life.
Yeah, I'm
You know
pro
what I
life
mean?
because even I know they go to the extreme and use this, but I look even with that extreme though, you don't have a choice. And you already know what I mean by extreme. Even that you
mm-hmm,
won't have a choice if you had AIDS right out that situation. So it's like I look
mm-hmm,
at it that it's a messed up situation, but you know, I just feel like you should just take a life. I mean, put up for adoption or something, whatever. Because it's already a messed up situation it was in. But I just don't. I'm not with taking no kid's life or whatever. I just can't do it.
mm-hmm.
Yeah. But you
I
also have to
think,
look at
go ahead.
But at the same time, for me, I look at it as that's for me. Each and every
Mm-hmm,
other
right.
person has to stand for God for what they did. So
mm-hmm,
I'm a Christian as well, and I believe the same. But at the end of the day, I believe you have to answer to God for what you did. So it's not for me. To some extent, it is to me to try to help you to see better and do better and to try to tell you better. But it's still up to you what you gonna
Yeah.
do at the end of the day. Your walking life. I can tell
make
you
that
that it's wrong to
decision.
murder and kill people, but if to unalive people, F1 in the chat to unalive
Right.
people. But if
This
you
dude's supposed to be
decide
my
to,
mind. He be slipping up too much. Right, no,
But
for sure.
but
He's
the
mother.
thing
but
is,
but
I
but
put
if you
FYP.
but
Oops.
if you still choose to, there's nothing that I can do other than
right.
to try to tell you and to teach you what's right from wrong.
We
As
got
we
to
have
remember
today,
this.
we got so many people coming in arguing now. You notice I don't even Kev. You notice I don't even argue with the young people and some of these older people when they go into that. Who's right from wrong? Who's to tell me who's right from wrong? I already
Yeah,
know what your mindset is, so I don't even go in to argue with you because
yeah,
Right.
right now I
Yep.
got to get
Got
your
it.
mindset to change, and you anchored into your
Yep.
thought process
Yep.
because everybody's been coming at you like that. So I'm not
Fact.
even gonna waste my energy there. You'll
yeah.
get it when you grow up, just like
You
I
got
did.
to you
Exactly.
got to remember there's a thin line between judgment. You know what I'm saying, and then just being yourself and then judging somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But it's
And I don't.
also,
I
but it's
don't.
also, but there's nothing. But see, this is the problem. We so against being judged and don't
It's
understand
okay
that
to
it's
judge.
nothing
Yeah,
wrong being judged.
Yeah, judgment
But
part of
like you
life.
said, it's when somebody places judgment on you that's the problem, and you have to recognize the difference. And most of us don't. And a lot of times, it's what's the person's intention when they're judging you. If somebody's genuinely trying to help you and they genuinely showing love, because see, this is my thing. I'm not gonna waste my time and energy with somebody that I don't care about. And I'm not gonna
mm-hmm.
waste my time and energy with somebody that I know I'm wasting my time and energy with. I'm not gonna sit here and try to tell this wall that it's not a wall because
Well,
it's just waste of energy.
I've
Right.
always
So,
learned that it's just not my position to judge. If I have a certain mentality pertaining to something, it's
Who told you
pro-choice,
that?
pro-life. Is literally biblical that we shouldn't be judging others.
Nah, nope. That's
no,
why I
that's
like you
wrong.
said that. I
Really?
That's
only
It
asked
does
that
say
wrong.
question
that?
for a reason.
That's wrong.
It actually
It's
say
but
you can have a righteous judgment, and even with that's why people. The thing is, I think a lot of people, and probably majority of the world, done took that out of there too, because people just so scared of being judged. They took like half part of that scripture and just went along with it. It's a
It
full
says,
the
judge
whole full
not,
scripture
lest
is
you
basically
be
saying
judged.
don't be hypocritical when it comes to judgment. Like basically, you need to practice what you preach. If you are going to
Uh-huh.
judge.
you got to practice what you preach. That was like the overall thing. Reason why I
It
said
says,
don't, if you got this thing in your
Well,
eye
well,
and then something like that. But you got to look
well,
at the
I
full
judge.
scripture
totally
on
It
that
says,
one.
know.
judge
If
not,
you try to
lest
take the
ye be
speck out of your
judged.
brother's eye when you got a plank in your eye, so basically,
That one
if you
too.
got a big
Hmm.
old huge giant, yeah, and it basically are constantly telling you to look out for your brother, to show love to your brother. So it's not telling you not to judge; it's what your intention is when you judge. You
Hmm.
judge your
Yeah.
children. If your child do something wrong, you judge them whether it's right or wrong,
Right.
and
When you
then
tell
and
somebody that
then you
they
have to
cute, that's
correct
a
it.
judgment. A compliment
Right.
is judgment.
So
The
it's just
thing
what
is,
was
I
your
think
intention
too.
in the judgment.
I think too. What you have to realize is even with the, take the plank out of your eye before taking the speck out of your brother's. It has to do with the level at which you are holding your brother accountable and the level at which you're holding yourself accountable. So it's like,
Right.
I'm saying your sin is so big and it's
Right.
so awful, but mine is just bad. You know what
Just
I
as
mean? And it's
bad.
like, no,
Right.
no, no, no,
Well,
no.
I agree 100%, but I've always
Forget that
taken it
story.
to
People
the
always
to
forget
the
the story. Well, there's a story in the Bible that it talks about, and I can't remember exactly who it is. I want to say it
Hmm.
was I can't remember who the two people are, but one was saying that basically it was two men who came to the chapel to basically to pray. They came to the
Hmm.
altar to pray. And when they came
Hmm.
to the altar to pray, the one man was like, Lord, don't let me be, I've been a good man. I've done good for the people. I've
Huh?
given money. I'm this, I'm that, I'm all of this. I'm above, that guy over there who's over there praying. Look at him in them raggedy clothes. I dress
Yep.
nice. And then the guy who was over there, wasn't there raggedy clothes, but he was, decent dressed. He was over there praying, Lord, forgive me. I've been sinful. I've done wrong. Really forgive me for the things that I've done. And he was truly, again, what's your word, Kevin? Being
Genuine.
humble.
Humble. Right.
Hmm.
well, look, what I was trying to say is that I don't. It's just simply I've grown to learn, and at least my knowledge of it was that it is just not mine to judge another person,
So
and that's
you don't.
how
So
Don't you
you don't
judge
have
the
a heaven
rooms you
or
go
hell to
in?
put nobody in. That's just the truth. You don't have a heaven or hell to put anyone in. That's the truth of the
I get
entire
you saying
situation, right?
demonizing. Yeah, I get you on
Yeah.
that. Demonizing and judging is two different things, though.
It's the word, Kevin, that we had to understand earlier is judgment. You can't be
Hmm.
nothing.
Judgmental, right? Being
Yeah,
judgmental.
right. Because placing judgment is saying that like you gonna go to hell for doing this, or you gonna go to
Right.
hell.
right. It's
That
it's it's
right.
lit.
Yes.
It's literally sentencing somebody,
Right.
you know,
Yeah.
But
to
telling
Oh,
somebody
you
what they
wanted.
doing is wrong, that's not telling nobody that they going to hell, though. Like, you tell your
Right.
kids
Hmm.
what they doing right from wrong, right? You're not sending them to hell. It's just like, it's really like a correction or even constructive criticism is some type of form of judgment.
Hmm.
well, that's why I say that it's a thin line because constructive
Constructive
criticism is one
criticism.
thing, but
Hmm.
to judge somebody for something that they did is something totally different. Yet again, the line is very thin.
Yeah. What are you equating to? Condemning somebody. Like in your brain, if I'm judging somebody and I'm condemning them, what does that look like?
Well,
I can't remember.
I don't know if I used the word condemn, but
No, someone
if
else did.
someone is,
I did.
Hmm.
oh, okay, I'm
Basically,
sorry.
you just calling somebody no good or that you. It's like most of the time it's like okay. Let me see. Oh, okay, it also says this. I think it said that about like when people judge somebody off their looks, right, rather than their behaviors. That's a problem. That's more of
Hmm.
like a being judgmental, like because somebody look a certain way. Um, that okay,
Because
because
of
they
this,
had no proof. They didn't go off the behavior just because like they look like a bum or something like that. That you just call them a bum. But most of the time, they probably just and that's like false judgment. You didn't. You
But
had no proof that they were a bum, but you
hold
just
up,
call
hold
them
up,
a bum. You see what I'm
hold on,
saying?
Kev. I got you. That example you got is almost on point. But take it like this. You said you got how many daughters?
who me, I have six altogether.
Okay. Did you or did you not judge the men that they brought home?
Um, have
Be
I?
honest. Be honest.
I'm
The
going to
men
be
that when they
honest
brought me
because
in,
the word judge here is pretty again on that line. You got to say, you know, all right. For example, when my daughter called me from the car because her and her fiance was having an argument, okay, I had to calm it down and hear both sides of the story. So no, did I just judge her because she was my daughter? No, I needed to hear both sides of the story, and then I gave them an opinion, okay, on how they both should try to resolve this. That was my to judge him because of what she said or what she was telling me. I wouldn't allow that to happen without hearing what was going on from him as well.
I
Okay,
got
It,
and
you.
then
it's
Like,
also, but
so tell me about the time, like the first time any of your daughters brought home a dude to you for you to meet him for the first time.
well, judgment, I don't know that that would be the accurate word for it, but did I look to see signs of is he going to be, able to keep my daughter safe? Or is he going to be able to treat her with the respect that I would want him to? Those were more like
you can
wishes of
do it.
expectation,
You want to say
wishes.
it so bad.
No, I don't. I'm saying these are wishes. These are wishes of expectations. I don't know him to judge it, you know. But the one thing that have always stuck
But don't you
firm
judge
with
them to
me,
know them?
I got you. I got the.
no, no, I can't judge that book by its
No,
cover.
sorry.
I can't do it. I can't. And
But
some of the and some of the most
Discernment.
stubborn people that my daughter have brought home have turned out to be the most respectful and thoughtful people that I've
Off your judgment.
actually,
and they knew
I,
because of they knew that the judgment that you would have over these guys, they had to bring home decent men because you raised them that way.
well, that I agree, but it hasn't always been that way now.
Judgment even
And
it's a protection mechanism too, though. Like it's kind of necessary in life. Like like And okay, I gotta kind of take back about judges. So I gotta think of a better example on that one because I about to say we do judge off looks too, right? We might not say it out loud, but we do it in our head. We can't control that one. But it's literally a
Well, we judge
protection
us
mechanism. That's just
around
like if I see a lion, I'm not gonna expect them not to bite if I see them tearing all everybody else up though. So I'm going to
Right,
make judgment.
exactly.
If I see a dude that come in with a hoodie and with his hands in his pocket, I'm not gonna be stupid and be like, you know what, he might not be there. I'm not gonna judge him today. No, today I'm looking you right in your eyeball to making sure, or I'm about to get up out of there because I'm not trying to get robbed today. If I see, it's literally a protection mechanism too. So it's
I
like
agree.
it's nothing wrong with judging. If a person look like they
From
got
a
an
religious
attitude problem, I
standpoint.
mean, I pay attention. Like you make judgment of your friend, just like you said, you judge the rooms you go in. When you say, "Oh, this is a no good room, this is a toxic room," that's your judgment, flat out. That's just what it is.
Okay, all right. I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that.
so
What you do, and you might judge the room or survey the room to see everything. All right, you can't you can't you can't judge it. The
He
best
said,
thing
"I'm
you
not
I'm
can
finna
saying that
judge
do,
the room.
word."
I'm finna judge the
no,
room
no,
right
no,
here,
no,
right now,
no.
and judge that these
Hold
people
on.
in
The
here
only
can.
way.
Hold on, don't real quick. I'm finna run a commercial, and I'm finna judge this room right now and judge that we can get this up to 40K. So let's tap the screen. Let's come on, hit them likes. Hit hashtag FYP if you in the box. Come on, let's tap tap tap. All right, now go ahead. I didn't want you to lose your thought. I'll keep it
All
quick.
right, cool that, cool that. But when you walk into a place, some of it is probably due to some of the things that you're used to doing. When you walk into a place that you've never been before, what's the first thing you do? A public
Judge
place.
it.
You look for exits. I do. Okay. I
Exactly.
look for ways to get.
Just
I'm not judging it. I am looking for ways to escape
For what?
something that
Why?
may happen. Okay. All right. All right. Doesn't necessarily mean that I think that something's going to happen here. It's just the way that I think. So a lot of it is just based on how you perceive the world or wherever you're at. And it doesn't necessarily mean that you're judging it. It means that you're observing it.
Okay. So have you ever did compliments before?
compliments,
Yes.
like giving a
You
compliment.
ever told somebody that they look good or they shoes are sweet?
Yeah.
Hmm. Okay.
Now, is
Okay.
that a
Okay.
judgment or an observation? So So the the definition of the word judgment,
What the heck happened? So
decision.
it's
Huh?
actually opinion more. What you about to say? Go ahead, listen. What the? She
I
trying to
think
look
she's
at it.
looking
She
it
trying to
up
read
now.
the definition while she up
Yeah,
on the phone. That ain't gonna
I'm
work.
glad
I
for
can't
that.
do both.
Yeah,
No,
you
you
can't
I
do
can.
can't
both.
You
We
do.
ain't
can.
gonna be able to hear
Oh,
you if
okay.
you
It
got
just
the.
says the ability to make a decision based on observation.
Ooh.
Wow.
Hey, we
Wow.
getting somewhere. He just took out the one part. Mm-hmm.
So that's what a
Mm-hmm.
judgment is. And also, I was gonna say we were talking about it in a from a religious standpoint. Sorry, my daughter's insane. We were talking about it from a religious standpoint, and this a big scripture that people like to use is it says, "Judge not," but the rest of that scripture says, "Judge not, lest ye be judged." And all that's saying is you can judge other people as long as you're ready
To be judged.
to
To be
be
judged.
judged.
Yeah, right.
And that brought me
Factual.
back to that brought me back to the biggest sin. There is no sin greater than another. You
Nope.
know.
It ain't.
Now, now might be some questions about that. People that say no, murder is definitely worse. But according to
Nah.
the Bible, a sin is a sin is a sin. If I'm
It's a
not
sin.
mistaken.
There's one unforgivable one, but that'd be all that
Yeah.
is blasphemy against the Holy
Blasphemy.
Ghost.
Mm-hmm.
But I
But
think that's
there's
something
only
that I don't think we could just. I was looking deep into that, trying to think about what that could possibly be. But I think it's like an automatic, like it's like a rejection, and I don't think we can
yeah,
really do that out our mouth. I think that's something that our spirit
In your
does.
heart.
Like it's going to
Mm-hmm.
reject it. I had
right.
looked into that because I'm like, dang, can you just reject it off saying that I don't like it or something? You know what I'm saying? How can you reject,
I think
something that I don't know how to
it's
put it.
rejecting the
But there's
truth,
one
like rejecting God's existence, rejecting all of the things that make you a believer, saying no, none of that is true. Which
Right.
makes
but there,
sense because then you're not
but
a
there's on
believer.
Yeah,
but
I
there's
don't think
only
that's true though, because if
one
you do it and then decide to believe them and stuff like that, it can't work like that. It's like the people that be saying that you can what that stuff so sell your soul. I don't think you can sell your soul either. I just can't see that though, because it's like I be
you
seeing
can't
people
sell
that be
something that
saying
doesn't
that
belong
or
to
write
you.
a contract, but then again they
No.
be asking for forgiveness at the last minute, and I can't see. I
Yeah.
don't even think we own our soul to sell it. I
Right.
can't see that though. Just because you come out
But
your mouth
there's
with it, that don't mean you just sold your
No,
soul.
it's not
but
about
there's
what
only
you
one sin
say.
that it
It's your heart.
but
Sorry, I'm sorry,
yeah,
Negro. I'm be quiet.
that's okay. But there's only one sin that I know of. I haven't
all right,
fully
Jabri.
read the whole Bible to know
Yeah,
for
because I'm about
sure,
to go to
but
bed too
uh,
soon.
yeah, I am too. But there's only one sin that I know of that it says that God hates, and that's adultery. And I recognize why, because when you really look at adultery, it covers a multitude of sins. It's more than just
No,
one
he hate
sin.
more sins than that. If you want to say hate wise,
Well, I'm saying the word itself,
he
the
don't like
Bible
the haughty
itself,
eye,
as
which is
far.
looking down on
Oh
somebody because you
yeah,
think you better.
yeah,
He don't like
yeah,
a lot of
yeah.
stuff.
Pridefulness. Yeah,
Pridefulness,
it's
yep.
prideful heart. Yes.
And he's got a
So
couple
But it's still
scriptures
no
that
greater than
break
any
that.
other sin. He just said that's just
right,
yeah,
right. But when you look at it, it all falls back to what we dealing with today, what we all started to. And your favorite word, Kevin, narcissism. Let go of your childish ways. When he said to let go of your childish ways, let go of your selfishness. He did say to come to him as a child, but that's what
yep,
the heart and the mind of a child. You know how children are when we fight. When children fight, we get over it and come back together, and we best friends after that.
Yeah.
Whereas
yep.
when we fight, now we fight over the littlest things. Kevin owed me $5, so I ain't talking to him no more. I ain't coming on his
Boy,
lives no more, and I'm gonna go to these other
exactly.
lives and dog him out. You know, don't mess with Kevin because he'll borrow money from you and won't pay you back. You know, he a bum. He didn't see that. You know, and that's how we do and never
Yep,
get over it. But that's what he meant when he said, "Let go of your childish ways. Stop being so selfish. Stop being so hard at heart. Stop being so quick to cut people off.
facts.
Well, the
Right.
thing is,
Let him
Christians
work
are
it
like
out."
the biggest believers and are supposed to be the biggest believers in forgiveness, but they hold the most astronomical grudges, which I think is just absolutely insane. And so there's literally the prayer we all know is that what is that? Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. That
Be thy
whole
name, yeah.
bit, but there is a piece of that scripture that literally says, "Forgive us our debtors."
as we forgive
Mm.
them.
As
And
we
so you're
forgive
Right.
literally
those.
saying, forgive other people the same way, or forgive me, excuse me, the same way that I forgive other people.
Right.
That's what you're asking for.
Yep.
And so for me, it just blows my mind because I'm like, you have a, and I'm not, like I said, I told you guys this before, like, it's that 70 times 7, all that stuff that has to do with the
Yep.
fact that you have to continue to forgive people
Forgive.
in your brain
Mm-hmm.
repeatedly.
Yep.
Because as soon
Yeah.
as I see you do something that reminds me of something else, I'm going to go right back there mentally and I have to say, okay, I forgive you. Okay, that was a lot for me, right? So I don't know. I think, and then you guys are talking about some sins being bigger than the other. I'm going to be honest. Like, I think that what people don't realize is they like to hold that standard on people and say, it says all sin stinks in the eyes of God. That is what it says in the eyes of God. You are not God. And
Right.
Right.
being human means, in my opinion, there will be some things that are worse than other things in my eyes. But
And the
that doesn't mean
humanized,
that God
right?
don't care about
Exactly.
my word.
And
That
believe
so
me,
yeah, go ahead.
at the end of that,
If you get to
God knows. God already gonna know what that happening is. I realize that we can't trick God. You know what I'm saying? God,
That's
this
it right
everything is
there.
part of God's plan. Even if we like it or not, he allowed things and all this. But like, so it's literally part of his plan. All this part of his plan. You know, we might not get it though, but it's part of his plan. I don't believe you can have your own will. I don't believe in no stuff like that because at the end of the day, God's will be done. That's just flat out what it is. No matter if we know it or not, that's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? Because if that wasn't the case, you know, because like I said, we call. That's why I say I don't believe in mistakes. That's another reason why. You know, because like we can always say that, dang, I done did this, I did that, and I done popped this kid out and stuff. Or actually, we probably you call us mistakes, but it's obvious we're supposed to be here for some reason. You know what I'm saying? Good and evil is part of life. Good and bad, you know, all that stuff. It works for the good. They always say that.
hey
Even this, they
Kev,
got a scripture on that too. Right?
hey Kev, this one right here. You know, we always like I said, we say stuff so much sometimes and just like to regurgitate stuff till we believe it. Now stop with all this noise in just 1 second. But what about when people say, "Well, I didn't ask to be here"? Do you know that might not be true? Because they said God knew you before you were in your mother's womb.
Yep.
How do you know that you didn't have a conversation with God and He told you what your life was going to be like? He told you what it was going to be about. He showed you the drama and everything you was going to go through. But because you saw what was going to happen at the end and what you were going to do for Him, you chose
Yeah.
to come and go through it anyway. But
Yeah.
because you can't remember it, because He remembers everything, He knows everything,
Yep.
that you sitting here saying nobody chose to be here when that could
That,
truly, honestly be a lie. You may have
that
chose to be
Wow.
here.
But no,
Wow.
you
You
right.
may have
You
chose
right.
to
No,
be in
that's
your
kind of true though.
situation.
That's
Yeah,
true
looking
though.
at
I
it
mean, that's
that
true.
way.
Nobody did ask to be here though. But God, this we not. The thing is, once you realize that we not living this life just for us and stuff,
In your
this is
time.
His world. You know what I'm saying? This is God's world. This is not. And we always keep thinking it's about us and stuff. That's why I be trying to get people to think beyond just self. Of course, we don't. We didn't. None of us asked to be here, but we are here. This is part of what life's supposed to be like. Either you like it or not. This is His plan. This is like we go back to His will. You know
But
what I'm
no, what I'm
saying?
saying is, what if you did act? What if God came? Because He said He knew. It says in the Word that He
He
knew you
knows
before
me.
you were in your mother. He knows you
Yeah,
before you were in your mother's womb. So
yeah.
what if He came to you before you were in your mother's womb and came to you and had a conversation with you about and showed you what your life was gonna be like, but what my goal for you was, and you chose to go through this. So like saying nobody
Mm,
chose to be here. What if you did choose? What if you did
yeah.
knowingly chose, but you can't remember because, of course, as babies and going through life, because you can't know, and like we say, we'll never know until we get to the finish line.
So that mean
What
we
what was
existed
actually
already before that point, right?
Well, yeah, because you got
right?
to think about some
So
people
that
believe.
mean exactly. So we existed before that. So that mean that that's what I'm saying. So even with that, what you just said though, like we were still here at that
We
time,
were
and if he
here.
to answers the question, so this mean regardless. I don't know. I don't know.
Yo,
I
let
don't
me
know.
add
Well,
to that though.
I do think what people have to realize that I'm trying not to say this in a non-judgmental way.
Nope, you being
People,
judgmental. So no, I'm talking to
no, but people, I think what happens is when they say I didn't ask to be here, it just shows that they have yet to see the beauty and the gift that it
they haven't
is
appreciated life yet.
to
Yep.
be here.
Yeah. But you know what? Just what he said though, it led me to another example.
in his scenario to where I think Mira, I'm sorry, Mira. In Mira's scenario, he's saying, God knew us prior, okay, to us being us,
He did.
okay. So in that case, we might have been begging to be here. You know what I'm saying?
Who
And
knows? Who
God
knows?
might have said,
Who
"Nah,
knows?
you ain't ready yet." You know what I'm saying? And you never
But the
know.
fact that we was begging, he still already gave us the existence to even beg, though. So it's like we
Right?
still had to.
Exactly.
We didn't ask to be here to beg, anyways, to make any type of decision or to even negotiate with God. Even though I can't see picture negotiate with God, but I don't know. It's possible. Anything possible. But I'm just saying.
I know I
I
heard
can
Kev
see you, Kev.
mention, Kev, I heard you mention free will and that you didn't believe that we had it necessarily, right? Because of God will be done. Is that correct? Is that what you meant by that? That you didn't believe we had free will?
We got free will.
Oh,
We
I'm
got
just
free
asking.
will,
You
but
said
God knows
I
our
believe in
will.
power of
That's
will.
what I had this
Oh,
little debate with my friend and stuff. He be saying about how we can have free will and all this. I'm like that, but that don't stop that God don't know what we gonna do though. Like God is literally the beginning and the end. And this all for the people that believe in God and stuff in the
and God,
Bible and stuff.
yeah.
So according to that, it's like just because He know what we gonna do, that don't mean that we're not free to do what we do. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day. None of this stuff is new. I think that even was that in the Bible. Nothing new under the sun. None of this stuff
It
new.
is.
Right.
You know what I'm
Nothing is
saying?
Yes.
new
Yes.
under the
Yeah.
sun.
Yes. And I didn't say,
Yeah.
I don't think that necessarily we be bargaining with them. I think that we actually probably volunteer, because that's part of it. It's like when we get to the point where we get to this place on this earth where we start to volunteer and we ask him to choose me. Because even once you still ask God to choose you, you recognize that it's not easy. And even at times it becomes harder because it's like now you recognize the attacks that you under.
Let's just
And
say,
now,
like, even here on this earth,
I
there's
wonder
a
if we could have chose
separation.
what color we was born. Sorry, I'm talking to.
No, I know. You didn't give
If
me
I
his
do come here,
response.
let me be the.
He didn't
No,
let
but
Let
you
me
me.
know
be
what?
Donald Trump.
He
Honestly,
didn't
I
let
have
me
to
choose
say
the size
if I
too.
could
I
choose again,
apologize.
I would always choose to be black, but I just want to maybe be a little bit taller.
We
No,
ain't
he didn't say
negotiating.
that
You
to
asking for
me.
too much, man. I created you. You asked for too much.
I think it's important to. I think a lot of different, not just Christianity, a lot of different religions recognize the separation of spiritual being, right, and the physical being. And so I think what we have to realize is even our spirit man, as me, again, I'm a Christian. I said that, so don't come yelling at me. But as a Christian, I believe that my spirit knew him before it knew me as an individual, right? Before it knew who Lysandra was going to be, Lysandra's parents, all those things moving forward, because I'm not all knowing, God is, right? I
Right.
believe when he breathed that breath of life into this body that he's given me,
hmm
my spirit was familiar with him already. And so I don't even think it had to be a petition to go, because this is a part of like the deal. We knew because we were with him, and now we're here with everybody else. In my opinion, that's my opinion.
hmm
Um, and I just feel like there's a lot that has to do with the idea that, like, if we do have free will, what people have to understand is having free will means that we have a choice whether to choose him or to not choose him, right? And because why would he want your love if he forced it? Like, I can't. That's not love. That's obligation.
mm
Like,
I
I
don't
nah,
he
know
didn't
about
have to
that. I think
force
I
you
even
to do
think
it.
deeper
That's
than
why he
that
gave
too,
you
though,
free will.
because like that's where I see where God's judgment come in at that though. I think even if we make the choice to choose or not, right? Because some of us is just really lost and don't really know who to choose, and some people haven't had the chance to read the Bible. So who said it? We didn't choose them. I feel like even all these different religions tie in to the same thing, anyways. I don't think he ever told us that we had to be in separate religions either. Anyways, um, and I don't believe it's more than one God. I think it's only one God. It's idol guys. I know they say idol guys though, but it's one God
Yeah.
over everything. That's how I look at it.
Right.
Because if it
Right.
was like everybody, it was a multiple guys like the guy we had. Well, I'll be always saying like, why they not fighting and all that stuff. I say stuff like they're just weird, And then like, why the other one like, hey, no, he over on my side though, and something like that'll show they powers. Like, let me let you know something. But I don't know.
Because that's what our word says. It even
But
says that there's multiple gods, but there's only one God, and
mm,
and they get little G's. But But
And that guy made them guys though, so I mean, it's like it's
right,
always gonna be an
right,
ultimate if it is more guys, but I can't see it then. And
right.
the
That was
thing
just
is,
to
he gave
be.
us all this mentality to be different and stuff, and I always look at it like I be thinking real deep, like why would even with the situation, and I do believe God love all His creations though, and why would He create anything He don't love?
He doesn't
I do
love
believe
Man,
it.
but you know
he
what? You know
will
what, Kev? I want to follow the God that's gonna. No, I'm just joking, but I want to follow the God that's gonna let me get them king teeth.
right. Take a bite out of boy,
You gotta pray to the teeth. Pray to the teeth.
boy. Exactly.
All
So
right,
yeah,
yeah.
it's
What we
just like I
speaking
get
about?
real deep on that. I be looking up so much stuff though. I actually like to be tell you the truth. I don't think just off reading enough of it, because I just be thinking so deep. Like, dang, why do these people? I was always been that type of baby that was, and my probably could ask my mom. I always the one that just been trying to think in fairness though. I'm like, what make my religion more realer than the next person's religion and stuff? And I'd be like, dang, is it fair that another person got to go to hell because they don't know what I know and stuff? I don't believe God like that at all. I just can't see that though. I really can't see it. I know we be saying like,
Uh-huh.
well, we go give them the word and stuff, and if they don't accept the word, then that's their choice. They knew it already. I don't think that. I really just don't think that selfish and stuff. I just can't see it that way. I just can't see God being that way because I mean I know He want us to try to save as many people, but I think that when He said He died for the whole world. I believe it. You know what I'm saying? I do. I really think that if we was talking about like hell and heaven, right? I think the people, and it says it in the Bible. I think hell is more, from what I read, is more just it's for the devil and the demons and I think it said some other stuff. But I don't think it can be for the people because I look at it this way too. I like, dog, why would, and I asked this question on my page too, like why would God punish a person for not being as smart as him? You see what I'm saying? Like, cause we only know so much, we can get manipulated. We don't know we trying to follow some type of truth. We really don't, we really, and even right now, I don't I believe in the Bible, right? But I don't just put all my energy just in it because I mean, by everything being man made and constructed and all that stuff, it's possible for anything to get tampered with. Even history
Exactly.
books, all this stuff, like people can lie. So it's just like I can only try to kind of lead with what I feel is what's best in life or what I feel and stuff or whatever. But it's just like I believe that, you know, man, it just go back to that, like, why would he create
You heard the
something
true
that he don't
story.
like, that he don't
You heard the
love? It's
true
like he gonna
definition of
make something just to
history.
send it to hell because it don't follow
You
the way
heard.
he wanted to follow.
So
You heard the
I
true. You heard the true definition of history, right? Just pronounce it. His
his
story.
yeah.
Yep. His story. So
Yeah.
whoever
I
wins gets to
form
tell the
my
story.
own opinions on those things. I think that okay, first, I didn't see evidence that said any in that hell was an eternal burning. I've looked on purpose because I'm trying to figure out if they're trying to say that they're literally going to burn alive. I didn't see any scripture that said people are going to go to hell and burn. It does mention the lake of fire, but it doesn't say
Right.
that people will be thrown in it, right? And so
Right.
what I've concluded based on what I've read is that hell is the eternal separation from God, being
Mm.
separate. And I think I just had this discussion maybe 2 nights ago
All
on
right,
a
Henry.
live.
Appreciate you,
And
brother.
if, and if that's the case, and it's just about being separated from God, then the idea is you chose this like in life to be separated from me. And so now it's like this is the end of, for us at that point, to be the end of time. He's come back, right?
So
He's caught
Sergi.
everybody up. So it's like, so
Yeah.
now just live separate. Now for me, that is hell in my brain. Like I don't want to live
But
separate from God.
even with that though, is that even fair though? Because it's like I do believe, like, even with this, they be saying reject his name and all that stuff, but it is religions that's rejected his name because of what they got indoctrinated in. Because nobody really, like, to tell the truth, people really, and I be hearing people be like, "Oh, this is the truth" and all that stuff, but this is what we believe to be the truth because nobody literally was not here at the beginning of time to know what's really true. And even me myself, I just know better than not stand 10 toes of what I never lived in. I can only choose to believe. That's only I can do. I can have faith and believe. That's the only thing. I can't lie to myself and act like I know. I do have this little bit of in my body to, like, you know what? It can still possibly be wrong. People has taught me this, but it's just like, and I can try my best to try to make some type of way to get other people to believe it though. But it's like at the end of the day, I really don't know.
I mean, I, I mean, just to tell
Well,
the
I
truth,
will
because I
say,
just can't lie. I can't lie and say that I was up here with
What'd you say?
God, and when we created Earth together, that I
yeah.
really know. Like, all we know is our experiences. What I tell people, we only know experiences
Hmm.
and what's been taught to us. That was the only two things we know for real. If
Our
we tie our
testimony.
experiences and say this is what God did, or we say this is what or whatever our religion did, the
Yeah.
angel did, but this stuff has got taught to us. I can believe it, right? I can believe it, but I just truly don't know. That I mean, that's just
Hmm.
me being unrealistic. Like
Hmm.
I said, all I know is what happened. Like I had some miracles that happened to me when I was little, but who's to say that was actually because of the religion I'm in? You know what I'm saying? Or
Yeah.
because it's just something that got taught to me, but I'm trying to tie it to it and say this is the reason why. But nothing has, really said that, oh, because I read this book, this is the reason why. You know what I'm saying? It's just, I know we be trying to, it's no different from that karma stuff we be talking about. We try
Yeah.
to tie something in to
Yeah.
get some type of validation in life, but
Mhm.
to tell the truth, it's just a belief. Most of the time, everything just be beliefs and stuff. Well, I
What you
believe this is
believe
what it
for
is.
sure. For sure. I also think like
Huh?
a second thing I also believe is that I know because there's a scripture that says he'll come back once everyone's heard, and so my once everyone's heard is once everyone's had it's become real to them and they've had the opportunity to choose. So I
Mm-hmm.
don't even consider, right, like I don't even consider the idea that everyone's believe something different because I'm like there might be a point, and I'm praying that there is, that God will to them in a way that they understand, and
Yep.
they choose to be with him or without him. And I just feel like when they choose him, he's honoring that choice.
Okay, and I can believe that too. I believe, and that's in spirit, or how they say when we're gonna get out the grave. I think people are gonna make their choice, or even a judgment, right? Because he did say there's gonna be a lot of people that's gonna say his name or say that they're a
Yeah.
Christian and
He'll say he doesn't
But
know
depart
that's
from
the
me and all
biggest
that
part
stuff.
of. But
Huh?
that's the biggest part of. But that's the biggest part of faith is what you just talking about right there. Is just the belief.
Mm-hmm.
That's the biggest part of
I
faith
think
is
that's what it
belief.
is, though.
with no
Overall, it's just a
evidence.
belief.
Yes,
And say even with
because
a
without
faith of a mustard seed, that's all he really asked for. That's the tiniest, some type of, because it's like we be always want to say, like I be saying what happened to the babies and they automatically, oh, he's going automatically to heaven, and so I'm saying stuff like that. But who is like why we just make it like that? Like it's people that's mentally ill, they don't have a chance to read the Bible or whatever they want to, or to even get into religion. Like who's to say that they about to they don't
because
they rejected anything that they don't even know. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the
right, but
day,
that's
even with
why.
that, people are going to reject things that they just don't know. You know what I'm saying? But I think it's more of a heart thing or whatever ways of God. But I just don't think. I look at and that's what's been taught to me is God is a God of love, and I can highly believe that because like if He wasn't, He wouldn't created none of this stuff. We had to be created out of love. I think love is the source of all this stuff
Yeah.
and why it's happening and stuff.
But I think
Yeah.
that's where people mess up too. You know, that God wears multiple hats. He is a God of love, but he's also a God of war. He's a jealous God. You know, he's a God of multiple hats. So it all
Where it
depends on
say
the
He a God of
situation.
war
Which
for it?
you just it don't say that he a God of war, but if you look at the things that God has done throughout the Bible, the stories where he's led wars, where he supported the wars, so he was a God of war. I mean, look where he backed up Daniel in taking down Goliath. I mean, so he's a God of
I
war
get
as
you on
well,
that. I
Yeah,
right?
and
get
it's
you on
another
that part
scripture.
though.
I think even when he says he made us in his image,
But
I
again,
believe
and he's a
that
God of love. He's definitely a
yeah,
That's
God
the
of
only one
love,
I seen though. It literally say God is love. Like it wouldn't be
he
no
is
love
right?
if it
love.
wasn't for God. That's how I
Right.
looked at it. But
And
God
I
is
think
peace. God is
also
love. Yes.
when
mm-hmm.
it says he made us in his image, to me that means we emulate feelings that he has, right? So if we're made in his image and we're made to be like him, we're little hims, little g gods, right? Then we emulate all those emotions that he has and he's given us because we're just being him. And so if he has love, then he can have anger, then he can have all these other things. Like if I'm up, let's just say I'm up at war with a demon or some crap, I don't want the God of love showing up. That's not who I need right now. I need
Why
a
did he
warrior
flood
right
the?
now.
Why did he flood the world? Because he was angry with the people. Why did he destroy
Because it was part of the
Sodom and
plan
Gomorrah?
though.
Yes.
Why did he destroy Sodom and Gomorrah? Because he
Sodom
was angry with
Gomorrah,
the way.
yeah.
because he
Yeah,
was
I feel
angry
you
with
on
the
that.
people.
I don't think, but I even think with that, when he destroyed something, it just wasn't part of the plan no more. And I don't look at it as, oh, that because he destroyed it, that he automatically just sent them to hell either. Because I know people be thinking straight to
Well,
the
he gave
worst.
them a
Yeah,
chance. He gave them a
yeah.
chance, and
Yeah, I feel
that's
you though,
why
but
you
I
have
just
to.
don't think that
Right.
he just gonna send them to hell because
Send
they no
everyone to
longer part of
No,
the
hell.
he
plan.
gives
I
us
think
all a
he
chance.
will limit your life. He'll do that too. I can see that
Right.
though, but if it's no longer part of his plan, or if it's like, or no matter of fact, people do their time. That's just like people that are going to be living with the some type of life or whatever. That's what the reap with your soul type situation. But
Yeah.
like they get in a car accident because of the choices they make or something like that. Like who's to say like, hey, you did all that, so you about to go to hell? Because it's just they limit their life. That's why he flat out, and that goes back to the reap with your soul thing. Like, hey, shoot. I mean, it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. The lifestyle that you chose to do. You know what I'm saying? Everything in our life is really a choice and stuff. We, chose to stay in the bed. Whatever happened when we stay in the bed, that is what it
Who
is. I
made that
chose to
song?
get up.
Choices.
You
So
know,
many
it's,
choices.
yeah,
And
it's
Choices.
King,
Who
just
made
it's
that
literally
song?
choices. Even when it's
I
not a choice, it's
also
a
think
choice.
that everything that happens to us, and I used to say it because I've had a lot of trauma in my personal life, so
Yeah,
I feel it helps me to feel solid in my faith, right?
yeah,
But I've always said, like, when traumatic events happen to me or around me, it's a part of my story. That's always what
yeah.
I've said. This is just another part of my story. This is chapter 3. This is chapter 5. Right? This is a part of my story because my mom likes to say anything that happens to you is the same group of people that you're supposed to minister to. So you have experienced it, and so now you have eyes that are open for those people. And so it
Hmm.
being a part of my story means that I'm able to talk to people who've experienced it because I've also experienced it. And I think that's the
Yeah,
thing when we start to get mad and say all this stuff is happening to me, get mad at other people and they did it to me, so they should deal with all of it can just be a part. If you could just see it from the perspective of first, the first thing is he literally told you that in this life you will have trouble. He said that.
right,
It's written in the Bible. They're telling you that, right? And so
right.
to expect
Yeah,
something different is crazy to me. I'm
yeah.
sorry, my daughter's
Say good and bad gonna
That's
get
right.
the same treatment. It also say that too. You
I
good or
think that
bad,
people
y'all both still gonna feel the wrath.
I think that people have come to a place and space where they see it, they understand the word, they read it, but what they think is if I don't believe it, then maybe it won't affect me, and don't realize no, it's still gonna affect you.
Mm.
You can't run from it.
Oh, I get you. I get you on that.
yeah.
Okay.
So I don't believe in it. And so if I don't believe in it, I'm my own God.
Yep.
I got this, like my man was trying to tell me. I'm like, well, if you don't believe in God, he was like, well, I listen to my spirit. And I'm like, well, where do your spirit get your information from? Well, it gets
Mm.
the information from my feelings and my emotions. So that's still from you.
Mm.
You don't even just hear the loop you just said. I just threw his words back at him. I'm like, I'm literally just
Right.
repeating back to you what you saying. I'm not trying to twist what you saying. None of that. I'm just listening to what you saying and understanding what you saying and trying not to get caught up in your trap.
Right.
I look at it, so just because you don't know God, I don't mean God don't know you. That's be funny though.
Mm-hmm.
If
Amen.
you don't want to believe in
Amen.
God, He still believe in you. So
Amen.
And
that'd
that
be
was a
fun.
really good point about universal truth. Some things are just true no matter where you are. It can't be how I was raised because we all understand that these things are bad and we all believe different things. How do we all come out knowing that this is wrong? How do we all come out knowing that oofing a baby is wrong?
We got
Like you
taught
can't
it.
just walk up to a baby and punch it in the face and someone says, "Oh yeah, that's a good idea." No one's going to think that. How do we all know that without even talking to each other?
I think. I believe with that though, because we just had a. I think I had a lot. I mean, we were just talking about that on live like a couple of days ago about that. I think that right and wrong is a subjective thing, but with that, it's a lot of that stuff is teachings though. It's literally teachings. Because I don't think that we are naturally born with that. Like we do get that guilty feeling, which I believe like the Holy Spirit might be the reason why we got that feeling though. Once we know right was right and wrong. Um, but I look at it that the reason why I can't say that we just born knowing right or wrong because I used that example earlier is like, we gotta if we let a baby just do what they wanted to do or something like that without checking them, because there's a reason why we got to get checked all the time, or we got to,
Mhm.
raise our baby and stuff. They don't naturally know that, you don't do that. You would say no so much to them. No, don't do that. No, don't do that. Don't throw a fit. Don't, you know what I'm saying? Like all that stuff, we kind of teach them. We teach them how to be right or do good or something like that. So I
Yeah,
don't
I agree.
Yeah, I just yeah.
What I
And
mean
to
is,
this
I don't
day,
mean that
people
you're
still got to
born
get
with
taught
it.
right
I
from
mean
wrong and
like,
stuff.
But that's just
I
like
mean
they
that
say
there are
you
some
teach
things
people
that you
fear.
don't.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
think
you teach
about
them
that. That's
love
what.
too. You teach them love.
Yeah,
You teach them
right.
all them.
Or hate, right. You teach
Yep,
them your pain. Yeah.
yep. You literally teach them that like babies are
Yeah.
sponges and stuff or whatever. But if you just let them do what they want to do off they feel or their emotions, I think that's with anybody. Like if we was like to have like I think it's, like a okay, if we had something like we didn't have a law and we can go based off how we feel and stuff, and nobody told us what to do, it'd be like freaking chaotic though, because it's like we wouldn't feel like we wrong because we would feel like we were justifying whatever we did. Even like people like you can they literally can unalive somebody or something like that and don't
Mhm.
feel wrong because they never got taught that was wrong. They just like, well, that's how I felt, and it's justifying, and I had to do what I had to do and all that stuff. They're not gonna, they're gonna feel away because they never got taught that was
Mhm.
wrong. They just won't.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah. Mhm.
But yeah, we do. Oh man, I gotta make movement. I got about literally 2 minutes though. So what's y'all final says on here? I ain't gonna be
Ladies
on until
first.
Wednesday.
All right.
Huh?
I said, all right. I'll catch you there. I said, of course, ladies first.
Oh yeah.
No, I was just saying that I believe that if you expect forgiveness from other people, you should freely give forgiveness
Facts.
to other people, and that everyone's a human being, so have grace for
Yes.
that. That's it. Bye,
That's
y'all.
lovely. I love that one.
Thanks for having you, following you. Um, Again, for me, it's just understanding there's no point in hanging on to anything. Is I'm not gonna sit around and drink poison and wait for you to die. It's like I hang on to something that's hurting me and not hurting you as you go on with your life while I'm angry, mad, and a lot of times you hurt and angry at people that don't even know you mad at them. And it's what I realize that I can be happy by myself, but when I'm mad, I gotta have people join in. So I gotta go find other people to tell about it so they can be mad about it too.
Right.
And so um, there's no point in hanging on anything that is actually for you. It's your forgiveness is for you. And like I
Mhm.
said, it can kill you. I mean, it can unalive you. God dog it, F1 in the chats. I'm
Right
working
before the last
on that
minute.
one.
Good night. Boy.
But it can unalive you. Um, be, because of it, what it can do to the stress on you carrying it, or the hurting you, or being angry, and things you can do out of that anger. It could
Hmm.
cause hurt to your family because you keeping your family away from each other because you mad at somebody over something stupid that you should have let go of and could have moved on. Something
Hmm.
that you've been forgiven from, something that you've forgiven somebody else from, and that's the part that really tripped me out. The stuff that you've been forgiven of, but then that's the other part. We walk around with this unforgiveness for other people as if we don't do nothing wrong to nobody else and we don't need to
Facts.
be forgiven of anything. So I'll land my plane there. I love you all. Have a blessed
All right,
night.
for sure,
And
brother.
yes,
Yep. Appreciate you, man. I guess I ended with the overall with this, right? For I guess the people that's listening. And the overall thing I learned is you got to learn how to forgive yourself. If you don't know how to forgive yourself, you're not going to forgive anybody else. And that'd be the main reason why you can't forgive anybody else. If you still holding grudges to this day, because you never learn how to forgive yourself for it. And I think once you learn, and that's just like I don't know her name, but that just dropped a couple minutes ago. You got to realize that everybody is a human just like you. You know what I'm saying? Just because they don't express emotion the same way you express it, and uh, they don't they don't do what you want them to do. Everybody's if they was meant to be a robot, they'll be a robot. You know what I'm saying? So people are not robots. People gonna have their way, and sometimes you just got to be the bigger person because you just gotta be. It gotta be that way. You got to be the bigger person, especially when you know better and stuff, or you used to be that type of way, or used to have a lack of self control, or all that stuff. You can't expect everybody to have this emotional intelligence and all this other stuff, right? If you got it, don't get mad at the person that don't get it. You know what I'm saying? If you already got it, you already got a one up on somebody. So why get mad at somebody that don't have it? You gotta move along, hope the best for them, and whatever. You know what I'm saying? Or pray for them, something like that. So it's just like and then also change your point of view. Think about it. Don't always gotta put it on your only of your way of thinking. Sometimes to let some stuff go, you gotta realize that other people might have been doing. And if you keep thinking that you're the worst of the worst, you're gonna be living in misery for the rest of your life, anyways. Though, or you don't know what I've been through. If you live in that type of life, because we don't know what other people been through either, though. And then and some of us be so ego driven and stuff. Once we do find out that they went through the same thing we went through, we still gonna have competition with that. So if you basically competing, you just like, okay, all right. Oh, you had that, or I had that, but mine's a little bit worse. Have you did it for many years? Like once you start doing that, and I stop trying to get in arguments or debates with people that's like that. Because my thing is that's them telling you that they just want to stay miserable. You know what I'm saying? So some people just want to stay in that way. I'm not about to argue that situation. So if they want to stay that way and want to make an excuse, they got to figure this out on their own. That they just hurt themselves more than anything. So people make competition about their traumas and stuff they don't want to heal. That's just what it is. But like I said, once you learn how to forgive yourself and understand yourself and love yourself, because first when you love yourself, you're gonna learn how to forgive yourself as a dad. Then you have actually start building a love for other people. And then you start, forgiving other people. Because like I said, some people is just I be feeling sad for, even if I get in a debate or something, like, because I can just hear it in a lot of people that they just need some healing and they haven't took the time to heal, or they haven't took the time to even, some people just really don't love themselves for real. You know what I'm saying? And if I gotta, get spiritual, like they don't even, you know what I'm saying? They like even with I was about to say love. I mean, I don't know, man. I was about to say whatever. Everybody, but shoot, you gotta give grace, man. Like if you want a healthy family, all this stuff. That's the reason why we don't give each other grace. If you want this unity and stuff, you gotta learn how to give grace. Like people literally not gonna think like you. We all got our own brains. We all been born a different way. Just because somebody look like you, that don't mean they on the same page. That's why I know they be saying that all skin folk ain't kin folk. That's why it's not good to just only go for skin to say that, well, I'm gonna unite off this and all that stuff, because they don't think the same as the exact way as you. And then we also counter it, will be like, well, you don't think like me, and then you get mad at them and stuff because you want people to think the same way as you. It don't work like that. Like I said, we gotta give each other grace. That's just the overall thing. Like if you want if you want forgiveness, that's my last final thing too. If you want forgiveness, you got to learn how to forgive. You just got to, and that's got to forgive yourself first. Shouldn't even have to require or depend on somebody forgiving you, and it shouldn't take a sorry for for you to forgive somebody. Because at the end of the day, them saying sorry or not, it's not gonna do nothing for you anyways. It's just gonna make you feel good for the moment, but you still haven't forgiven that situation. But all right, y'all, I'm getting to I'll catch y'all. Let me see. Hold up. Forgive people just like Jesus forgave you. Yeah. And even with that, you said forgive people like Jesus forgave you. And I feel you that, and I can get why that was like that, but it's more genuine when you not, I feel like it's more genuine when it's not a command though. Like I love God. I don't love God now because God told me to love him. I love him because I love him. You know what I'm saying? Because I chose to do that. I actually I want to serve him because I want to do it, not because he told me to do it. I feel like it's more genuine when a person is not forcing me. Just like earlier when somebody was talking about they got forced into therapy or something like that. It's different you when you get forced into therapy and you want to go to therapy. Now, when you want to go, that's when you open yourself up to really want to make these changes. When you're ready to be uncomfortable. You know what I'm saying? And that's the only way to make changes, to be uncomfortable with be comfortable with being uncomfortable and stuff. So yeah, I don't forgive people because Jesus told me to forgive people. I do it because I can get that's the first beginning layer, but um, genuinely, I just forgive people. You know what I'm saying? Off my choice, because it's still a choice, and it's more genuine when you do it on your own without somebody telling you to do it. That's just like forcing somebody to hey, I need you to tell me I love you or something like that. No, it's better when you just come out from yourself. Nobody should have to force you to tell them that I love you. You know, you said something. Somebody said some things cannot be forgiven, and that'll be a choice. Everybody got their own things though, but I believe everything is forgiven. It's just your way of your mentality where it's at and stuff. But if you gotta, I mean, if it's some things that's not forgiven in your life, that means you're gonna have something that you're gonna be chained to for the rest of your life till you hit the grave, until you decide to forgive it. So, but let me see. I think I hit all the comments and stuff. I think, but all right, y'all. I'll catch y'all though for real. I don't think no more.